Have you bound the blade to yourself yet? Asked Morrigan once our talk was completed, and I started gathering everything I could. The additional enchantments I placed on the lower levels would prevent people from finding it, using the residual magical energy as well as a few twigs of nightwood and weirwood. Bound to me? I asked, taking the Valyrian steel knife out. It had a sharp, smoky pattern that had darkened since I last saw it, pitch-black ripples clashing the pale waves. Shadow-bound with the souls, I noted, though not all of it. The best I could tell was that the knife held the souls bound to the faces I burned while the faceless men themselves now formed Morrigan. You mean to tell me that there is a special way to attune to Valyrian steel? I asked. The concept was familiar to me, though not in this world. How? I asked. As any magic of Valyria. Fire and blood, said Morrigan, explaining the rather simple process. I held the blade, pressing my thumb onto the blade, letting a single bead of blood coat the tip of the black blade. Next, I called on fire, the dragon glass forming a flame that ran through the edge of the blade, causing the blood to boil and sink into the knife, and I felt something connect to me, like something at the very edge of my mind. Seeing as the flame leaped from the blade to the cut on my thumb without me controlling it, sealing the small cut and leaving a thin line behind, I hissed. It was not something I minded. I had cut my fingers to give blood for magic more times than I could have counted, the scars were familiar to me, though that did not make them welcome. The steel of Valyria has powers unknown to most. Explained Morrigan. The bond will last so long as you live, or another binds themselves to it. I can feel it in my mind, the presence of echoes. I started closing my eyes and listening, knowing that my use of occlumency was the only reason why I was not overwhelmed by the echoes within the blade or had some drastic change in my thought process. I recalled Catelyn Stark's change after being cut by the same blade, her thought process was more compromised. So long as you are bound, you are one, said Morrigan. It is the secret of dragon lords to be untouched by lesser flames, yet it has limits that change from steel to steel. It shall also act as a shield for your mind from the outside, as your amulet normally does, yet the effect is greater. Convenient, I commented. Weirwood and nightwood. I noted, inspecting the smoky pattern on the blade standing so prominently despite the darkened black. To the uninitiated, it was steel 1,000 times, yet the finer ripples were closer to crucible steel than folded steel. Is that what it is made out of? I asked, fascinated by the subject. That and more, but that is a secret unknown to me. I had not taken the faces of the dragon lords or their sorcerers, as such an act is dangerous when they have mounts of their own, said Morrigan, making me wonder if there were any such attempts that had been recorded in history that survived doom. I know the spells to reforge it, known to a smith of Qohor, yet that shall be a lesson for later. We have company, she declared, turning towards the doors. I nodded, stashing Morrigan's new vessel, a white skull with glowing eyes, into the satchel by my side, hastily wrapping my arm in my new tattoo brand. I would need more time to study it, but it would have to wait for now. Once outside, I found Watt juggling 3 balls as the guards looked like they were about to shit their pants while Sirio was staying a distance away. I had to do a double take and realize that said balls were grenades I had made in case we needed to blow up the House of Black and White as we beat a hasty retreat, in case I missed an assassin or two. When I said distract them, I did not mean do tricks with explosives, I whispered through gritted teeth as I got close to Watt, who looked at me with a smirk on his face. It worked, innit, Your Grace? Asked Watt the Brains, making me sigh. He took out something from his pockets, showing that he had taken the fuses out while saying nothing. It made me sigh in relief before I realized that black powder required mixing with blood to activate, and I could still ignite it with a stray thought, or any stray pyromancer could do it with the same trick to pull fire from dragon glass. The fact that I had to cover the grenades with nightwood and weirwood to just keep them from being exploded by the thoughts of any red priests made it not something I could mass produce, but a few for special occasions was something I could afford. Your man told us to wait if we did not want to go the way of faceless men. Not exactly subtle, is it? Asked Sirio, leaning against the stone wall beneath the stairs. Believe it or not, that was subtle, I stated, thinking of multiple faces being burnt off with sun fire. Unsubtle would have burned cities off the map instead. Sirio looked at me for a moment, trying to decide if I was serious. I suppose I did have a reputation to those in the know, more than limited by being the son of the Mad King Ares. People who wanted to harm me in Bravus tended to disappear into thin air, not to mention that deal with the burned house that belonged to a man no one remembered even existed. Just so. Are you sure you got all of them? Asked Sirio, seemingly considering his options and who to side with. Distance means nothing to a magic user, I declared, posing while enjoying the way some of the guards took a step back from sheer terror. The subtle threat was really doing more for my odds of getting out of this than an actual confrontation. Good riddance, then, said Sirio, his body stiff though he was forcing himself to look relaxed. It was a subtle difference, one I only saw when I managed to land a lucky hint on the water dancer in our spars. May I ask what happened to your arm? He asked, his eyes drawn to the wrappings as though he could feel something. He seemed less intent on gaining more intel for his boss and more on actual curiosity, like there was something forcing him to pay attention to the injury. Half-sorting accident, I said cryptically, waving the wrapped arm nonchalantly. Sirio blinked, his thick brows raised as he tried to comprehend how what I said was technically correct. He probably, correctly assumed that it was related to the spell I did, which worked for me. If people in the know thought that the cost was too high for such a thing, they would assume it was a one-off and go about their lives. I could probably cast the spell again, but the number of factors required to be able to specifically target a single group of individuals would be next to impossible. I had combined memory, blood, and name, using them all to target no one that happened to be multiple people. The closest I could think were the Undying, and even they spread around their shade of the evening to those outside their organization. Are you here to arrest me or attack me? I asked directly, as Sirio was not the type to deceive. And meet our gods? No, not today, said Sirio Forel, his eyes moving from the staff carved with runes and the wand that was at my hip as I relaxed. It is better to keep a man like you as an ally than an enemy. Your enemies tend to meet their gods too soon for my likes, stated Sirio, looking me in the eyes and showing that he was being honest. The Sea Lord has kindly asked that we act as your honor guard to attend a meeting with him you have requested, so that you can discuss the recent events and how to further the alliance between Bravus and House Targaryen. Nice way of wording it as if it was my idea and asking me not to burn the city off the map, I thought. That sounded reasonable and contrary to the image I might have had. I was not much on collateral damage, or at least not in the form of lives. Magical death cults that wanted me dead, was one thing when my own survival hinged on it. Masses of innocent bystanders with no protection from my magic, made me uncomfortable. I did not consider myself a mass murderer, even if one could argue that the ritual I designed implied premeditation. I had the finger on the button and only pressed it when they attacked me. It was self-defense, honest, officer, or natural selection at best, I thought, getting a snort from the image of Morrigan in response to my thoughts, seen only by me. That being said, using magic on innocent people felt dirty after the vision I had, too much like bullying. Faceless men, ironically, had been an easy extermination. Maybe I could do the same to the White Walkers, but I would need to check. I had a feeling that I would not be lucky twice, this world would not make it easy for me. I looked at him, my mind taking a peek through the minds of the guards, finding no deception. Most were afraid and did not think highly of their chances, especially when the first swords seemed to want to avoid a fight. One of the guards caught my attention, though, who thought he was smart and thought that I was not as much of a threat as Sirio thought I was. I grasped one of the explosives, throwing it into the canal and willing it to blow up with a flex of my will. A moment later, a splash of water had everyone looking in that direction, creating a large enough ruckus for me to weave the water particles into a mist of concealment in the same manner as the one that hid Bravus from the wrath of Valeria. Right. I will see you at the palace, I stated, looking at Sirio before pulling on my cloak and the mists of Bravus to fade from view. What followed along, close enough to be woven to be part of the disguise, while a raven followed in the air, leaving smoke with each flap of his wings. I took the long way around to the Sea Lord's palace, mostly to gather some materials, drop off a few of the loot, and integrate the weirwood ash into my Rowan staff to improve the quality for channeling magic without changing its nature, in case I had to fight my way out. I wanted to create a new wand, using the feather of the raven bound to the sun's fire, yet it felt off. The feather had a rather superficial connection to magic, and a test showed that it could be stripped off with the right amount of pressure. Best I could guess, the ritual had left its mark on the bird, but it was not permanent, akin to how shadow binding souls to the body tended to decay over time. That made for a subpart magic core, and I did not want to rely on a wand that would stop being magic in the middle of a fight. The boat ride to the Sea Lord's palace was quiet. The glimpses of thoughts I managed to catch from the honor guard waiting for my arrival suggested that the guards were afraid, while Sirio seemed to be trying his best to not snap at the son of the Mad King who had burned the faces off every faceless man and exterminated the boogeyman of Planetos. And the staff, and the stick, Prince Viserys, said the guard, whose fear was just rolling off him. I looked at him with a smirk raising an eyebrow. I had a simple branch of weirwood on my belt to trick those who knew me enough, but that did not mean I was going to play ball. No words were needed before Sirio declared, he can keep the sticks, just bring bread and salt, that will work as a better guarantee against him. I gave Sirio a nod, the man understood the way things worked. He would also probably not try to stick a knife in me, but my current outfit could take that. I really needed to make a leather duster, but my growth spurt made such an investment infeasible as I had yet to release souls and reuse them once they were bound. The Sea Lord was not waiting for us in the great hall with its throne upon the raised platform that allowed him to overlook everyone else. Instead, we were led to the menagerie, where the Sea Lord was waiting for us with Bellinara in his arm. She felt me first, her mind opening herself to me with the mere push, as I got a Cliff Notes version of how much she could manipulate the old man before she sent me a cheeky wink. You always have the most marvelous beasts, said Farrago, looking at the raven perched on my shoulder. I let the silence linger, working my way through his mind just in case. One of my advisors suggested I attack and take your sister hostage, admitted Farrago, throwing a piece of meat at the creatures in the cage. Said creatures were a pair of velociraptors that would be at home in the set of Jurassic Park, looking like giant bipedal lizards. I had his tongue removed for his stupidity, he added, throwing another small piece of meat at the dinosaurs. I nodded, slowly releasing the magical energy I had instinctively pulled from the air. While a wand was necessary to focus my power, I did not need it to crush someone, it just meant less collateral. They seem to be afraid of you, noted the Sea Lord, pointing at dinosaurs. Their eyes watching me before they decided to slowly back away, their instincts probably screaming them to run. They have good instincts, I stated, making the Sea Lord chuckle. Belonara giggled at the way the lizards did not seem to look away from me as they retreated into the cave built for them. There is no use thinking of what could have been. The faceless men are dead for better or for worse. That means there will be trouble with what you have done. Some might find your action an attack on Bravus, others might consider you responsible for cleaning up the mess your actions caused, said Farrago, making me chuckle. And most men are stupid, I stated simply. Even in death, I can do as Garen and destroy Bravus, if I were inclined to harm Bravus. Last time a Targaryen threatened the Sea Lord of Bravus, it was King Jaehaerys the Old who had the crown, said Farrago, breaking the silence once it was clear that I was comfortable with the silence. Correct me if I am wrong, but the old king threatened the Sea Lord with dragons when he refused to return 3 dragon eggs that were stolen from my family. The promise was, should a dragon ever fly over Bravus, that there would be faceless men sent after my family. I said instead. Indeed, it would seem that faceless men are with their god now, and a dragon stands before me, said Farrago, giving me an inch. You claim the title of king, so I would ask what you would do in my place. You are not your predecessors, just as I am not my father, nor am I, Jaehaerys the Old, I responded. When our family's fate was darkest, it was in Bravus we found a safe harbor, Sea Lord, I said. I will not break faith with Bravus if she does not break faith with me. When I was struck by the blades of the faceless men, it was your magic that saved my life, countered the Sea Lord. For that, I owe you a debt. It was a plot meant to force me to reveal myself to the public, I admitted, simply to show how little the faceless men cared for his life. There was also that little bit of wisdom that holding the debt over someone would make them easily irritated. Yet you chose to help me instead. A debt is owed, one that I could not pay back with a simple ship that awaits you at the port, stated the Sea Lord instead. All it requires is a name and a crew. I nodded, having put off the ship until I handled the faceless men. Yet politics means you could not offer more without causing strife with Westeros, and you cannot host me in Bravus to prevent the fallout from the death of the faceless men, I nodded, understanding his position. That did not mean that I was willing to let him get away with it. We had news from Westeros that the Ironborn rebellion has been put down, stated Farrago, seeing no change in my face. Yet you knew it already. And given how Robert showed his might against a naval power, you are hesitant to go to war, I observed, making Farrago nod. For someone who seeks to reclaim their throne, you do not seem to be rash in going to war, said the Sea Lord. If Robert attacks Bravus, you will find that I will help defend your city, I stated. The royal fleet may find themselves in unfortunate storms as I tested the so-called Storm Lord's heritage. Yet I understand that it is not your war, and asking men to die for you for a war that is easily avoidable makes sense. Were you my son? Sighed Farrago, his voice barely above a whisper, though the wind carried it to my ears all the same. I cannot give you an army or be seen to openly support your bid for a foreign throne. Bravus holds no interest in. The only cause Bravus would fight for is the freedom of slaves. A wise man once said everything said before but is worth horseshit, I stated, giving the older man an amused look, before noticing a familiar face approaching us. Tycho Unaharis looked as he always did, long white beard and purple robes that made me think he was trying for a Dumbledore cosplay. Yet, I find myself less in doubt of your success by each day, stated Farrago. You are familiar with Tycho Unestoris. Your Grace, it is nice to see you well, said the banker. You will find that our enterprise in the north was successful. Now, it has come to our attention that the Iron Bank recently lost one of their greater tools in recollecting their debts. Without the threat of faceless men, most would find defying the Iron Bank a lesser risk, said Tycho, his robes holding hints of being too long at sea. Woe betide the fool who does. Here I thought the Golden Company would be getting more contracts, I joked, knowing that the Sellsword Company, founded by Blackfire supporters, was employed by the Iron Bank. I had refused the offer of the Iron Bank to get in contact with them on my behalf during our negotiations, but I thought that would be it. In canon, Viserys had feasted the captains of the Golden Company, only for them to laugh at his face. My knowledge of the potential Blackfire plot meant I would not suffer their existence or waste resources on a group that may betray me for another claimant. A contract would be extended had they not refused twice over the last year. Our sources suggest that it is on the basis that House Targaryen live in Bravus, your reputation reaches beyond the Titan, your grace, stated Farrago. Their captains seem to avoid bravos, and before today, I could not place any reason. Before today, you would have underestimated me, I thought to myself. How smart of them. I started, only to be interrupted by the strange mind of a raven that was held in a cage, a white raven. You know what this means, then? Asked Farrago, gesturing at the white raven. I took a breath, feeling the winds in a way people without magic could never truly understand. For a moment, I was the wind, for a moment, I was the air itself. I looked, and I saw the blue eyes, waiting, plotting. Winter is coming to a close, I stated, looking at the sky. It will be a long summer next and a long winter that will follow. I could feel the trouble brewing, the Golden Company being wary of me made things complicated. It meant that Varys and Illyrio were going to start causing trouble for me, if the theory that them supporting Black Fires is correct at least. Then the Iron Bank will require someone reliable, and dangerous to reclaim their investments, for the short term at least, said Tycho with a smirk. I nodded before starting the negotiation process. As we were walking to the exit of the Sea Lord's palace, neither side happy with the amount they had to give, Belonara and I came face to face with a gaggle of nuns. Well, they were not septas, they wore white gowns with white headdresses to cover their hair, but the general style looked like a nun's habit, without the black parts. From the moonstones and pearls and the excessive use of moon imagery, I could tell who they were. Your Grace, may I introduce the High Priestess of the Moonsingers and her acolytes, introduced Belonara for the sake of propriety. You stand before the presence of King Viserys Targaryen, third of his name. She has no name, Morrigan whispered, appearing to the side of my vision. They give it to the Moonpale Maiden in exchange for wisdom. We know each other, said the High Priestess, bowing before me. I nodded in turn as I had talked with the Moonsingers to gain some perspective of their magic. We greet the Great Yahat. The rest of the Moonsingers bowed as well. I sent feelings of confusion to Morrigan since I knew that Belonara, too, did not seem to have a clue. I had to figure out how to do telepathy, but for now, simple emotions were easy to project. Peculiar. Yahat is a term they use to refer to their male leaders, who are warriors and kings, explained Morrigan. The lore of the Moonsingers is known only to Moonsingers, though House of the Black and White learned some of the rites of the Moonpale Maid who is of the many-faced god. I clutched my staff while I knew Wat was ready to pull out a bomb or two at a moment's notice, just in case. I was wary of any priest, given how some could pop out shadow demons. Apologies, Your Grace, we meant no disrespect, said the High Priestess, bowing her head in submission. It is good to see that you have grown. We have come to see him who holds the sun's light, and we have, she said, her eyes focused on my right hand, hidden behind bandages. As well as to offer our services for she who sings the moon's song. I made eye contact with the High Priestess and pushed myself through the connection. For a moment, her eyes widened as I felt the presence of decent mental protections in her mind, as expected of a person who was devout in her beliefs and worshipped the conceptual representation of hiding and revealing. I pulled on my own understanding of the moon and the sun, of the concept of revealing. The protection fell apart, and a moment later, the shock turned into comprehension, as she bared her mind for me. A moment of confusion on my end was clarified as the High Priestess saw the remnants of the sun's flames, the starlight that was now captured in my eyes, and knew me to be the one she was seeking. I pulled back, letting my mind reorient itself to my own perspective. Sun and the moon are lovers, said the priestess, or siblings, if one takes the ancient Valyrian texts to account. We offer the services of Moonsingers to your household to do as you wish. I was stumped. That was like providing an open check, which meant they were either crazy or had a motive behind their actions. Given that they were part of organized religion, it was a coin toss. Moonsingers are 1/3 of the pillars of Bravus, the Iron Bank and the House of Black and White are the others. With the House of Black and White no more, they will try to ingrate themselves to the one that could have killed them. They are not stupid, as they understand the dangers of a force capable of taking out the House of Black and White, stated Morrigan, explaining the entirety of the confrontation. And what does that mean? I asked, the moonstone on top of my staff casting a soft glow holding the concept of revealing within. It was not a zone of truth to the fullest, but it would make any who are trying to hide something stumble and get distracted. The Moonsinger's eyes widened upon seeing the glowing moonstone. So you have managed to bring the light of the Moon Mother from the stone, stated the High Priestess, making me chuckle. The moon reflects the light of the sun, I countered, getting a snort from one acolyte. That one holds doubt in her. Does your blind devotion blind you from the truth of things? I noted, focusing on one of the older girls. She could not have been older than 20, with black hair, pale skin, and pale grey eyes. I opened my eyes in truth, seeing a girl with moonlight in her eyes and a subtle smell of wolf, too subtle for what I would expect from a full-blooded Stark, even if the only potential candidate would be Lyanna Stark and I was sure her form in the unseen would be crowned in blue roses, but there were more than a few off branches in Essos of the family. Then I remembered why the name sounded familiar. Moonshadow was one of the courtesans of Bravus, one that I had noticed as the author's throwaway what-if characters, the courtesan path offered up to Arya fully realized. I threw a silver coin to my back, letting the light of my staff reflect off it, showing off a bit of magic. If they wanted to discern my worth, I could show off a bit. Does the silver glow on its own, or does it reflect the light of the staff? I asked. Moonshadow, apologize for your insolence, I may tolerate your behavior up to now, yet I will see you punished. Chastised the high priestess, clearly annoyed by one of her supposed priestesses. At least, unlike the rest, who were scared, apathetic, or zealous, she had character. What insolence! Doubt and curiosity are good tools to have in life, I laughed out loud, finding the girl's attitude far better than the rest of them. Blind deference and awe were nice, but the one before me was amusing. At least her thoughts were honest as her words. Looking at the grey eyes of the woman before me, there was something to her, a subtle presence of magic that I mistook for character, a resistance to her mind that put me on edge and made me notice her at the same time. A dragon is a dragon, no matter if some prophecy says you are supposedly the greatest king to have ever lived, said Moonshadow, not breaking eye contact. Good, prophecies are fickle, and you seem to have some spine compared to the others, I countered. You said anything I need, have you not? I asked, turning to the high priestess. Indeed, though if you wish to learn our ways, there are more studious acolytes who know of the songs, said the high priestess, worried that Moonshadow would botch it all up. I have never been much for songs, cannot carry a tune for the life of me, my brother had been the bard, I dismissed. There were songs, well, more like spells, but I was always more inclined for silent casting, calling on the song of the world instead of singing my tune. She has not long left in the temple. Once she reaches her 20th name day, should she prove incapable of the songs, she will be thrown out. She is not worthy of the attention of the great Yahat, warned the high priestess, as I nodded, further convinced. And what else would she do? Bellanora gasped, playing along. Become a courtesan most likely, at least I will not have to suffer the indignity of having to sing for free, whispered Moonshadow. I grinned, an idea forming in my mind. Once I returned from my day trip to Bravus, hashing out a deal with the Sea Lord, letting Nessa settle an annoyed Moonshadow as a governess to teach Dany. The high priestess had effectively thrown the poor girl in my direction, and Moonshadow had been chafing under the Moonsingers enough to go through with it, and she leaped at the chance to live a life of comfort as a courtesan by making connections with the Black Pearl. I headed to the workshop, sleep eluded to me as I considered my current lack of a wand, placing the caged white raven of the citadel in the corner and placing a cloak over it. The Sea Lord cared not much for the raven, though his obsession with peculiar creatures made him less than pleased to part with the raven that was larger, smarter, and stronger than its lesser cousins. The maesters could go die in a ditch as far as I was concerned, and that bit of secret they kept, I was going to take apart. I took out the rowan staff I had used that was infused with weirwood, grasping the last foot off the staff that I had purposefully made longer to channel more power. A piece of wood from the tip snapped off, flowing like water. The wood was rowan and only had a small amount of weirwood to copy the properties of the magical wood, which, while superficial, should do for a wand. Given my experience, it took less than an hour to make the proto-wand from the feather of the sunfire-infused raven and magical rowan. Both the feather and the wood were only superficially magical, the raven had the conceptual sunfire in him, but it felt disjointed. Similarly, the ash within the wood felt artificial, as if the absorbing process was not as homogeneous as if the rowan naturally grew to integrate those components. I had a feeling that it would be limiting my spells by a large margin, but a wand was a wand, even if it ran on a charge as this one seemed to be. I decided to add a few new things to the wand, beyond what I normally added. First was an actual soul, a method of sustaining spells without having to concentrate on them, allowing me to keep an enchantment going. I called on a normal raven that came with me down to my hand, choosing the animal for its connection to the ability to speak the true tongue, which the children of the forest used for magic. With a slash of my knife and the raven's blood went to the bronze cauldron I pulled up, its body bursting into flames and joining the blood. The raven was followed by pieces of dragon glass, moonstone, and sunstone from my stash. My old wand had only used the dragon glass, and it was most useful in magic that involved fire or ice. My experience indicated that it was possible to pull concepts from other stones, so combining them into a single wand is more versatile. Once the wand was complete, I waved it, pointing the point ending aimed at the hearth with a simple incendio, causing a bolt of fire to reignite the fire, less powerful than what I expected, but much more refined than the original wand I had crafted. I pointed my wand at the book Tycho had given me, declaring Oxio and catching the flying book with my left hand. Moon is connected to tides, leading to gravitational spells, or rather force-based spells, I mentally concluded, determining that the wand was good for more force-based spells that my old wand struggled with. As I cast channeled magic through the wand, pulling and pushing the now empty bronze cauldron, I tried to get a better understanding of how magic flowed through my new focus. There was a strain like too much magic would break it, but it was robust enough for me to use in a pinch. Finally, I took a small bit of kindling, placing it before me. Pulling on the sunstone, in the sun, and the concept of change that the giant fusion reactor represented, I let my magic and will guide me. The wood morphed, changing to become pointy, an eye opening in the other end before it started to gain a smooth surface that started to shimmer, gaining an illusion, and the wand died, at least it did not burst into flames. I inspected the needle, it looked like metal, it shone like steel, it even tasted like steel. Opening my eyes to the unseen, I looked through the needle, seeing the wood for what it was. Its essence was unchanged. In form and function, a needle, in essence, wood, I muttered, throwing the wand to the side and calling it at least a progress in transfiguration. I could morph wood to my will, and now I could layer its form with an illusion to make it look the part of a needle, but the essence required me to study more into alchemy. I would study it later as I focused on the other item on my desk. I felt the book beneath the layers of leather, feeling no poison or trap. The history of the book shows that it was written by Maester Aemon Targaryen in the hopes that it would prevent me from ending up killing myself. The book itself was encrypted, with a simple note saying, "The knife is key," which I took to mean the writing on the blade was the key to the encryption. The fact that Maester Aemon knew how encryptions worked was impressive, and he must have assumed that I could either figure it out or find a maester to learn it from. Viserys, I read out loud, translating from the encrypted High Valyrian, "It is my great shame that I share this with you, of the lore of our family, brought forth from mine own memory. Know that I have made many mistakes, yet I fear that this may be my greatest mistake or the one act I can do to ensure the line of my brother endures. I pass this on with a heavy heart, with the warning that wildfire is not the key as we had once thought. Trust none of it, for I fear the knowledge has been long since changed, yet let it be a guide to you." I flipped the page. Dragons, WIRMS, and wyverns, their unnatural history, I translated, reading out loud. That explained how that copy found its way into the library of the Red Keep after Balin the Moron burned all the books. Just as I settled on to work on it, someone barged into my workshop, who turned out to be Dany. "Do you just collect women on a whim, or should I call you Viserys the Unworthy?" asked Dany, making me wince internally. "Ouch," I said in a cold tone, mostly amused with how Dany was trying to project her authority. "What brought this on?" "Your new whore," said Dany. "Shadow Moon, or whatever her made-up name is." I chuckled at the way she was standing, pouting. "She is trained as a Moonsinger, and she is here to instruct you on the ways of laws and political aspects," I countered. "Moonsingers are trained for navigating religion and laws. Moonshadow is old enough to have a decent understanding of the world. Where Belgier and Belonara can train you in intrigue and ways of the court, Moonshadow was a perfect fit for teaching you laws and justice given that it was what Moonsingers preside over." "And how long will it be before you bed her?" asked Dany, seeing through me. I did find Moonshadow attractive, and given that she was a priestess, I could leverage her purity to cultivate more soul stuff. "I do not think that is relevant, Dany. What is this really about?" I asked, knowing that it was one of the plans that Moonsingers had, trying to get someone to spy on me while also trying to influence my decisions. "Did you feel something? Do you think she is untrustworthy?" "Not more than anyone else, it is just," said Dany, pausing and gathering herself. "You do not spend time with me anymore," she accused, making me chuckle. "You fight and protect me, but you get hurt. Father is gone, brother is gone, mother is gone, and I don't want to lose you too." Her eyes were stuck to my arm, the bindings had come loose. She slammed herself to my chest, and I only heard her through the spell I used to carry sound through the wind. "I don't want to be alone." "You will find death to be less effective against one like me," I stated as Morrigan snorted in the corner. "Trust your brother to protect you," I said, hugging her. "Alas, you are right, let me make it up to my little sister then. What would make the little dragon less wroth with this lowly mortal?" I teased, feeling her grin. "Teach me magic," demanded Dany, making me stop for a moment. "I am old enough," she argued. I would lie if I told you that I had not thought about it, but magic was dangerous, and Dany was barely 7. My eyes landed on the covered cage holding the white raven that announced the change of seasons. Winter was gone, and it would be coming with a vengeance, as Starks kept reminding the world. I had thought to wait until she was 11, mostly to make sure that she did not accidentally burn something down in the family tradition of destroying things with fire when they annoyed us, which I was not part of. Behold, the might of House Targaryen, our chief weapons are fire, alchemical fire, and magic fire. No wonder all our problems had a tendency to look like kindling. Magic was, still primal, and I could barely protect myself from the backlash, but I did not have time, or luxury to be cautious. I needed my sister to be able to protect herself. The book started when she was 13, and 2 years would not be enough for Dany to know the basics. I snorted, seeing the expectant look on my sister's face. As far as manipulation attempts went, I would say 6 out of 10, I said, getting a pout in turn from Dani in turn, maybe 7, I amended, seeing the way she was looking at me. She buried her face to my chest, but her smile did not fade, knowing she had won. I took one of the weirwood and dragon bone wands from the locked box, the simpler versions that would not burn the place down if she got angry but were strong enough to teach her to basics. I pulled Dani to my lap, handing her the wand. The air filled with warmth a moment later as she waved it, and the smile she gave me was worth all the pain I had to suffer as I flexed my hand. Queen Rilla's Revenge. I was lying on a lounge chair, enjoying the soft rocking of the ship and the heat of the early summer sun, while I slowly studied my new connection to the sun itself for half a hundredth time. Next to me laid Belle, partially draped across me, as my left hand was absent-mindedly tracing runes over the sheer dress embroidered with runes that hid everything from the world by me, causing her to moan softly near my ear, loud enough only for me to hear, and only for Moonshadow to see. My other hand scraped across the wood of the arm of the chair in anticipation of something I could not place. The scales of the snakeskin I wrapped around my burned hand brought a weird feeling. It felt less, but my hand was more at the same time, more dexterous and stronger as I flexed my hand. It was better than a simple glove could ever be. My skills in flesh crafting had improved by leaps and bounds with the knowledge of Morrigan, housed in the weirwood and bone skull hanging from the net from my belt, holding the secrets of long-dead Valeria. It allowed me to reshape flesh such that I could reattach severed muscles, add layers of skin, or even shape it to my will. The snakeskin was a less permanent solution, a modification of the faces that the faceless man wore, a treatment of the skin with potions made of dittany and not grass and blood that acted as a way to create a long-lasting graft over the burned skin. The end result was an arm with improved dexterity, countering any damage I had taken from the dangerous ritual I used to channel the nuclear fires of the sun. I had started to think that you had forgotten our deal, wizard, said Virgo Antarian leaning his back against the railing, the nephew of the Sea Lord, who had come along for the ride. Your words had wisdom in them, and the weather has gotten better for an act of leisure such as a simple cruise, I acknowledged, though I was more wary of the Ironborn and the heavier presence of the royal fleet led by Stannis in the narrow sea. Without the aid of the Iron Bank, the Iron Throne had not really made any profit from Balon's stupidity that he passed off as rebellion. There was no loot to be had and no glory as far as I was concerned. That made any sustained invasion while the army was assembled next to impossible, so we would remain safe in Bravus for some short while. Indeed, the crew seems to be working well together, better to have them know a ship before it sets off in a voyage. Do you have a destination in mind? Virgo asked, trying to get a glimpse of my plans. He had been instructed to act as a spy by his uncle, the Sea Lord, which I tolerated because I did not want to give the Sea Lord a bigger middle finger than fucking his mistress and his illegitimate daughter at the same time, but then again, you did not rule a city like Bravus for decades without being self-sacrificing, and there was the fact that he seemed to be fucking terrified of me according to Belonara, who was the one who wore the pants in that relationship. As it stood, I had personally taken over the political position of the Faceless Men overnight, standing along with the Iron Bank and the Moonsingers to hold power in the city. Virgo was essentially a potential hostage against such a mercurial ally who refused any direct help and a way to prevent the Sea Lord from sending his entire navy to sink my new ship for one reason or another. I will let the wines decide, I said, avoiding an answer. There were a few ideas, but that was not for others to know. The ship, Queen Rilla's Revenge, was a three-masted ship of Bravasi design. The ship's hull gleams in the sunlight, a striking contrast of black and white wood that blended in a pattern of ripples similar writ larger than the ones on Valyrian steel instead of the purple paint normal to the ships of the arsenal. The wood from the doors of the House of Black and White made up the hull, a testament to my victory over them and a final middle finger to their legacy. The sails were pitch black, the cloth treated with a potion of beeswax, dragon glass, dragon bone shavings, and blood that anchored the shadows that ensured that the sails would not tear and could magically fill with the wines with a single thought from me. The hull was also carved with intricate patterns and symbols, multiple spell circles, some that I had worked out, others experimental, while a few were there because my foot scraped across the deck. The smooth transition from wood to dragon glass and back to wood, better safe than sorry. The modifications took nearly a month of work to complete, which was why I delayed any trip by sea. I was wary of both other spellcasters and what lay beneath the narrow sea and required a bit more personalization of the ship that would carry me. I took off the sunglasses I made out of dragon glass, looking around the deck and seeing the crew at work. The glasses were a larger version of the glasses of true sight that now hid my glowing eyes when I wanted to see beyond what was seen. Nothing unnerved someone more than fiery purple eyes, as it turned out, or twinkling eyes, as Dani described, much to my shame as I slowly became more like Dumbledore. My eyes focused on the crew, seeing their very essence and observing them, and judging the very thought that passed through their minds. Each and every one of them had been vetted by me and paid in both coin and deed as I used my magic to heal more than one crippling injury that prevented them from finding another job. For now, this journey is only meant to train the crew, make sure they are familiar with the ship, I stated, as Belle snuggled closer to me while Moonshadow snorted from the side, not because she was jealous or anything. It had taken the combined efforts of Moon Shadow, Wat the Eyes me to make True Sight a possible spell, and I knew that she could see through the illusion keeping our modesty. Moon Shadow was someone I knew literally nothing I could do with. She had been forced upon me by the Moonsingers, a teacher for Daenerys and me on the ways of their religion in an effort to convert us or gain some influence over us, supported by vague prophetic doublespeak. I cared not for which reason, as both would fail given the priestess I chose for the job. I was pretty sure that the High Priestess was annoyed by the rebellious and borderline heretical Moon Shadow being the one chosen as well, even if she knew that she could not force something like this on me, just as I could not refuse without some strong reason, not after I barbecued the faces of the other religious organization that helped found Bravus. What the Moonsingers assumed would be Moon Shadow converting me to their religion or some other reason that I did not bother paying attention to had ended up in a months-long teasing session as she apprenticed under Belonara to become a courtesan while I picked her brain of anything potentially useful regarding the religion she was brought up in. I had not plucked that flower yet, but that was mostly because she was still a priestess until she turned her 21st name day and could be presented with the option of leaving the temple as an orphan left there. I did not want her in trouble, mostly because the Moonsingers annoyingly followed the Vestal Virgin line of approach on dealing with broken oaths and lost virginities until they became old enough to have a child of their own, often from the local lord or ruler. Given that I had just come out of a war with one army of fanatic religious cults, I wanted to avoid another one if possible, and the Moon cult was less of an issue than the Death cult when it came to reasoning with. The only annoying bit was that she seemed to have picked up a few things from me as well, allowing her to cast miracles based on the prayers she had, though it was limited to a few small healing spells and extremely minor telekinesis, just as I learned more regarding the moon, its phases, meanings, and much more. Next to Moon Shadow was Dany, looking over a specific bowl in front of her, which held an experiment of mine. "Shouldn't it point in the north?" asked Dany, leaning over the needle floating on the cork inside a bowl of water that kept spinning, making me grimace at that experiment I was running at the side. What I assumed to be the magnetic interference of the giant bronze statue on Bravus was a bit more complicated than that, it would seem. Physics in this world had long since taken a leave of absence. "You said it should point to north." There were a lot of peculiarities in this world. A moon took exactly 30 days exactly to complete a full cycle, and a year was 12 months exact. The lack of stable seasonal patterns made it hard to discern how accurate of a year that was, as I had dug up records of the last cold periods that behaved less like seasons and more like brief periods of mild weather in scorching heat or freezing cold were the only indicator of an actual season cycle caused by physics to the many ice ages that were the winters, mind the capitalization. At least Bravus had a record of the last 400 years of winters and any major events, though I could not find a visible pattern. I had even checked the dates of major battles and how they fit on the seasons, in the off chance that Big G had made the seasons bound to his anti-war beliefs, to no avail. Now, the magnetic field of the world was wonky, wonder if that was why the seasons were fucked up. I knew there was a magical explanation, but I was not sure. At least it explained the lack of development that followed the Age of Exploration, if the Age of Exploration could not be reliably triggered without a working compass to navigate with. Could, would, should. I said, both to the comment of Dany and to remind myself. I flexed my will, mentally layering an illusion to ensure that this bit of our conversation was private between us, which was way easier aboard the ship even as it ended at the water, which seemed to be running interference to most spells I could cast. Another lesson, sister, the world does not revolve around your desires and delusions unless you have the strength of will to make it so. The greater your delusion, the more you will face resistance, be it in spells or in politics. You wanted the needle to point north, so you expected that it would happen, remember, Wizard's first rule. People are idiots, they believe in things that they wish were true or things that they fear to be true. Yes, brother, you have repeated it often enough, said Dany, rolling her eyes. I still do not see how that is related to magic. Dreams and prophecies, I stated simply. They are not the most reliable of magics, even if all other methods of magic can be driven from with a proper understanding of divination and the ability to foresee the consequences of spells and rituals. If you let your emotions and fears control you, if you let yourself focus on a single solution of some prophecy and ignore other answers, you will find yourself at a dead end and often your own doom. Many in our family fell to the sweet promises of visions only to end up suffering for it, their inability to control their own emotions becoming their undoing. But you said emotions powered magic? Asked Dany. Therein lies the dilemma, emotions power magic, the sacrifice, the loss, the drive, all those are empowered by emotions, but they also muddy the goals, change it, destabilize it. Take King's Blood, for example, many think it has a power of its own when it is nothing but the emotions it generates from those who follow that king. Mastering your own mind, understanding your own self, and seeing the visions unbiased by emotions is the great challenge of wielding magic. I explained, not to mention, the easiest and most common spells are grounded in illusions, I said, taking out my wand and casting a solid illusion of myself. It was, weird one as far as wands went. The wand made from the rowan and the raven feather died after I used it too much, only for it to gain its charge back up at dawn. I managed to link it to the connection between the sun and the sunfire ritual that was superficially bound to the raven now perched on my shoulder. It was better than nothing, though the nerf I got was annoying. Which one am I? I asked, causing Dany to point to the one that had cast the spell. I let the illusion fade, both visceries fading. Having used the chance to disillusion myself, I reappeared behind Dany, the light-based spell working with ease from the hiding concept of the moonstone and light control of the sunstone. Trust only that which you can confirm. Now, let us duel, I declared, making my way to the center of the deck. Belgier gave me a pout behind me, as the illusion she was lying on had also disappeared, causing her to end up sprawled alone on the lounge chair. The ritual I had used had made her more amorous, and being named the new Black Pearl and the mistress of the wizard had her trying her best to show me off at any chance she got. I understood her reasoning, of course, to show the influence she could hold while also subtly hinting at the fact that she held the leash of the big bad wizard who could burn the entire city if annoyed. I gave her a wink, getting a pout in return as I turned around and made my way to the middle of the deck. Sirio and Sir Richard were sparing, only to stop when they saw me walk close by. Sirio himself was there to ensure Virgo did not cause something stupid and get Bravus blown up by an angry wizard. Being regarded as a person of mass destruction was, strangely flattering and annoying at the same time. At least whatever loss of common sense that affected most of the world seemed to have not touched Bravus, except for the dozen or so challenges I got every other week either for fucking the newly anointed Black Pearl, or for being a wizard, or some other reason. Grabbing someone and slamming them onto the ground repeatedly seemed to have not been a good enough discouragement, and that was not even half as annoying as running away from potential eldritch cultists and red priests claiming that I was some sort of messiah. I watched my sworn sword sparring against the first sword of Bravus and actually holding his own. Sir Richard had, well, he had been through hell and back. He had lost a lot of weight that he was still in the process of regaining, his cheeks sunken, but he stood straight, but he looked more formidable than before, his body giving off that subtle aura of do not fuck with me, that most battle-hardened men gave off but more overtly thanks to the modifications I had to do to keep the manticore venom at bay. The poison in his veins was stabilized. It took me a while to figure out the right rituals, but my sword shield had not become something like Robert Strong or anything, as his heart still beat. He also gained immunity to most poisons and potentially a way to consume highly dangerous potions without dying from the toxicity, but I was still working on developing said potions to boost his capabilities a la Witcher. His replacement arm of weirwood and dragon bone was the best I could do since I could not regrow bone even with my flesh crafting. The prosthesis was based on my own wand, with joints infused with moonstone for the motion and force that the combination of moonstone and dragon bone seemed to be good at holding, just as the combination of dragon glass and dragon bone had a distinct affinity for fire and the more destructive aspects of magic. The two stood back as I walked near them, followed closely by Dany. The crew was silent as they watched. It was not the first time we dueled, and the results were often a wonder to behold, after I put out the fires, at least. Do we have to? Asked Dany, knowing in her mind that she would not win. That alone was a dangerous notion to have when your will was what you were using to determine the winner of a magical duel, at least at this level. Yes, you need to get your sea legs in case you need to defend yourself on a ship. Now, first, we bow, I said, giving a flourish before slapping aside a spell that Dany had sent with the back of my hand and a shield of wines, instead of bowing. I gave a smile, good, she was learning. I dodged her cutting spell, which was weak enough that my own personal authority over myself would dismiss it, using a trick I reverse-engineered from the Valyrian Steel's ability to no-sell magic, an effect that Morrigan referred to as regimency based on some teachings from the cult of Boish that have long since died out. It was sort of a soul-based method of overpowering a spell that you understood and had familiarity with, preventing its effects on your own body and mind. It was the same concept that had a dragon only being harmed by the fires of a larger dragon, which were hotter, or why a Dark Lord would never fall to a stray curse they personally mastered unless through magical shenanigans and bylaws. I tilted my head to the side, letting the spell fire pass through. While it would have done nothing, it was still not something I wanted to face head-on, since Dany had greater authority over fire than I did, through her frustrating dragon affinity. In real life, people dodged, and Dany needed to anticipate that people may dodge. It had been a few months since she started, and she had gotten good enough with her spells that I had upgraded her starter wand of weirwood and dragon bone, binding dragon glass, moonstone, and sunstone, allowing my sister to gain the versatility of magic through the connections to earth, moon, and sun respectively. I weaved through her spells, the bolts and lines of spell fire that were imbued with her will, and finally, a clumsily levitated barrel sent in my direction. For a distinct moment, time seemed to have slowed to a crawl, an application of thought acceleration on my own mind, another principle of regimency I picked up combined with the Green Seer's timmy-wimsy effects that I still did not fully understand even if I could fully utilize. Placing my hand on the barrel at the last second, I took over the spell, letting the barrel land on the ground safely before grabbing the wooden lid and throwing it. Dany, too busy struggling to regain control of her spell, got hit in the shins, jumping in place. I used the opportunity to pull her with the winds with a flick of my hand, not relying on a wand, while she pushed away from the wind cocoon with her will, managing to break it, though she was close enough for me to rip her wand from her hand, careful to hold it in my left hand. My right hand did not get along with wands after it was burned, at least, that had been the case once I bound the snakeskin over the flesh and isolated the effect to the region where the scar was. I lost, grumbled Dany, snatching her wand back. It was a good fit, as far as wands went, but it was not perfect. You lasted longer than you had before, Sir Richard countered. Do not compare yourself to others, but to yourself in the past, and you will find yourself becoming the master of your art. Wise words, I nodded, ruffling Dany's hair and getting a glare with the pout that was just adorable. Sir Barristan told me that when Prince Rhaegar beat me in a spar 10th time that day, said Sir Richard, getting a distant look. That had been enough to sour my own mood. Sir Barristan Selmy was one of those topics that I had no idea how to address. The aged Kingsguard was loyal until he lost to Robert, swearing himself to the usurper of my family. He had only sworn himself to Daenerys after he had been dismissed by Joffrey, and he had been the person to save Aerys from Duskendale, though there was a likelihood that I might not have survived childhood if Aerys had died. Combined with his apathy towards what my mother had gone through, I held him in lower regard than Jaime Lannister, of all people. Your force spells are clumsy, but it would have worked on anyone who did not know what you were doing. Repetition and practice will fix that. I could have used the spell to cut the air from your lungs, or something much worse, and you did well breaking it, though you let yourself get distracted. Do not fight someone on their area of mastery. An older mage will have greater mastery of their own minds, just as a knight is more effective up close. So long as you avoid fights where they can win, you should be fine. Overall, good job. I explained, hugging her as my sister simply molded into my hug. My wand produced a green glow, the wood could store memories, and remembering the healing potion and the spells I used with it, removing the need for the potion after the first few times I cast the healing spells I crafted. The start of the bruise on Dany's shins faded, though not completely, to make sure the lessons stuck. And my wand died again. I still had not figured out a way to fix that issue, or invested in more wands, mostly because I had not been able to figure out the correct magical core of the wand. The dragon bone wands did not work for me anymore, potentially due to the same reason why a dragon rider could not bond with another dragon after the first one died. As the only other piece of bone from the same dragon went into making Morrigan's skull, and I had not been sure which dragon gave said bones, I needed another fantastic beast to use for wand core. It may also lead to some issues with claiming a dragon, but I was preparing a workaround. For now, as far as a wand was concerned, I was limited to the feathers from the proto-phoenix that I had accidentally crafted, and I was halfway through designing that bit of ritual work. The latest changes to the core allowed me to leverage the connection between the raven and the sun, somehow causing the dead wand to be reborn at every dawn. I could not say that the raven was a phoenix yet, but I have been working on a series of rituals to finalize the conversion, starting with integrating the parts of the white raven that I liked. From the best I could gather, the maesters had imbued weirwood ash into the raven, potentially by feeding the parents a potion of weirwood ash. Feeding the mixture to normal ravens led to a minority of their children hatching white in color and being capable of passively absorbing the magical energy around them, though I was not able to get eggs that lasted long enough to hatch. Without the sap in the mixture, however, the white raven lacked the ability to fully unlock the greensight potential, resulting in a raven that was white in color, as per the color of weirwood, yet retained the black eyes instead of being a complete albino. There were theories that the acolytes who managed to light the glass candle and pass the test were themselves sacrificed and somehow used in the breeding of the white ravens, but I was not sure how accurate such a theory was, even if the soul density of the white raven was significantly larger than a normal one, and it would explain the method used to properly fertilize the eggs. The white raven was now dead, its essence and flesh bound to the proto-phoenix. I chose led me to bind the feathers of the white raven on the outside of the fiery raven, akin to the skin wearing of the faceless men, while I managed to create a potion that contained the ashes, ground bones, blood, and the soul of the white raven to provide pressure from the inside, along with the weirwood sap. The aim was to have the two magical effects combine and synergize, working from the inside and outside while also ensuring the trapping of the superficial connection to the sun that the raven still held between the two layers and not remain as superficial as I had initially observed. A bit of help in divination to make sure everything would work, and now, I was the owner of a large albino raven that still tended to leave smoke behind when he flapped his wings. Why can't I spar with Lana instead? Asked Dany once I finished up her healing, and she decided that she was bored from being hugged. After finding that magic was a lot of sitting around and talking, Dany had wanted to drag Lana along since she got bored with most of her lessons. I did not protest, mostly because the blonde girl was far too loyal to be a threat. It turned out Lana was good at the theory, mostly from our talks about the nature of the soul and the rituals she had been going through to fix the damage she had been through. That being said, the prototype wand I had made seemed to refuse to work for her, implying that she did not have any drop of dragon blood in her. Combined with her lower than average soul density because of the alchemist, her talents lay in rituals and more subtle magics that could be powered externally. I prefer a sword in a fight, princess, Lana said, mostly to avoid a magical duel like what we had a moment before. Her strengths came in preparation, ironically, her high affinity to alchemy. Sirio, who was watching from the side, caught my eye and gave me a nod, getting the message to focus her on that training. While this world was not a tabletop RPG, it made for a good reference. I was primarily a wizard, my knowledge and versatility made me a jack of all trades, the master of few. In comparison, Dani was a sorceress, more in tune with her blood and heritage. She was naturally talented, potentially more so than me in terms of raw power, even if she needed work on precision. Spells that she did not have as close of an affinity, like the force spells we have both been learning through Moonshadow, took longer for her to learn than, say, the ability to throw firebolts. Lana, on the other hand, fit in the category of a witch, someone who could use outside magic to do the work for her. Her sharp mind and close affinity to gems made her better at drawing out meanings for potions and ritual-based spells, even if she did not have a specialized wand, relying on a piece of weirwood bound to her with her blood to help her focus and recover. I gave Dani a look, my eyes narrow, which seemed enough for her to realize that what she asked was not something she ought to have done. Come on, I still need to finish the work Wiz gave us for our next lessons, you can help me with that since you are more advanced in numbers, she said, grabbing the now brooding older girl and pulling her along. Blood of my blood, slaver scum on the horizon, yelled Seijo, causing everyone to snap at attention while I turned to gaze where he pointed. I had felt a call, and it seemed my subtle foresight called me to war. That will have to wait, get below deck and stay with Huan, I said, sending a mental command to my dog, who had been lying on one of the corners, dozing under the sun. Seijo started barking orders for the crew, getting everyone to be ready for either hauling ass or preparing a confrontation. With me here, it was going to be a confrontation. Seijo was half Dothraki and better a captain than anyone else in the crew I had assembled for my ship. His father was Bravasi, a captain in the navy, while his mother was Dothraki, a slave bound for the pleasure houses of Lys before his father's ship had intercepted it. What followed was a whirlwind romance that ended with Seijo and his mother in Bravus while his father had disappeared in a storm. Seijo had been the first mate of one of the more prominent trading ships in Bravus I had invested in before one of the Ironborn ships decided to use the excuse of the Greyjoy rebellion to attack the ship before being killed by the man. An injury had crippled him in the leg, forcing him to stop his career. Inna had been the one to introduce us, and in exchange for being healed and returning to the seas, Seijo had agreed to serve as the first mate of my ship, declaring himself my blood rider in the Dothraki way and refusing to become the captain of the ship that I clearly owned. Lines blurred on who the captain was, but I trusted him in matters of naval operations due to his experience, and he spoke in my name, as he had given his mind showed no hint of treachery. His loyalty was mine after he watched me heal the bum leg that had a severed tendon, giving him a limp that made him unable to stand on a ship or ride a horse. His experience made him invaluable, and his hate for slavery marked him as unique for someone who had a drop of Dothraki blood, even as he hung onto the culture of his mother's side. I also found a half Dothraki who was at home on a ship amusing, but that would have been unprofessional to consider as a fact. That being said, a horse of flesh, or a horse of wood if it moves, Seijo rides, was an impressive creed, I had to admit. He was playing up the Dothraki aspect of his heritage a bit, being able to speak the language and using it to make himself sound tougher and stand out amongst a crowd, and I had to admit that it worked. The bells on his hair and the purple-dyed horse leather vest did indeed make him stand out among the 24 or so crew members. My impulse control wanted to see what he would do when facing a dragon, but I was not cruel, and I lacked a dragon to spare, and I was not stupid enough to give other people dragons, like Jaka or Isvalarian. I grasped my staff, focusing on the moonstone atop it and causing the experiment with the compass creation to fly in the air into my room, among the rest of the experiments I had conducted on the open seas. A flex had my vision shift to my familiar, the white raven with red highlights perched atop the main mast. The raven, who still held onto the connection to the Sunday, whose name I still could not decide on, had been upgraded with a few improvements on the same method of skin changing. The raven's eyes focused on the enemy ship, his greater eyesight allowed me to make out the bars on the floor of the deck and the full contents within. What do you think, Seer? I asked the shadow behind me. Taking out the broken half of the lamentation, I let the tip of my staff bind with the hilt, forming a hewing spear or a glaive from whichever perspective one looked at it. Put on your armor, your grace, said Sir Richard, his voice hoarse and cautious as he pulled aside the white cloak I had given him, revealing the pale wooden arm that wrapped its wooden fingers around the sword. Dash. Dragon Keeper *. His new hand grasped the hilt of the sword, the wood scraping against wood as Sir Richard Linmouth took in the smell of the sea, savoring it, savoring life, in spite of the coming fight, maybe because of the coming fight. The Queen Rilla's Revenge was a ship they were given as a gift by the Sea Lord, and it had already held the glyphs of Valeria on most surfaces. Glowing softly when he had looked through the small spectacles his grace had made for his use. He trusted those spells, the protections inlaid to the ship itself to keep them safe, but Richard preferred his sword to do the protection. Prince Rhaegar had been right. Maesters were wrong when they claimed that magic had gone through the world. It was there, hidden, waiting for the right ones to bring it forth. Rhaegar knew a few tricks. His harp of silver strings and dragon bone, Richard suspected, was one of those tricks, yet he was just that, playing tricks compared to his younger brother and the stick he held. The wooden hand he had been given moved with his will as though it mimicked the ghost of his flesh hand that was now gone. Beneath, the stump of his arm had veins of black, though the touch of the weirwood was as though a warm hearth in the middle of the winter and a cooling skin of water under the Dornish sun at once. He felt the touch, yet the pain was gone, and the arm had more strength than his flesh would have. Twice, for 2 princes, he had served, fighting in their name, and twice he had seen death, but that was the way of things it would seem. After the trident, when Richard ended up in the quiet isle, brought there through the currents of the river, Richard had given up on life upon seeing Rhaegar fall, until he woke up in the damp and dark, looking into those familiar yet also unfamiliar eyes of his prince. Richard cried out for his gods then, thinking it was the nightmares that haunted him. Richard had given up, dragged along into the dying embers of a dynasty, until he saw what the prince stood for. Despite having nothing, the prince chose to do the right thing, the honorable thing. The golden-haired lass by the side of the princess was enough to remind Sir Richard that there were those who would need knights, and his prince was one that was worthy enough to serve. He saw Rhaegar in the young prince, the same hair, the same sad eyes that mourned the death of his family, and even the wrath that was beneath. The king disliked being compared to his own brother, yet they had both done things that were not to their benefit more than once, for the sake of chivalry and the innocent. The dark-haired girl with grey eyes that had recently joined their party, as the king called it, brought out other memories as well, Rhaegar's love and ruin, yet there were subtle hints that she was not the same lass. The priestess had a sharp tongue, questioning everything and making the prince as frustrated as she could, though the subtle smile on his face showed the young man matching wits with another person. His eyes landed on the right hand of his prince, now scaled like a dragon. He had seen what was beneath the magical glove his prince had made out of snake's skin, burned flesh, red and raw, unable to heal completely even after months and potions that Richard had seen knit flesh back together with ease. Cursed with the flames of the stars itself and quenched in death. Cost of greater magics, I am afraid, his king called it, dismissing it as mere discomfort before pulling on a layer of skin that molded itself to the flesh. His eyes fell on his own hand, the one made of wood and bone, the one made by his prince to give him a small amount of his strength in arms, the one that had led to Richard match the first sword of bravos when he had no chance of winning without cheating. What type of king does not help his own men, fight for his own men? Echoed the words of Rhaegar that day when he had led the charge to reinforce the flank upon the death of Prince Lewin, despite the risks to himself upon the field of battle. Viserys had comments regarding the trident, how they ought to have not crossed the water, but what had happened had happened. Viserys, too, showed that he cared for his own men more than his own health. The boy whom Richard had met bled for the innocent lives, he had burned for the sake of his man. Richard admired the boy whom he called king, and he feared him all the same. A moment, he was laughing and joking, and the next, his eyes had turned to the sea, commanding the captain tasked with sailing the ship out into the middle of the narrow sea. Years had taught Richard never to blindly follow a Targaryen without preparing for a fight. His magic arm flexed on its own, and the white cloak upon his shoulder, asked by Richard himself after he learned of his inability to have children of his own from the manticore venom now moving through his veins. The crazy Dothraki entrusted with the helm of the ship had not asked questions, like many others before who followed the dragons to ruin. The stars could be used to navigate the narrow sea, and he knew the few brave sea sailors knew the art, relying on Myrish devices or using instead priests of the starry wisdom, whom his grace refused even be near the ship, carving a strange, uneven star with 5 points across the entire deck of the ship with his dagger while muttering things about eldritch horrors and using words that would leave sailors blushing and have Queen Rilla wash his son's mouth with soap had she been alive. Richard did not care, for whatever could scare the wizard who killed the entire order of the Faceless Men in a night was not something Richard cared to meet. If the strange symbol protected them, the king's guard was satisfied. The small of his back tingled at that thought, reminding him of the nature of the king he swore to protect and the 7-pointed star that now stood pale against the small of his back. To those who knew not the king, it would look as though the boy had the blessing of the 7 themselves. When the boy looked, he looked through you, seeing you, judging you as though he was the father himself. When he healed, his hands were guided by the mercy of the mother herself, his gaze holding a kindness that soothed Richard's soul. His mind sharp as Valyrian steel, honed by the crone and pulling knowledge out of the ether with his will alone, and his will a weapon finer still, a testament to the favor he held in the eye of the warrior. Then there was his craft. His hands, making tools of magic as though guided by the smith, the powders that Wat the brains used, causing men to fall before they can make it off the slaver's ship, or the arrows of the Wat the eyes that punched through steel plate, or the poliarm in the hands of the king moving with grace the boy never had shown, as though blessed by the warrior himself, each thrust punching through the armor of one or the other, the long Valyrian steel blade hewing through chain and leather, its broken tip a promise of death. And then there was his new arm, moving with a mere thought to block the slash, quickly blocking and thrusting at once. Made of weirwood for the flesh, with the bone of a dragon and his own bound together. Made from the materials that made up the wand of the princess, the wand that had burned for his grace. He was sworn to keep his secrets, and he would do so from now until he had no life left in his body to be the shield. To the fool, Viserys Targaryen spoke in the voice of the seven, until you actually bothered to listen and found that gods cared not for the living, only keeping them as food for worship. Richard had cared not much for the faith he was grown up with. Being the squire to a prince plagued with dreams of destruction, Richard knew that magic was there. Being the sworn sword of the one people called a wizard showed him how much he underestimated those who held the power of magic, or how terrifying they could be. Men did not break the rules of the world with their wills, yet a wizard did it. His prince did it when he could not be bothered by walking to grab something. The arm moved as if it was his own, though he could feel when he needed to move in a certain way to find a bout of fight, as though the magical wood guided him. Men fell against him, their blood landing on his white wooden arm as he felt himself slowly get faster and better until he was breathing hard from cutting through a dozen men and facing the man who could only be the captain, with his fancy clothes, jewelry, and large hat. Even though Richard was good, the captain seemed better, and a dozen times, their blades met, and all it took was Richard missing a slash. The blade that was aimed at his gut was ripped apart from the slaver's hand with a roar of enough. From the king, a pulse of air ripping the blades of the slavers off their hands. And the dragon awoke. Compared to the spar his grace had with his sister, this was the man who chose to fight off a sorcerer with centuries of experience on him, and won. This was his might bringing itself to the front, the man whom some Bravasi called the Butcher of Death in whispers when in their cups. This was the Wizard of Westeros. A moment later, one of the slavers who seemed to have snuck past the rest and tried to enter below deck fell apart in 4 separate pieces, 3 shadow ravens emerging from the stumps formed by the invisible blades, each attacking one of the slavers that had the misfortune of being close to the dead one. They did not die from lost limbs or cut off heads but rather shriveled into themselves, dead for weeks within the span of seconds. Seeing him fight was, not to watch the warrior, but the stranger itself descending to the field of war, for the ice and fire and death and destruction take the field with him. At that moment, Richard did not see the boy who sparred with him, the one who, with his strength and speed, pushed a fully grown man, even if he lacked the skill of the likes of Sir Barristan the Bold, Sir Arthur Dane, or even the Kingslayer, yet his magic still made him a formidable and dangerous fighter when fully grown. At that moment, Richard understood why the boy king refused to use magic when sparring, as the dragon in human form went through the pirates as though a scythe through wheat. What Richard saw was a dance of death itself. Smoke became blades ripping man apart, bolts of flame burned holes through flesh as though through a cloth. 3 men huddled too close together were launched with a wave of the wizard's hand, and an archer screamed as flames erupted from his eyes before falling off the crow's nest, shattering into pieces of ice. Compared to the previous spar he had with her sister, Viserys Targaryen unleashed his full might, showing that he was as dangerous as a fully grown dragon. Along the way, none of the arrows harmed the king, the strange faceplate which held a glass visor in place of the gaps of the eye slits, and the helm that held the rune carving of the spell that halted objects. Each arrow fell on the ground once they were close enough, simply bounced off. Richard had been there when the king ordered a smith to make the helmet to his designs, he had been there when the king showed the glass plate that would be part of the helm, scoffing at the thought until the king brought a hammer upon the glass. The slavers ran, as cowards often did when faced with a stronger foe. They managed to make it to their ship and cut the lines they had used to climb onto the king's ship, yet the wave slammed its hull back onto the queen and out of the hull, the wood formed hands that grasped onto the other ship, ropes launching and binding themselves to keep the ships from separating. Yield! The king roared, and none shall be harmed while your feet touch the ship, the king commanded once he carved a path of death through half the crew of the ship, and Sir Richard himself resisted the urge to kneel at the presence and the command, his back burning with the thrum of power in the air. Sir Willem had warned him not to bring up the 7, and Richard had acquiesced. By his own knowledge and wisdom or by the grace of the 7, his king had the blessing of the gods, or he was a god in human skin, not that Richard cared for the difference. Unlike the 7, his grace was before him, bringing magicals to reality while being more than the 7 ever claimed to be. A dragon in human skin, with the wrath to match when angered. Mayhaps the old sayings were true, that Targaryens were closer to gods than man. The king made it appear to be so. Soon the slavers were bound in ropes and held at sword point. You gave your word, said one of the men. Where are you from? Asked his grace as the princess and her ladies-in-waiting walked from beneath the deck where they were safe from the fight. The giant hound stood next to the princess, its body larger than any hound or wolf, the fur on his snout was the color of a blood red that was the only thing in its smoky grey fur of a fox that was bound to the creature to give it a better sense of smell than even wolves. Geese, we are from the mighty geese, said the slaver. I am. A wave of the wand shut him up, far from home and a dead man, the king concluded. You promised we would not be harmed on your ship, argued the slaver. You gave your word. I have, your feet are not touching the ship, the king stated, lifting all the slavers with his magic, as a sequence of cracks was heard, leaving the man with broken bones, hanged like the pirates they are from ropes invisible. Some days. Sir Richard Lynmouth felt as though he was less protecting his grace from the threats and more protecting the world from his brand of crazy, and this was one of those days. The saying about the coin was wrong, Richard decided, all Targaryens were nuts, and some had the balls to embrace it, few had the might to enact it upon the world. It was his family's misfortune that Lynmouth always showed up when the crazies changed the world. Hopefully, this time, it will be for the better. Dash. The Little Dragon. In the opinion of Daenerys Targaryen, Viserys Targaryen, third of his name, rightful king of the Andals, Rhoynar, and the First Men was, the best brother who ever lived, or died. Dany did not know if Rhaegar was a good brother, but Wiz called him a self-absorbed prick who plunged a realm into war for his own dreams, but Dany was not sure if she had any authority to judge, having not met Rhaegar. Wiz was pretty adamant about making assumptions and having the opinion of others corrupt her perception. Her brother said it, and Wiz was smart and awesome, so Dany would listen to her brother. That being said, Wiz was also annoying, as he was sometimes a bit too overprotective, like now. The outing with the new ship Viserys got from the Sea Lord was great. Dany loved their life in Braavos, but her brother kept her close, not letting her go out to the city or explore as much as Dany had wanted. Queen Rilla's Revenge, named after their mother and one of the bedtime stories that Viserys told her, of Queen Anne's revenge and her legendary pirate captain Blackbeard at least gave Dany some freedom, even if that freedom came with lessons in the form of magic duels. Dany was still not sure of the name of the ship, but Wiz had his flights of fancy in naming things, it was fine so long as he did not grow a beard, lit it on fire, and called himself Silverbeard. The image brought a giggle just as she made her way out of the lower deck to find her brother with Huon by her side. You gave your word. One of the men stated, making Dany want to hiss before she suppressed the instincts of Missy as Wiz taught her. Their presence felt wrong, like oily and slick, and made Dany feel disgusted, as she felt Missy raise her fur where she was laying all the way back in Braavos, lazing on Sir Willem's lap and getting her ear scratched. I have, your feet are not touching the ship, her brother declared. Wiz was technically correct, which was the best type of correct. Soon, Dany was standing next to Wiz, his hand never leaving her shoulder. It was enough to make Dany curious, seeing her brother's stone face meant he had probably gotten a vision or something along the lines. A word is an important thing, sister, yet the punishment of slavery and piracy is the same in any truly free city, said Wiz once the bodies were sent to the cold room made with magical runes and weirwood. Dany knew that it was so they could be used for some of Wiz's experiments, for magic that was deemed too dark and dangerous for Dany to learn until later. Dany kept her hand around her wand, getting comfort from it as Moon Shadow approached. Do you understand why he did it? Asked the priestess of the moon. They were pirates and slavers, Dany repeated, uncertain what was hard to understand about that. Your brother has certain views on justice, be they right or wrong, they are his, advised Moon Shadow as Wiz walked by. Moon Shadow gave Wiz a calculating and annoyed look. The Northerners believe that a man who passes the sentence ought to swing the sword, to remind themselves that killing ought not be easy. Some call them barbarians, others call them bloodthirsty. I am of the opinion that the Starks are onto something, given how they ruled over half of Westeros for the longest time amongst all the houses. Explained Wiz, making Dany nod in understanding. And a man who cannot do his own killing is less likely to be respected, remember that. The rules are less defined for women, however. Iron Fist, Velvet Glove, Dany remembered the lessons that Belonara had gone through regarding the court. Indeed, and do you know why I chose the method I did? Asked Wiz. Your word is your bond, to break it would make you untrustworthy, and the worth of your words mean less, stated Dany, yet to keep your word does not mean you cannot go around it. Wise words, said the woman, who emerged from among the chained man in the cage. Though tricky road to walk that, holding to the spirit of your word is better most of the time, lest they deserve death for another crime. Wiz, or rather the king snapped his fingers, and Sir Richard straightened, you stand before his grace, Viserys Starborn the third of his name of House Targaryen, exiled king of the Andals, First Men, and the Rhoynar, Archwizard of Valyria, said Richard, having been tasked with the duty of introducing the king, calling him by the title that Dany came up with. If she got to be Stormborn, then her brother ought to be Starborn after all, it only made sense. Wiz got a strange look before accepting the title. Dany suppressed the urge to giggle, recalling the last time her brother said his own name and caused the flames in the room to rise like towers. It had caused drapes to catch fire on accident, something about remaining enchantment placed upon his own name from the ritual that destroyed the faceless men. A lesson as good as any, Dany, remember this always, magic leaves a mark, for good or for worse, her brother explained, and it had been enough for Dany to take the lesson to heart and be extra cautious with rituals using her name. That be a long name, though I have heard longer, said the woman grinning a crooked grin, though Dany could not sense any malice in her words. Now, what is your name? Asked Wiz to the woman. I be called Morna White Mask, and these be my war band, we came seeking yet, Sun King, said the woman who gave a wicked smile. Wildlings! Grunted Sir Richard, his hand clutching his blade before the king placed the end of his staff over his hand. What brings the men of the free folk, seeking me, and ending up chained in a slaver's ship? But here we are, where we wish to be, said the woman, still grinning. I saw ye in a dream, as me mask cracked and I glimpsed at ye in my dreams. Mother Mole foretold that if we went to Hard Home, we would find the one we seek, the one with the crown of the sun upon his brow. Fucking divination, thought Dany, recalling her brother's frustration with the subject, when he was not the one using it, at least, though she was far too refined to speak such vulgar words out loud. Belgier would tell on her to Wiz, and Wiz would give her that disappointed look he gave people when they were being stupid or wrong, and Dany still remembered the taste of soap from the last time she used a bad word in her brother's presence. And your mask? Asked Wiz, making Dany notice that Morna White Mask did not in fact have a mask, white or any other color. Wasn't gonna let that fuckers take me mask. I can make a new one with the wood below, said the older woman, grinning and showing a few of her missing teeth. Dany reached out and felt. Her senses were not as developed as her brother's, but she could feel the presence of a large amount of something wooden beneath the deck of the ship. The mutter of weirwood from her brother confirmed it. It was a lot of weirwood if what she felt was right, and Dany knew how long her brother spent growing the magical wood and how annoyed he was that he could not find more of it. Bread and salt for our guests, and wine as well. Let us feast for freedom and victory, declared Wiz before the temperature dropped around them. And if any of your men try to think to look at my sister funny, he stated, looking at Morna, I will kill them, bring them back, and repeat with increasingly different methods of death until all they are will be agony and they will beg that I kill them. Breaking guest rights be damned, Wiz stated, causing some of the younger men to blanch. Dany had not noticed their looks, even if she had long since taken a step away from them, keeping Wiz in between her and those men, and when I am done, I will throw them to the bottom of the sea for the horrors beneath the waves to fuck with you for eternity. Wiz could be scary when he wanted to, even if some of the threats he made caused Dany to want to bury her face in her pillows as Wiz showed his overprotective side. Dany had a feeling that those men would be the first to fall to a fight or an ambush. For someone who liked showing off, Wiz had a subtlety to him when it came to disposing of his enemies, as fitting for any wizard. Hear that, cunts, you look at the girl funny, and I will rip your balls off and feed it to ya before the king gets to ya, said Morna, giving Dany to sigh. Like Dany was a little girl, and not a dragon like her awesome big brother. She knew what they would try to do, and her fire burned hot. Even if it did not match Wiz, she could still burn them before they could touch her, or Lana, or even Belle when she stopped behaving like a know-it-all, even if she did know how to sing and dance better than anyone else. Daenerys Targaryen was a dragon, and just because her fire bolts could not harm Viserys did not mean they could not burn mere men. So, Morna, tell me why you have come. Have the cold ones started stirring already? Asked Wiz, as the air around them warmed, though the chill in their bones remained. Dany suppressed her urge to sigh. Behold, Viserys the wizard, everyone, subtle in destruction, with the social graces and patience of a dragon when it comes to topics that normal men would consider nightmares. Ya know about that, don't? Said Morna, spitting to the side. That makes it easier. Dany sighed, she truly loved her big brother dearly, but sometimes, it fell to her to soothe the ruffled feathers of men, unready for the truth of this world. Wandbearer. The addition of Morna's band to the crew had happened rather smoothly. They were scared enough of me and yet respected me enough that they did not have any trouble following Morna's lead. I noted the few who looked at Dany with desire. They did not really see her, but rather the power they believed she too would have or the influence stealing her may bring over me. Luckily, none of them were sick enough to do anything for now, given her age, and they had all been sufficiently cowed, but I would make a note to make sure to give them the honor of leading the vanguard in any fight in the future. Ambition was a useful tool, but they needed to limit it if they wanted to work for me. The presence of the free folk also balanced things out. The original 3 men I had, along with Sir Willem, who was overseeing the operations in Bravos, had not been enough to begin with. The recruitment from Essos was one that I was wary of, as most of them were either sellswords seeing someone with the power to ensure they would win and get a quick pay or fanatics of religions, with a few exceptions that were hard to pick up. Morna had been a surprise, but not an unwelcome one, given that I could learn a lot more from them. That being said, the fact that she wore a mask made of weirwood may have helped guide her visions and called her to me. Magic be weird like that, so I had no room to comment. In contrast, the free folk saw me as someone with power and someone they could respect. Most were already superstitious, following Morna to slavery, and the ones who plotted to slit her throat for ending up in slavery were mortified as they watched me carve through slavers on my own with magic. They had a healthy amount of fear for me, and it was mixed with enough respect that they did not grumble. The fact that I did not ask them to kneel and kiss the bottom of my feet helped as well. I sighed, having lost my temper when I got assaulted by a vision during the fight. The 3 slavers who had been sneaking below deck would have. I suppressed the memories of the vision that assaulted me. My visions were getting clearer for a while now and less controlled, as dragon dreams seemed to be assaulting me almost every other day. I had decided to let the crew get bloodied, mostly to make sure they did not rely on me to solve all their problems. It would also bring them a feeling of unity. After the faceless men, I had become more reserved in killing. The nightmares I got still did not disappear from that bit of war crimes I enacted to ensure the safety of my family. That being said, I still lost my control when I decided to bring down my wrath for what those men could have done if left to their devices and out of my sight, leading to a swift victory after that, with the crew ending up being terrified of me than anything else. In the end, I disliked fighting non-magicals. It felt like bullying most of the time, even if I would put down rabid dogs. The ship had docked at Bravus. There were still certain things that I needed to handle before we could fully leave, but the ship had been ready to depart. I leaned back to the comfy chair in the study of the house with the red door. The winter had been rough on the lemon tree outside, though nothing a bit of magic could not fix, as the blossoms filled the air with a sweet scent. Dany, in the meantime, worked her best to try and make the tree bloom again. I dropped Morrigan's skull onto the desk, along with the barbued helmet and the attached visor made with unbreakable dragon glass, to counter any arrows through the eye. The boiled and hardened leather armor I wore was similarly enchanted and matched the best steel plates while being twice as flexible and half as heavy. Once I was comfortable, I started contemplating my problems, starting with the personal ones. Souls were tough stuff, not easily mutable. You could give a soul a purpose, you could even twist it to your own ends, but separating it into smaller parts a la Horcrux required you to crash your own soul against another in a manner that is similar to a primate crushing 2 rocks against each other until one or both broke, not the best method. When you cast a spell to harm another, you were throwing your own soul against their own, and just as 2 rocks, both tended to chip away. Luckily, my soul had been made tougher, in a manner of speaking. It was less fragile rock and more fragile rock wrapped in foam. The tantric ritual I had developed using the potential of creating a life to wrap my own soul with the soul stuff took on the brunt of the damage, but it also left me with a new problem. The soft soul stuff had a tendency to stick the souls of the dead to itself. The metaphysical material was far more malleable than normal souls. The people I had killed were a sacrifice to me and, as such, seemed to stick to me in a way. For a normal person without the grounding of the rituals I had gone through, the added spiritual material would last temporarily, potentially transferring to their offspring if they were particularly lusty. For quick and dirty enchanting, that was useful, but it also created something I had not considered before, a concept that could best be described as karma. The Weirwood wand had been doing far more for me than simply allowing me a convenient medium to cast spells. It had been allowing me to bypass something that I had not considered, the consequences of using your own soul to harm another, using their life as a sacrifice for my own. While that on its own was not a bad thing, as my soul would grow over time, those souls held spite against me, and they tended to cause misfortune, in a manner of speaking. Pit against my own will, the souls of the dead were nearly powerless, yet the more they grew in number, the more they would try to work against me, and like an army of ants overcoming an elephant through sheer quantity, they would work against me. That type of effect against me would mostly reduce my own spell power, the will working against my own. With the Weirwood wand as a medium, I essentially held the black staff, the focus that can allow you to preserve your own soul from the Dresden books. The Weirwood had taken on the souls of the dead, using them to empower and refine itself over time, based on my understanding of the process. It held an echo of my own wish, the ideal of the wand that I saw in my dreams. The faceless men themselves held little in the form of malice, their acceptance of death, their vision to bind me to their cause, and my own feeling of righteousness in offering them peace meant that they had caused little harm, yet even then, the combined unintentional and unguided death curse of hundreds of souls with not insignificant amounts of magic had been enough to make the burn on my arm was nearly impossible to heal. Without the Weirwood wand, I needed something more manual methods to do the entire thing that my wand took care of for me. The chalk, made from the ground bones bound with the soul of the dead, created a simple boundary. As the soul remained a single whole, the moment the chalk touched the stone floor, soul bound itself to the circle using up the charge of the chalk to create an active boundary. I took out a pouch of ground moonstone, weirwood ash, and salt, placing a pile in a bowl with me inside the circle, adding 3 drops of blood, bubbling and smoking, and it slowly dissolved the white powder, creating the bridge for my soul to pass through. The latest ritual I crafted was a purification ritual, one meant for purification of the soul, as I poured my soul through the link to the blood I had, letting the weirwood shift the souls, the moonstones and salt purified, rewriting the very essence of the souls and extracting the negative effects that the soul retained in death. After the tantrum on the ship, I needed this. By the time I was done, the mixture in the bowl was a pitch-black substance, resembling closer to tar than blood and dust, holding the malice of those I had killed in the form of a miasma, a purely physical manifestation of the very definition of a curse. I took a spare block of beeswax, the solid block melting between my fingers as I manipulated its heat with my willpower alone, landing on and mixing with the black substance. pouring the liquid around a wick to create a candle. The black candle was not similar to the blood candles, as it had a more clear and singular purpose. Though I only used it to make sure the material was safe to contain compared to its liquid form. Placing the candle into a box with other similarly sized candles before closing the box, I snapped my fingers, letting the person at the door in. "Yeah, Warg," stated Morna, taking the extra cup of mead. Her eyes shifted from me to Huan in the corner, who had taken over my guard duty for the night by dozing against the fire while Sir Richard was guarding Dany. Huan buried his now red muzzle, twitched as he took a breath, causing my mind to be flooded with the smells of things men could not normally smell. The addition of the fox fur to improve his ability to smell had not been helpful when it came to the smell of the ocean, but on land, he was better than a fox. Like my snakeskin arm that acted as a replacement skin, I have been working to reverse engineer the skin wearing of the faceless men for cross-species upgrades for flesh crafting, and the results looked promising. Huan's upgrades had been one of the myriad ways of achieving it. I smelled pain and fear and anger. I smelled grief and sacrifice and, beneath all, hope as the woman before me looked at me with determination. This was a woman on a mission, that mission was not known to me. "That and more," said the image of Morrigan in Old Tongue appearing in the middle of the room. Morna yelped in shock before. "Yebby of the old gods," muttered Morna, actually kneeling after seeing the red eyes of the ghost and the skull-shaped weirwood. "I was of Hardhome once, before it was gone. In the old ways, I would be known as she who sings the song of doom and death, but you may call me Morrigan," said the apparition, making me sigh. "Now, tell us about the Green Seer," I said in the Old Tongue that Morrigan was teaching me, knowing that Morrigan served the right type of incentive. "Tell me of the three-eyed crow." Morna looked at me with a puzzled look before sitting down, and gulping down the entire glass of alcohol. There have been discussions about how Wiz is perceived and what would happen if he faced people who did not have hacks to counter him. The answer, as can be seen, is that he is terrifying. Even those who are in his side are afraid of his wrath, apart from Richard, who is just tired of dealing with it, and Dany, who was always brave. There are also other players taking steps. Bravus pretty much leaves him be, since the faceless men did not do that and they are now dead. Morna White Mask wearing a mask of weirwood means she probably got first row seat to the Sunfire ritual and decided that Wiz is the safest place against the coming winter. Now Wiz has people, not an army but the seeds of one, a few months of downtime to study and improve his understanding of magic with a teacher, and already, he has become as terrifying as an adult wizard with training to fight. Skin deep. The cost of being able to kill the faceless men was high, but it was worth it. Without their presence, I did not need to worry about my own safety while I experimented with the type of magic that one would consider dark in nature. Without the dragon bone cores working for me, the proto-phoenix limiting my casts, and running into Morna White Mask, a chieftain of the free folk, it seemed reasonable to expect visits from the possessors of some sort of divination-based ability I barely understood. It meant that I was now low on time before more trouble would start finding me, or less moral characters than a free folk raider would seek me out. As such, I was forced to try my hand at Plan B, where B stood for Basilisk. I was, understandably, not the biggest fan of Plan B. A snake with a venom that could not be countered, with skin hard enough to resist most spells, and toxic blood that may or may not melt metal to such a degree that I was not certain even Valyrian steel could resist it, all for a horn that may or may not be a good match for me as a wand. Yet, not my best plan to date, which included some rather questionable plans in the past. It had been more than a month since adding Morna's war band to our ranks, which had been growing steadily to nearly 100 men. Of the group, there had been 2 skin changers, Silva and Rolf, who had an eagle and a wolf, respectively, though only the eagle had survived the journey, while Rolf took on one of the hunting dogs with my permission. Both skin changers were initially terrified of me and my ability to control almost any beast I wished, and I had a feeling that they felt me when I was reading their surface thoughts, catching thoughts of Varamir Sixskin and Green Seer, which made me worried. Luckily, free folk had a certain amount of reverence for the Green Seers, even if Morna knew nothing of the three-eyed crow. The panic they felt upon feeling my presence kept them in line, and they had some unique insights regarding skin changing that earned them a place of honor among my men, a status that was different enough from how they were treated as pariahs when beyond the wall that it got me their respect in turn. There was also the fact that Huan towered over most men these days, so they knew not to act out. As a precaution, I had everyone sign into a notebook with ink containing their blood, inspired by the practice of the Second Sons. I did not really have a method of enforcing said contract through magic for now. The mark of the Deathly Hallows on my arm was definitely a form of a contract, a guise that was formed through the curse left behind by the faceless men, which I was able to tame and control into a less dangerous form. The rune for the mark itself was a conceptual representation of death and my authority over it, but it was going to take longer to actually find the method. That being said, I simply told them that if they broke the contract, a curse would be upon them, and given my more magical capabilities, they all bought it without question. Now, all I needed was to keep track of the ones most likely to sell me out and have some misfortune happen to them. The rumors and superstitions would take care of the rest. My eyes focused on the wand twirling between my fingers, the one of Rowan and Raven's feather. The wand was good for a few healing spells but limited my options unless I used the backup wand once it ran out of its daily charge. I had a smaller wand kept up my boot, but that one was far more temperamental and lacked precision. Most healing that I needed to do to get the man's loyalty required a bit more finesse than what I could do without a wand, and I was not going to lead men to war without the capabilities of stitching them up, given I could not afford to lose any of them. The spell I had cast pinged at the back of my mind. The soul of the raven I bound acted as a bridge to provide me the information in a form that was interpretable for my mind as I stashed the dead wand into its holster, picking up my other weapon. 300 paces forward, 20 to the left, I stated, opening my eyes and slowly walking, followed by Sir Richard, Wat the eyes, and Wat the brains. This was the type of hunt that required experience and preparation with regard to higher mysteries, and none of my other men were ready for this level of operation. In my hands was a spear, the reason for why I was taking this type of risk in the first place, a 6-foot white wooden shaft tipped with a Valyrian steel in the form of half of lamentation that I did not mind partially damaging, unlike my Morgul knife or something like, say, black fire that I had planned to track down but failed due to the nature of Valyrian steel and its ability to undo spells. The shaft was made of a special piece of weirwood that I had been cultivating, one grown from a unique soil that was as much a potion as it was dirt. The secret, as I figured, was to use dragon bone mixed into the soil in a pale white potion that got its color from the crushed moonstones added to it. The mixture replaced the red swirls natural to the weirwood, gaining a strange sheen in the light that contained the very concept of motion that came from combining moonstone and dragon bone. It was well worth half the pile of ash that I had left of my original wand. As I was bonded to that specific dragon who gave me the bone of the dragon bone pin that became my first wand, I could slowly extend that bond to items that contained some portion of the dragon's bones and any additional dragon bone I could add to the construction process. The spear shaft did not really work as a magic staff, lacking a magical core or a focusing crystal where the Valyrian steel tip would have been, but it flew true when I threw it, and the wind seemed to pick it up and extend its range. With my version of Gungnir that could hit a target through divination at distances normally impossible for a spear of similar size and weight, I had finally gotten the proper tools to counter a proper basilisk and use a part of it as wand core. With added insight into skin changing, I was now confident enough in my knowledge to consider myself a master of the art of possession. It took a deeper look into the nature of skin changing for me to understand how and why the magical ability manifested, and specifically why it seemed to be so common north of the wall and not anywhere else. All that I knew of skin changing pointed to an interesting conclusion, that furs made wargs, or rather, the skin held an echo of the original soul of the wolf, allowing the wearer to take on some aspects of it. The principles were the same as the skin wearing of the faceless men, and it was a form of blood magic in a way. With a weak constitution leading to more time spent under furs, the power of hate directed at your own body making the soul willing to seek out a different host, and voila, you got a person capable of shifting to the bodies of nearby canines, often consisting of bastard, cripples and broken things. It also explained why wargs, people whose skin changed into canines, were more common. Wolf pelts made for warm cloaks, you did not let the ones who sought you out alive because they were probably starving and there to eat you, not to mention how hard they were to tame, and the wolf had enough of a pack mentality to allow for the connection to be formed. Once the soul was attuned through a mix of body dysmorphia, self-hate to leave your own body for another, and a genuine affection for the dogs around the camps, that would make for useful new hosts once the attunement was complete. With that insight, I now had a white raven feather with red highlights tied to my shoulder-length hair that had grown over the months, meant to strengthen the connection I held to my proto-phoenix familiar, and my sister's insistence on braiding my hair. I had briefly toyed with the idea of naming the sun raven something like Ruler to link him to Arhala and take either a bit of his power or influence the fiery fuck, but that sounded like a recipe for disaster, and the second the thought passed my mind, I felt a deep chill in my spine, before spending the next 3 days going through purification rituals of various designs, and redoubling on my occlumency and trying to trace the origin of that specific thought, just in case said fire. God did not try to manipulate me to get an immortal avatar and some control over me or something like that. Furthermore, I modified the snakeskin glove I wore on my burned hand, improving upon it by shadow binding the soul of the snake to purposefully improve my skin-changing abilities when it came to snakes. The snakeskin graft I wore was a bit closer to the skin than wolf pelts that made warging possible, so to speak, but the mechanics were the same. It would allow me some small amount of control over the basilisk I was breeding, not the 6-legged giant lizard version but the more magical snake one. There were banners and legends of the cockatrice, and it was a close enough recipe that both would work as I intended, only to be proven wrong. The problem, as it turned out, was that breeding a basilisk was a bit more complicated than hatching a chicken egg under a toad, apparently, even if it fits with the basics of how I knew magic in this world worked. Close contact with an animal granted an affinity to the soul of that animal. In a grown person, that affinity manifested as skin-changing, but what happened if said soul belonged to a fetus and was more mutable? What happens if a skin changer pulls the soul of their familiar while pregnant? For a dragon rider, the result was children with silver hair and violet eyes, and occasionally a dragonborn at the worst, a name used in Valeria to describe the dragon-like features of mostly stillborn babes, with a few surviving babes being given to the Onagrian, the temple of the blood mages, to be raised as high priests and wisdoms, according to Morrigan's knowledge. It was the dragon pushing the link in the direction of the rider instead of the other way around, often as a result of stress or danger, and I suspected that it also could occur with dragon eggs and unborn children as well, though that specific detail was not something I was sure of. The mechanics also fit in with more primitive skin changers in the setting. The dire wolves and Starks both had longer faces than usual, while Borok looked a lot like his boar, according to the books. For a grown person, the physical changes were minimal while mental effects were easy to counter. For a child, their physical and mental growth was influenced to a certain degree, often making them feral and beast-like in behavior, like Rickon Stark would have become, and for a child in the belly, the result was what I called basiliskification, a hybrid with the features of both animals. Using the same principles, you could use the soul of an egg from one animal and bind it to an incubator of a different type of animal together, forcing the egg to develop in unnatural ways. One needed a third soul as well to satisfy the 3 heads of the dragon rule that Valyrians had noticed. Valyrians used unborn children, using a pseudo-necromancy to transfer the soul of the human babe into the animal that ought not exist, while I used soul stuff from tantric rituals without a physical host in the form of a fetus, as that bit of detail made me queasy. On the other hand, it also explained the weird nature of the naturally found basilisks of the Basilisk Isles. Brood parasitism was rare, but it occurred often enough for a type of basilisk to occur in the wilds of Sotho-Rios, in the form of the 6-legged bastards that still left me bewildered as to its parentage, which I was half sure was part crocodile or lizard lion, and another half that had me scratching my head. So, I got a chicken egg and placed it under a toad, as per my knowledge of how to hatch a basilisk, which worked, but it did not work as I expected. Hence why, the impromptu hunt where we had to catch the bloody thing that left a trail of rot and decay through the forest. There, yelled out Wat the Eyes, pointing at the air, before loosing 3 weirwood arrows, striking a single hit before the creature disappeared into the woods. Wat the Brains growled, his body held more hair than usual, his facial structure resembled closer to a wolf than a man, and his ears slightly elongated and twitched. Left, 20 paces, moving to, King, he added in a more gruff tone, the belt of wolfskin having the effect of turning him temporarily into a werewolf. The belt of wolfskin was the other result of my newfound expertise. It combined the skin wearing of the faceless men, but instead of a human, using an animal to create a partial transformation. The changes were temporary and were undone once the belt was removed, though it did bind the soul of the animal and the human for the duration. Unfortunately, Wat was the only person who seemed to be able to use the damned thing without turning into a murderous rage monster. Whatever made him have common sense also prevented him from being influenced by the soul of the wolf, too much, at least. I held my hand out upon his warning, the 4 rings in the 4 fingers of my left hand shimmered. Dragon glass for the spell fire, moonstone for the force, sunfire for the purification and power of the sun, and finally, the diamond for the strength and order, all 4 rings made combined to protect me from the attacking creature the size of a small dog. The space before me shimmered for an instant, spell fire, invisible a moment before turning a light blue, with distinct lines appearing in thin air as the air before me took on a fractured look, not dissimilar to a diamond, just as something crushed into the shield spell I had finally figured out how to cast properly. Touching my shield charm sent the creature back into the air through the built-in banishing charm I added, while I was left with rings that were warmer to the touch. The rings that the gems sat on were made of weirwood to improve my control over the spells, though the added heat tended to either cause the gems to burn the wood and fall off or had the weirwood crumble when its magic ran out. The basilisk hit a tree, only to jump back towards us in a wide arc. "How high can that thing jump?" asked Sir Richard, coming to a stop and tracing the creature in the air while wearing a pair of goggles that I had made from weirwood and nightwood ash and normal glass. The anti-magic goggles were thoroughly tested on rats and a couple of murderers and pedophiles I picked up from Sea Lord's dungeon, same ones who were then used to evaluate the creature's poison when they survived the killing gaze, at least. "It is part frog and part chicken, so it should not be high enough to be considered flight," commented Wat the Eyes as he traced its path with the crossbow, launching another set of 3 weirwood bolts at once from the Myrish crossbow, missing with 2 and grazing with 1. Said creature was ugly if the word ugly had a definition. 2 large yellow eyes that were not eyes but worked to cast a light that petrified, as the rats and the pedophiles of Bravus found out before they died, a black tar-like skin with spikes that left wounds refusing to heal, as the pedophiles of Bravus found out. A body that was toad-like with a tail. Front legs had wing-like membranes that ended in 3 fingers with claws that hinted at its origins as a chicken and small razor-sharp teeth, filled with poison. Spoiler, toad basilisk. The creature looked more like a toad than a chicken, its skin secreted some of the most corrosive substances that I had ever encountered, capable of eating through anything organic, making its escape relatively easy. Luckily, the features that made it dangerous also made it easy to track for experienced hunters, though it had enough magic to be a threat to 4 of the most competent people in Bravus when it came to facing magical threats. The creature was mostly toad with features of a chicken, yet the only aspect that I truly considered weird was the eyes. The ritual of creation must have also latched onto the image of a basilisk from one of the games I had played in my old life, because the creature looked rather similar to that specific form, though its most powerful weapon was croak. Right. That. I sighed as the magic of the basilisk burned up against the combined conceptual weight of the concept of sun and death that had latched themselves onto my own soul. As its creator, I seemed to have certain privileges when it came to the deadly croak of the toad basilisk, not a lot, but enough to afford me some small protection. It was a paralysis effect or petrification sent through the medium of sound, and while it did not kill, it temporarily locked you out of your own body, so it was still annoying to go through. I felt the push it made for my soul to move out of my body as the sound wave hit me, feeling the oily presence of the spell burning up against my own soul. My perception slowed down as I closed my eyes, feeling the strain I felt from undoing the petrification from the croak of the toad basilisk. The little fucker was getting stronger by the minute, and I had a feeling that in a few weeks, its croak would be strong enough to push a soul permanently out of its victim's body, killing the victim instead of temporarily sending them on a permanent astral journey. A subtle flex of my will released the rest of the group from the petrification before they could fall, the 3 men holding a small fragment of my burgeoning divinity in the forms of a small amount of soul stuff and, therefore, my protection, which worked to counter the petrification, the soul stuff acting like a spring to pull their souls back to their bodies. Sir Richard was the first to recover, his own blood burning up the remaining enchantment, while Watts were shaking themselves to get their souls oriented the right way, so to speak. While I was not a god yet, or even a demigod in terms of spiritual capabilities, my presence was more akin to Fae of stories, and the 3 were my warlocks, in the manner of D&D and not the servants of the Undying, holding a fragment of my power that I could reach out to. On second thought, the warlocks of Karth may have worked the same way. I was not sure. It had been a calculated risk. The Sir Richard already had my blessing, the bit of soul stuff that absorbed the souls he killed. I had fixed the issue of soul absorption of the binding, a bit of modification changing the nature to have those souls permanently boost his physical capabilities, with me getting a bit as tax, so to speak. It was all very medieval as far as magic went. What the eyes and what the brains had been loyal, they had been there, watching my back in the toughest times, facing a faceless man and after, when I was at my weakest. They were dragons men, as they called themselves, finding the life of being far more than mere bandits stealing from others to feed their families preferable to their old lives. They would need me to process and purify the added souls, but that worked for my benefit as well, keeping them close to me. I did not even know how the mutations would take place. It was a good countermeasure in case someone I empowered in the future decided to go rogue. And the 3 stood with me in our hunt, hunting a creature that was anathema to the world. In the next attack, Sir Richard proceeded to bitch slap the toad back to the forest, using the edge of his sword, which started to smoke as the edge seemed to do nothing against the magical skin covered with magical acid. I noticed that the weirwood arm gave Sir Richard a boost in short-term precognition like it gave me precognition when it came to magic, making him better than most fighters. Sirio said it was cheating after losing the 10th time in a row. It was a weird and subtle bit of magic, but it made Sir Richard a better fighter, so I was not going to take it back. I looked at the superficially enchanted blade. A thin coat of shadow that was bound to the cohoric steel by yours truly smoked, and there was a thin line of blood that was eating away at said enchantments, proving that I was wrong in my assumption that it was completely useless against the toad basilisk. I had hoped that it would have been enough, but the nuclear option it was, well, not the literal one, that one was a bit too excessive. My focus turned to the basilisk in the air that was trying to change its flight arc with its small, winged arms. Eyes closed, I concentrated before making my move when I heard the crack of the basilisk hitting one of the trees upon landing. My spear flew through the air, the weirwood shaft foreseeing its impact, and the shaft swaying in the wind in just the right way, causing cause and effect to happen at once, as the blade at the end impacted the toad-like creature sticking into the tree and pinning it, despite its futile attempts change its fall, leaving 2 pieces connected by a small patch of skin and a slowly dissolving tree trunk. The blood smoked, burning through the wood and grass alike and darkening it as I felt myself returning to my own body. While not as powerful as channeling the power of fusion, bending causality over a barrel and having my way with it was a useful trick to have. I sighed, removing the spear from where it was launched and inspecting it. The Valyrian steel blade that made up the end of my spear smoked, the blade was missing a bit of its pointy end, and its edges looked far too dull for Valyrian steel, while the shaft itself was darkening up to a third of the way, forcing me to use my knife to cut it down to 4 feet. Costly hunt that, it did mean that I had a better understanding of basilisks, at least. What has that achieved? Asked Sir Richard as he made his way next to me. That brood parasitism leads to the creation of weird creatures with primary traits from the host instead of the progenitor. I started before getting empty looks at me, repeating the hypothesis that was proven by the creature before me. It means that a basilisk inherited its looks from the creature it was incubated by more than its progenitor, meaning a cockatrice would be a snake egg incubated by a chicken, or was it a rooster, and a proper greater basilisk, which is what I need, was made from a chicken egg incubated by a snake, probably, I theorized, as I inspected the corroded tip of the Valyrian steel blade. Fortunately, Lamentation itself was already partially damaged. The shadow binding had been undone sometime between the storming of the dragon pit and when I reclaimed it from House of Black and White. Even if I managed to add a bit to its enchantments myself, its tip most definitely needed reworking and sharpening. Barth had theorized that Valyrian dragons were flesh crafted by breeding fireworms and wyverns. A bit of mental math made me decide that it was not impossible for a skin changer of sufficient strength to force a wyvern to incubate a fireworm egg to create a fire-aligned ever-growing winged creature with attitude problems and smoking blood, though it was a process that I did not want to be part of. At least my understanding of the twisty logic of magic was still as impeccable as it got. As part of the project to create a basilisk to use its horn as a magical core of a wand, I needed to take certain precautions for the creation of a basilisk. The murderous croak of the toad basilisk was quite possibly the single best hint I could get for the next experiment I had in mind, and a way to counter the petrification that would be possible for the more unnatural version of a basilisk than one connected to a creature of metamorphosis that was the toad. Inna had been making certain observations, one of which was a more recent one. She had seen me as a cloaked man covered in darkness, wearing my own funeral shroud, yet everyone looked normal to her, apart from a few animalistic features. Apparently, Dany looked like a small red dragon nestled against a larger white dragon with fire for wings. Everyone looked like a symbolic animal, everyone except Virgo, who apparently also had a shroud over his face, same as I did, though his was a more recent change that had nothing to do with another soul possessing his body, meaning he ought to be dead for some reason. I mentally checked if I killed someone who may have harmed the nephew of the Sea Lord of Bravus, but I was drawing a blank, chalking it up to all the butterflies. I had killed way too many people for me to narrow it down to some disgruntled idiot or another. Dany watched me work, having taken a break from practicing her spells and mastering the shield charm, which took priority for her. "What are you doing, Wiz?" she asked, watching me inspect the yellowed piece of calcification. "This is the fake eye of the creature we hunted. It is fascinating," I noted, holding up the fake eyes of the basilisk toad. They had no basis in the physical rules, yet they still existed. There was nothing, no logic, no grounding. It was a round yellow bone-like piece that looked like an eye that grew on top of the actual eyes of the toad basilisk. "It is a calcification, a tumor, and potentially similar to a bezoar in composition than anything else I can think of," I stated, running the 10th scroll of detection on the item. The stone had unchanging as the main concept bound to it, as though the toad basilisk poured out that aspect of its existence to a single location. The fact that the stones were connected to the voice box made me assume that the stones acted as a focus for the petrification that came with the croak and eye contact someone made with said eyes. I chalked it up to the nature of the metamorphosis that toads went through, being reversed in the creature that was unnatural and anathema to its parents. The stone gave me an idea, along with the conceptual leverage I needed to create a rather distinct bit of flora if I wanted to counter the petrification of the basilisk. What I needed was a mandrake to be able to brew a restorative draft based on my potions knowledge. Mandrake plant already had an offshoot of turnips that was poisonous with neat little concepts that I never got to work with due to how weak said connections were compared to the toxicity it had. To make it magical was an entirely different process, and it required a bit more active magic from my end, something more potent than what nature could create. The first step was binding the shadow of some slaver scheduled for execution in exchange for the large spider egg I gifted the Sea Lord gave me a life to bind to the plant. The soil I created for the mandrake contained the fake eye of the basilisk in the form of a potion that I had to brew in a golden cauldron because it melted any lesser metal. The blood in the body of the toad basilisk also joined into the potion, its death reversing its effects and making for the perfect starting point for countering the basilisk's magic itself, with human and dragon bone added because the thing was named mandrake. I did not really have a justification for most of the materials I added, having fallen into a trance to pull a bit of divination-based shenanigans to get the results I wanted. Once the potion was ready, a purification ritual to remove all the negative energy, which was a lot more than expected, and I could feel the stirring of the mandrake within the soil. Right, let's try chicken egg under a snake next, that should get me a snake-like creature. A few months later, I idly thought of the nature of skin changing. Snakes, for skin changing was a wonky experience. Their understanding and perception of the world were rather unique, and I could not say that the memories and thoughts I retained were pleasant. That being said, while possessing a snake, I understood snakes to a degree, specifically the snake-like creature with a single feather on its head. The effect was not so similar to parcel mouth ability, even if it was less refined and limited to when I took the skin of a snake, but I had the urge to obey the demands and questions of the king of snakes, only to be broken by my chronic need to disrespect authority. There was no talking, no real language, not really, more of a mental presence that forced itself against my will. Sir Richard mentioned that I was hissing, but that was the same mechanics that made a warg howl in their sleep. I noted the effects of the command the basilisk had over other snakes for my improvements on the Imperious Curse before bringing the remaining sharp edge of lamentation down to the snake that hatched in a cage under a shadow-bound silk. The snake, with a single feather atop his head, died in darkness before I took apart its body with gloves coated in a thin layer of gold. My newest wand was made through a ritual I had devised to speed up the usual process. Rowan and basilisk horn, 12 inches, with the core bound by sunstone, moonstone, and dragon glass, and the soul of the basilisk itself bound to the wand. After purification rituals I pushed it through. The wood was grown in soil containing dragon bone, weirwood ash, and the second fake eye of the toad basilisk to make it take on the properties of the two materials and resonate, and the pommel looked like the head of a snake, with a piece of black diamonds in its eyes. Where the weirwood wand was bound to me by blood, I had used the basilisk's own blood and soul for the process to create greater cohesion between the wood and the core. Once I figured out how to render said blood non-toxic using the mandrakes, I started cultivating and the purification rituals. The result was a wand specifically good at protecting and healing charms, ironically. That also meant that my theory of using a basilisk part as a core allowing for me to cast the killing curse, would have to wait. The nature of the wood and its affinity to protection and healing did not make for the best tool of death, resisting any spell that directly caused pain to another, with a few exceptions. The wand was still good for levitating a large boulder and dropping it onto the head of some idiot, though, so it was only direct harm that the wand opposed. The wand, however, was surprisingly robust when it came to casting the petrification hex, which almost came naturally to it. Since petrification did not mean any form of harm and lost its effect in an hour, it was a useful non-lethal option. Cutting curse was mid, and the fire-based spells were actually harder to cast. But the piercing spell I derived, along with the shield charm, worked wonders, probably another residual affinity from the basilisk itself, its fangs and scales, which were comparable to dragon bone. The shielding charm, or the variant I was able to cast with my new wand, actually completed the aspects that I had been lacking to a degree, greatly helping in refining my own understanding of the spell. I still had the actual eye stalks of the snake basilisk as well, though I had not managed to find a wood compatible enough to handle the more destructive properties of the nerve cells that could channel the killing gaze of the basilisk. It did not help that the wood started to rot when they touched the eye stalks. I sighed and went to find Dani. There were spells I could not teach her, and I had to update her wand for a shield spell as well. What is this one now? Rasped the voice of Sir Willem, trying to rise from the bed he had been confined in for the last week. It had been a few months since I had struck the faceless men, and Sir Willem had been steadily getting worse, to the point that he had not managed to hide it from me until recently. A new potion, I explained, having integrated basilisk parts for healing potions. Not the blood, which melted more cauldrons than I could count, while the heart was just toxic waste at this point without a way to counter the blood. The liver, however, resonated with the potion I crafted. Said potion would remove any harmful substance from the body, which formed the basis of the latest version of my healing potion when combined with the magical mandrakes I cultivated, the ones that now screamed and knocked souls out of the bodies of people. Is it as bad as the old potion? Asked Sir Willem, giving me a look. I did not mention the basilisk parts, but my silence was his answer. Sir Willem drank the potion and started coughing. What is this one supposed to do that the old one did not do? He retched as I passed him a cup of water. The potion did not look appetizing, even if it did not kill the rats I tested it on. Burn anything harmful within your body, I said, still unsure if it could actually heal the old man. In the books, Sir Willem had died of spring sickness, which I was sure was flu or common cold. The main problem was that such a disease was more likely to affect those who were already infirm. In Sir Willem's case, it turned out to be lung cancer, which took too long for me to figure out after I noticed the symptoms he tried to hide away. The potion I gave him was essentially magical chemotherapy, good for a small while but deadly in the long term. I had slowed down the basilisk's venom enough and gave it a target, but I was improvising at this point, since there was no other option I could take. The body fighting itself was the one thing that the magic I had could not counter. There are better things to do than to keep an old man alive, Your Grace, said Sir Willem, his eyes blinded by age, looking at me and seeing through me. He lifted himself up from the bed he was spending more and more time in. I am not letting you die, I declared, causing the old man to place his hand on my shoulder. All men must die, you know that, the old knight said, and I took a sharp breath. I flexed my hand, feeling the burn on my forearm where the glyph of death was, hidden beneath the skin of the snake. The vase in the corner shattered, before I pointed my wand and whispered, Reparo, pulling on the memory of the object to make it return to the hole. Does it hurt? Rasped Sir Willem, wincing as he forced himself to get up. Does what hurt? I asked, taking the cup and holding a second potion that was meant to increase the healing of the body, one made from the eyes of newts, of all things, talk about clichés. The regeneration of the newts passed into a healing potion. We both knew that it was not working, yet I did not want to give up. Dying, does it hurt? Asked the old man, making me sigh. Faster than falling asleep, I admitted, and I meant it. My first death, I did not recall, but the others, sharp pain and the cold, a sacrifice of myself to myself every time I killed something after possessing it. How many times have you died now? Asked Sir Willem, seeing my resignation. Every sacrifice I make, it has to be done willingly, I need to live through it fully, I stated. Every animal I possess, to bind to a spell, an object, there is a flash of pain, cold, then nothing. It is strangely peaceful and terrifying at once. Do you know what comes after? Asked Sir Willem, whom I did not think to be that interested in philosophy. Same thing that happens when you wake up from a dream, you become something else. I am sure the faith has a better explanation than what I can provide, I said, thinking of my next great adventure. It was a nice one, I had to admit, but it was one that I had carved out of nothing myself, bleeding for it every step of the way. Apologies for my language, Your Grace, but fuck the faith, they know less than a boy barely grown, said Sir Willem Derry, making me snort. I sighed after that, my spirits lowering as I understood that Sir Willem was trying to make peace with his fate. I think it depends on who you believe. When you die, your soul joins the god that you worship to feed and nourish them, or to be tortured by them in their stomach. Pity, I would make for horrible food, jested Sir Willem, grant mercy to our weak, it is part of the oaths. I never told you what that meant, but I never had to. Don't, I said instead. I have lived a long life, Your Grace, a life of regret, said Sir Willem. But you and your sister are one regret I will never have. As your sworn shield, it was my honor to protect you, and I would ask to do so even in death. I stopped at that, trying to understand what he meant. Make use of it, turn me into Valyrian steel, and wield me in battle if you must, but don't let my death be in vain to feed some self-righteous cunt of a god. It takes more than sacrificing a man to make Valyrian steel, sir, I said, my fingers playing with a single coin-sized steel I took out of my pocket, about 4 grams in total. The coin felt heavy, made from the corpse of a slaver, burned in spell fire. It was not Valyrian steel, not yet, but I could feel that I was getting close. I understood it better now, or I suspected. Not enough iron in their blood. Metals were tricky to enchant and required some alchemy to modify to bind the souls to the metal and provide an enchantment. The binding itself decayed rather fast, or the enchantment was weaker. The only exception was the iron that came from the blood, which was naturally attuned to the soul of the body that the blood came from, the purest form of blood magic I could think of. Blades of Qohor tapped into the same concept, though their best works quenched in the blood of a sacrifice only held a thin layer of blood iron upon the surface of the blade that allowed improved resilience, yet doing nothing against breaking or chipping. It was fitting that fire and blood was what made Valyria's steel, just as it made up all its other magics. How many? Asked Sir Willem, making me sigh. About 400 for a longsword, maybe fewer if you made it thin enough. The red in the blood is from the rust that is formed from the life fire. I tried to explain the process. No metal holds the soul as well as its original vessel, and spells can make it stronger if you know the right ones, I added, knowing I could pull the hardness of diamonds and pour it into a spell. With all due respect, Your Grace, but the Valyrians were right cunts, weren't they? Said Sir Willem, grimacing as he noticed my glare. You haven't the faintest idea, sir, though it does explain the cost of a single blade being equal to that of an army, I said, my face twisted in disgust. And you are the only one I would allow to insult my ancestors. I added with a glare, however. There were lines that a king ought to have. Not all of them were that bad. Countered Sir Willem said, looking at me. A few could even be worth being called king, really, he joked, making me snort. It is your health that is declining, sir, don't let it drag your sense of humor with it, I said, making the old man laugh, only for the laughter to turn to coughing. I let the healing spell fix as much as I could, but the lungs were tricky. I left too much scar tissue, and I could not remove it all. Your Grace. Started Sir Willem once he recovered from his coughing fit. I will take your request under advisement, sir, I said with a sigh though, I would ask that you refer to me by name when it is just us two, you were more of a father to me than Ares ever was, and that is an order from your king, I said, giving him a look that had made an assassin shit himself in fear. The silence was one we were comfortable with at this point. Viserys. I know I will not see you reclaim Westeros. I have made my peace with it, but know that whatever you chose, you will never be left alone, not with your power, not with your claim or name, said Sir Willem with a calm tone, his mind focusing on ensuring that I was ready for when he died. He did not seem concerned about our safety, knowing that I would be able to take care of myself and Dany, but he still had his own thoughts on the future, on what was best for me. Holding the throne is trickier than taking it, it requires people to follow you, I said with a sigh. Westerosi were prickly folk, not so different from the free folk in the regard of whom they followed, and most were against me already. I would find little support among the nobility, and unlike the faceless men, I could not kill all of them without risking more chaos in turn. I know. Said the old man, giving me a look I was familiar with, you need more allies. What do you say to contacting Dorn? Like you have not already reached out to them, Seer? I asked with an amused look. Reliable lot they will be, I muttered, making the Crownlander knight chuckle. I knew that Sir Willem had his own efforts, of course, and I let him do as he wished, mainly because I knew how that particular move would play out and I did not really care about the Dornish, as Doran Martell would only make a move when he was sure to win, when winning itself required you to make moves. Give them a chance, he said, they are surprisingly resilient. I nodded, listening to the advice of the men who had made peace with his death and still cared to protect me and support me as he had once promised. This chapter was becoming far too long, so I decided to split it up instead of letting you wait longer. Basilisks, plots and Valyrian steel, kudos to those who figured it out in the comments. As always, I am singularly motivated by likes and comments. We have a problem, whispered Belonara, sitting down next to me in the theatre, with Dany by my other side, trying to look like she was not listening instead of watching the play on display from the loge. Is it the Dornish who just arrived in the city? I asked as I checked on the ship that had docked with a nifty bit of divination. Some bird or another provided me the eyes to see the yellow sails and the giant orange sun emblazoned on the mainsail that was hard to miss. Farrago did not let me know they were coming, said Belonara, her eyes focusing on the play as Belgier takes the stage, the show's star, as she was playing an XB of Helen of Troy. The playwright, Isambaro, was decent in his job, and the outline I gave him was solid. The dialogue could have improved. I had to change a few things up to make it parallel the story of Lina and Rhaegar, though, just to mess with Robert, apart from the child bit. It was properly reframed to be the story of Maris the Maid, for whose hand the first recorded tourney was arranged, won by a giant of a man Argoth Stoneskin with a war hammer, only for Maris to run off with Uther of the High Tower. I had changed the plot to have Argoth kill Uther, leading to Maris throwing herself off the tower to hammer in the star-crossed lovers thing. I was not the bard, but I managed to cobble a decent play, even one in iambic pentameter of all things, with the help of Isambaro. She seems to be drawing all the eyes, I noted as I felt the spiritual pressure to watch Belgier perform. Her spiritual presence had been solidifying after the ritual, and I could feel her intentionally pushing out her fuck me aura, which was a bit too much for those with weaker minds. For better and for worse, noted Belonara, agreeing with me and drawing my attention to one of the audiences who was pushing through the crowd in a daze without regard before freezing and falling after moving past a line on the ground. The proximity ward with petrification charm I placed seemed to be working as expected, as the shadow bound to my wand was currently assigned to keep that specific enchantment up for the duration of the play while allowing me to cast other spells. There was a hush as Belgier ignored the magic to continue with her lines. I could imagine her rolling her eyes at that particular trick. It is troubling that my influence over the Sea Lord is waning. I would have to bed him soon once more at least. The few of the girls I have are keeping him busy, but he is catching on that I am more your mistress than his, said Belonara continuing to press on. I noticed that 3 among the crowd had started moving, their minds open for me to see their intent. An inhuman growl was the response to that, making Belonara whimper and scoot back while Dany snorted. I could smell the arousal from the former Black Pearl, though. I clamped down on my mind to focus, ignoring one of the few additions I took on from the original Viserys. My possessiveness was closer to a dragon's than humans. Putting me on a hard position, Black Pearl, I growled, making Belonara gulp. I have retired, as you would say, Your Grace. Belgier is the Black Pearl now, said Belonara coyly, though retirement meant taking over the management of the spy network that I borrowed inspiration from Littlefinger of all people, with Belonara slowly purchasing brothels in Bravos and ready to expand to other free cities. It was lucrative, and I was planning on using it as a spy network, so it worked for both of us. Regardless, there are whispers that Farrago may be replaced soon while you are sent away, and the next Sea Lord might use the chance to gain control over the little dragon. The advisor he killed was not the only one to have the idea of using the young one to control you, whispered Belonara, gasping as the fires around us dimmed. Only the ones around Belgier stood, her innate sorcery countering my accidental magic, as they were closer to her. Well, so much for allies, I suppose, though I could not fault the Sea Lord for trying to gain some control over me given that I had effectively thrown the entire Bravasi politics into chaos, and Farrago needed something to ensure my support, even if I could blame him for being an ambitious cunt with limited foresight when it comes to messing with a dragon. And you are telling this to me now, because? I asked once I was calm enough to talk. Belonara simply stared at me for trying to play dumb. I will think of something, I said, thinking of how I could control someone from a distance, making to get up. Now, if you would excuse me, I have an assassin trying to make his way to our booth, hired by, hey, it appears Tywin has joined the strange lot that wants me dead. Will wonders never cease? I will take care of the 2 morons planning to ambush me and challenge me to a duel as well. I find myself in need of stress relief, I said, taking out a few slivers of weirwood, nightwood, a small chip of obsidian, and dragon bone from my pouches. I gave a nod to Sir Richard to leave him behind to protect Dany, or prevent her from burning down the place. You could never be sure with the little fire starter these days. I held up my latest wand, Magical Rowan, cultivated with both weirwood ash and ground dragon bone to make it better at channeling magic and more resistant to heat. I had added half the ashes of my original wand to it in the form of a potion made from my own blood to ensure the attunement of the wood to my soul. The core was basilisk horn, similar to the core of the wand of Salazar Slytherin. Unlike the toad basilisk with its fake eye, the king of snakes had its magic imbued through its bones, making the horn one of the better sources of spell fire. Ironically, the spell fire took on the shape of light on its own, unlike the proper fire that the dragon bone and dragon glass combination provided. I had combined the core with the potion of dragon glass, moonstone, and sunstone, as per my latest discoveries, while the wand itself took on a serpent-like form over time, with eyes made of black diamonds. It was less feeling, and I found the arithmancy more appropriate, as 3 types of stone within the core were more stable than 4 types of stone, especially when the 3 represented earth, moon, and the Sunday. The result was a wand that worked, even if it did not seem to make it easy for me to cast spells like the pseudo-phoenix feather wand, it lacked the shortcomings as well. 10 minutes later, I came back up. I had disarmed and petrified the 2 bravos before sending them on a moonlit journey on some random gondola that was making its way through the canals. They had been sufficiently cowed, while the would-be assassin had a less pleasant fate. A brand new coin rolled between my fingers. This one had a dark and smoky texture, steel made from the blood of the assassin, combined with weirwood and nightwood, with trace amounts of dragon bone and dragon glass to make it dragon steel. The coin in my hand was not the exact replica of Valyrian steel, unfortunately. The actual recipe of Valyrian steel was lost, and even Morrigan had suspicions and nothing else. I had narrowed down the blood iron to be sourced from either shit-ton of human sacrifices or a single large dragon that produced enough iron to make up a weapon, while the anti-magic abilities and rippled pattern was surely connected to the combination of weirwood and nightwood. Knowing what I knew, my efforts were focused on creating dragon steel, a more common term, with Valyrian steel being a specific formula as far as I could gather. I had a feeling that the blood from a human was not enough, as there were theories that Nissa was, in fact, a dragon, making Valyrian steel actually made of dragon blood instead of human blood. The amounts involved would work, and a dragon soul seemed more magical than a few hundred humans. But I could have been wrong. Being short on dragons, I pulled on the concept of dragon from dragon bone and dragon glass instead to imbue the steel to create with the required properties, experimenting by creating soul coins that trapped the soul of my would-be killer, reflecting on how I had grown desensitized to the deaths of those who wanted to kill me in turn. It left a bitter taste in my mouth, even if I knew that it was the only path I could have. In this world of death and misery, you were either the butcher or the meat. I flipped the latest soul coin in my hand. Before the coin landed on its edge on the small table by my chair, a drop of blood gleamed on the coin as I noticed the cut on my palm from when I squeezed it too hard, not noticing. I tapped my palm with my wand, calling on the healing flames I created when burning the strongest healing potion I could make with the mandrakes. The wood of the wand remembered the first time it happened, and it was enough to cast the soft green flames, stopping the healing, though I noticed a thin scar form. Right, magic steel created wounds that were hard to heal even at the best of times. I tapped my own forehead as well, after that, removing the experience of death I had to live through to forge the coin as it slowly dissolved in the air. Burning alive was unpleasant, even if it was the body of another doing the burning, but mind arts tended to help with any trauma that was purely mental, at least before it took time to get a hold of you, and I was able to keep them locked tight in a box until I figured out how to remove them a few months ago. As I looked upon the dark metal and the blood upon it, I looked back at the rings on my finger. I just had the perfect idea to solve multiple issues of mine. Dash. The house with the red door had become a vanity project of mine, a statement of my prowess in warding. The protections I placed and took down over and over again, as the entire house had slowly developed into a small fortress as a result. To the outside, it looked like any other palace that acted as its own fortress in the many aisles that dotted Bravus, except for the red door, of course. First were the wooden shingles carved with different runes and glyphs, creating a field of magical disturbance that made any use of divination or other tricks extremely hard within the borders through the moonstones buried in each corner, while the frame that made up the structure was a single web of magical wood as hard as steel and thrumming with the souls that made up its curse, as some called it. There were enough protective spells to hold back dragon fire for a few minutes, and above all else, it was littered with compulsions to keep the less pleasant sort from finding it in the first place, their eyes moving past the house as if it was the most boring thing in the world. The Palace of Ghosts, most men in Bravus muttered, a rather fitting name to the building that none with ill will could find, thanks to a few whiskers from Missy the Niazel. Those who knew that I lived in it when I was in Bravus called it Wizard's Keep instead. The stone of the building was nothing significant, though if someone tried to take a hammer to the walls, they would find a thin layer of spell fire stopping such an act, absorbing the energy to strengthen itself. Protogo Totalum covered the entire building in the form of a dome, making it impossible for man to scale the walls completely or fall from the sky. It was tricky, but I managed to add the enchantment such that the climbers would slip and fall in the last leg of the climb, but the broken legs of the would-be witch hunters, glory hogs, and assassins made all the effort I put into learning how to ward worth it, as did their souls feeding the protections of my home. All the wards needed to draw power, however. Souls were useful so long as they held energy, and only living creatures seemed to be able to draw that mystical pool that was unseen in the air back into their souls. I had anchored the protections to the lemon tree in one corner of the yard as the only tree inside the property. Its branches were reaching out to a specific window that I knew led to Danny's room, long before any magic I tried or any I thought Danny, one of those points proving that Danny was a natural when it came to magic. The lemon tree itself had changed since I started experimenting on it with fleshcraft, or was it woodcraft? Druidcraft, right, druidcraft, that was the correct word. Names had weird effects, and the lemon tree was partially merged with the remains of the single silver lime tree that had been growing so close to the dragon well, being exposed to strange magical energies as a result. I needed a bridge of sorts in the form of a branch from a lime tree, and the transformation of the tree was incapable of producing lemons, but the protection was worth the effort. I did not really understand the way names and identities worked, but they could be used as a bridge, which I had still not properly experimented with yet. The magical silver lime combined with the lemon tree allowed the tree to hold and pull more magical energy than normally possible so as to power the additional wards that were more energy expensive. Reach out, I explained as I stood next to Danny. Feel the tree, it is harder than doing so with weirwood, but the connection will be far more profound and stronger to develop. Danny nodded, closing her eyes as she pushed. The stage that allowed one to jump from weirwood to normal wood was hard but necessary. The results created bonds that were far more personal and harder to subvert. A few times in our spars, I had managed to interfere with Danny's spells altogether by simply reaching out to the weirwood and blocking her, a feat that would be harder to achieve with a more personalized wand wood. Green seers were an evolution of skin changer, where the skin was the trees themselves. It was a tricky bit of magic to develop, but I had figured out a way based on what I recalled from Bran's chapters. A skin changer needed to grow in strength enough to be able to take over the minds of a human, without a wand, that is. The next step was to possess a weirwood, as the weirwood itself was made from the strange flesh crafting of wood and bones of the dead. Once the soul became attuned to the weirwood, the green seer could use any tree to look into the strange method of memory that the trees had, making the green seer capable of seeing into the past and most likely futures if they were strong enough and even significant enough. In theory, the approach of green sight would mean the inability to change the past that was being observed, as it was just a memory. That being said, Bran had somehow managed to possess Hodder in the past, pulling a bootstrap paradox by weakening his mind until Bran's younger self gained the ability to skin change the poor boy, creating a self-sustaining time loop. It was unfortunately a skill that was still beyond me, mostly because the shortcut of consuming weirwood paste was something I did my best to avoid. I had no intention of growing a tree through myself like Bloodraven. Regardless of the potential, I would have to take things as they came, and one of the steps I needed to take was to ensure that Danny had a bespoke wand. I looked at the white raven perched on the branches of the tree, a sign of things yet to come, though the last pieces were not there yet, preventing me from going off to places other than Bravus. One of the higher branches, the same one that was coincidentally the closest to the window of Danny's room, bent down as my sister grasped the branch, turning to look at me with wonder. Reach out, and ask nicely now. The branch has to be willingly given by the tree, lest the wand refuse you, I stated, knowing that breaking the branch never worked for a wand. It was some distinct lore about the elder wood and breaking a branch cursing you, but a wand wood that willingly came to you tended to work for you better than the alternative. I had almost gotten brained by a flying piece of dragon bone one too many times not to make that specific mistake again. I did it, said Danny holding a branch of the lemon and lime tree. Sour truths and futures, I commented mentally, but ones that will nurture and protect. Great job, I voiced, as I patted her head, checking that her soul took on the added soul stuff I added. Being related so closely, thanks to incest, made blood magic I cast compatible with my sister, allowing me to simply share a bit of my soul stuff with her to slowly increase her power. Ask Nessa to help you cultivate the branch into a tree, keep it close, and once we have a core, we can work on making your own bespoke wand beyond your training one. Danny ran off, leaving me to ponder the nature of things, as a wizard wont to do. I was interrupted by the opening of the red door and giggling as two people walked in. Belle was giggling, pulling on a girl slightly shorter than her. Given that she was still dressed in the silks of Maris the maid, I felt the dragon within stir from her mere presence. My lord, said Belle, giving me a curtsy as the girl next to her followed suit. I did not need to read her mind to know what she was thinking and why she dragged another girl to my home. May I introduce my newest friend, she said. I am called the poetress, your grace, said the girl with pale skin and dark hair, her warm brown eyes that watched Belle approach me, biting her full lips. I have seen Belle's play and could not resist meeting the one who wrote it. Isambro wrote it, I countered. My lord, Isambro is good, but he is not that good, in a play mocking the Westerosi king, he does not read that much history, said the poetress, batting her eyelashes. I like her, I said, turning to Belle. It was hard to find someone who understood the subtleties of literature in this world. Belle, on the other hand, was trying her best to grind against me, her breath smelling of wine she must have been drinking after the play. I could feel the goosebumps on her skin. The dress she wore was not good at keeping her warm, it would seem, nor good at hiding her arousal as her nipples pushed against my chest. I thought your grace deserved a reward for protecting a maid's honor. I have a good feeling about her, whispered Belgier, teeth grazing my earlobe. She was most interested in the collection of books you kept in your chambers. I could not say no to such a beauty, said Belle louder, pulling me along into the house and almost throwing me into my own room. They say you have read 10,000 books, said the poetress, whose thoughts were rather divided between books and other activities. That you are wise beyond your years. I don't keep count, to be honest, though I am certain that wise is the most flattering thing anyone has called me, I said, smirking at the idea. I was lucky if I could find 1,000 books in Bravus. While small bookshops existed as extensions of other businesses, with scribe shops working to make copies of books on commission, mostly being run or working for a temple or another. I had thought of getting the printing press working on the side but printing press would take decades to pick up and only cause more people to grow disillusioned with the nobility. Given that my position in the nobility was supposed to be on the very top, it was rather self-sabotaging to give people the ability to read and think for themselves, and I was in Bravus, and I did not feel like accelerating their renaissance. The Targaryen king. I have read about your family, said the poetress, making me raise an eyebrow. The Lives of the Four Kings was fascinating, though it was a bit of a dry read. I believe the summary is Durin fought, Baelor prayed, as Aegon fucked, and all of it was left for Durin the Good to clean up after, I said, recalling that the book barely mentioned my favorite king, Viserys I, even if he was a shitty father. Poetress giggled at that. There is a copy that I found, of the Lives of the Four Kings, the original by Caetha's hand, she said, getting my attention. And why have I not heard of such a rare book existing then? I asked, curious, as the rule of Durin the Good was strangely limited in policies other than pro-Dorne. The Sea Lord at the time was a priestain, and the book was a gift to him from King Aerys I, said the poetress, and I could feel the connection there. Priestain, hey. I will see if I can borrow it for a while. You must have another name, poetress is what you are, I am sure, but you were not born with such a name, I said, approaching the girl and pulling her close to me. The poetress seemed to not be bothered though. It is the only name I have left, your grace, said the girl breathily. My family was rather insistent on me dropping my birth name, lest they give it to the House of Black and White. House of Black and White is no more, I boasted, making the poetress shiver. They are not the only ones who may take the coin to deal death, countered poetress, though the protection of one such as you, it would go a long way in ensuring my own protection. And what exactly is it that you wish of me? I asked instead, knowing that everyone wanted something. I watched the play tonight and saw how everyone's eyes were on the Black Pearl. I want that, I want to be desired like that, she said, making me smirk at the vanity of it. I raised an eyebrow and looked at Belle. Better others than me, I am satisfied with the lover I have, said Belle with a shrug, sipping on her wine. I am going to need a drop of blood, I said, taking out a scroll from the stacks I had made. These were less magical and did not have as much of a light show, which worked better for me as they were easier to make than the original versions of the affinity scrolls. Poetry, fitting, I suppose, I said, my eyes glowing as I glimpsed at the scroll in the unseen and watched the flow of magical energy move toward different glyphs on the page. My comment made Belle snigger, while I schooled my features. Rituals, I mentally added, looking at the second brightest rune. Runes were not a perfect representation of concepts, not as defined, as they were ideas, and I had not noticed that rituals and poetry might be so in line, sort of explained some of the more complex aspects of rituals I knew that I found to be poetic. What is it you desire, poetress? I said, pulling her closer to me. There was physical desire between us, certainly, but her affinity was one that I desired most. Protection and power sound nice, they say that you can kill armies with a wave of your hand, moaned the poetress as I cupped her ass before guiding us to the bed. The ritual circle was carved on the floor, hidden beneath the rug under the bed we landed on. Belle watched from the couch, knowing that she would only join after the poetress went through the ritual at least once. Dash. You have exhausted the poor girl, my lord. Purred Belle as we lay in bed, the poetress passed out on my other side. A wave of my hand and a few runes traced in the air with the fire from the obsidian ring cleaned us up, at least superficially. Yeah, I confirmed, reaching out to her mind and finding her asleep. My left hand rose, flames forming a simple glyph of sleep that my finger traced into the air. The flame dulled, heat becoming less as the spell sank into the body of the poetress just in case. What are you planning? I asked. She is a cousin to the priestain who holds ambitions for becoming the Sea Lord. I was thinking of convincing her to spy for us by giving her my place as Maris, explained Belle, as I glared at her, both of us knowing that that was not what I asked. What makes you think I am planning anything else, my lord? Asked Belle, making me growl. You are preparing to leave, I want to come with you, she answered as fast as she could. She probably observed some of the more long-term moves I was making. I was borrowing heavily from the Iron Bank, putting future investments that would only pan out in the long run, trade expeditions that I had placed coin in knowing that they would succeed. The return from the investment was more than double what I borrowed, but it would be years before the expeditions returned and the money was ready for use. What do you want in life? I asked, laying in bed with Belgier. Tell me you never thought to be a queen. All girls wish to be the queen, my love, yet I am not a fool to covet the position of another who would never lose your favor, said Belle, nor am I as suicidal as to awaken the wrath of the dragon. What has brought this on, lover? Is this your way of trying to get rid of me, because I warn you that it will not work? She asked. Here I thought the famous Black Pearl belonged to Bravus, I teased, getting a slap on my chest. I am the descendant of Aegon IV and Pirate Queen Belgier of the Black Pearl, I go where I want, I fuck who I want, if it is your luck that your side is where I want to be, and you are whom I want to fuck, countered Belle, making me chuckle. Are you to tell me that without my power, you would still want me? I asked, making Belle look away. I thought as much. I commented before declaring, I am not giving you a wand, if it is power you seek. I don't care about a stick, apart from this one, she said with a grin as her hands wrapped around me. Is it so hard to accept that I want to be with you, that you have ruined me for other men, you infuriating nerd, responded Belgier, getting up from the bed. I snorted, picking up some of my vocabulary there. Lover, I said, flipping us over. You make up too many words, it is hard to track of, but I manage, said Belle. For you, my dragon, she added in the tongue of the summer Icelanders. Then, I ask again, what do you want from me, what is it that you desire, that you think will come from me? I asked. One day, all I ask is a pearl of my own, said Belle making me stop. One that would be the consort for a king. That is all I ask, is a daughter to stand by the side of her brother, to love him and be loved by him in turn. Not to be the mother of a king. I asked as I knew most people. I shall raise your son as my own when the time comes, lover, I will share your bed with others you desire, but I will not be the one to give birth to him, that position belongs to another. And who exactly does that position belong to? I asked, confused and most definitely not using a clemency to not think about it. Belle chuckled. For a man so wise, you are truly clueless, she said, making me scoff as I felt her hand grasp. While I will give you a child when you sit upon a throne, I think we can practice. That seems acceptable, I noted, knowing that incest, while applicable for Valyrians, also had to be tempered with some additional diversity. The Dragon Lords of Valyria fixed that issue of biological diversity through polygamy, along with introducing new bloodlines into the mix while maintaining the existing ones. Half-sibling incest was less destructive than full-on incest, though it was lost in the translation and cultural differences. Before that, though, I said, snapping my fingers and having one of the chests open. If you are coming along, you are going to need something. I presented her with my gift, a lute made of weirwood. I had taken inspiration from Rugger's harp, the dragon bone with silver strings, I had to admit, and it sort of got out of hand after that. The bridge, the nut and the pegs were made of dragon bone, while the pickguard of mother of pearl gleamed in the light of the candles. The wires were dragon steel, ones that I personally made to ensure that it would hold magic. I had played a few tunes, enough to know that the lute held magic that the player could direct, but I had never been interested in music in my old life, and what I had inherited from Viserys training had long since atrophied as even singing brought the pain of loss, reminding me of the times with Rilla, and few times Rugger sang to us, peaceful times, innocent times. I thought you said you were not going to give me a wand, said Belle in wonder, feeling the magic from each tone. I am not that I think you would be good at that specific method of magic, but this. I think this is far more your style, I commented, knowing that Belle was more of a bard build than a sorcerer or a wizard. Her songs carried a power of their own, and she was relatively talented with most musical instruments. You planned this, have you not? Asked Belle, placing the lute back in the chest. That you planned to bring me with you all this time. A dragon does not share, I said with a grin. Belle turned toward me, walking back toward me, her hips moving in a hypnotic pattern, my gaze moved up to her breasts and her mouth, agreeing with the fools who lost themselves in the beauty before me. She bit her lip, her eyes gleaming with arousal. Once she was over me, I flipped us both around, guiding my cock into her, causing Belgier to gasp. You know that is not how you make a child, right, lover? Teased Belle as I pushed into her puckered hole. Flesh crafting made the process as pleasurable as possible for Belle as she moaned. You do not seem to mind that much, I grunted as I hilted myself in her. No, I do not, all of me belong to you, your grace, so make use of me as you will, declared Belle, her mouth finding mine. Dash. I liked taking walks in Bravus, though it was not exactly good for the population count of the city. Take this night, a few weeks of waiting for the Dornish to come knocking or try to make some contact, and nothing. From my first observation, the Dornishmen were going to become trouble. I had snuck in to meet Prince Oberyn when he did not seem that inclined to make contact, only negotiating trade deals with the Sea Lord and debts with the Iron Bank while spending his nights in one brothel or another. He was not hard to track, given how Varys Mice already had an eye on him, before suddenly deciding to go watch some other brothel. Now, he was in a high-end brothel that Belonara owned, after finding the courtesans of Bravos unwilling to be seen with him. Something about offending me or something like that. 3 bolts of spell fire leaped from my wand, hitting the 3 in the bed together in the throes of passion. 2 were knocked out, 3rd leaped for his knife. I had to give it to Oberyn Martell. He was quick, and immune to magic. I snarled as a flick of my wand had one of the chairs fly and crash into his head, knocking him out as the wood crushed to his head. I dropped the disillusionment on me as another flick of my wand bound all 3 in ropes I brought for the occasion. Is it me, or does everyone have a counter for magic, Your Grace? Asked Richard as I wove wards around the room, anchored to a blood candle. It would not last long, but it was the easiest way I knew. I briefly considered if the steel itself could be used before filing it away for later experiments. Moths to a flame, I seem to attract the lot, I muttered, knowing that it was the case. Magic tended to attract those who were in tune with it, unless you actively avoided it. My fingers brushed against my amulet before I gathered myself. The moonlit world hid itself, but there was a lot more to this world than even what I knew. As you say, muttered Sir Richard behind me, taking off the latest iteration of my invisibility cloak, this one actually using an illusion of the background from wherever you looked, combined with a powerful suggestion to ignore anything abnormal. Revelio, I muttered, releasing a light imbued with the soul stuff stored in the wand, the same one that allowed for it to sustain a single enchantment, like the disillusionment charm that I used on myself. The light bent around a specific location, as I looked at the light sink as it were, the point where the magical light seemed to be bending around something or another. Of course, the motherfucker has forged at least one chain of Valyrian steel, I noted, lifting up the chain that mostly consisted of silver for healing, a few iron for war, and a few others, mostly ones that he would have already learned with a proper lord's education. The single smoky steel, however, stood out amongst them. Finite, I muttered, guiding the basilisk soul within the wand to form a shield between the superficial blood attunement anyone with a basic understanding of forging Valyrian steel could make. I had a feeling that Aemon had been the one to suggest Longclaw be given to Jon for a similar reason, as the same fire that burned his hand burned the steel as well. With a bit of push of my will, I was able to unravel the attunement between the blood and Valyrian steel, as I threw a small healing spell, followed by a stunner to knock out the bound and gagged Prince of Dorne, already drooling on the carpet. You do not seem to be against this idea of mine, I said to my sword. I am a Stormlander, Your Grace, countered Sir Richard making me snort. You will not hear me complain if you choose to knock around a few Dornish, and Prince Oberyn once threatened me, so seeing him being as he is now, it does not feel unjust, he added, as he had not made any comments about knocking out the guards in a similar manner. Though, Sir Willem might have words if he found out about our stroll. I am sure he will, but I sense a plot against us, I muttered. It was easier to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission, and Red Viper of Dorne was a loose cannon in the best of times. The bastard of Euler did not help the case either. And Dorne is hot, countered Sir Richard, passing me the bag that contained what I needed, which included a round bowl the size of my hand, made from a white metal that gleamed in the light with glyphs and gems embedded in the outside. I nodded, tapping the moonstones attached to the surface of the small bowl with my wand, leaving it to hover in the air. The pensieve was a rather fascinating bit of magic item from the world of Harry Potter, one that I had been tirelessly working to recreate since the first time I cast a spell with my wand. There were many reasons: a well of memories to share with Dany, a method for me to recollect my own memories and make it easier for me to recall meta-knowledge, a method to relax as I watched a few of the old favorite movies from my past life. The potential was endless, just as making one was the trickiest bit of magic I came across to date. The prime material, as with anything related to memory, was weirwood, while the bowl itself required a way for me to hold the memories without making the container absorb the potions. The main problem with memories was, they were not infallible. They changed and decayed over time, and the few prototypes I had generated images that were fuzzy. I had started with a simple weirwood bowl, eventually moving on to test a special clay mixed with weirwood ash, only for said pensieves to be sub-par and leak memories when I left them be. No, what I needed was something that would be less likely to change, something that would remain the test of time, something made of metal. The process of creating the metal was the same one that I used for creating the dragon steel coins, with the only difference being that the metal of the pensieve contained weirwood as the only wood, creating pale white steel that held the enchantments regarding memory rather well. The runes and gems, on the other hand, held the rest of the spells, balance, hovering, the works. The pensieve I made had a specific method of divination, creating a protean charm on the memory that was linked to the earth itself, using the memory to scry the event in the past through the very memories of the world and fill in the gaps that the memory had. It was stabilized and streamlined green site, with a search function that I could use, even if it required a fragment of the memory. The round shape was a necessity for the custom magic circle I had personally etched upon the inner and outer surfaces in runes and glyphs made from blood metal mixed with nightwood, which absorbed and emitted the magic in a single form. The magic circle held the enchantments of preservation and divination on the inside and balance, protection, and hovering on the outside to prevent it from spilling through the careful application of a shield charm. The metal itself was not indestructible, however, and tended to be good at absorbing magical energy, one of the reasons it made for a good pensieve as the memories remained vivid after a while, unlike the alternative methods I came up with. The small bowl was made from the weir steel, stretched thin, though it still was relatively small, a hand in diameter at most, with rolled edges to prevent it from cutting flesh. The metal itself was crude, with too many bumps, mostly because I lacked much experience in shaping it still, and the entire thing had to be forged by hand due to the way magic seemed to interact with dragon steel. I could form the dragon steel into small coin-sized ingots, but shaping it with magic was impossible once the metal cooled down. I took out a vial of memory potion. This one was made in such a way that it would kill me if I ever drank it, even with a bezoar, due to the interaction between nightshade, wormwood, and weirwood. The intensity of the poison, however, only worked if consumed, though the liquid had a strange ability to put a person into a trance on skin contact, after a few adjustments at least. I guided the bowl to Oberyn Martell's head, slowly pulling on the memories of the Dornish prince and all the secrets that came with it. You might argue that what I was doing was dishonorable, that the Dornish as my allies deserved some basic decency, if I had heard a hide or hair from them since now. I had my own theories, of course. Maybe Doran assumed I would end up dead with the rumors of my obsession with magic, or maybe he wanted to distance himself from me, knowing that the faith would stand against me at the best of times, but you know the saying about making assumptions. The problem was, Dornish made me more paranoid than ever. There were a lot of half-hearted attempts in the whole rebellion, and while Tyrells were chief among them with their choice of feasting while laying siege to an empty castle, the Dornish were not without blame, sending men only after Aerys had threatened Elia and turned her into a hostage, and even then, only half-heartedly. I could agree with their reluctance after what Rhaegar did, but their lack of foresight when it came to the potential fates of Elia and her children should Robert win made me irritated. Along the way, I tapped a few select memories, whispering Geminio that had them be recreated within the material of the memory potion as long strands of memory. I took his training in healing, his training with a spear and lance, his experience in fighting, and anything else I found worthwhile. It was a trick that required a living head, unfortunately, so I could not do the same with Morrigan and gain the experience and tricks of the faceless men without having my talking skull lose said memories. It had something to do with the brain holding a physical copy of the memories that made them easier to replicate, but I did not really care, as I had only done it a few times, once to a blacksmith and once to a jeweler. The legilimency allowed me to slowly wiggle out the right memories linked to House Targaryen and the plots they had. Oberyn, ironically, was my biggest supporter, wanting to declare for me after the news of the sack of King's Landing and the butchery of Elia and her children reached his ears, while Doran did nothing. I dismissed the morality of my actions, mostly because Targaryens were really bad at playing the game and only succeeded when they flipped the board and made up new rules, so I was doing just the same. While I trusted Sir Willem's judgment, prepared wizards are ones you do not mess with. Getting the memories I wanted, modifying the last 20 minutes before he passed out into memories of debauchery built around suggestions, compulsions, and older memories of similar deeds, I mentally considered how idiot a manipulative Dumbledore in the stories I read would have to be to fail at this whole cloak and dagger stuff. The memory potion, now filled with the memories I chose to duplicate, went into a glass jar as I moved the bodies into their right position. A quick muttering of reparo to fix everything broken, and I was ready to leave before stopping and turning to Elaria Sand. Wasn't she a Nula or something like that? The ball of shadow leaped from the Valyrian steel chain link when I was done taking the memories of the Dornish bastard regarding Hellholt as well, the shadow soul returning to my wand as I walked out the door, light wrapping itself around me, with Sir Richard behind me with his cloak pulled up. Sun Tzu once said, know yourself and your enemy, and you will win all your battles, and nothing allows you to know your enemy than their own memories and thoughts taken from their head. Evening, I said from the corner of the room, my occlumency at full force so I do not turn the Dornishman into a smear on the wall or a pile of charred bones. I was mentally repeating my mantra of do not go full Aerys, never go full Aerys, while sipping on my tea. The reason Doran refused contact was twofold, and I knew that now, and they did not know that I knew that. One was what I had assumed, with Doran being uncertain if I could survive or not with me dabbling in magic, as well as potentially proving trouble with the faith. He was aware enough that while Dorne suffered little from the uprisings of the faith, the rest of the kingdoms south of the neck were less secular. The other was the reason for my current strain on self-restraint. Varys had played his hand in desperation, potentially upon hearing that I was dabbling in magic that made Bloodraven look like a mere conjurer of cheap tricks before he was hooked up to the weirwood net and got unlimited access to history. The result of his play was a betrothal between Ariane and the Aegon he hid away. It was a desperate attempt to deny me Dorne, causing the delay from happening. It also meant that I had to operate under the assumption that Dorne was an enemy but also with the facade that they were my allies. Viserys Targaryen, you are a hard man to find, Oberyn Martell said with a smirk as he sat back in comfort on the couch in front of me. Do not blast the Dornish prince in the face, the couch was expensive and a pain in the ass to get it made just right, I mentally tacked on. The idiot had been followed by 4 spies, 2 of the Iron Bank and 1 of which was Sea Lords, as he and his paramour were trying to sneak into the house with the red door. The last one belonged to Varys, a former slave without a tongue, and now without a head. Not really, though you have been avoiding me, I said instead. Has Doran finally gotten bored waiting for the oranges to rot and decided to eat one? My brother was not so keen on the idea of an alliance, countered Oberyn, his black eyes focusing from one point to another. A Targaryen, dabbling in magic. I had to take a measure of the rumors since maesters seem to think you are either a charlatan, taken in by hedge wizards, or Maegor the Cruel reborn. Funny, I thought the actions of Maegor ensured the stability of Jaehaerys' reign and broke the back of the faith militant. It was Aenys who dabbled in sorcery. So, what have you found? I asked, sipping on mead that some of the free folk seemed to be so fond of. The rumors seem to be true, said Oberyn, his body tense. I find a distinct lack of faceless men to take on contracts these days. House of Black and White still stood, mostly because it was an organized religion. A bit of support here and there, a bit of use of memory charms to create a priest of death without access to the knowledge and rights that made the faceless men so dangerous from Morrigan's own, and I had a puppet religion that was now only limited to religious services and assisted suicides. Morrigan disappeared every now and then, bringing the gift to people who probably deserved it through the shadow-bound body I gave her access to. With access to the orb of divination within her skull, she did not need to continue the work of a hired assassin to take out those deserving. The last one was some charlatan in Volantis claiming to be able to raise the dead as thralls. Maybe they are just hiding or busy with other contracts. I asked, before focusing on the other thread, does my reputation reach all the way to the Grey Rats then? Only those with ears to listen. Archmaester Marwyn is of the opinion that should they send a maester, he would not survive a meeting with the Butcher of Death, said Oberyn, making me smirk on the inside. Ridiculous, I would love to pick their brains, I countered, having taken the memories of the Citadel from the man before me, on the off chance that I found myself in Old Town and working to repossess their library for myself in reparations for, let's see, treason, sedition, assassination, and conspiracy. I was not sure how much the Maester conspiracy held true, but while not every Maester was guilty, not every Maester was innocent either. The future of one Maester Cresson, as he attempted to poison Melisandre, was a good indicator that independent actors that made up a majority of Maesters pointed to a distinct culture set for the preservation of the greater good and the destruction of magic. I found dogmas insufferable and fanatics unpleasant, so I was going to have to put an end to that specific culture. Well then, Prince Viserys, started Oberyn, no doubt making to say something smart. King, interrupted Sir Willem, have care with your words, you are in the presence of King Viserys III, rightful king of the Andals, the First Men, and the Rhoynar, he declared, holding himself straight despite the pain I knew he was in. He was desperate to be in this meeting, to make sure that he could act as a shield for me against the Westerosi politics. I appreciated that, even if I would have preferred that he rested more. In retrospect, I replied calmly, placing my hand on the shoulder of my sword shield, the Andals wanted my family dead since Aenys, the First Men, have chosen to unanimously rebel against my father after he barbecued their lord, and the Rhoynar are eagerly awaiting your return, Oberyn interrupted. Only care about me so long as they can get revenge against the blood of innocents that were spilled, without spilling their own blood like proper people with self-dignity, I countered, deciding to channel Lyanna Mormont and Olenna Tyrell and Sparta kick subtlety off the cliff. Dignity? Asked the clearly Dornish woman who was watching the exchange. House Targaryen owes Dorne a debt of blood. And you must be Lady Elaria Sand. I have heard of your beauty, and now I see the viciousness that would attract a man like the infamous Red Viper of Dorne, I greeted the woman. Do not presume to tell me of debts owed, Euler, I snapped back. Aegon and Rhaenys were the blood of the dragon, just as Elia was, any debt Dorne is entitled to, House Targaryen is owed to twice over, I said before taking a deep breath and calming myself. Yes, assume that I do not know of this Aegon to be alive, even if I need to figure out a way to distinguish if he was a Blackfyre or not, in a soft tone, I simply stated, why don't you enjoy the sun, my lady? It is rare in these parts of the world to have such a nice day, and 3 can keep a secret only if the 2 are dead. Elaria's eyes flashed with anger before making to leave the room, but Oberyn placed a hand on her shoulder and smiled, it had too many teeth in it. You have a sharp tongue, Viserys. I like that. You remind me of your brother, he, too, had a way with words, though he was more soft-spoken. Well, I am not my brother, I said in turn, mentally revising when Rhaegar would threaten Dorne. Clearly not. Said Oberyn, my brother Prince Doran has sent me to negotiate this alliance. Rhaegar would not be so callous as to insult the only allies he had left. Says the man who gave the heir of Hightower the nickname of Breakwind and got exiled for killing a bannerman. And I remember my brother running off with another when your sister proved too unhealthy to bear more children. You, my prince, are well informed, said Oberyn laughing, though it did not reach his eyes. Alas, like you, I am not my brother. Doran was always the one who was cautious and prudent. He does not act rashly or impulsively. He waits for the right moment to strike, and he has been waiting for you. When he is done waiting for me, he will wait for the winter, then the summer, he will wait and wait some more. I countered, causing Oberyn to sigh, though his reaction was more of a mental one. Then allow me to put your thoughts at ease, your grace. May I present the proposal my brother has for House Targaryen? Asked Oberyn, presenting a parchment. Sir Richard held it, making sure to not hold it with anything but his wooden arm, hidden beneath the gloves and long sleeves of his doublet. Poisoned letters were a thing, and I did not trust the Red Viper as far as I could throw him, without magic, mostly because I could launch him halfway back to Dorne with magic. A betrothal, signed by a second son. An agreement that is not enforceable, one that can easily be declared the overreaching rebellion of a second son and disavowed by the Prince of Dorne. Sir Richard countered, repeating a snippet of the long list of complaints I aired to my sword. Even if I did not know your plans to have my sworn shield sign in my stead, such a contract would not be binding unless Doran wanted it to be, which implies that I would already be in a position of winning. Your brother knows how to hedge his bets and not put his own neck on the line, I countered. Tell me, Oberyn, why should others fight for someone who will not fight for their own blood? Dorne awaits for you to claim your birthright, your grace. The betrothal ensures that my niece Arianne will be your queen while your sister marries his eldest son, Prince Quentyn, he said. It honors the promise of your father when he had Elia wed Rhaegar, and it makes up for his crimes. It ensures that 15,000 spears to your cause, man that you lack. Do not vaporize the Dornish prince, the repairs would be costly, I mentally chanted as I read through the so-called pact. I liked how neither he nor the contract actually mentioned the name of the king in the whole thing, referring to the rightful heir of House Targaryen. The agreement said that the king would marry Arianne while also asking me to marry Dany to the would-be dragon thief. Even Doran was hedging his bets, playing Varys against me and seeing who would act first. I could see Doran's hand at this, ensuring that his daughter would be queen either way while also gaining leverage against me through Dany. I considered my options. The infamous Dornish plot armor was something of a dilemma. They had defended themselves against dragons, armies, and even occupation. They had been instrumental in the Blackfyre rebellions, mostly because their inclusion into the Seven Kingdoms was the cause of most of the support for the Blackfyres. Nothing prevented me from drawing a line on the sand and letting everything within burn to death, for the sand to melt and turn to glass, but I needed a reason, an excuse. I hemmed and hawed as was proper. I did not have any intention of marrying Arianne Martell, mostly because I did not need to, nor did I have any intention of letting some brat raised by the spider hold any form of power over me. It did not matter if he was Rhaegar's son, a Blackfyre, or some random bastard from Lys. Once the crown sat upon his head, I could expect to be shafted by the rightful king as was the Westerosi tradition. If he was true, he was welcome to Westeros and all the problems that entailed. If he was false, his fate would be fire and blood. Similarly, the Arianne in the books was a spoiled and reckless princess who plotted to crown a small girl without consulting anyone else. She was so similar to a young Cersei that I was certain any marriage with her would be one that would be miserable, not to mention that she was also promiscuous and unfaithful, sleeping with half of Dorne and beyond as far as I knew. I was not going to marry someone whose fidelity I could no ensure, whose virginity I could not use to empower myself, or whose children I would have to test just to be certain that they were mine. And Marjorie Tyrell came with 70,000 more spears than the Dornish, who would already be honor-bound to support me. That was the problem, wasn't it? They knew that their support would have to be given if I landed with an army if I had a shot at winning. There were certain things a lord could not let be. An opportunity to avenge their family, the loss of their seat of power, those were weaknesses that they could not let be without people questioning them. Doran would have a rebellion in his hand if he did not raise his army to support me. A lord not seeking justice for his family was not worth any salt, a sign that they were too weak. The Prince of Dorne was overreaching, his Westerosi greed showing through as he grasped for more and more at the cost of what was best. All of those did not even include the part about marrying Dany off to the dragon thief. Quentyn Martell was not getting a second chance from me. His actions of trying to ride one of Daenerys' dragons in the books were not only ill-thought, but the consequences would lead to war no matter what. Horse thieves were executed in this world, and dragon thieves in Old Valyria had a worse fate. Once the dragon was put down by the Dragon Lord families, the rider was raised from death and executed 14 times in a row, once for each dragon god of Valyria, each time resurrected. The remains of the body after the 14th resurrection were for the family who owned the dragon to do as they will, though one account that Morrigan knew included a blood curse that boiled the blood of those related to the dragon thief. I sighed, clearing my mind of all distractions and pushing down my emotions for what I had to do, knowing that there was no other way to get Dorn without tipping my hand and, above all else, there was no other way of not letting Varys realize that I was onto him. I do not need Dorn to claim what it mines, and you. I countered, giving the man a glare, the pressure I exerted rooting him on his seat. I could feel his fear, even through the protection of the small link of Valyrian steel. You do not need a betrothal to seek revenge from the usurper or the lion. I will consider your proposal and give you an answer at a later date. Prince Doran is married to Lady Melario of Norvos, I stated simply. I acted like I just had the idea as I said, I propose a meeting between the parties of concern, say a coincidental meeting when Lady Melario visits a family with her eldest daughter and son in 2 years' time when I have an army at my back. I did not mention the fact that they would essentially become hostages in all but name should Dorn try anything. Oberyn chuckled. You are clever, Your Grace. You know how to play the game, but so does my brother. I know when a man made up his mind, so I shall agree, though the betrothal to Arianne to ensure she becomes the queen will have to be signed today, he said, pointing at the parchment. I once again had to remind myself why ashing a Prince of Dorne was a stupid idea, he would be good fodder against Clegane. I then had to convince myself why I should not just create my own kingdom in stepstones while the others butchered all of Westeros. I held the parchment before flames engulfed it. I had once heard someone say that politics was telling someone to go fuck themselves and having them thank you for it, or something like that. It was probably Churchill, it sounded like something Churchill would have said. I had done exactly that, telling Doran to go fuck himself and nothing could be done about it. Aegon, whether Blackfyre or real, had his days numbered, and I had a plan to deal with him discreetly once I figured out the Marauders map project of mine to be sure of his identity. 2 years' time, Norvos, or we will see how much fire it takes for Sands of Dorne to melt, given it has not been bent or broken before, I said, looking Oberyn in the eyes, seeing the anger he held back at the implied threat. It was a sweet feeling, that rage. It was then that Farrago decided to enter the room, the Sea Lord of Bravos dropping by for another meeting with me and coincidentally to act as a witness to any potential improved agreement that did not include any betrothals. Second point was moot though, unless Oberyn was not going to swallow his pride. The dark ring of Valyrian steel gleaming on the Sea Lord's ring finger was the only indicator of his true allegiance, as it matched with the one on Bellinara's finger, hanging off the Sea Lord's arm. Minarensthon said. Author San, please update. I am dying to read the next great storyline. Then be reborn from the ashes. Ashborn. The visions/dreams were tricky to maintain. Greensight was not an inborn trait for me, but I could learn enough of it to peer into the past, and listen to the echoes of the futures that may be. Dreams acted as a conduit for such magic, and one that I have had in the past was back once more, the white dragon shot with red veins, looking at me with a glare, judging me and finding me lacking. I did not sleep much nowadays, my body was filled with too much energy, and the short meditation was the closest I got to proper sleep unless something took hold of me and pulled me under. Even then, a part of me was too wired to go into the depths, the same fear of drowning that all humans have to keep me afloat. It was no wonder that my eyes shot open when I heard the yell of fire. From Bell and tasted the distinct taste of magical energy in the air, its flavor matching that of fire. A wave of my hand froze the flames. They still burned, but the heat stopped as the atoms stopped accelerating, before the fire, too, realized that it had died, leaving naught but hoarfrost covering the surface of the curtains. The energy that took the form of light simply dimmed the next moment, leaving once magical, now normal ice behind. My eyes roamed, trying to find the reason for the fire. It was not me. I stopped setting things on fire on accident after the third or so time. It was not Belle, her affinity to fire came with a built-in safety to prevent such things. Noticing the small orange glowing eyes in the corner under the drapes, I knew I found the suspect. So that is where it went, I muttered as I grasped the white serpent that crumbled into ash, leaving an egg in its stead. Its life bound to the fire that had been. This was sort of on me, an accidental binding of a basilisk's soul to fire and ash to practice my animation charm was a good idea, on paper. Sure, my end goal was to create a giant flaming serpent a la Voldemort, but you needed to build up to that, but application led me to a hole of magical breeding that I did not foresee. One moment, you are controlling a moderately sized elemental serpent of fire and ash, and next, you have bred a new magical species and have an Ashwinder infestation trying its best to set your house on fire. The initial Ashwinder, the one crafter purely out of magic, did not leave any eggs behind, but with a bit of flame freezing charm and hatching the snake egg within a fire, I was able to combine the properties of the fiery snake animation with an actual magical body, creating a new magical species based on the bastardization of the basilisk breeding ritual that in turn left eggs behind upon death, if only a few had not managed to escape their cage. Let's just say that the whole fire protection that can hold back the dragon fire thing was put to the test over the last week, and no one was injured, apart from the Ashwinders, who were frozen solid before crumbling into dust. Luckily, the magical fires the new Ashwinders produced, while strong, gave way to the magical cold I could impose over the area rather easily. Ice magic was not my forte, and I seemed to be working twice as hard to get decent control over that specific branch of elemental magic, but it was worth the investment for its versatility. I know. Bad Viseries, be more diligent Viseries, those things explode and catch the entire house of fire Viseries. For a 7-year-old, Dani was far too bossy for her good, probably something about being a princess. It was a good thing the entire house was already enchanted to prevent such things as fires. The Ashwinder incident at least allowed me to narrow down the way my magic hooked itself to my own memories, knowledge, and expectations, both conscious and subconscious ones, given that I was sure Ashwinders were native to the Harry Potter universe even if they would be related in some way to fire worms. I sighed, as I knew that at the end of the day, magic was not really a science, and if an idea existed, it was possible to make it into reality. Now that I was awake, I might as well get some of the work I was putting off done. Let's first do a full cleaning of the entire manor, though, again, just to be sure. Focusing on the egg covered in hoarfrost in my hand, I could feel the potential. The idea of an infinite loop of a snake born from the fire, laying an egg that created the next fire for the next snake to be born. I had the end goal of figuring out how to make fire worms, both because those were obviously not natural, being elementally aligned with fire and fitting in the same category of magical as the dragons and ice lich fae that were the White Walkers, and I had this feeling that fire worms were actually required for crafting dragons of Valeria. The logic for the dragons that Barth proposed was not impossible in the end. His theory that the dragons were bred from a combination of wyverns and fireworms was definitely a possibility. The cockatrice, as I managed to narrow down with my research into basilisk breeding, was possible if you hatched a snake egg under a chicken, and a fiery snake and a larger winged creature would, in the end, result in the creation of the Valyrian dragons if I experimented long enough, even if that required me to have access to a wyvern, or desire to hatch more dragons than I could safely keep. There was also a strange allure to creating more creatures, like something in my very essence was compelling me to create more beings with magic. Unlike the magical construct that I lost control of, the hatched Ashwinders were far more stable, even if their birth was linked to the fire that hatched them. They also left behind half a dozen eggs each for me to study, reproducing asexually at that. It went without saying that Ashwinder eggs were useful for both wand cores and some of the strongest potions I had a passing knowledge about. Heading out without saying goodbye, lover? Asked Belle, posing naked on the bed. Or have you decided what to do with your little problem? Subtly manipulating the city into trying to drive me off despite the wishes of the Sea Lord is not what I would call a little problem, I countered, approaching Belle. Poet Res, a distant cousin of House Priestane, had revealed a rather long list of offences meant to be against me that I had not even noticed before. It was concerning, given the fact that I was careful to avoid antagonizing the local nobility too much. I had no idea how Belle had figured out that, but she was learning from her mother, and the Black Pearl had a rather large network of information brokers at her service. Given that they worked for me, I had nothing but praise. After a month of spying through magical and mundane means, I finally had enough understanding of the plots against me within Bravus to put my hand on the scales. A month later, and I was finally convinced that I should just flip the board on those who wished me and mine harm. A message would be a start. Now, I needed to do it in style. But first, I had a lusty mistress to sate. Coincidentally, I still held the Ashwinder eggs, which were used in love potions and acted as aphrodisiacs, if you knew how to control the flow of magic, that is. I got this strange bad feeling whenever I thought of moving to another city. Morrigan told me it had to do with what she referred to as the Mists of Bravus, an enchantment woven by the Moonsingers and powered by the countless sacrifices made to the House of Black and White to keep the city hidden from being scryed upon through glass candles or green sight. It was sacrificial magic at its finest, even if it was relatively primitive compared to some of my own works. It was more powerful than anything I could bring to bear on my own. It was old magic. Ancient magic. It was magic without a system, built over decades, centuries. It was wrought with sacrifice and willpower, changing the very land itself to make it accept that the magic was part of the world. It was like mystery, in a way, the ever-elusive concept that governed magecraft in the Nasu-verse. It took years of effort before it took hold, and the suggestion that a person gave to the world became a rule. It was not perfect by all means. My understanding of the concept came from the limited number of cases of such effects I managed to study. It took me a few days of wrangling soul stuff before I managed to take the original spell and build up from it. The end result was a more stabilized form of the spell, through the runes melted onto the surface of the bronze titan that stood watch over the city to the fires that burned in its eyes. A few Ashwinder eggs into the pits that made up the source of the fire, and I had managed to create a self-sustaining magical fire. Centuries of work and a boy of 5 and 10 make all of us look like fools, muttered Morrigan, manifesting herself next to me. Don't be salty about it, I countered, as I waved my hand and made the guard watching not recall anything being said. I only took what was already there and made it last longer and more powerful. Not salty, as you say, rather humbled, countered Morrigan. to have a way beyond the sacrifice of hundreds, thousands over the years. Yes, Guldsdone flame, as I called it, was a tricky bit of magic to master, but once you mastered the sun's fires and studied the ashwinders long enough, it was not impossible. That only leaves one last thing, I said as I wrapped myself up with the light and disappeared from the view, replacing myself with a simulacrum that would go through the steps of an elaborate ritual that did nothing to add to the finished work. As I joined in the shadows, unseen by the naked eye under the enchanted cloak and disillusionment charm both, I headed to my destination that required me to have an alibi just to be certain. Briefly, I noted that the disillusionment charm was one of the more complex spells I had access to, as well as the most useful one. Technically, it was an illusion upon the skin and the clothes of a person, making light bend around them. It was most useful when you did not move or when you cast it on unmoving objects. That was the basis of invisibility cloaks and why, as objects that had simpler motion, were easier to hide beneath. The version that I was using was dubbed the Cheshire mode since it caused my skin to become invisible. Seeing a pair of floating eyes and teeth was creepy, but I would have to turn on my mage sight if I wanted to go fully invisible. Seeing the world as the currents of magical energy was one of those things that required some adjustment, given the whole thing looked too close to what I would imagine an LSD trip would look like. House Prestane, noted Morrigan, not needing to read my mind. House Prestane was one of the noble houses of the Bravos, one that I did not have too much interaction with. They were rivals to House Antarian and had tried their hands in countering my power more than once or twice, failing most of the time in their attempt to remain subtle. I had to give it to them, they were not stupid, at least, and never really tried something that would be considered against me overtly. Unfortunately, they were a threat now that Farrago was under my control. The Valyrian steel ring I crafted with a single drop of my own blood, granting me a backdoor access to his mind. The connection was useful to influence him and it withstood distance unlike any other method I found. Invisible, I stood before the mansion where most of House Prestane lived. There were distant relatives as well, but the main trouble was within this house that was protected by people who could not see the end of their noses. A bit of willpower had the children be sent off to visit distant relatives before the adults called it an early night. It was a bit early, but it was a long day, right? They certainly thought so once I was done with the compulsion. By the time everything settled, I had already raided their mail, taking in some rather unique letters between the Prestane patriarch and a certain cheesemonger from Pentos. If Sir Willem did not require medical attention almost daily nowadays, I would drop by to say hi to Illyrio, and by say hi, I mean flay him alive to extract all the plots he has cooking before killing him and interrogating him again, but I had more important things to do. Fortunately for the Black Fires, I had more important things to do, and the protection of the mists worked to shield my workings from those outside, while the ones inside Bravos were pretty much cowed after hearing about the fate of the House of Black and White. I still had to occasionally deal with a red priest, mind you, but freezing one's clothes solid while burning another's robes to ash without harming either at once had them confused enough that they left me alone. On the other hand, the House of the Starry Wisdom simply kept away after I added an elder sign onto the back of my amulet of protection, forged out of Valyrian steel, and a bigger one on the door to the house. Going back to the task at hand, there I was, standing in the middle of the Prestane library. I only spent time in the mansion because of the curious suggestion that Poetress had made about the first edition book called Lives of the Four Kings. Given that I had read the first part of Fire and Blood, the events that followed were ones that I was curious about, and an unfiltered version had the potential to reveal some secrets. While I did not have a way to replicate the duplication charm, Geminio, I had come up with a clever alternative. The Book of Mimicry took more effort to come up with than I wanted to admit. It was a simple spell, a sympathetic connection between the original and the book itself, bound to the ink to replicate the shape of the ink. The pages of the book were high-quality vellum, alchemically bonded with a potion that took on the properties of the weirwood, causing the copied text to be a distinctly red color against a background of pure white. I placed the spine of my book against the rare tomb, watching as the spell took hold of it. The variant Protean enchantment bound the two tomes together as the contents of one on the shelf were replicated on the surface of the one I held. A cursory glance did not show me anything interesting in the library before my eyes passed over one scroll. It felt important. Dragon Charmer, I read the title, reading a poem about 3 heads of the dragon and blood magic. I knew of the poem in passing. Morrigan had memories stolen about that from a dragon keeper during the dance. Those memories implied that it was some sort of a spell of some sort sung by the dragon riders, potentially a method of training them from hatchlings through the use of the song, allowing for easier bonding. Whatever it was, I now had an actual copy of it in my hands. I took out a parchment of similar size, the dried animal skin morphing to my will to take a similar shape. After a bit of modification, I had a ruined copy of the scroll that went back into the original place, while the actual scroll went into my bag. The rest of the books did not survive the foundation collapsing, killing all the members of House Prestane as they were crushed or drowned, being trapped under the rubble. While I could have burned the place, that would be linked to me far easier than a rumble of earth, and I was conveniently busy, working another grand magic to protect Bravos, paid rather well by the Iron Bank and the Sea Lord combined. With another enemy gone, I could probably relax a bit, even if that bad feeling in my stomach did not go away. Once home, I decided that I would make use of the last Ashwinder egg I had before I bred a new batch. Heading down to my workshop, I sent a mental command to Huan, who joined me, before heading to one of the workbenches that was covered with a large fur. Huan gave a curious sniff at the fur before me. Hidden among the chests of furs that the slavers had somehow managed to acquire along with slaves from the lands beyond the wall, there was a cloak made from dire wolf fur that I had claimed to study its properties. I spent time with the fur, slowly attuning myself to the soul signature in the event that I needed to take control of a dire wolf or something of that nature. I did not trust the Stark children, given their behavior in the show, and a counter would work well, given that I knew it was possible for a green seer to force themselves to disrupt the bond between a dragon and a rider for a short time. And if my understanding of how close the soul of a dire wolf was to a human, then residual spiritual resonance would lead to some trouble. This world did not need that type of werewolf, along with all the bullshit it had. The insights I gained, however, allowed me to take a normal wolf pelt and treat it with a potion of knotgrass, mixed with blood and ash of both the original body the skin came to and the new wearer of the skin. It was through combining the insight from the dire wolf skin and the magic of the faceless men that I managed to create the werewolf belt I gave to Wat the Brains. The belt was not the hardest thing I had crafted, though mass-producing it was not likely to work. The way magic seemed to slip off of Wat's mind was hard to replicate, even for me. I did not dare to use the same method to make a belt with the dire wolf pelt, therein laid danger I would rather not try my hand on. I had a distinct feeling that if I tried it, the effect would be permanent and potentially linked to the phases of the moon, and I learned to trust my instincts. Thank you very much. Now that the fur was virtually useless apart from the status wearing it would bring, I wanted to gift it to Huan in a more permanent way. Ironically, the ritual itself was based on the werewolf belt in turn, though far more lasting. While a human wearing the dire wolf pelt would create a werewolf of some sort, I was counting on the malleable nature of Huan's soul. Faceless men themselves used a Valyrian steel dagger to create a shallow cut on the face of the user, a cut that was less about damaging the skin to let the blood flow and more about damaging the soul to allow it to bind better with external souls. My own ritual to increase my soul mass used a similar concept, the damage increasing the small threads formed that the soul would bind to. The process was such that the user could wear any face once the first one was made for them, and they were sufficiently attuned to the magical process. The last stage, which was called the Mask of Many Faces, came when the faceless men gained so much experience that they could physically transform their face at will, though I had no idea how to achieve such a thing without years of repeated use. Consuming the heart of the animal provided a form of internal binding to the external binding of the skin, locking the transformation into place. Huan had already gone through the process to improve his smelling abilities with those of a fox. The lack of a dire wolf heart led to me using a wolf heart and wolf skin along with the process, essentially adding the smaller wolf over the dire wolf fur. The potion I made acted as a way to bind everything together. It was both consumed and applied to the inside of the fur, though I played around with the original recipe of wolf heart, knotgrass, and ground bones of the wolf, adding Ashwinder eggs to the process. Something about Ashwinder eggs and magical wolf resonated as far as materials were considered, and one of my more obscure methods of divination, using water scrying on the Pensiev, gave me the name Edgeras of all things. Beneath the skin, the flesh felt hard as stone, literally. It was somewhere between physical petrification and the petrification spell I had access to, acting practically as a less contagious version of the grayscale. While my Latin was relatively limited, Duro was a spell I was familiar with that showed similar results, and I could use the process to effectively replicate the results that I observed on Huan. The good news was, my dog was now the size of a small horse and practically immune to swords, given the stone flesh his body seemed to transform into. One unique effect, however, was the reaction between the normal wolf pelt and the dire wolf pelt. The best way was that Huan's size slowly started to shrink, his size becoming closer to that of a normal wolf, which was smaller than his original form. It was a form of transformation, enlargement, and reducement charm if I recall correctly. Fascinating, though now I am curious to know where does the mask go? I muttered in amazement as Huan cocked his head in question, scratching behind his ear as I watched him wag his tail in happiness. Huan was a good boy, once capable of becoming a horse-sized half-dire wolf with stone for flesh when he wanted to be, but he was a good boy. It is not working, complained Dany, looking at the partial transfiguration of the bird that was halfway between a goblet and a bird. It was funny seeing a goblet with wings trying and failing to fly. I looked up from the parchment that I was working on, inspecting the end results of Dany's spell work. Transfiguration was one of the funkiest bits of magic I had run into. It was not exactly full-on morphing the shape and material of an object, which was what transmutation was all about. The best method I could come up with for transfiguration to work was the use of illusions to make reality think that an object was, in fact, another object. It was at least the insight I gained from the way that the Edgeras potion worked or how Huan became larger than he could possibly be. It was all an illusion, one that was so convincing that the universe was convinced to be the truth. You are trying to make the bird into a goblet, I said, flicking my wand to reverse the transfiguration. You should instead be trying to convince the bird that it has always been a goblet and layer the illusion over it to make it so. My initial conclusion of the object's shape, image, and essence was not really off. The similarities of shape helped, while the image was simply the illusion that was placed over it. With a matchstick to the needle, the image was implanted on the organic material and stuck, but when you involved more advanced animals, partial success was expected. The principles of transfiguration were a cobbled together one, reverse-engineered from the transfiguration curriculum of Hogwarts, some bits and pieces of alternation and projection magecraft from Nasuverse. Instead of convincing the world that the object was, in fact, another object, you convinced the object itself that it was the other object. Matchstick to needle thought control over spellfire, how to not make the spellfire burn the target while layering a simple illusion upon the wood. Since the wood lacked a will of its own, it was easy to change into an object of similar size. The next step was animate to inanimate transfiguration, which, while tricky, was straightforward, as the illusion had to be sustained by the target instead of by an outside force. In that regard, it was overly similar to the final stage of the Faceless Men training, the skill that I called Mask of Many Faces. Over time, the Faceless Men grew proficient enough in the use of faces to transform themselves so that they could change into any face they wanted instead of relying on the skins of those they killed. The skins helped, bringing the memories and the insight to impose the transfiguration, but they were not really needed once you understood, stopped caring about having a face you called your own, and got used to the process of changing it. It did not help protect them in the method of their death, but the kindly man was right in a way, you only needed to puff up your cheeks to change your face, in a manner of speaking. The bird must think it was a goblet and impose its own soul to sustain the enchantment, resulting in the sustained glamour. I explained, it is as much about mind arts as it is about illusions, so creating mental links and similarities always help. Is that why most changes rely on alliterations or puns? Asked Danny, noting the main aspect of why certain transfigurations were done before others. Beetle to button makes sense, as well as the porcupine to pincushion, but mice to snuff box is hard to get. It is because mice like to snuff around, I explained, knowing that it was not the most straightforward concept, and bird to water goblet is as much about the shape and function of their beaks and legs and their similarity to goblets as the fact that birds gobble water. The bird does not understand the difference, but you do, and you can impart that bit of your insight into the animal with the spell. Their essence remains the same, I nodded, but unless they are damaged a lot, to the point of death, their form will be sustained. They are still alive, though, so they will starve and die if left as a goblet for long, and the transfiguration will break. Why don't you try again? Other spells do not work that way, complained Danny. Don't they? I asked in turn, holding my wand and creating a floating bloom of fire. It is fire, yet it exists because you pull on the memories of the obsidian, of the fires of the world. The fire is not there, but the idea of it is, and ideas hold power. Charms just hijack the nature of change within the fire to create different changes. It imposes a new functionality to the target and uses the fire to layer an illusion to make it change. But it does not last long. Countered Danny. No, the essence, the very being of an item knows what it is, it remembers, and it does not agree with what it becomes. Stronger the essence, or the soul, less mutable it is, both for charms and transfiguration, I said, trying to explain as best as I could. Danny was already aware of the alchemical philosophy of essence, spirit, and body, and nothing from my observations suggested that it was different. Could it be further split up? Probably, but I was not going to go around experimenting with my soul more than I had to. But the essence must agree with the spirit, the thoughts, and memories of the target. It is why animate to inanimate comes before all, you are pushing the animal to think it is something else, and the result lasts so long as the creature believes it is the new object, I added, getting a nod from my sister. It is why Ashwinders and basilisks have their own magic, the spells are wrought into their very soul as they are hatched, and it was why Ashwinders I bred were more resilient and actually bred more Ashwinders while the ones I conjured with magic did not. All right, I think I understand it better, said Danny, taking a deep breath and scrunching her face in concentration before muttering, Vera Verto. The spell fire hit the bird, and a moment later, there was a goblet where the raven stood. It looked like it still had a few feathers, but it was definitely an improvement over the previous attempt, and it held. Good job, little sister, I said, causing Danny to give me a beaming smile before she inspected her work and frowned. Nothing repetition and some more trial and error cannot fix, I said, getting a determined nod from the 7-year-old. I was not really an expert in this branch of magic, but I had managed to get to the point where I could turn a pig into a piano. I was trying to get pig to pillow working, but the weight difference was stumping me. It might be better to switch gears, so to speak, and try to figure out the next step, switching spells. I focused back on my own project, the complex arithmancy I was trying to figure out. It was math if math was multidimensional and worked to account for your mood while doing it. I only did it because more complex ritual circles took care of most of the mental load from the caster and made everything much easier, even if any mistake would cause the purpose to be thrown off course. There was also an aspect of it that was personal. The knowledge of arithmancy of the caster guided the spells they cast, similar to how the toad basilisk took on the form of the one from Dark Souls or how the Ashwinder was so willing to become something that I was familiar with or expecting as a result. That was how the divination aspect of the numbers actually worked in a way. Spells formed influences that caused feelings linked to numbers. When I cast my version of human presence revealing charm, the hominum revelio, and got an overwhelming feeling of separation, I knew there were two people near me, but if I also had the feeling of oneness, that meant that the number had to both hold the arithmancy for 1 and 2, which likely meant that there were instead 11 people all around. In the end, arithmancy was also a more stable form of divination than simple feelings, so when it came to stuff that exploded, I had long since cobbled together a system that kept everything stable-ish. I still would not do something with just the arithmancy to account for since there were aspects other forms of divination could utilize, but the combination of the methods worked better than individual aspects. In this case, the ritual circle I drew from ink mixed with animal blood on the animal skin caused the vellum to bubble and slowly morph before it tore itself apart and burst into violet fire. Ventus glacis, I muttered as the air around the parchment turned cold enough that hoarfrost formed over my desk and sucked out all the heat, putting out the fire in an instant. Dani looked up and raised an eyebrow before breaking down into giggles. Eyebrow? I asked, getting confirmation that I was indeed missing an eyebrow between the sound of laughter. I waved my wand, regrowing the eyebrow with my will alone. What was it anyway? I saw your work on it but never seen it do anything like that, said Dani, leaning over to inspect the magical symbols on the parchment I had started to draw once more. It is magical contract, a guise that will make the signer's blood boil if they break the contract, I stated, having based it off of the tattoo on my forearm that somehow bound me to Morrigan. It allowed me greater control over the spiritual entity that was more than the soul of a green seer, but it was also pushing me to do things I normally would ignore. If only I could leverage it for my own use. Ideally, the same principles can allow one to store spells in scrolls for later use, but it is a work in progress. Dani nodded before returning back to her transfiguration work. A moment later, a knock came on the door, only for the door to open with a soft alohomora. I turned and looked at a smug-looking Dani, turning her wand back to the bird goblet that had returned back to being a bird. Good job, though next time, I expect you to cast silently as well, it is a valuable skill to have and helps with control, I said, reaching out and ruffling her hair. Dani nodded as Lana entered, looking at us with a proud grin. The stirring rod for the potions works like we thought it would, Lana stated, placing the thin obsidian rod that was twisted clockwise. I considered myself perceptive, though I would admit that it took a moment to realize that there were a lot of stains on Lana's clothes, and her hair looked far too unkempt, which was odd considering her obsession with keeping her hair tidy. She must have been spending hours working on, obviously potions, it would seem. I inspected the item, one that Lana had come up with when she and Dani were complaining about the logic behind why stirring in one direction boosted the magic of the last item while the other direction reduced it or even reversed it, or rather why it was random and not reliable. Good job, I said, having told Lana to figure it out and test it with the help of Morna. Given the latter had a weirwood mask that acted as a form of stable divination and danger sense, they were much safer than the stupid number crunching I was doing could provide. I felt an overwhelming feeling of relief from Lana, making me reel back a bit. I pushed just a little further, passing through the feelings she felt to trace them back to the thoughts that passed through her mind. Lana was smart, she had noticed how things had been moving, realizing that I was preparing to leave Bravus almost at a notice, and she was afraid of being left behind. Dani, could you give us a moment, please? I said to Dani, who nodded and got up. Once my sister left the study, I turned my attention to the blonde before me. The raven was also a part-time water container followed after my sister, though not really willingly until I mentally pushed it the promise of one of the choice cuts for dinner. I gave you a challenge, and you overcame it, I said once the door closed, trying to think of a way to reassure the girl that she would not simply be left to fend for herself. After a moment of silence, a feeling came over me, and I placed the Rowan and Basilisk horn wand on the table, along with a sack of coins that I kept in one of the drawers. The wand is working for me, I stated, as I saw Lana give it a look of confusion, but it feels off, these violent delights have violent ends, a bard once said. I killed the basilisk whose horn made this wand, the same creature that I hatched with magic. Place your hand over it, and tell me what you feel. Lana did as she was told, closing her eyes and feeling the wand, her hands hovering over it. It remembers the betrayal, noted Lana, it feels sad. I had crafted the basilisk to provide a core, but it was not a material that I held any form of affinity to. I had killed the basilisk and taken its horn as my wand core, and that act had tainted it for me. I was its creator twice over, yet I was also its destroyer, its killer, its bane. The right of conquest, if it was truly a thing, made the wand mine, but like any under the control of a tyrant, I faced resistance from this wand. There was, simply too much distrust between us. Why bring such a thing up, my lord, would a potion help with it? Asked Lana. I snorted, possibly, though it is not why I asked you. The dragon bone does not make for a good core for you, it has more to do with the affinity one has as well as one's heritage, hence your lack of affinity to such wands. I said, confirming that Tyrion was, in fact, not the son of Ares. The heterochromia and white blonde hair were still a bit suspicious, but I was pretty sure the imp of Casterly Rock was not related to me in any way. It made things better since I could kill the meddling dwarf without any social or supernatural repercussions when the time came. The show Tyrion was a drunken idiot who was responsible for the failures of Dany's early campaign, and the book Tyrion was a drunken rapist who fantasized about raping his own sister and sent off a teenager to cause as much chaos in Westeros as he could. He was the type of arrogant who liked to say they were smart even when they were a fool. Killing him was probably the best option, though I would have to see if I could do it discreetly. This wand is not made from dragon bone, remarked Lana, her mismatched eyes not breaking from me. No, it is not, I agreed. It might have been foolish to give such a wand to Lana, of all people. Some might argue that giving a wand that I personally betrayed might be a way to get betrayed in turn, but the wand was not the basilisk, it was a rebirth of the basilisk, a new life that recalled an impression of the old life. Magic, soul magic that the wands worked on was closer to the essence of axe than the actual axe. The basilisk was betrayed in the same way as Lana was, with their creator throwing them away. That created a resonance deeper than anything I could mimic with another material. It felt right in a way I could not put into words. Why? Asked Lana, understanding the trust I was placing in her. I will tell you a story, it concerns a proud man, I said, telling her the story of Tywin and his rise to power, of Tyrion and Tisha and their marriage. I told her the truth as I knew it, that Tywin had Tisha raped, that he forced his own dwarf son to rape the girl at the end, paying her with coin and getting rid of her, only for Tisha to make her way to Bravos and becoming the sailor's wife. By the time I was done, Lana was shedding tears, unable to stop listening, unable to interrupt. It was a cruel thing I did, but certain truths had to be revealed. Lana was barely 10, but the medieval world was a cruel one where rape was common, and justice was an illusion unless you had the strength and will to enforce it. That was without mentioning whatever the alchemist had done to her or what she had witnessed with the other children who died in that basement. Now, you have a choice, with what I have taught you, you can probably curse and even kill all the Lannisters, if so, you ought to take the coin here. It is the same coin that was given to your mother as a man raped her. It should be enough to book you a passage to Lannisport, I said, giving her a choice before I could trust her to teach anything more. And the other option? Asked Lana, her mind simply dismissing the idea. She seemed set on staying close to me. I could feel her fear at the thought of being dismissed and not being close. I was not sure it was the most healthy expression of her trauma, but it was what she was using. I pushed the wand toward her. Swear your wand to me, your enemies will be my enemies, just as mine will be yours, and when the time is right, fire and blood. And what is the difference? Asked Lana, relieved at the option to stay close and also confused. Lannisters are your enemies as well. Was I manipulating her, giving her an illusion of a choice? Probably. I was not going to let her stay if she wanted to leave, but her own doubts and insecurities meant that I would have to make it look like she was the one making the choice. I chuckled at that, knowing it to be true, sharp as always, but I have more enemies, and I can teach more to you. It is that opportunity to choose that chance your parents did not have, and your fate is only in your hands. Lana nodded, thinking it through. And you knew, all this time, you knew, that I was a Lannister. I did, I admitted, leaning back. My left hand held 4 Valyrian steel rings, each with a different gem that would allow me to cast with a versatility second only to a wand. And you still saved me, shielded me, the blood of your enemy, whispered Lana, her voice barely audible as revelation slowly came. Why? You were innocent, I admitted, looking her in the eye. Whatever your grandfather has done, you had no fault in it. When I looked at you, I saw a girl who was in need of help, so help I did. Lana blushed before nodding. What about you? Will you not need a wand? I don't need a wand to cast magic, I stated, knowing that there were certain things I could not have for what was coming, what I was waiting for. A wand was one of those. Having access to the basilisk wand for over a year was useful, even if it was not compatible. Its magic allowed me to refine my abilities to be better, but I had one of those feelings that told me that having a wand going into what I planned was going to end badly. It was almost time I finally finished what I started when my wand was destroyed, and an alternative wand that did not really fit me would make it harder. Lana reached for the wand, uncertain but fully understanding the meaning behind the gesture of owning such an item. She had my favor and my trust. I could feel the wand sing a melody, soft hissing in a tone that sounded like the cymbal of a drum set, vibrating at the roots of my teeth. I swear myself to you, I name you my lord, Viserys of House Targaryen, upon my blood, my life, my soul, stated Lana, as magic around us shimmered in the unseen. Your enemies are mine. Your friends are mine. Your will is mine. The tip of the wand released a smoke that took on the form of the basilisk its core was made of, coiling itself down the wand and around Lana's arm. We both watched, mesmerized, as the smoke sank into her skin and almost bound itself to the wand and the oath she gave. Before you leave, I said, pointing at the sack of coins, it is yours at the end. I was just keeping it safe for you. Melt it down, please, my lord, that coin is useless to me, said Lana. House Lannister will end, and the legacy of Tywin will be a legacy of ashes, and I shall help you with that. I nodded, taking out the single golden coin and throwing it at the 11-year-old girl with the maturity of a grown woman. The rest of the coins, 30 pieces exactly, I placed on the desk. Spellfire leaped from my ring, answering my call without a wand there, as I slowly traced a magic circle in the air made of fire. It was a trick, one that some of the red priests could do, used for a more proper purpose instead of minor parlor tricks. The circle formed a pentagram, the 5 represented transformation, the alchemical balance of the 5 elements upon reality. It was often used in things like summoning circles, as the conceptual value of the sign echoed through the subconscious. This was the difference between transfiguration and transmutation. Even then, this was the weakest form of transmutation as I channeled the heat through the silver, melting it and letting it flow with my will. Slowly, the silver blob changed shape, taking the form of a dagger with a thin triangular blade, a spiraling hilt, and a crossguard made up of a single piece that would be impossible to forge. Silver has its uses, and might be that inherited silver even more so. I said, recalling some other works of fiction, but the gold is for you to keep. Lana took the dagger I made. I recall one of the stories you have told my lord, the one about the ferryman of the dead. I shall return this to my grandfather, for his ferryman, said Lana, bowing. For a Lannister always pays her debts. They will, I said, smirking. With fire and blood, they will. Dash. I did not have to wait long for that feeling of dread I was getting, the unease I was feeling for the last few months, to reveal itself. In my new life, I had been cut, burned, and poisoned more than once. Most were, admittedly, by my own hand, but some were from the hands of others who wanted me dead. Magic, mind arts, potions, and a shit ton of Biezer got me through it all, helping remove both physical and mental damages, yet none of those pains felt or tasted as bitter as seeing Sir Willem lying there, unmoving. None hurt more than seeing the lifeless body of the closest thing I had to a father, my helplessness against the cold embrace of death, the numbness that came after. His bones should be returned to Derry, as is proper, said Sir Richard, eyeing the funeral pyre I had constructed on my own. Dany was crying next to me, her face buried into my shirt and I could not offer any words of comfort. Don't waste it, echoed his words of the old man. Don't waste my life, use it to gain as much advantage as you can. I care not if I live, I will die today or tomorrow, it matters not, but I shall not be fed to a cruel god. If it can protect you or your sister, if it can save you one last time. I am willing to die 1,000 deaths, as many as it takes. As many as it takes. I repeated his last words to me, my silent tears landing on his chest. Careful what you wish for, old man, I can make them real, I said with a sad smile before turning to Sir Richard. I will honor his wishes, I said instead, my voice cracking as I took a deep breath to hold myself upright. Sir Richard hesitated, before he sighed, knowing that this was something he could not change. There were many things I could have done with the soul of the one who was most loyal to me. I could have resurrected him, though the cancer was tricky to work around and had long since spread. Creating a homunculus out of his blood would not work for similar reasons. I could have built a golem of some sort, taking a few pages out of Elric Brothers to bind his memories and soul to a construct, but it would not be flesh and bone, and it would not be more than an automaton. One of the lessons Morrigan taught me was simple: the soul needed flesh to evolve, and flesh needed soul to live. Any other choice I could have made would be temporary, fake, or not the best thing I could provide in terms of magic. It would not last, as the spells would fade, the soul would diminish, and Sir Willem would forever fade. It was maybe fate that the one option I considered last was the only one that I knew would grant the man who loved me as a son the eternity he deserved, beyond the reach of any god, even the many-faced one. Morrigan was silent, the apparition of herself projected only to my eyes, watching silently, not interfering. The ritual I had designed was one that made use of some of the more complex aspects of magic. I was, on par with the Sunfire ritual I used to kill the Faceless Man, a grand sorcery as I referred to it, a combination of thaumaturgy and sorcery, though the end result would be less destructive and more utilitarian in purpose. Poisons and plots hounded me at every step as I held the Ashwinder egg in my hand, knowing that what I was about to do was not only possible, but something was pushing me to complete that which I started. I had to admit, most of it was me making it up as I went along, listening to both my blood and my feelings, that subtle form of divination that had let Dany hatch dragons from a funeral pyre in another world, in another time. The location of the ritual was chosen specifically, the site of the dragon well that had been formed from the volatile potions, containing the conceptual meaning of a dragon, would act as the site to power this ritual. It was away from the city of Bravus and out of the prying eyes, as well as a deep reserve of raw magical energy that I could tap into should the need arise. 2 heads to a third one sing, I muttered in High Valyrian. The price is paid in blood magic. For a dragon, that was a horse and a human sacrificed in a fire, as Dany had shown, a mount for a mount, a life for a life. I was not hatching dragons, however. I was going to be doing something similar, if not much more foolish, a madness without a peer in this world, to call upon greatness without equal, something more lasting than dragons ever could, for dragons could die, and dragons could go extinct. It was said that magic died when the last dragon died. I was doubtful of such a statement, though I was going to ensure that magic was coming to stay after this, more permanent than before. That required far more, and the basilisk and human provided that. The power of entropy folded into the essence of a basilisk, reversed in its death, combined with the soul of the one who was loyal to a fault. The white raven, specked red with flecks of flame that came with each beat of his wing, had my mind whirling as he landed upon the chest of the dead man. The once black feathers, now white, stood against the background, but when I truly looked beyond the seen and into the unseen, I caught a glimpse of feathers of red instead of white. Alchemy, proper alchemy, not the limited perception this world had, which boiled down to chemistry with added magic, had a single goal in mind. Magnum opus, the philosopher's stone. It was a path to eternal life and the ability to create the panacea that would heal any wound or illness. According to my meta-knowledge, philosopher's stone was made up of souls used to fuel the spells in one universe, and based on my understanding and observations of alchemy, it was definitely possible, but that was not the point of this specific ritual. There were stages to the magnum opus, 3 to be exact. Nigradu, the darkening, and putrefaction came first, a black smoking raven. Albedo, whitening, and purification, a large white bird with embers from each flap of his wings, was next. Rubedu, the reddening was the last, an eternity in the form of a fiery bird, immortal, a being that held the secrets of the panacea, its song to heal the soul and its tears to heal the body. Since my start on the tricky road of magic, I have seen some patterns, chief among them was the nature of ritual magic. Sure, there was the simple aspect of stacking your end of the ritual with as much as possible to gain a stable result, materials, enchantments, runes, glyphs, and shapes to pull on the right arithmancy and made-up incantations to resonate with it all. That was wizardry at its core, knowledge compiled and laced together into a stable form. There was also another aspect, the one that was affected by who you are. Magical fire came naturally for Dany, magic came naturally to me, just as I could still feel the sun fire that was hidden beneath the surface. That was sorcery, what you are affecting, and what was through your willpower. But, rituals were as much science as they were art, as much sorcery as they were wizardry. It was a form of symbolic poetry that I found strangely enthralling. I now understood that the Sunfire ritual worked not because of the steps I took but rather because it was me casting the spell. Viserys Targaryen, the Sunfire, the man who had lived past his death, with affinities of magic, survival, fire, and amplification. I worked because of who my enemies were as well, a group dedicated to suppressing the knowledge of magic, ones who had led to the destruction of Valyria. Of course, that could also be my latest affinity in poetry, which worked rather well with ritual creation, I had to admit. I had slept with the poetress for that specific purpose, though a threesome with 2 of the most beautiful women on the planet did things to my ego. It was her affinity to poetry and how close it was to rituals that was both confusing and intriguing, as such I desired it possibly more than the thought of bedding another girl. Deep in my memories came another bit of information that I found relevant. Loki, the god of magic, had once said that magic is telling a story so convincing that, for a moment, reality believes it. There was poetry in magic. I took out the remaining ashes of my first wand as the firebird watched me. The bond within was special, its value immeasurable as the bond I held with the knight before me. Both were my first shields, and both were my first swords. It was the reason I gave the new wand to Lana, knowing that it would interfere with the process I was enacting. I placed a raven egg in the center of the ash pile. Egg and bird, bird and egg. Fire and phoenix. Phoenix and fire. Which comes first? I chanted in High Valyrian, the magical energy swirling around me. Valyrians had a concept of phoenixes, though it was in the same way that dragons would be to Westerosi. However, instead of a bird reborn from its own ashes, the phoenixes were reborn by entering the pyres of the dead. It was intricately linked to the blood magic and the understanding the Valyrians held to it. Combined with my new understanding of fire and how to create an everlasting flame, I had everything at my disposal, including the final pieces. The corpse of the basilisk wrapped around a raven egg in a way that it was eating its own tail, representing the Ouroboros and the infinity. In life, the basilisk was the breaking of the infinite cycle of chicken and egg, in death, it was the start of a new one. Its corpse restarting the eternal cycle anew. There was power in opposing forces, in the meeting of ice and fire, life and death and rebirth. There was poetry in the relationship between a basilisk and a phoenix, the eternal enmity that existed beyond reason, the two magical creatures. A basilisk was the opposite of the eternal cycle, as an egg becomes something other than its parent. It was the end of the cycle, a break from the philosophical discussion of chicken and egg. It was why basilisk gaze could kill, why its venom was so potent that I could not even contain it without significant risk, but it was also why a phoenix was the only counter to a basilisk. The old legend of the basilisk being vulnerable to the crow of the rooster made little sense, and in application, it was rather fitting if one relied on the relationship between the sun and the roosters. More so, the basilisk eating its own tail reinforced the ritual I had designed. It was an irony, forming an Ouroboros that represented infinity through the corpse of a being that was in essence the end of infinity. Just as a phoenix was anathema to the very concept of a basilisk, so was the symbol of its corpse for this ritual, holding the symbolic meaning of the rejoining of the break into the cycle. What I was creating was something new, something more, an eternal cycle with no end but a single beginning. And now, eternity begins. My blood, my soul called for this ritual that was as much sorcery as it was wizardry and witchcraft, a ritual so closely tied to my identity that it could not be crafted or enacted by another, my own very unique sorcery, an innate magic that came from my very essence, my very soul. My name binding me to the sun, my knowledge of magic, my connection with death, my rebirth, purpose built to create something that ought not to be, a fantasy brought to reality, my own rebirth brought forth into creation, into a single being. Without a word, flames leaped from my fingers, the sun's fire blooming as the spell burned off the glove of snakeskin, leaving the rune of the deathly hollows bare before the world. I felt it, the concepts the rune held. Death holding back the untapped fires of creation. In flames, I felt something touching my mind, looking through my soul, judging me. Sunfire did not burn me, as it had done before, as thought it understood what I was doing. The golden flames consuming the funeral pyre made of weirwood and nightwood, arranged from north to south, and east to west. As the fires of the sun burned the body of the man who had been most loyal to me, I felt the magic around the area be pulled. It is incomplete, it is missing something, noted Dani, as though in a trance, looking at the pyre and refusing to look away despite her tears. I frowned as I let my mind see through the time itself. Greensight would take longer to master, but Dani was right. Yet the signs are there, said Morna, walking toward us. Look. Her finger was pointed at the horizon, the start of a red line appearing. That should not be doing that, I muttered, not recalling if the red comet had actually been on the horizon in the original timeline of these events. Turning to my sister, I met her eyes and for a brief moment, glimpsed at what she saw. Dani had a specific affinity, rebirth, and I knew that the creation of mine would require it as much as it would require the sun fire that I now held. Together? I asked, interpreting the divination as best as I could. Dani hummed, her feeling of unease vanishing as the decision was made. Seh closed her eyes in response, listening, or trying. It is like a larger version of the fire exercise. Fire exercise, as I called it, was the variation of the Lorathi candle game I reverse-engineered from the descriptions of and from the books, or was it only show-specific? The purpose of it was to improve control over fire and it required a second caster. Both sides pushed their control over the flame, in an effort to not burn. The one with the greater control was unharmed and one with lesser control was burned, or at least, that was the original purpose. I had managed to figure out that Dani and I could use it to build our control and strength, sort of like a resistance training that would push each other to greater power. He was there when no one else was, I said as the fires reached their zenith, feeding on my loss, feeding on my pain. He was the one who went beyond his duty. He was not of the King's Guard, yet he shamed all who had King's Guard with his loyalty, he was not of the blood, yet he was more true, when my family needed it the most, when I needed him the most. Sir Willem Derry was there. When you most need it. There is a song. I whispered as a crack echoed through the golden flames, echoing through the air in a warmth that was impossible not to hear. And now, the circle begins anew. I gave Dani's hand a squeeze, as we both took a step into the funeral pyre. Dash. I came to with the sun, my right hand giving a brief twinge at the presence of the link it held to the giant ball of flame. I was holding Dani close to me, as though to shield her from the funeral pyre. A flex of my will had the ash rise and weave itself into two grey robes around us, when I heard the soft chirping sound. Dani revealing that she was holding onto a small chick between her dainty hands. Born under the bleeding star, someone said. Richard, I recognized once my brain caught up. I looked at the sound and saw the few men who followed us to pay their respects on their knees. And for the first time in an eternity, the song of the world changed. The bird that never was, that never should be, that never would be, was reborn from ashes, its cry filling the air. It sang a new song, the song of a bird that ever will be. And I felt magic roiling off the phantasmal being, the phoenix. I felt magical energy rise with each of his tiny breath, and I was filled with both hope and dread at once. I am back from my scheduled study of barrelmancy, which may have affected some of the direction of the next chapter, so thank you for your patience. I am not sure why there was a sudden spike of fried chicken related FICS in this site, but it fits with the theme, so I dedicate this chapter to those beautiful minds who wrote those stories, and all those HPFICS where they turn Hedwig into a phoenix without an actual explanation other than, it is cool. Farewell, Sir Willem, the most based knight in the history of Westeros. As far as the names are concerned, I am going for Will the Phoenix for now, but I can be convinced if I run into a strong argument in the comments. It is still a bit rough around the edges, but I needed to upload a chapter for my sanity, so I appreciate any feedback. Interlude 3. Red Priestess. Pentos had not changed since Melisandre of Asai had last set foot on the city all those years ago. It had taken her longer to travel to the city of merchants than she anticipated, as her journey from Asai to Volantis had been delayed by a few pirates that were sacrificed to the might of Arhiller's fires, his will enacted through his servant. The scepter within her grasp, the gift of her god, proved its worth as it allowed her to not only weave illusions of great power to make the unfaithful cower but burn the servants of the great other that would dare to defy the will of Arhiller. Within Volantis, she had to work with High Priest Benero to ensure that the gift from Arhiller would be known to as many as possible. There were a few trinkets from old Valeria, but none have worked or been created after the doom. The ring upon the High Priest's finger is one such gift, allowing one to bring out the flames of their red god to bear. The scepter would need to be known by the forces of the light so that they would be ready when the long night came. Still, the scepter in her hand felt heavy. It had been the reason for the delay, and even as she disliked the thought of letting Azor Ahai wait in ignorance, the secrets revealed in the fire were better to be shared. The vision still showed a man holding a flaming blade, the background one that Melisandre had recognized as the city of merchants, and it had not been hard to gain the passage from Volantis to Pentos after the gift of knowledge Lady Melisandre of Asai had brought the Red Temple of Volantis. Benero whispered of a potential source of her visions that Azor Ahai was in Bravus, the last Targaryens, the last dragon lords of Valeria, yet Melisandre saw nothing when she wished to see Bravus and the last Targaryens. So, there she was, within the Red Temple of Pentos, awaiting the next vision, praying and asking for more visions, yet she got the same vision every time she looked for him. Was Azor Ahai in the city? If so, why was it that every time she looked, all she saw were vermin? It had been months still since she first set foot on this wretched city, and she had nothing to show for it. One moment, it was calm, and next, she felt the surge of magic, her eyes finding the red comet in the sky through one of the open windows of the temple. She almost stumbled when she felt it, releasing a moan of pain and ecstasy at once, feeling herself being filled to the brim with the life force, as though she had been through one of the nights of passion with the believers, back when she was no more than a temple whore, back before she had been deemed powerful enough to be taught the secrets of Arhiller. Some sort of great magic was being worked, and it was far away and not within the city. Had the visions been wrong? Was she too late? Was she too early? She had somehow ended on her knees in the middle of the Red Temple, the priests around her similarly fallen as all had the vision of a fiery form, with a large white dragon hovering over the burning man. Dash. The Watcher on the wall. The song had changed, the singers felt it, just as he had felt it. The air felt fresher, colors were sharper. He could feel it, something pushing back against the chill of the cold ones, lessening the burden that the Green Seer had taken upon himself. It was not such that the summer would last longer, but it had brought him time that he did not have in the end, maybe a few years, but that would have to be enough to unmake the influence of the enemy below the wall. Winter was insidious like that, the cold did not manage to get past the spells woven into wall, yet their influence had been subtle, hiding treachery, shifting the minds, hiding that which would have been used against them. It was hard for the one who was known as the Bloodraven to not feel the distinct ripples that touched his soul, the fire within what passed off as his blood nowadays. What was this power? Who was the source of this change? Thrice magic had stirred now, shrugging off the dust that had settled upon it since the death of dragons, since he had given up on the house of his fathers. Thrice, Lord Bloodraven, the last Green Seer had failed to find its source, hidden as it were from the sights of those from the outside. First, was the visions he had once had of that staff of wood, cored with the bone of a dragon, turning into a white dragon breathing shadow flame. Had it been half a decade already? It had been a shift, a small one that brought the old Lord Commander some degree of hope, as his visions changed to a boy of silver hair holding a flaming blade. There were only two who could fit that description, and each brought a different form of dread for the former hand of the king. Years later, there was the second shift, more noticeable than the first, and it was one that provided him the cleanest vision. The white dragon that had oft represented Lord Bloodraven himself now championed another, its golden flames burning away shadow and skull alike before wrapping the rest in chains of word and will. It was not one of the players in this game of gods, at least not the ones that mattered. He had kept a close eye on those, as was his duty as the watcher on the walls. The failed replacement was gone from the shores, exiled from his sight, but his presence was hard to conceal, even if Bloodraven's sight was less precise across the narrow sea. He was seeking knowledge from all he could find, putting together dredges of half-forgotten lore to awaken that which was denied to him. The Song of Ice and Fire, which his manipulations brought about, was safe and hidden behind the strangest magical protections that had been brought to bear by the first of his kind. The builder, denying even his eyes upon the promised child. Plans were formed and discarded as Bloodraven's spirit gave a sigh. The Red Priests preached as they always did, yet their power had remained mostly the same. Their god was stirring. It always did, its influence a threat to the weirwoods that bound the Green Seer, yet its priests were man, and man could be controlled. The warlocks of Karth might have been to blame. Their black trees holding power on par with the power of Green Seers, yet they were slow to act. Phantom tortoises a good representation of their masters. Immortals tended to act lethargic even when the world changed around them, a fault that Brynden himself saw within him. The ones hidden beneath the shadows slumbered and waited, as they oft did. As with the warlocks, these immortals too acted slow, patience and sloth woven into their very essence as it were. Bloodraven steeled himself before turning his gaze into the smoky ruins of old Valeria, and what lay beyond the ruins. It was as it had been in the past, a threat lurking but waiting still, bound within the lands of Valeria as any land outside would not sustain them, until now. That was a threat he would have to figure a way around, but as far away as it was, the realms he was charged to protect would be last to be affected. He had time, as his predecessors had time, to deal with the slavers who took over old Valeria. That left only one source, one that was harder to see than any other. The Green Seer's gaze turned to the mists that shielded the free city of Bravus, bringing all of his might to catch a glimpse at the two sources that he knew lay in the city with such power. The Faceless Men had been gone, wiped away by the second working of the great magic that brought the sun's wrath upon them. It had released enough energy for Lord Bloodraven to sustain his own workings for a moment or two, allowing himself to be shielded from the workings of the enemy in turn, allowing him to push the changes he needed, to ensure peace was possible once spring came. That left the Moonsingers, whose workings in the past had commanded the seas and the tides, yet the ones that remained were not but a shadow of themselves. Yet, their magic was made for healing and protection, and the sun was in opposition to the moon. They had their plots still, and without eyes on the city, all he had were rumors and stories of the sailors that had visited the city. Those rumors were why he had even looked at the last two potential sources in the first place. Within Bravus, his sight was limited, his blood too distant from his kin to be of any use, even if he could use it as Shira had once taught him. The girl was too young, even if the storm that brought her to this world was one wrought with magic of blood and sacrifice, the blood spilled on the now named Ruby Ford, spilling into the sea, bound with the wrath of the Storm Lord. Even then, wisdom of watching the workings of old implied that the sorcery of the second working would have been one of thunder or storm had it been the girl, or dragon's flame if the portents were to be believed, telling of the thunder of dragon wings. No, the Faceless Men were not struck down by the wrath of heavens as lightning fell upon them, nor were their flesh turned to the scales of dragons as one blood priest could have done in the olden times. That left only one, the boy named after his own grandfather. Viserys Targaryen, vexed him. Too close to Aerys in his youth, too powerless to be of any use but a pawn, too much like Aerion even before the cruelty of exile for Brynden to like, yet the shift had been there, hadn't it? Dragonstone was beyond his sight as a Green Seer, his Blackwood blood being rejected by the protections layered onto the old stronghold, deeming him what he was, a bastard unworthy of the lands of the Dragon Lords. He needed to see what had changed in the island for Viserys Targaryen to become as he did, yet the answers were hidden from him. Had Bloodraven missed something? Had Rilla called upon something in her dying breath to protect her children? The Wizard of West Eros, the rumors called the exiled prince, yet Brynden needed eyes to see for himself, trusting rumors never worked. A small part of him hoped against all hope, that the descendants of the brother he loved would be safe. Another sent another raven to brave the ocean winds, hoping that this one would make it to the isles hidden behind the mists. Dash. The key holder. The weight of the key on his neck felt heavy as he sat upon the chair in the hall facing the rest of the key holders. The Sea Lord ruled Bravus in matters of politics, yet the key holders held the true reins, controlling the money, and as such, they were the true rulers within the hidden city. They did not have a name, yet some called them the Shadow Council. Made up of key holders of the Iron Bank and the influential. 3 were missing in their meeting. What happened to House Priestane cannot be allowed to stand, said one of their members. We did nothing when the boy destroyed the Faceless Men. We did nothing when he all but took over the control. Even now, his whispers in the ear of Sea Lord threaten our very way of life. If we remain silent. His words impassioned, who among us will be the next? No need to ask who will be next when it is all of you, said a voice as all turned to find the visage of a man with a long white beard and purple robes, dressed as a wizard, though all knew that he worked for one. Tycho Nestoris, you traitor! One of the key holders exclaimed, making to get up, only for his legs to leave their strength. Do not blame dear Tycho on this, dear, said a voice, the shimmering of light revealing the robes of the High Priestess, wearing a mask made of mother of pearls and holding a staff adorned with moonstones. This was all you're doing, that I can reassure you. This will not be allowed to stand, the first voice said. Stand? My dear, this is where you fall, said the high priestess, slamming her staff down and causing all the council to crumble to their legs. Years ago, when Bravus was first founded, there was an agreement made. Years ago, when this city was built upon the corpses and blood of the Moonsingers, the first law came to be, and yet the Iron Bank did not follow through. What are you implying, priestess? Iron Bank does not trade in flesh, countered one of the key holders. No, merely profits from them, responded Tycho, dropping a stack of letters. Grabbing one in random, the key holder found it to be a deal between House Pristane and a magister in Pentos, regarding the relocation of children, slave children. This is preposterous, we do not deal in slaves, he tried to say, only for his tongue to be tied. The light of the moon reveals that which is hidden, countered the high priestess. Take care to select your lies better. The key holder sank lower on his chair, knowing that those who could not pay off their debts through coin had to pay it in some way. How was he wrong if their flesh could pay what was the Iron Bank's due? Those were his last thoughts when the last sleep claimed him. Dash. Number Maiden of the Moon. The shadows unwrapped themselves around her as Moon Shadow stood next to the high priestess. The moon hid that which needed to be hidden, and Moon Shadow had spent enough time around the Targaryens to pick up a trick or two. Is it wise to trust his words? The words muttered through the silent hall. The sun's champion he may be, yet he is dangerous, too uncontrollable. So were the House of Black and White, countered the high priestess. Once, they were much less refined than they had been later in their existence. There are records of the bloodbath they unleashed within Valeria that would make your bones chill, girl. It is our duty to guide, not to judge. There is a reason we gave up our names, Moon Shadow. We are not the sun to burn away the dark. We are the moon's light, holding the dark at bay until the sun rises to do the deed for us. He holds to the words of an oath, even if he finds ways around the spirit of it. Countered Moon Shadow, how are we to trust such a man? Through understanding that he was born in a world of lies and deceit. It makes one so used to such things, but also value truth more, that is why you gained his attention above others who might have been less willful. Be yourself, and the wizard will lend an ear to your concerns, countered the high priestess. Trust in him to do what he believes is right, guide him when he needs a light. He is no different than other Yahat, one wise enough to heed the counsel of others. It is just, he has been more brutal lately, more murderous. House Pristane was his doing, I am sure of it, countered the acolyte, who strafed under the burdens of the duty Moonsingers took upon themselves. Of course, it was. Yet, House Pristane was a tragedy, yet we have reason to believe that they were seeking allies against the wizard from outside our city. Such actions tend to lead to chaos and suffering within the city once they unfold, countered the high priestess. It had happened before when a house had the Sea Lord murdered and blood and chaos was all that was left. The loss of a single keyholder family is worth the price for peace, even if the consequences might lead to the wizard being driven off. Would you say he would choose to fight? I think not, countered Moon Shadow. He struggles, yet he holds back all the same, though for what reason, I do not understand. When one loses all, they tend to value what they have left. What of the girl? Asked the high priestess. Is she the one we are looking for? The wizard has taken her on as his apprentice, teaching her spells of power. Explained Moon Shadow. She is fire and blood, far more than her brother, however, though she listens when I have something to say. Good, that is good to hear, said the high priestess. Start teaching her the songs of the Moonsingers, and keep an eye on them, ensure that he heeds your wisdom, whatever means necessary. We will clean this mess up, she added, pointing to the corpses of men with keys around their necks. None had seen the poison that was added to their drinks, the shadow of the moon hiding it from sight. Was this necessary? Moon Shadow asked, paler than she would be. The tide washes away the sands clean, heralding a new day. Rejoice, apprentice of mine, can you not feel the song? The curse of blood betrayal has been broken. Said the high priestess, the long night of magic has ended, and the sun has risen once more. And now, the sleepers awaken, nodded Moon Shadow, repeating the old words she learned in their sermon. And now, the sleepers awaken, repeated the high priestess, so men will need our guidance more than the word of those controlled by their greed. Dash. Black Pearl. Belgier Otherys laid back against her seat, the lute in her hands thrumming with each stroke of her long, delicate fingers as she watched her lover work on, whatever it was he worked on. Belle had watched Viserys walk into a funeral fire and come out with not a scratch. His sister was the only one to share in such an act. It was not the most magical thing Viserys had done, sharing the bed of the man who claimed the title of wizard with pride let you see some interesting things, let you learn some things that even the greatest priests dared not know. Hatching the phoenix, who was named Will by Viserys, was peculiar, but Belle chalked it up to whatever magic her lover had done. Hatching a bird was not that significant as far as Belle was concerned, even if the creature seemed to be unique, it was not a dragon, was it? Belle knew not to underestimate the red bird that looked so much like a raven chick at first. Viserys did not do things halfway, as he had proven over and over again. Killing off the entirety of the faceless men after defending her had been only the last in the long line of actions that made her fall for him. She was his, in body and soul. At first, he was kind, walking around as though the world around him would crumble at his touch. Belle had found the act that was not oddly endearing, and she rather enjoyed it when he stopped holding back and took what was his, showing the power hidden behind his eyes. To think her fate was to be a glorified whore, to please the whims of any and all highborn who found themselves in Bravos before Belle met her dragon. As much as he called himself wise and cultured, Viserys Targaryen was a dragon through, and dragons, as Belle found out, liked to hoard things. This one specifically hoarded people who were utterly devoted to him. It was unlikely that he would let Belle go, not that Belle would like to leave at all. The way he held himself, the way he moved, there was something primal hidden beneath, though it was brought more and more to the surface as time passed. It made Belle weak at the knees and wet between the legs. The fires of the funeral had changed something. However, Belle could tell. His right hand, the one that had been covered in burns after the same morning of his spell to destroy the faceless men, had changed once more. The rough and scaly snakeskin glove was gone, yet the skin itself looked healed, covered in silvery skin with smaller scales. Belle could feel her fingers interlaced with his in their moments of passion. The bird's thrill filled the room, and Belle felt it in her soul, guiding her to match the melody of the bird. "When were you going to tell me we were leaving Bravos?" asked Daenerys Targaryen as she barged into her brother's room. Bellatrix's fingers paused over the strings that reverberated through her soul and the air itself each time she plucked them. The girl was the only one who could do such an act without punishment, even if the punishment was of the fun kind. A lesser woman would feel jealous. A lesser woman would be dead. Viserys Targaryen were many things, a dragon pretending to be a Targaryen prince, a wizard with power over life and death, and a great lover. What he was not, however, was a patient man when it came to those he deemed to be a danger to his family, a family that was made up of the silver-haired girl in its entirety, now that the old knight was gone. His actions against House Pristane were proof of it once Belle managed to convince the poet to share their bed. It had been enough to bring the noble house of keyholders to the attention of the dragon. No one could be certain, so of course, everyone knew. Everyone also knew that House Pristane was one of the few families who had been working against Viserys and his interests, not that her dragon had cared until she guided his gaze at them. Belle had read enough from the diaries of her predecessors to know that House Pristane was always against those of Valyrian descent. Descended from Rhoynish slaves, it would seem old grudges did not go away so easily. It did not take her and her mother to prepare the required paper trail to implicate the House Pristane for slavery. Combined with Viserys' own knowledge of the works of the Pentoshi Magister, it was almost far too easy. With the Sea Lord under his thrall and the keyholders dealt with, Bravos was a city that belonged to Viserys, that belonged to them, even if none knew it to be so, a conquest within the shadows, subtle and deadly. And to think her lover always complained about lacking subtlety. "There are places we ought to visit, contacts that need to be reminded of our existence," said Viserys as his eyes turned. "Items of import that need recovering." Items of import. Belle almost snorted. There were only two that would make the wizard leave the comfort of Bravos, dragon eggs or the sword. Will gave a cry upon his golden perch, a warning for Belgier or something else she did not know. As Viserys' eyes turned to the phoenix, before shifting to the hearth, Belle caught that minute widening of the eyes that usually meant her bed would be cold for the next few nights as Viserys worked out whatever new miracle he cooked up. "Though, maybe," said Viserys, looking at the fiery bird that was perched, "its travel did not last as long. Bravos makes for a good base, after all. I would not like to leave it undefended." Belle's fingers glided over the Valyrian steel strings of the lute her lover had gifted her, calling upon one of many songs she listened to in the Pensieve that held knowledge beyond anything Belle understood. She picked one of those that was a favorite of her lover, with how vivid the memories were in the Pensieve of his that he shared with her. "Alduin's wings, they did darken the sky." And this was a bitch and a half to write because writing to reactions of Wiz's brand of crazy is always harder without spoiling everything, and because I had trouble finding the right POVs for it and rewrote it a bunch of times. I know it took more than a month, but RL deadlines and work needed to take priority. I will not say that it will not happen again, but I have enough story threads to make this last until the long night, so not gonna abandon this for the foreseeable future, even if I want to split my time writing this and my other FICS. As always, I appreciate all the feedback, comments. Driven by desire. And, let's go back to the basics. The feather looked at me in defiance, just floating there, mocking me. It was no ordinary feather after all, but the feather of the phoenix that I had crafted, hatched, conjured, evoked. Well, I wasn't really sure what the hell I had done during the funeral pyre of Sir Willem Derry, but based on the pure amusement, I felt rolling off of the crimson bird on his golden perch. I had done something right. It had been 3 months since the funeral, since Danny and I walked into the fire and came out holding a creature of magic that had effectively flipped the board. Will, the phoenix cut a distinct figure. He looked like a larger, more red version of a raven, shot with golden accents. He was no raven, though. A slightly longer neck and plumage made it such that no one would mistake him for one, even if he was around thrice as large as a regular raven, closer to a golden eagle in size. In the unseen, beyond the illusory form, he looked closer to a bird-shaped mass of crimson flames wrapped around a golden, ever-burning egg made of sunlight and star fire. Will had just become old enough that I could use one of his feathers to make a wand, a proper wand. Sitting in front of the workbench in my workshop, I slowly willed the wood to wrap itself around the feather, the wood flowing as though liquid to follow my will. The tip started to glow softly. First, it gave off a golden light before it slowly shifted to an angry red. Oh, shit! I yelled, pushing myself back, falling away from the desk as my chair tipped back. In a flash, the wood turned to ash. Right, it was easier said than done. So, it turns out, Phoenix Feather essentially solidified Sunfire, the same Sunfire that ashed my old weirwood wand. Fool, the song-like cry of the phoenix echoed through my mind, the bird looking at me as if I was the stupidest person in the world for not noticing something so obvious. While Will seemed to not like speaking like a raven, his voice was closer to a song-like quality that roiled off magical energy, and he could project the sentiments of his thoughts, at least to my own mind. I rose to my feet, a flick of my hand righting the chair in a display of wandless magic that would have been impossible just a few months ago. It was hard for me to admit, but Will, he had changed the nature of the very magic itself. Whereas before, magical energy felt like small puddles, now, it was as though there was a source of magical energy that was seemingly unending. There were sources, old ones grown through the death of thousands like the House of Black and White, or new ones like the Dragon Well that I had accidentally created through my experiments with potion. These sources, while not necessarily finite, limited the power of magic I could bring to bear. Even then, weirwood was the only means I had of tapping into said energy field. Not to mention the ease with which I could channel the spells through my own body now. The funeral pyre had done something to both my body and soul. It had burned away anything that was physically subpar while consolidating my very soul. I could feel the soul stuff I had bound through the many rituals was simply my own soul now. I sighed, once more regretting that I was not more into the cultivation bullshit that seemed to have some grounding in this world's magic. My eyes turned to the phoenix feather that was floating on the desk, now covered with a circle of wood ash. At least the feather was not burned up, I thought to myself, looking at one of the jars that contained the floating fire that had consumed the ash and phoenix feather wand and refused to go out. I was still not sure what went wrong with that one, or how to put it out. Dash. Whiz. Came the voice of Danny. Are you busy? Belle said you were locked in your workshop for hours again. I am working, I said as my 7-year-old sister entered, a tray holding a tea set behind her, though unlike me, she still had a wand of dragon bone to cast her spells, not that she could not pull off some of the first spells without it now. Just like me. I thought, my mind going back to the fire that we had walked into. Her short hair grew back as platinum instead of the gold and silver it had been. I was not sure what the color difference was, but in the unseen, her new hair was glowing, while it had not before, so I chalked it up to that. To think that she figured out a hair growth potion just to get her hair back, I mentally mused, getting a glare from my sister for my silence. Who knew not grass could be used as the basis of a potion for that? My fingers passed through my own hair, now shoulder length. Just because I did not come up with the idea did not mean I was not using it. I sort of liked sporting the shoulder length pretty boy style. It still felt weird to have the feeling on my right hand back, the skin being restored from the funeral fire, even if it now sported small scale like patterns instead of a smooth human skin, a side effect of spiritual bleed through from the snake skin I used. The feather will be the core of my next wand, I explained as Danny pulled a chair next to me, listening carefully, but it is not cooperating, the power is too explosive. Danny hummed as she sipped from her tea, humming to herself. For someone who was barely 8 years old, Danny was definitely a genius. While she did not have the experience or insight into magic that I had, the speed at which she picked up spells or advanced magical concepts still astounded me. Does it have to be wood? She asked, looking at her wand, which she had placed next to the feather. I had unlocked it fully, adding obsidian, moonstone, and sunstone, along with a dash of the phoenix ash from the funeral pyre that birthed said phoenix. Not necessarily. I countered, knowing that bones could also be used. The wood acts to form a spiritual resonance with the wielder, but it also taps into the natural reserves of magical energy around you, amplifies your own magic through sorcery, without the user needing to consciously control external magical energy. I explained, I cannot use dragon bone, mostly because I do not know which dragon I had initially used for my first wand, and once bonded replacing that bond is impossible for humans. Luckily, Will had small amounts of the dragon bone I had used, making his fire useful as a bridge should I ever get my hands on some dragon eggs. Leaning back and glaring at the feather mocking me, I summoned the teacup to my hand through wandless magic. Telekinesis was the ability I learned from the Moonsingers, trading off some of the control over Bravus along with a staff of moonstone and willow that I personally crafted for the High Priestess. It was not full-on telekinesis, having been closer like to the tides and the gravitational attraction, but I had a functional wandless summoning charm at least. What about metal? Asked Dani. It can act as a barrier for the magic, right? Making me sigh at the fact that I had not thought of such an obvious thing before. It was worth a shot. Dash. A wire of Valyrian steel was wrapped around the core to contain and direct the power. Around it grew the wooden shell, the best I could do for the first test. As I waved the wand, it sputtered, spellfire exploding out both ends, as the wand wrenched itself out of my hand. God, damn it! I growled, watching as the wand exploded from both ends upon impact with the floor and flew into the air once more, somehow ending up being embedded into the ceiling, buried halfway through. Dani barely looked up from the scroll she was reading on the corner, behind the shield charm she had cast. Dash. I replaced the Valyrian steel wire around the core with steel made out of the blood iron of a dozen ravens, along with weirwood ash, which countered the random magical energy release from the Valyrian steel. It also formed a nice homage to my first wand, as the weirwood still played a role. One end of the wire had been beaten thin, forming an indent that the quill of the phoenix feather could stick to, acting as a cap to limit the flow of energy out only one end. The white wire wrapped around the feather, and wood wrapped around that, a special version of a powerful tree grown in a soil that contained dragon bone, as I had chosen specifically the elderberry to grow the wood around the core. I did not know why I chose elder, it just felt right, I suppose. I knew that the elder and Rowan had a connection, but a part of it was to see if I could, and the rest was the realization that with the birth of a phoenix, I was one of the most powerful sorcerers on the planet, at least based on the rumors I had been collecting. Be it arrogance or madness, I knew that no other wood would work now that I had shown my mastery over the more complex aspects of magic. The elder wood grew around the core wrapped with the wire, forming a comfortable handle out of the roots, while the body tapered to a point. I had finished it off by bonding the core with the obsidian, sunstone, and moonstone to the core. The result was an elder and phoenix feather wand, 13 inches, and reasonably flexible despite having some metal for core. It made magic as easy as breathing. After the first wave of it released a cry of the firebird that left the room far too warm for most. I waved the wand, causing it to explode and take my eyebrows, when I just wanted to generate fire. On the one hand, it was a wand that actually worked, and I could feel that it was bonded to me. On the other, my control was shot, and I needed to spend some time trying to adjust my spells to the new wand. I sighed after some mental calculations to balance intent with the feeling of the flow of the magical energy. Whispering Incendio Draconifers, to stabilize the intent with incantation and action, I reduced the amount of energy I was channeling as I wove the wand in the air, flames taking the form of a fiery snake. Right, different core means I had to essentially relearn every spell I could do. Dash. The revenge crashed through the wave as I rose my latest wand, forming a dome of ionized air to meet the seawater and the rain. It had taken 6 months to complete what could be considered my third wand and involved me almost exploding about 7 times. Well, the phoenix had grown to full size by that time, looking like a larger version of a raven with red feathers edged with gold. Of course, in the unseen, beyond the illusion, he looked closer to a bird-shaped golden flame than any creature of flesh and bone. This is madness. We have been going in circles, said Seijo next to me as I guided us through the storm. We are going as we are meant to go, Seijo. It is called countersight, I called back, though I was not as confident as I ought to be. There was a lot on my mind as I had made the plan to leave Bravus. Unfortunately, I was not sure how good at divination other people in this world were, so I was not thinking of my destination, using occlumency to keep it from even subconsciously being acknowledged. That also meant that I needed alternate methods of navigation. Leaving Bravus was my decision, a temporary vacation while I worked to figure out the exact mechanisms that would allow me to convert phoenix ash into fluid powder for easier transportation. Instead, I had to confuse even myself as we traveled through the seas to our destination. Destination that I sort of, forgot. Well, I did not really forget, more, mentally suppressed. My study into divination allowed me to understand that decisions solidified possibilities. As intent formed action, without intent, the future was less defined. Combining occlumency and desire-based magic ought to be enough to confuse anyone sneaking a peek into the future as we made it to our first destination. I got the idea from the newer Harry Potter movies. It's not exactly a box of worms I like to open for my bag of magic tricks, but the idea of countersight had merit, even if the application left a lot to be desired. Speaking of desire, my hand drifted to the compass in my belt, affectionately called the Wayfinder. The needle was made from Valyrian steel and embossed with glyphs on one end that translated to desire, need, and seek. I had, through magic, inspired by the compass of Jack Sparrow, with bits and pieces from the Mirror of Ariste along the way. It was a tool that was completely divination-proof as far as I could tell, as it was made from Valyrian steel and still held the enchantments for the one using it to find what they desired. A rather finicky bit of divination magic that leveraged the magnetized and shadow-bound steel. Valyrian steel was virtually immune to magic, its nature absorbing and repurposing the magic into a form that sustained itself. For a knife, it made the blade sharper, as was the essence of a blade. For a chain, it was, ironically, a binding, lest you were attuned and linked your soul to the chain through your blood. It made Valyrian steel impossible to scry. It protected the owners of the spell steel from being observed unless you already had a direct link to them or indirect methods. For the case of the magnetized needle, it was really good at pointing at things, the added runes acted as a guide for what that thing was. The needle had been rather erratic for the last week on the sea as we lost sight of the Titan of Bravus. Unfortunately, as was the case when magic met real world, it did not really scream competent when your captain, yours truly, decided to run around in circles and double back for nearly a week of sea travel. Alright, so, first problem, we ran into a storm, and navigating out of it was a bit of an issue since the thrice damned thing was just following us. This storm and fog are not natural, noted Watt the Brains on the second day of our journey, looking at the heavy fog before a wave of my staff pushed it back and away from the ship. Of course not. We are being tracked, I countered as the fog settled all around us. With the other ship I had in my small naval resources docked at Bravus in trust of the Sea Lord, I really did not like revenge getting into a fight with whatever was after us. I got eyes on the target, boss, screamed Watt the Eyes, pointing at the location. It is a large red eye on black sails. So the crow's eye actually came to play. Not unexpected. I had pulled a Batman and actually prepared for this, and you know what they say about wizards with prep time. Alright, Seijo, get them to chase us. Morna, have your men fetch the barrels that have the image of a crow on it, with a large red X on top, I said. You know who it is? Asked Sir Richard, standing next to me. Euron Greyjoy, also called Crow's Eye, I said. He is a dabbler of magic and a rogue green seer from what I know. Overall, bad news. I have been keeping an eye on people, and he is on the top of the people I wouldn't mind killing. Euron Greyjoy was an enigma to me. According to some, he was a charlatan playing at having magic. To others, he was the mad disciple of the Green Seer or his failed successor. To the rare few, Euron Greyjoy had died, and what was occupying his meat suit was an eldritch horror. I really hoped it was not the last one. I was not equipped to handle the eldritch. I was not sending Morrigan after him, as he was still a skin changer, and the magic of Morrigan's shadow bodies were unstable at best of times. You expected this? Asked Sir Richard, his tone less surprised and more resigned. Expecting is a strong word, prepared for, that is more accurate, I countered. I had my pride as a wizard after all. The protection Bravus provided was beyond anything I had thought of. I knew that I could not spend more time in Bravus, given how the rest of the people with power were chafing with our presence. The smart ones kept to themselves or liked the prestige of being associated with a wizard and the last of the House Targaryen, the ambitious ones feared us. House Pristane was not the first one to make plots, and they would not be the last, even if their sudden turn of misfortune had to be done in such an unpleasant way. Staying away would give them the illusion of freedom, while I could control things from a distance. Leaving only a skeleton crew behind under the command of Bellonara, Queen Rilla's revenge left the docks of Bravus. At the end of the day, staying longer in Bravus had not become feasible if I wanted to grow my more esoteric resources, both for political and personal reasons. The butterflies my presence set off were already being felt, the game changing fundamentally into something that would make my knowledge of the future mean nothing more than hypotheticals. I knew some of my enemies, and that was all I could rely on at this point. With Dany old enough and decent with a wand to be a threat to fully trained knights, and Sir Willem gone, I had to take the risk of traveling beyond the limits of the hidden city. That did not mean I could not spend the last 6 months preparing countermeasures for both mundane and magical trouble that we would run along the way. The birth of a phoenix had sped up my own agenda as well. I did not expect the sudden surge of magic within the world from my act, but I was running out of time. For what? My occlumency blocked me from even thinking of it. Like I said, countersight. Euron Greyjoy was not the only person I knew to have some divination-based abilities, though he was going to be an enemy one way or another. And he would soon find out why a wizard with preparation time was a dangerous thing. The barrel was brought out by the men, containing a modified potion base. The blood and obsidian were mixed with weirwood ash and left to absorb ambient magic, with the smaller barrel containing an inert mix of saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur that would remain inert unless blood was added. That is exactly what I did, dumping the black powder into the potion before closing the lid. Next was the lid of the barrel, upon which I had carved a specific bit of magic circle, a pentagram with a triangle in the center. It was one of the simpler and more stable magic circles I had come up with. The triangle represented stability, which in turn allowed the magic circle to be more stable than if it had not been used. A pentagram, on the other hand, held multiple meanings. though the primary one I managed to find was the transformation that any five-sided geometric construct seems to have and, specifically for the pentagram, amalgamation. The lines met to form a smaller pentagram, creating a magical representation of the combination of individual materials to form a whole. It made alchemy easier and potions more stable to have a pentagram carved on the outer surface of the cauldron. In this case, it made mixing black powder and potion base more stable despite the inherent instability of wildfire, or rather the enhanced wildfire that I was creating. I was still not the best at transfiguration, having only just progressed out of the second-year Hogwarts curriculum of animate to inanimate, but I had a few tricks to speed up effects that should take years down to a few minutes. Once the lid was secure, I held out my left hand and willed one of the raven shadows I kept up my sleeve to reach out, binding itself to the magic circle and activating, ensuring that the black powder started combining with the liquid base. The 3 ravens I kept up my sleeve were now mostly relegated to emergencies, as the spell was relatively stable and quick to cast, making it a viable offensive tool with little effort, or quick and dirty enchantments that would last for a few hours. I dropped the barrel into the sea, letting it drift. That did not seem to be slowing them down, commented Sir Richard as they passed so close to the empty ship. His sense of humor was appreciated as it calmed the shaking of my hand. The silhouette of silence was hard to miss, and in the unseen, when I looked through my enchanted glasses, it glowed like a beacon, almost comparable to the Revenge. I held up my wand, taking a deep breath and pointing at the palm of my hand. A shimmering ball appeared in my palm, powered through the single Valyrian steel ring that replaced the 4 individual ones on my left hand, quartered with the 4 gems. The shield contained the spell fire that I was building up within the shield spell. Shielded casting, a small trick I picked up from the story of a rather overpowered slime, was a method of spell casting where you wove the spell within a shield bubble. The new wand and access to denser ambient magic had allowed my knowledge to deepen, allowing me to experiment with more than just the basics. The effects protected the spell from interference, while the best benefit was that it allowed me to cast spells over running water from a distance. Unfortunately, such a trick was useless anywhere other than at sea unless you were fighting people who could casually unravel a spell. I went with the assumption that Euron was on that short list of people. It had its drawbacks, being slow and requiring a great deal of magical energy, not to mention that the spell was effectively double casting with the shield and the spell within, requiring so much concentration that it left me physically vulnerable. Even on board a ship, if you were aiming for anything that you were connected to with a solid piece of material, like the entire ship's hull, it did not improve much. A spell over the running water, however, was a tricky business. Shadow binding tended to decay, spells ran into interference, and even skin changers were limited to their bonded familiars, unable to form new connections through the water. If it came down to it, Sunfire would simply overpower the interference, but that was the last resort. The shield around the spell acted as a buffer, a secondary layer that the running water slowly drained away, unable to affect the spell inside unless the shield spell itself ran out. Flipendo! I yelled out as the ball of magic rushed through the air, cutting through the storm and hitting the barrel. Tricky thing, wildfire, shake it too hard, and it explodes, jar it too hard, and it explodes, look at it hard enough, again it explodes. As expected, flip its arse over the tea kettle, and you guessed it, it explodes. When said wildfire was modified to include a more effective magical absorption ability and let in the premises of a magical power source that was a phoenix, the resulting liquid was going to be far more effective at what it was supposed to do. An explosion rang through the storm, the Revenge making its way to Pentos through the narrow sea with a blue mushroom cloud at its back. "You reckon the fucker is dead?" asked Morna, having overheard the comment about the rogue green seer bit. "I am not that lucky, but he seemed to have lost control of the storm at least," I countered as I kept an eye on where silence had been. I could feel the storm slowly lose its strength, and with a wave of my wand and a call of Meteorologinx Recanto, I took control of the storm and dismissed it, forcing the clouds apart. As I pushed my presence into the storm, I felt something resist against me. Lightning descended down, only to hit the water as the hasty shield of ionized air made the ship the least likely place to hit. I had been playing with the more physical side of spells ever since I harnessed nuclear fusion. Lightning did not fall on a negatively charged area, hence why it was technically impossible for the lightning to strike the same place twice in a short period of time. I lifted my wand once more, repeating my spell while feeling the wand strain against the power. Unlike my old wands that lacked the oomph to cast more powerful spells at my disposal, this version had to be limited to channel just enough to not blow up the wand itself. Once the weather cleared as my will broke apart the spell that Euron wove, I saw that the Wayfinder was pointing in a single direction instead of unstably rotating around like before. The wildfire explosion must have disrupted the voyeurs, I mentally noted with a satisfied smile before calling out, "Open the wings." Seijo nodded at me and repeated the command. The wings were a Valyrian design, one that was related to the swan ships of the Summer Isles. They were large triangular sails that expanded out of the sides of the ship, like the wings of a dragon. The result was an increased area for the wind to move, rather useful when you could simply will the winds to move to your will. "All right, folks, buckle up, we are about to break a lot of speed limits. I yelled out as everyone braced. Ventus Servitas. I called, taking a page out of Dresden in the incantations department. Ventus did not really have the power I needed when I used it to dry my clothes. The winds filled the sails as we started heading full speed to our destination. Dash. The Revenge made it smooth sailing after the initial hiccup, arriving in Pentosh a few days after the confrontation with Euron Crozai, the rogue Green Seer. Dany seemed to be excited about seeing land once more, having been stuck inside the cabin during the storm. At the end of the day, all my foreknowledge would mean nothing if I did not secure the dragon eggs before the magical saturation reached the point where they could hatch on their own, a small probability, but I prepared for the worst and hoped for the best when it came to my luck. Now that I was armed with a wand that did not die out after a few uses and actually worked for me, I knew where to go. I had the start of a rather unique group. There was a small army consisting of 3 proto-witchers in the form of Richard and the Watts, a seer in the form of Morna White Mask, 2 skin changers, couple of dozen raiders, an equal amount of Bravasi water dancers with too much bravery than sense, a courtesan turned bard that made succubi question their sexuality, an 11-year-old witch with luck on her side, and not to mention my little sister, who was well on her way to revive the Crimson Demon clan if being a Targaryen proved an insufficient excuse the burn-down stuff. I had Shadowfax and his 2 siblings below deck, the 3 horses that I had flesh-crafted already the size of a warhorse and rideable. Their body had integrated the shadow binding pretty well and made their body far more malleable for ritual magic, even if I had not gotten a chance to play around with it. Huan stood next to me, the form of a large dog hiding the fact that he could grow to around twice that size with stone skin, while Will was dozing, perched upon the head of the wolfhound. The last addition was Tywin the Basilisk, not to be confused with the equally deadly and cold-blooded Tywin Lannister, which was made from the egg of a hawk hatched under a snake. While snakes did not have eyelids, a slight modification to the original ritual of hatching a hawk egg under a serpent allowed me to include additional eyelids from the hawks, the transparent ones that protected the eye from projectiles in their dives, into the serpent to protect everyone from accidentally making eye contact with the invisible beams of death. While I was his creator, Lana had instantly bonded with the basilisk, a resonance of owning a wand with the basilisk horn. Given that I had noticed that I myself had a similar bond to Will the Phoenix, I did not mind that Lana had access to what amounted to a weapon of mass destruction. While I was going to name the basilisk something along the lines of Bessie or maybe Sally, but I could not really help snort at the suggested name from Lana. Let's hope Pentoshi were smart enough to survive the experience. The official reason for our arrival was to put the Pentoshi magisters in their place, that is to say, stop their slavery with extra steps that was their debt slavery in its entirety. With the Iron Bank under control, I had the Sea Lord draft a contract as part of the payment for enchanting the Titan to sustain the protections around the city. It gave me the backing of Bravus in terms of dealing with the Pentoshi, and it was only one in a long list of excuses I prepared to make sure that other people did not realize my destination. While the mercantile layer over slavery the Pentoshi placed, using debts to force the slaves to remain as slaves, was inhumane, it was not exactly illegal as far as Bravasi were concerned. Given that slavery itself was not a simple problem to solve, one that those who worked against it understood after a while. What bothered me, and Farrago coincidentally, was the debt that was placed on children, or ones they inherited from their parents to ensure they remained as slaves. While the general approach when it came to declaring bankruptcy was to go on a one-way journey to the House of Black and White for the Bravasi, in the rest of the world, the debts of parents tended to be left to their children, whether they wanted it or not. I was lucky in that regard. I still had my freedom, even if I knew it would be so easily stripped away if I stepped foot onto Westeros without an army at my back. Now, we could not incite a slave rebellion in Pentos, mostly because that meant I would not be able to get the Unsullied the same way that Dany did. Being known for anti-slavery was not a good thing to do business with the Slavers' Bay after all. As such, I acted closer to a muscle, letting Farrago be seen as the one who came up with the plan. The main problem, as far as the Sea Lord was concerned, was the fact that Magisters had a single silver bullet in the form of their wealth. They could, if Bravus pushed too hard, use said wealth to hire the Faceless Men. Unfortunately for the Magisters, the Faceless Men were gone, and I did not really need an excuse to stamp on the neck of the cheesemonger and his plots regarding my family. Varys should not have made any move, including that trick with the Dornish. He was not prepared to play against me. For Bravus, this was a power move, show off the wizard to scare the Magisters into compliance and coincidentally allow said wizard to reclaim some of his family heirlooms, not that Farrago even had a thought in that direction, thanks to the compulsions I placed on him. For now, I let the illusion hold itself. A wizard was a dangerous thing to run around doing anything they wanted, but bound to a known entity, they were predictable, if only because they were beholden to the one that held their leash. I made them think I was held back by the Sea Lord, and everyone was less uneasy. No one wanted a wizard that did as they pleased, and a king with powers over magic was far more dangerous than one with dragons. People in Essos seemed to have understood that. The dockhand came aboard the ship, Sirio handling the paperwork as the representative of Bravus. I noticed the movement, some of the children on the streets were moving relatively fast in a specific direction. I assumed that they were the infamous rats that Varys had come up with. The dockhand sent a runner to the Magister, though it took less than an hour for the Unsullied to form up in front of the docks while we waited for the Magisters to send a representative. "That is unusual," said the poor man as I noted the same sigil each of them had worn. "Who do they belong to?" I asked the man who was panicking next to me. "My people seem to be itching for a fight instead." "Slavery is illegal in Pentosh," countered the dockhand. "Still, who do they belong to?" I asked, pointing at their armor and the sigil on it. I may have pushed a bit of my presence upon the old man. "Magister Mophatus," answered the dockhand with a sigh. My wand slipped out of my sleeve, wrapped in a simple illusion that made it unnoticeable, while my left thumb ran itself over the shield ring. "How are we playing this?" asked Sir Richard, reaching to my side with his wooden hand upon his blade. "I can probably take them out." I suggested this as I was not really looking forward to just cutting through the entire way to Mophatus's manse. "I think the wildlings are getting antsy about not being allowed to fight," countered my sworn shield. "You keep taking care of the problems, and they might get sloppy." "By all means," I said, stepping aside before something flared near the Unsullied sent to intercept us as I turned and saw the 3 red priests. The 2 on the sides were male, carrying staffs that felt alight with magical energy, while the one in the middle, the priestess, by the way, the curves of her figure, held a shorter scepter with a glowing red gem attached atop it. I had considered the idea that someone may have used their divination to see how I crafted my wand before I figured out methods of countering such methods, and it had haunted my nightmares. My first instinct was to pull on Sunfire and Ash the 3 priests. While I could channel a limited amount of my strongest spell with my new wands, I was still wary of pulling the nuclear option. I disliked attacking first, especially when I did not have access to all the variables. The lead red priestess removed her hood, greeting us with a "Prince Viserys Targaryen, welcome to Pentos." Melisandre of Asai was easy to identify. Her red hair and red eyes cut a distinct image even among the red priests, as was the whitewashed old lady image she truly was in the unseen. "Azor Ahai awaits you, the hag behind the glamour." I looked at Melisandre of Asai and considered if she was dropped on her head when she was a child, about 500 years ago. That had to be the reason she had stuck to Stannis in the books, of all people. As far as I know, the moron in red before me had the best sight in existence, and having dumped wisdom, worse interpretations possible. "Your countersight is bullshit," commented Richard as the words of the red priestess sank in. "Agreed," I responded, "on second thought, you know, now I am kinda curious," I said with a grin as I took a step forward off the gangplank. "Of course you are," bit back Sir Richard, as I could almost hear the way he was internally cursing Targaryens and their need to put themselves and others in danger. I couldn't say I blamed the man. And, I know it has been a while, real life took some priority, and I kept changing this chapter and adding and removing bits, or writing future chapters. Next chapter, Wizard vs Red Priests, or is it Fire's Dark? To most historians, the period known as Interregnum of the Targaryen dynasty began on the day of the murder of Aerys the Betrayed and lasted until the one-day conquest of Pentos. While most historical sources that have survived from the time of the Interregnum give King Aerys II the title of Mad King, confession records, trial proceedings, and further evidence uncovered upon the end of the period would argue otherwise, revealing the string of betrayals and plots against the regnant Targaryen dynasty that can be traced all the way back to the tragedy of Summer Hall. The Interregnum would last exactly 7 years, and is considered an auspicious sign, declaring the time spent in exile to be a pilgrimage for the sake of the 7 by the followers of the faith. These 7 years, apart from a minor rebellion in the Iron Islands, would be considered a period of peace despite the waste and mismanagement of the corrupt steward Robert the Whoremonger and Lord Jon Arryn the Cunning. Officially, the period of Interregnum would come to an end on the day Viserys the Wandbearer, then simply known as Viserys the Wizard, set foot upon the city-state of Pentos with a force of 200. Among his companions, were notable figures of his courts, including Princess Daenerys Stormborn, and the Kingsguard, Sir Richard Lynmouth the White, the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, and twins Sir Wat the All-Seeing and Sir Wat the All-Knowing. The one-day invasion would be attributed to the strange and often exaggerated powers of King Viserys III, as rumors of his single-handed victory against anything from an army of men to even fighting a demon. Even though the blessed powers granted by the 7 who are one to the wisest of kings are a matter of record, it is more likely that the Pentoshi were unwilling to put up a fight against the man who had such influence over the city-state of Braavos, then known to have control over the city of Pentos following the war the two sides fought 100 years prior. While the time that the exiled king and princess spent in the city of Braavos prior to their arrival on Pentos is one shrouded in myth and mystery, the banner of the three-headed dragon raised into the sky on the day the court of the dragon reborn landed on Pentos would be considered by most historians, along with the king's own personal journals, to be the start of the reign of the self-proclaimed sorcerer King Viserys Targaryen. Even to this day, the date is celebrated as a holiday by many cults, and gained popularity as the day of rebirth that marks the start of each new year. Excerpt from The Flight of the Dragon, a realistic look into the second exile of House Targaryen by Archmaester Gilbey. I swear Gilbey, all you write is bullshit and should be treated as such, except for Steward Robert being a whoremongering wastrel, that totally happened, signed the wizard. A handwritten message that appears on every copy of The Flight of the Dragon, a realistic look into the second exile of House Targaryen by Archmaester Gilbey on every page of the book upon publication. The identity of the signatory is unknown, and there is no need to investigate its nature as per the royal decree. Number Wizard. Azor Ahai awaits you, Melisandre of Asai called up to the ship from the docks of Pentos. So, Melanie, what made you conclude that Azor Ahai had decided to show himself? I asked, sauntering down the gangplank as though I owned the place. Was it his big sword? I bet it was his big sword. I did not need to look through the eyes of the birds around us to know that I got at least a dozen eye rolls from the passengers of the ship I had just disembarked from. Looking into the red eyes of Melisandre of Asai, I was relatively surprised to learn that the red woman was an idiot. While Melisandre had what passed off as mental shields, they were lackluster, rigid in a way that implied indoctrination without comprehension. In practice, the mental shields of the Red Priestess were the opposite of Dany. My 8-named-day-old sister had a more thorough occlumency even if her strength was limited due to inexperience, mostly because I refused to pull a Snape and repeatedly bashed into her mental shields until they became strong enough. I suppose that was the difference between wizards and warlocks, one understood what they were doing, the other fed babies to the fires to get what they had. I was easily able to slip through the large gaps, a combination of Melisandre's lack of understanding of her abilities, my excessive need to master the mind arts, and the massive power move I pulled by using her true name. Melanie of Lot 7, my words called without so many words, calling on the true name of Melisandre of Asai. Names, after all, had power, specifically true names, as I should know. I could barely use mine without setting something on fire by accident or turning my hair into a light bulb nowadays, a flaw in the multitude of rituals that I had gone through. Being versed in magic, I could lace my tongue with the magical energy as I spoke, sending a wave that a non-magical would not be able to. It was not as fancy as dying someone off a cliff with my words, but I was learning. There was also the possibility that whatever magic that Melisandre used to gain visions was not really constructive to occlumency or any variant, or possibly I was just that much higher in the pecking order that was wizardry. The next thing I noticed was that Will had disappeared, which was sort of the norm with the Phoenix. A combination of his internal magic, combined with the memories I had on spells to make someone unnoticeable, meshed well with the fact that, as a Phoenix, he was pretty much independent. The freaking drama queen was probably waiting for me to make a suitably dramatic reveal before making an appearance. I'm pretty sure he got that from me, as his personality was a strange mesh of Sir Willem, Dany, and I from how the ritual had turned out. Revelio, I thought as I took a whiff, smelling the sea air and the shoddy craftsmanship of the carved dragon bone that seemed a moment away from splitting off from the wooden casing it was housed in. Using the revealing charm to notice hidden things was good for most things, but I was determined to push it until I could use it with all my senses and without speaking the words. The glint from the strange gem that glowed like a ruby but was not a ruby made me wary. I could feel something off about that thing that made me want to strike at it with the coldest ice spell I could produce. That thing had a funky aura in the unseen. Compared to Melisandre, the two priests by her side were almost negligible. Similarly built staves that did not fully fit their wielders, which probably could channel more power than the first wand I had given the full-length dragon bone fitted within the quarter staves, topped with regular dragon glass was not comparable to the wand I had at my hand. Still, I could see the way they seemed to be wary of me. These are more competent looking than the bumbling ones from Bravus, I noted, projecting my thoughts to the skull attached to my belt through a net. The red priests in Bravus are the least troubling ones, they learn to keep themselves low. They are also the ones lacking in any form of talent, as the others did not live too long in our city, responded Morrigan through the mental link, waking up at the power that I released through my fingertips. Why do you think they did not hassle you so much? Unfortunately, it was a result of a policy that the faceless men were in the middle of ensuring in Pentos before. Before I burned their faces off, yes, I remember, I responded Morrigan, my right fist tightening around my wand. The magical burns had healed and the skin had gained small silvery scales after the phoenix hatching ritual, but the phantom pain I had felt from the backlash was hard to forget, cautioning me against using my strongest spell. Tired of posturing, I finished up activating the countermeasures to protect the ship by adding a confusion field that swapped left and right to ensure that anyone attacking my ship would find themselves aboard the unfortunate ship docked on the other side of the wooden platform, a Lysane trader which was in the process of unloading bolts of silk. This is a terrible idea, stated Sir Richard, walking next to me, clutching the weirwood spear with the broken half of lamentation as its tip. I would have agreed if not for the fact that my legilimency seemed to be able to read our greeters with relative ease. Maybe, formation 6, and potion up, I responded in turn as my left hand landed on Dany's shoulder, who was walking along with me. Discreetly checking that her Valyrian steel necklace was on, I traced a glyph of shielding on Dany's neck, not as an enchantment, but as an assignment of the task she would have. feeling my sister nod as subtly as she could. Can your men handle any attack? I asked Sirio, while subtly weaving a confusion field around Sir Richard to prevent people from noticing the stony look of the man's flesh. The Edgeras potion that was made from wolf fur and ashwinder eggs was not really safe for consumption, since a normal person would end up with patches of stone-like skin similar to grayscale, but the manticore venom running through his veins made Sir Richard an exception. As for him, the potion would run its course in an hour or so. The magisters will send someone to meet us. They will not be happy with any action taken by only a single one of them, but Sirio Forel can keep some grubby merchants busy. That much you need not worry, wizard, said the now former First Sword of Bravus. I turned around and commanded, still, Bell, Moonshadow, stay on the ship in case. Seijo, take the helm. I will give you a signal to indicate how this turns out, I said, pointing at the Red Priests. I trusted Bell to handle any political issue, with the aid of Sirio's political influence as the representative of Bravus. My paramour's skills laid in more soft power than I had a feeling would not be of much use against Mophatus, as I had a feeling any talk we have would be short. In comparison, while the Priestess of the Moon was trained in politics, now armed with a staff of her own, could raise the tides to flood the entire docks should worst come to worse. That was the best option, rather than risk the Revenge sticking around out in the sea without me when Euron was likely out there. The Unsullied surrounded us as we walked, the three primary casters taking the center, surrounded by a few men at arms that Sir Willem and later Sir Richard could train, with Morna covering the rear with her raiders. From a medieval tactical standpoint, Formation 6 was a blunder. The offense made up the rear, the sides were covered by the guards with no real experience, and casters concentrated at the center when they should have been spread out with a potential path to retreat. It also conveniently ensured that no one was looking in the direction of the basilisks wrapped around Lana's shoulders, located right behind me, at the true epicenter of the formation, in the event that everyone had to face outside when we were surrounded, just like we were right now. Helped Daenerys with the projectiles, await an opening. A hiss left my mouth in a language only Lana understood. Pulling on the soul of Tywin the basilisk, I let my words echo through the serpent's own magic. Everyone else, they just heard hissing. The mechanics of Parseltongue were built around the same mechanics as skin changing, like every other bit of magic. A novice skin changer could sometimes have an effect that I dubbed spiritual backwash, to choose the best of words, as the animal souls poured themselves back into the human, taking control over the more basic actions. The symptoms were volatile and almost wild behavior, severe mood swings, and making animal noises without meaning to. I took the last effect and weaponized it. With magical animals, the effect was far more potent. In the books, Arya had been howling while warging into Nymeria, similar to how the younger Stark children could. Combined with that one vision that Jon had as a ghost where he talked with Bran through the weirwoods, it made sense that the animals had a language of their own that they could use among themselves. This led to the conclusion that the sounds made by the skin changer formed a language of its own that they channeled, Parseltongue, for this instance, with the snake. Forming a passive skin-changing effect as a result of acting as a plain, impossible to decipher language. With access to a basilisk and a general understanding of the house, I could have some private conversation with Lana, who had the perfect means to take care of other magic users should they attack. Once I had given her the command, my mind reached out, slipping through the minds of the Unsullied next. If Melisandre was an open book, the Unsullied had the mental resistance of wet tissue paper, that came with a built-in search engine for legilimency. I had some understanding of the training that the Unsullied went through, and the pure torture they endured seemed to have formed a rough approximation of occlumency, only inverted it to prevent their mind from forming any individual thought. This was the first time I interacted with the infamous slave soldiers, and their mental conditioning seemed to have made them almost too rigid, blocking them from even acknowledging that they had their own thoughts. It was stripping them off of their very selves, almost like an anti-occlumency. Once I projected my thoughts, I could feel something else as well, a form of connection to something, a bit of a mental push, and my vision shifted to see the world through a dozen pair of eyes, and I stumbled, only to be caught by Sir Richard as my presence slammed back into my own flesh. "Sea legs," I excused, while my sword gave me a concerned look, but I gave him a nod, feeling the confusion from the priests. That was going to prove troublesome. The Unsullied were a result of a very sloppy ritual magic, that somehow gave them a rudimentary skin-changing ability, or rather a version of it that connected each of the slave soldiers to the other. Whatever method the Valyrians had developed to create these soldiers was, nauseating was the first word that came to mind. Combined with their training, I could see how it would work to make them a cohesive unit, but it threw away all my plans since the Unsullied were far too easy to subvert, as their mind could not even pick up a notice me not. "Imperio," I muttered beneath a cough, using the one unforgivable and amping up the power by pulling on all the past instances when I muttered those words, using greensight to tap into the memories through my wand. The result was an empowered and stabilized spell that became a mental assault that, like a virus, spread from one Unsullied to the next, through the unique bond that they shared. While this surprise weakness worked to my advantage now, it threw away the thought of taking over the Unsullied in a method similar to how Daenerys from the books had done. If their mind was so open to being influenced by me and they were connected in such a way, they would be far too open for it to be influenced by another and far too easily subverted. Then again, a part of me wanted to ensure that they were freed and deprogrammed if I could. With the understanding of how the Unsullied from the TV show could be handled with such ease by, say, a paraplegic green seer who could possess humans, and simply be sent off to an island known for killing any outsiders by the next day. All I had to do was slip through the facade of obedience, and their minds leaped at the thoughts I pushed up, bringing up a clutter of associations through the most basic application of legilimency, and commands that I had bound to them granted me over the army around us, along with access to all their memories to pull from to gain some perspective on the situation. Melisandre had done what I can only refer to as a Melisandre and, upon seeing a man holding a flaming sword and visions of Pentos, somehow unraveled the entire Blackfire conspiracy and decided that it was obviously the Blackfire brat was the promised savior, and that I would be helping in this endeavor, willingly, or as a sacrifice. Apparently, it was decided that I should help my nephew reclaim the throne that was his by right, since I refused to play by the script that Illyrio and potentially Varys had come up with and started making too much noise and gaining far too much power for them to be comfortable with. Illyrio had accepted the Red Woman's suggestions, even when the Unsullied had a specific order to kill her along with me. I placed my hand on the skull on my belt, sending a command to Morrigan to take over some of the ravens and provide recon, the protections on the skull hiding it from being seen through a dozen different illusions. "It is Melisandre, my lord," corrected Melanie of Lot 7, feeling more discomfort than she showed as it seemed to have taken some time for her to recover from her shock. "Hey?" I asked, my focus returning to the present. "My name, it is Melisandre of ASOIAF, my lord," responded Melanie of Lot 7, the former temple prostitute that was turned into a priestess and trained as a shadowbinder said. "Right. Maleficent," I countered, "and the proper way to refer to one of my position is, my prince, since we are being pedantic," I added, hiding the smirk behind a cough. I did not know what to expect from the Red Priests in terms of mind arts, but I did not need to reach further than the surface level, feeling her spike of panic at my use of her actual name. A subtle compulsion blocked her from bringing up Arhilla and trying to convert me, as I was not in the mood to listen to an entire sermon by the pyromaniacs. I had heard enough of those from the ones in Bravus before they got the message after I made sure one of them spent thinking himself to be a newt for a few moons before getting better. Half a dozen archers, as many slingers are manning the manse. "Are you really going to walk into a death trap?" "I think we should just kill the hag," whispered Morrigan, materializing into her body next to me, or at least projecting her form in my mind. While she could project herself into a physical form through the shadow that was bound to her skull, I was still wary of the shadowbinder I was walking next to and potential danger this idiot could do. "Not before I get answers, and make sure they do not smash the dragon eggs," I countered. Also, I wanted to rip her mind open like a melon and learn new tricks, I tacked on. "Believe me, what she can do, you can do better. Just torch the undead bitch before she does something more stupid, give her the gift she has avoided," Morrigan responded. Picking up my own manners, "I see. Any tricks that a shield spell cannot counter." I countered instead, pulling back to my own body. "No. None are armed with dragon glass, though I am not able to sense if they have Valyrian steel. I can tell that the arrows are all tipped in iron or bronze. I will take care of the ranged fighters, yet you will owe me one, however, Viserys Targaryen," said Morrigan, vanishing from my vision. Having what was effectively an invisible spiritual amalgamation of the quintessential assassin in this world as my own servant had its own advantages, even at the cost of favors owed. "You ought to not mock the High Priestess," one of the fodder in red spoke, making me regret not going for the nuclear option. "Oh, did something happen to Benro or Kinvara?" I asked, gasping in faux worry. "I would think there are more qualified priests than Matilda over here." Those words were enough for the two priests who came with Melisandre to reveal their knowledge to me as I caught glimpses of heated discussions that implied the formation of factions within the religion of the Red God. "You are well informed of our order, my prince," responded Melanie, taken aback. "And it is Melisandre, my prince. I make it my business to keep track of morons who confuse accidental magic with divine providence," I countered, feeling the priests get annoyed as we walked, both sides tense. Was I purposefully egging them on to attack? Obviously, but that last one was probably far too obvious, as they just stopped talking to me. Whatever their plan was, I wanted to know more about, and the more annoyed they got, the easier it was to pick up bits and pieces from their minds as they patiently reminded themselves why I should not be attacked now. The manse that belonged to Illyrio Moffatus was effectively a castle, with thick stone walls manned by the Unsullied. I could probably walk through the city and realize the entire stronghold that the manse truly was, well, if I pulled on my more destructive spells at least, but the problem was not the power, and I had to hold back in showing off until I could ensure they could not do something to damage the eggs. At the moment, all they had were rumors that were far too unbelievable but a single mistake, and I could see Illyrio being a petty bitch. As I got close to the threshold, I could feel the pressure upon my soul, as if weights were bound to the strands of myself that I would normally call upon to enact magic. It was not so much the threshold itself, the concept of a home that I was facing, but rather the ownership of the land combined with the exotic artifacts that had been saturating the air with magical energy. Illyrio Moffatus dealt in dragon bones and housed the dragon eggs that were my first priority. The presence of items saturated in magic seemed to have given a distinct tint of magic into the air, almost similar to the dragon well I had created in Bravus that made it easier for me to cast spells. Viserys Targaryen, we were not expecting you, but it is an honor to host you, spoke the fat man standing atop the stairs leading to the entrance of the manse before the gates of the manse. The streets were empty, and I could not see or feel the presence of anyone outside the maze. Now, a feast was not what I was expecting, nor the welcoming committee, but I have to admit, Melty here has done a wonderful job, I stated, my eyes roving a large number of unsullied peppered along the hired archers and slingers that I was warned about. Pity. I had hoped that I could get rid of the Golden Company along with the whole mess, but it would seem that they were not here. Melisandre made to raise an objection, only to find her voice had left her with a silencing charm I silently cast, subtle enough not to be noticed by anyone. Being a good little zealot, she attributed it to the will of our healer. Give us a moment, we shall ensure that it is the best a royal like you would deserve in short notice, countered Illyrio, as my mind focused on the mind of a young child in the building before me. My mind went through dozens of plans before deciding to use a bit of divination. To check the best one. Occlumency to decide on a path, followed by throwing my mind into the future. While I was technically a green seer, projecting my mind through time was one of those skills that required a lot of practice. When it came to post-cognition, I was passable at best. For me, it worked in speeding up my casting time, pulling on the precast spells bound to the memory of my wand. While it would have been useful to unravel the full plan once I was able to enter the manse, I had another means. The area of divination I excelled however was in precognition, ability to connect with the future and get feelings of danger. It guided me and revealed not only new spells but new knowledge as I experimented, or plotted, really. It was still limited to decisions that had been made, but against predictable enemies, it was handy. Be done with the mummer's farce, Mopedus, I said, interrupting the still talking magister that I had tuned out. I know you have my nephew in the manse, I said. I take his safety to be paramount, and I would like to see him. I could feel the confused look that Dany was giving me, as she had been in my presence as I ranted about the potential young Griff plot and how many different ways it was definitely, probably, not little Aegon, and how many different was that I was going to definitely, probably curse someone as a result of the plot, no. Specifically Varys for the trouble he was causing me. The plan of Illyrio was solid, if I was anyone else, if I did not suspect. In a version of the dance that George had read before publishing, Illyrio had gifted young Griff a sword that he insisted was important. Most theorized that the sword was instead black fire and actually revealed the identity of the boy as a black fire. Illyrio made a bet that by convincing the Red Priests, I would also be convinced and drop my guard down. After all, I was known for my interest in the higher mysteries, with a lot of rumors, an image cultivated during my time in Bravus. Melisandre showing me a few illusions would solidify my acceptance, and in exchange, I would be part of any king's blood that the Red Priests may require, potentially recreate Aryan Bright Flame or another Summerhall as a result of my foolishness, or a convenient source of king's blood for Melisandre to use. I could see that his plan for Dany was relatively straightforward and would be a way to unite the claims. And if I resisted, the Unsullied were there for a reason. I mean, I am a pretty understanding guy, but that these fuckers plotting to take my sister, that I took personally, now, I was going to make it last. Prince Viserys, may I ask how you know that your nephew is Azor Ahai reborn? Asked Melisandre, taking a step forward. I have my sources, I stated cryptically. Being all-knowing and cryptic was part of the difference between a regular spellcaster and a wizard, after all. Thought that was just a deduction. Not surprising that a leech like you stuck herself to the closest person with Targaryen blood. Melisandre's eyes smoldered, as her anger rose, only for Illyrio raise his hands. Peace, peace, why don't we walk inside? I am sure your men could use some rest and I will have baths prepared for you and the princess. Rest that does not end in a bath of blood, more likely, I thought, taking a few steps forward before raising my wand. I noticed that only Melisandre noticed the focus, eyes widening. The ground smoked and stone bubbled, melting into lava, before an upward flick of my wand raised it to the form of a long-backed chair right in the middle of the courtyard. A clockwise twist rapidly cooled the chair, leaving behind a pitch-black throne, which I immediately sat on, crossing my legs. It lacked the magical properties of natural obsidian, but it was still a handy trick that I was trying to get to the level of being able to raise castles. The chair was the most I could do before it started getting crumbly though. Zrtys Perses, I heard one of the three stooges in red whisper, shocked at my display of magic. That is right, 2-bit warlocks, behold in the presence of my lava bending, I mentally laughed at them, letting the emotions I was detecting through passive legilimency provide a balm to my soul and I now understood why Dumbledore was fond of this specific power move. I met Illyrio's eyes, and smiled, I think we will wait while the boy shows himself. That seemed to have shocked everyone, as I was pretty sure whatever display of magic that they might have seen before or expected was not it. With Illyrio before me, and a basic sense of every living mind in the manse, I did not need to pretend. The outside was also where the archers were, which was probably why Illyrio decided to agree, realizing that I would not be split from the group that came with me. The cheesemonger gave a nod, probably thinking that I could probably use the same trick to, say, turn a manse into molten slag on top of them. After the signal, a group just walked out, led by a familiar Westerosi. The red hair and beard, the way he walked like he owned the place, and the relatively familiar face gave him away. The hand of the king that my father exiled was not someone I had known for long, but I had seen him when I was forced to bear cups for Ares, the memories of those times having long since become part of my identity. John Connington, I said, looking at the red-headed man who came with a 6, maybe 7-year-old kid. Heard you had drowned in a ditch. It was a ploy to ensure that the usurper did not find me, so I may continue serving our rightful king, responded the former hand of the king that my father had exiled for failing to hunt down and kill Robert, the son of your elder brother, Prince Rhaegar. He was laying it a bit thick, but I did not really blame the man. The Battle of the Bells that John had lost was a weird fight full of chaos, and the potential alternative of setting the entire town on fire would not have really helped House Targaryen in terms of their fucked up PR problem, not to mention all the lives involved. I was more vexed at how Robert managed to sire a bastard while hiding in a whorehouse, and the fact that John Connington was such an idiot to fall for this obvious con of passing off some yellow-haired boy as the child of Rhaegar. And now, here we are, I said. I suppose, this is Aegon. He looks like an Aegon, I said, looking at the child being held tight by the septa behind him. I got up, the throne of black stone cracking and turning to fine dust with a mutter of fine strat and a flex of my will. John Connington's shoulders relaxed as if the crumbling throne meant I had given up my throne. While I cared not for a throne, he could not be more wrong. At the end of the day, it was never about the rightful claim at all, was it? The identity of the child did not really matter so much as his existence did. In the end, it was all about power someone might have over me, any illusion of authority that I would be expected to bow down to, because the thought that this boy was actually my brother's child was far scarier than any Blackfire plot. Then again, would it really have mattered? Would it have mattered if this boy was my brother's son? I thought of the possibility of someone else having any form of power over me because of some stupid law of succession that meant everyone was subservient to the lord of their family. I thought of how no one did anything while Ares forced himself on R'hllor. I imagined the scenario of Aegon succeeding Rhaegar, or even Rhaegar himself, declaring that Dany would be married off to some old man, that I would be married off to someone I had not even met for the sake of petty politics of these petty mortals. That someone with illusion of power would take away from the freedom that me and people I cared about had. I did not really need to imagine when I knew what would eventually happen, the history repeating itself. A deep dive into the histories of Valyria would reveal an interesting cultural tidbit that Westerosi liked to ignore. Just as a dragon could be male and female, the gender roles of Valyrian freehold were much more equal, especially when it came down to dragon lords. A woman or a man on a dragon did not really matter if you rode the largest beast with the hottest flame. Sure, there was the whole incest thing to keep things like claims and succession stable, but that was mostly a method of preserving magic within bloodlines and the spiritual connection to the older dragons that previously had riders. The gender equality among the dragon lords also reflected on their view of ownership, specifically that Aegon the Conqueror never held the title of Archon, while his elder sister Visenya did, whose authority Aegon wed to in order to get the power of Dragonstone behind himself as he made to conquer lands that he would truly call his own. Because maesters never wrote about who truly owned Dragonstone, as I had to trace down half a dozen treatises from the final years of Valyria that were signed by the elder sister of the dragon rider family that governed the 3 daughters. That mattered because, by all rights of succession, Dragonstone belonged to Visenya and Maegor after her, through her. While I had to give it to Maegor for being the closest approximation of Henry VIII with a flying nuke, it was Aenys who stripped Dragonstone off his brother, a brother who had a stronger claim to the ancient stronghold of Valyria than the authority of some iron chair could boast. I did not approve of Maegor's actions, but I understood his reasonings, being forced to bow down to the authority of a lesser man, a lesser line. Just as I understood the hate Daemon the Rogue had for his wife Rhea Royce after he was forced to marry her by his grandmother, using the authority of the crown. For a moment, I glimpsed at a future, a vision showing Daenerys being forced to marry some unfaced man, looking sullen and being forced with a metaphorical blade pointed at her back, and I knew the answer. It did not really matter who wore the crown, Aegon the Conqueror atop Balerion or Jaehaerys and his sons on their dragons, or some brat raised by a rat-faced fuck and a ginger cunt. It did not matter if the person had some blood tie to me or if I had been reborn as a peasant. It would still end up with me holding a raised wand and a curse on my lips. For what was a king to a god? I would never allow another to determine my fate, and I would never allow anyone to command the fates of my loved ones. A decision had loomed over me, and I took the plunge. They were not the only ones stalling in the end, as I had been working to figure out the programming that the Unsullied were put to and introduce some of mine into their minds, subtly twisting them to my means. Well, asked Illyrio, expecting me to decide. You have not brought enough men, I said with a soft smile as I accepted what I was going to do. How unfortunate, responded Illyrio to the confusion of John Connington, who was unaware of what was going to happen. Unsullied, the owner commanded in High Valyrian. Execute Order 66, the words left my mouth in High Valyrian, triggering the commands that my Imperius had added to the minds of the Unsullied. The words did not need to be heard, as the mental echo I sent would be enough to get the job done. Like the obedient soldiers that they were beaten into becoming, the Unsullied turned and attacked as one, either violently stabbing the mercenaries around them with their spears, or holding spears to the necks of those with potential value. It was not all of the Unsullied, however, as my control was limited when spread so widely, and I did not have the time to consolidate my will on all of the Unsullied one by one. Those who were younger, thinner, and did not have the time to forget the grueling training they went through were the ones that I had subverted, while those who had been older had recovered enough willpower to question the orders, but the two-thirds that I had subverted would be enough to win. It was fortunate that Illyrio had beefed up his guards after hearing rumors of my influence and power in Bravus. A click of my left hand sent a pulse through my ring of shielding that bound one of the two remaining raven shadows that I kept on me, creating an expanding shield of smoke and crystallized air that pushed everyone I considered a threat out of the center of the formation of my people. After that, all hell broke loose. Next to react, being familiar with the order after watching the movies in the Pensieve, was my little sister. Protego totalum, yelled out Dany, taking over the control of the shield I cast and transforming it into a dome-like shield around us to counter anything from the outside. Unlike the solid air that took on the strength of the diamond, this one was stronger, however, woven with a shadow that gave it more weight. Arresto momentum, added Lana, further amplifying the intent behind the shield and changing it to protect specifically against projectiles, as any arrow or stone to strike the semi-transparent dome lost their momentum before dropping to the floor. While not exactly a petrification spell, the spell Lana had used was similar in intent that Lana had a distinct advantage, with her Basilisk Horn Wand and Basilisk Familiar who acted as a power source for her spells. The dome fluctuated upon the transfer of energy as it ate the momentum of all the projectiles, though enough of them hit it at all the different angles for the overall energy to cancel out and stabilize. I would have gone with an impedimenta, to follow through with a counter banishment for the floating projectiles, but I was still proud of both of them for working together, given how I usually had them work together against me. After the shield came to be, Melisandre and the priests reacted as one, unleashing red flames from their staves aimed at various points within my group, which I took personally. Expelliarmus trio, I roared in response, awaiting how the three would react. Had they gone for shadow binding, I would have countered with a shield of shadows to match and counter, but the spell fire they conjured needed me to meet it with the crimson spell fire branching out into 3 prongs as it exited out of my wand. I know. Expelliarmus, really? Well, first of all, that is the only spell that I can actually send to 3 different targets at once, so yes, beggars meet choosers. Multicasting was one of those skills that I was still working on, now that my new wand could actually sustain multiple spells as a result of the multiple raven souls bound to its core through blood magic. The disarming charm was one of the easier spells to multiply in quantity due to its straightforward nature. With the red priests taking my priority, I did not really have a choice in spells as the spell fire from me intercepted all 3 fires from the red priests, forming 3 separate solid beams of spell fire that connected their foci with my own. The spell fire from the 2 fodders shifted in direction, away from their target which had been my people, physically yanking the staves and forcing the 2 priests to face me, as the spell fire converged to a straight line. Melisandre's was easier, as I had simply intercepted the spell she sent my way. There was also a specific advantage of the disarming charm. Sure, if you were a noob, you could remove a wand, or a knife, or even a sword out of the hands of the wielder. But that was the basic use of it. In actuality, the disarming charm thrived when you added metamagic to it. Metamagic, in terms of D&D, was the act of raw manipulation of a magical spell to behave in a slightly different way. If you were into that sort of thing, you could disarm a person in a more literal sense, ripping their arm off or simply modifying the spell to vaporize the weapon, even if that specific trick used by Grindelwald in the movies required me to chain the disarming charm with another spell. In my case, the spell was shifted into doing something much more conservative. It simply disarmed a spell of intent and power, empowered by my own personal sorcery, containing the magical impression of my own self, rebirth from the phoenix feather, in my wand, and entropy, from the basilisk I hatched, the unique stain of ritual magic within my soul combining to negate any other spell effect. My logic was simple: with magic, you had to mean it. By removing the intent and power behind a spell, I could cause it to fall apart, replicating the properties of Valyrian steel. In other words, counterspell was truly the most useful spell in a wizard's spellbook. The collision of the spells released what could best be described as a shit ton of magical energy that, a year ago, would be impossible. The energy was without purpose, untamed, wild, as I pit my will to unravel the will of the 3 priests. Then I felt it, the eyes upon me. It was something large and powerful that seemed to be looking through me, into my very soul. As the air took on the smell of ozone from the unleashed magical energy, I saw something take form behind the 3 red priests, and I saw a pair of red glowing eyes in the unseen, raising itself from the elongated shadows of the red priests. It was a being of flame and shadow, red burning eyes framed with a crown of horns, a hunched body like that of a devil with giant wings of smoke, both there and not there, like a mirage or an illusion but, still present. That escalated rather quickly. I may have made a slight miscalculation by countering the spells of the 3 priests head on. Unfortunately, I still sucked at ice spells to counter fire, so here we were. Having no time to think it through, I braced myself, ready to pull everything I had and hopefully contain the explosion in a single direction instead of erasing Pentos off the map, along with us. That would probably make this much worse, I heard the voice of Morrigan speak as time seemed to have slowed down. I felt my awareness left my body, the world around me frozen in an instant. Calm down, wizard, spoke Morrigan, appearing next to me as I noticed that my left hand was resting on top of the magical skull. I looked around, seeing everything had simply frozen. How? I muttered, realizing that the very time itself had stopped. This is a more advanced skill of the Green Seers, to stretch out the present longer than it is, at least mentally. We are in what can be called the Green Dream, it is, a part of the unseen that allows Green Seers to watch events of the past, explained Morrigan before rather unhelpfully adding we appear to have a problem. No shit. Is that what I think it is? I could only ask as I stared at the image of the ballrobe taking form, fear crawling itself into my heart as I had no time to understand how Morrigan had stopped time for us. Names have power, wizard, need I remind you? Interrupted Morrigan, taking her full form next to me. It is made of thought and memory and belief, not a god unless you make it. Please do not give it power over you by thinking it to be one, responded Morrigan, looking like she was frustrated at my consideration. It is no more than what I am, wizard, or what that bird of yours is, weaker even without a physical vessel. Is that what it is trying to do? I asked, gain a body. It appears to be, observed Morrigan. Without a physical vessel, it is hard for souls to interact with the world, which was why my influence has increased since you placed me into that skull of yours. It is not complete, however. Assume it to be a soul of its own, just not a real one, more of a facsimile that would crystallize if it is fed one. Got it, don't let someone die to fire, how do we kill it? I nodded in understanding that a god of fire had claim over souls given to fire. Whatever I was facing was pure wild magic, empowering a manifestation of belief. Whatever would come out of this was closer to a daemon than any true deity. The form of the ballrobe made more sense if it was something that the god of fire could see within my mind through all the occlumency I was using. It has never lived to be able to die, yet it is using your power to form itself, Morrigan observed. It is a being of pure magic, or belief, countered Morrigan instead, making me realize that I had majorly fucked up. This was the cost I had felt, the cost of magic, a world where the line between belief and reality was thinner. This was my roosters coming home to roost. You may think this is a consequence of your actions, wizard, responded Morrigan, interrupting my thoughts. Or you may take it as an opportunity to learn and weaken a potential enemy. Though if you wish to do the first, do it after this enemy is defeated. Enemy? I asked, momentarily taken aback. I thought this thing would be an ally, given how it would fight the cold ones. Too much black or too much white, neither is suitable for life, just as eternal winter will leave all things frozen, eternal summer would not be beneficial for life to thrive as a drought would still leave fields barren. Morrigan said, the red god would have everything be consumed by fire, and without life, there can be no more death. I nodded, having long since accepted the way whatever passed for Morrigan's mind work. Did you allow this to happen? I asked instead, just to be certain. The power I had over the skull was enough that I could force her to be truthful. No. I have not, nor would I try. This is dangerous even now. Risking everything this early is not beneficial for the future. This was not something I had foreseen. The witch had copied your power, mayhaps she was influenced to force this confrontation. Had you struck when I have told you to, none of it would have happened, or it would still have happened, countered Morrigan, making me realize that I was way too arrogant with my actions when I should have been disillusioned, behind a dozen obscuration charms and simply took the stealthy approach. How do we kill this thing? I countered, knowing that anything less would just prolong this fight. Vala Morgulis, responded Morrigan, making me roll my eyes. This is not exactly a human, I responded in turn. And these, wizard, are strange times. One might even say that death has long died, said Morrigan with a grin as a shiver ran down my spine. Never been a fan of Lovecraftian horror, it got far too dark for my liking. Then, it dawned on me that I may have made a pact with something far more dangerous than I had previously thought. I suppose I always suspected, in one way or another, the way I could so easily tap into the concepts related to death without major consequence, Had I known yet refused to acknowledge what I had done? In all honesty, warlock packs still sucked, even if I could appreciate the ironic parallel between Melanie and I. What was it Olena said, no way to get the cream back into the udder. That does not tell me how to kill a being that is immortal, I responded, focusing on one problem at a time. It is not without physical form yet, and as such, can be changed in essence, responded Morrigan, as I felt the mark on my right arm flare with a sharp pain. Souls could not self-actualize without a vessel, which is why I had hatched will to capture the concept of rebirth and the sun fire. I had shifted the soul of Sir Willem into the form by adding those ideas into the ritual, and it had only stabilized after the phoenix hatched. Right. It is a conjuration, I thought, as insight filled me as I understood that this was similar to the ritual that created the phoenix. Without a physical vessel, it cannot interact with the world, but also its essence can be changed by a strong will, or a strong idea, I thought. I knew that my thoughts were read by the being before me, because the next moment, I could see the large wings of the apparition descended upon me, like large claws of shadow smoke poised to strike at me. This was not Arhiller, but an idea of Arhiller as the three red priests saw it, in the form of a Balrog in the way I perceived a being of fire and shadow, I reminded myself, gaining control over the being with those thoughts alone. It was thought and memory that made up this being. The thoughts of zealots and the memories of a wizard too smart for his own good. Just as my own thoughts and memories shaped will into the form of a phoenix, so was the wild magic taking form from the stray thoughts of the people around us. That meant it could be unraveled, not without a significant enough power, but its form changed before the ritual was completed. All I needed was a sufficiently good conceptual leverage to make an idea killable. You already have the power, Master, said Morrigan as the time resumed its natural flow upon the pressure that the being before me had placed upon feeling my intent through the bond it had forced on me. The bony wings made of shadow that the Balrog had aimed at me were met with shadow-bound ravens, as Morrigan vanished from next to me. The ravens however had more substance than the god. These were more than mere smoke and shadow that I had stored in Morrigan's skull after sacrificing a few dozen ravens. The birds glistened like they were made of glass, and I knew that Morrigan had used the dust on the ground, from the obsidian I transmuted, to give her familiars more substance. Their presence was denser, stronger, more substantial as far as conjurations of shadow binding went. I focused back onto my problem. The words of Morrigan, calling me her master, unbound something within me, a power, a pact, pinged within my very soul as something rose from within me that I did not know exist until that moment. I felt the mark of the hallows on my right arm flare with heat, the mark etched into my soul by the actions of an arrogant boy who faced death and lived to see another sunrise. Power flowed through my arm, through the wand in my hand, as I understood what Morrigan meant by changing the nature of the being before me, and I understood how I could change it. The power that flowed was not of magical nature or physical in any way. It was a concept, an idea of its own that was a constant in the universe, for only an idea can strike another idea. Valamor Coolies, the faceless men believed. All men must die, but it was not limited to just men, was it? It was a simple idea I pulled on instead, an idea of mortality, even if a mortal god was a strange thought. After all, these were strange times. Avada Kedavra, I whispered. The words came with my need to ensure the spell was stable, that I would not end up killing myself with it. The incantation came out as a hiss that seemed to echo through reality itself, etching the words into the memories of the world. I watched as the crimson that bathed the surrounding shifted color. The spell that had bound my wand to the other three foci was expelled all at once, the crimson spell ripping of the scepter and the staves from the grasps of my opponents and launching them away. Following the crimson fire, a jet of green soared out of my wand, not aimed at the three priests but sailing through the air to collide with the hazy mirage of the god that was taking a more defined shape moment by moment. The deadly curse did nothing to the god, though I felt the spell impose death upon the being before me, not killing it, but etching a new rule into the presence that was being formed, a promise, that it could be killed. I felt the red god pull back from my mind, its hunger and greed replaced by something different, fear of unknown. The next moment, a thrill of the firebird came from nowhere, a cry of war echoing through the air, before a golden fire flashed above the red priests. In an instant, the talons of the red bird that appeared sank themselves into the still hazy form of the god before Will the Phoenix erupted into golden flames, his phoenix fire consuming the red fires and vanishing the shadows that made up the form of Arhiller. I felt the burning heat that was the presence of the red god vanish, the man's filled with a second sun that vanished in a cloud of ash. A small mass fell from where the bird had been, dispersed in a cloud of ash as I felt the oppressive presence of what passed for divine vanish. On instinct, my left hand rose to summon the falling mass, forming a small bubble of solidified air around it to pull what I knew to be a phoenix fledgling that remained of my familiar. Memories from the small chick filled me in, giving context to what he had done. I understood how Will had used his burning day on the now mortal red god, consuming the lesser flame that paled against the eternity that a phoenix had. While both beings were made of flame, Will's rebirth allowed the golden fire to consume the red fire of Arhiller, ending the physical presence of the god before it could be formed. Wait. Did my phoenix just rip a metaphysical chunk out of a god? I asked myself before placing Will's new body into the inner pocket of the robe I wore after confirming that it was still just Will in there. With the presence of the Red God gone, I could feel the shift in Morrigan's presence as the obsidian ravens flew past the shield that Dany and Lana were still holding, heading to the ranged fighters that had been lining the battlements, safe from the spears of the subverted Unsullied. Where the ravens passed, their glass wings carving through flesh and bone and taking a red tint. I looked at the three disarmed idiots who almost possibly ended the world in their stupidity. I was ready to repeat the last spell I had used, knowing that if used on a mortal, the killing curse would end them on the spot and no amount of skin changing would save them. Even if the moment I thought it I gained the understanding that using the killing curse against a mortal would come with consequences, I did not really care about it at the moment, as I had passed that point of anger where I was just calm, far too calm. Before I could speak the words however, a spell slammed into Melisandre, Lana's petrification spell from the shiver it sent down the back of my neck at the entropy it carried, lesser than the green spell fire I had conjured to counter the conjuration, but still deadly if powered properly. The Red Priestess froze, her hands snapping around her body as she fell backward, still alive. With the archers dead, it freed Lana to aid, as Dany alone could keep up the shield against any stray attacks. Lana, having a far violent disposition despite Dany's fieriness, had taken the opportunity to attack, while something green and black leaped in front of one of the priests. Tywin the Basilisk gave a hiss as he met the eyes of the man, petrifying him and the two of the Unsullied who had the misfortune of being in the line of sight. He then jumped the distance to the other priests and bit into the ankle of the last priest. The priests that was bitten by the basilisk cried out, as everyone slowly watched the man's flesh melt into a pile of acidic goo. I heard the fighting end, weapons being thrown around as the tortured man gave a long cry of pain before becoming silent forever. I checked that Dany was fine, if a bit tired, with her hair clinging to her face from sweat. I caught her as she stumbled, the strain of shielding everyone taking a toll. Once I was sure she was fine, I turned around to see the rest of my people. Sir Richard now had a rapier stuck through his wooden arm, and I could see more than a few gashes on his hauberk and clothes, though there was no blood thanks to his skin being turned into stone. His other hand was clutching the spear of Weirwood with its Valyrian steel tip pointing to the neck of the fallen John Connington, who was holding his broken nose and a few nasty-looking cuts. On the other side was Illyrio Moffatus, one shoulder lower than the other and a bleeding hand, my sworn sword having taken the two on his own. I nodded at Morna leaning against her Weirwood staff, blocking the way up the manse with 5 of her men. The boy and the septa that came with him were held close, though I could see the warning in her eyes about harming children. The wildling chieftain was scary with her foresight and ability to use the more subtle spells, like the notice me not. She must have foreseen that Illyrio might retreat and snuck around them while I was talking. The fact that it even worked on me was concerning, but that meant more occlumency practice for my end. Before I could turn to take care of the prisoners, I needed to take care of something first. I reached beneath my clothes and took off my amulet of protection and Valyrian steel ring, releasing my own powers to sense the world around me. I reached out with my soul expanding to the walls surrounding the lands owned by Illyrio Moffatus. I felt the shock from still alive Melisandre, which I ignored for the sake of grasping the untamed magical energy that still lingered after the destruction of the Red God. Where my presence reached, I could feel others retreat, almost fleeing from my presence, yet remaining at the edges of my attention. Fucking voyeurs, I muttered, as I focused on the task at hand. Unlike possessing another physical vessel to cast magic, I was taking over the raw magical energy directly, guiding it into myself, giving it what it needed, a purpose. At that moment, I gained more insight into wild magic and how it worked than before, and I made a note never to match spells with counterspell for too long again unless I had to. Incendio, I muttered, bringing forth a ball of fire that was mine own, feeding the magical energy into the flames. No need for the amount of magical energy being used to be let loose to run wild and conjure a physical manifestation of a god or something. The red orb of flame hovered in the air, as a twist of my wand instead transformed the flame into a new shape with the words Draconifetters. The fire grew 2 wings, a pair of legs, and a long tail first before unfurling. Instead of a single head, the dragon I had turned the fire into had 3, ending around 30 feet tall as it consumed the magic in the air, before giving off a roar of challenge, sending a wave of heat across the entire courtyard. Yes, bad idea Viserys, have you not learned a moment before, but the fire was me, and I was the fire. I could feel that it was without any other presence, and it made to end the rest of the fighting when the literal manifestation of my house sigil imposed itself into reality, even if it was effectively a construct of fire that required half my attention to remain around. Come and see, I muttered, finding the quote strangely fitting, as I felt all the presences watching us retreat and disappear at once, except for 3, though their presence was far too subtle for me to gain any insight into the one doing the watching. Then again, what was a god to a non-believer? I then turned to the more mundane problems, placing the amulet back around my neck. Oh, you guys thought that all those stories of Viserys the Wizard were mere rumors, is that it? I asked out into the open, enjoying the fact that I could finally stretch my wings and flex my power. The candles on the table rose over a foot in length as I spoke my own name, and I felt a pulse of energy from the fire construct behind me at my words. I would say I had cast an impressive image, smoldering robes, outstretched hands, with my wand pointed to the side, a good enough approximation of King Ghidorah in red standing behind me, and a dozen ravens made of obsidian and shadow perching on the battlements that were now manned only by corpses. Some believe that gods made men, and the killing curse made all equal. A common phrase attributed to Viserys the Wizard. I had to split this into 2 chapters again since 20k was a bit too much per chapter and thematically splitting the supernatural from natural made sense, but the next one will be following once I am done cleaning it up, since I did not want to spend more time on this one and make you wait. Wiz flexes his magic, then a wild god appears. Luckily, Death is cosplaying as Wiz's cheerleader and gave him a magic gun. Melisandre is schooled in magic, though her approach is more brute force, so it was not really something that was a skill issue. Wiz had superior knowledge despite being younger by a few centuries, and he had a better focus, along with a solid backup that was versatile and talented. Melisandre had 2 other priests that were effectively her, but lesser. I was not going to include Balrog/R Hiller before realizing that that amount of magic stripped of purpose would be the perfect grounds for something to poke his head, and something needed to poke its head because this is the first time Wiz got out of the comfort of Bravus. Remember kids, wild magic is all fun and games until it summons a Baylor on top of you. Blame just reader. For inspiring me to write about gods with his awesome make. As always, I appreciate the feedback. A sword. Syrio Forel disliked waiting, though he disliked having to deal with slavers more. At the end of the day, that was Pentoshi were just slavers, hiding behind what the boy called slavery with extra steps. Right now, he was facing a group of them, trying their best to be pests about anything and everything. Unfortunately for them, Syrio Forel lacked the patience of the Sea Lord or even the boy, who had a tendency to go for the kill any time he was pushed. Then again, if he met these fools, Syrio wondered what their fate would be. This is highly irregular, the docking fee has not been paid, no permit was issued for entry into the city. To go so far as to risk the life of the master of docks and threatening him, bumbled the fool in charge of the city guards. Syrio Forel does not recall any threats being made, Syrio Forel only remembers armed men sent by a magister of Pentos, responded Syrio, making sure to see to it that these fools did not anger the boy in his own brand of madness that was only tempered by patience that could best be considered divine. Syrio Forel was no fool, and he had seen the attempts that the Sea Lord had used to control the boy. His old friend was many things, yet he was not even prepared for how the dragon would behave. Viserys Targaryen was a dragon, if not in shape, but by deed and temperament, even if he hid it well. The screams of the chef serving them food echoed through his mind, the way his face had melted off in golden flame. Syrio had not known the man to be of the faceless men, yet Syrio had known the boy long enough to see his hand in it, that subtle blade that waited patiently until you found yourself stabbed thrice and dying. The only reason Syrio followed the exiled prince from Bravus was for the way he cared. Antarion was a good sea lord, but that much was not without any doubt, yet the boy loved all who served him, and like a dragon protecting his horde, he fought fiercely when they were threatened. The truth of it was that Syrio had grown old. His speed was not what it had been a decade past, and he had chosen to shave his head clean off to not show the growing baldness and keep what little illusion of youth he could. Syrio knew that his time as the first sword was coming to an end, and a new master to champion, one worthy enough, was not hard to find when he had taught the boy. It had been almost easy for Syrio to be assigned to act as the representative of the Sea Lord in this journey, along with the task of protecting the Black Pearl for the sake of her father, when he wished to use this to gain favor with the prince. A single magister does not hold such influence on foreign vessels, not without the permission of the council. The captain of the city guard declared, his eyes focusing on the Black Pearl lazing on the upper deck, her fingers plucking at the string of the bone-white lute that put Syrio on edge. Regardless, such acts are highly suspicious. You will accompany us to be sorted out by the Council of Magisters, and we will have to do a thorough search of this vessel to ensure that this is not a smuggler's vessel. What was the boy said, right, fucking idiots. Syrio disliked Pentoshi, not because they were merchants, but because they did not really bother to hide their intentions properly, like their slavery, with extra steps that the Sea Lords could not do anything about, lest the rich men of Pentos pay for the House of Black and White. Then again, the House of Black and White stood empty now. Syrio was not so blind. Just as he had seen through the disguise of the fat cat of Sea Lords that many claimed was a tiger or a lion, Syrio knew this to be a thinly disguised attempt to search for smuggled goods was just an attempt to steal anything of importance and gather intelligence. Syrio Forel was no coward, but he would much prefer to draw his blade and face the city guards than to have to explain to the boy why half his stuff were missing, or why the idiots searching accidentally torched a ship he had named after his mother while ransacking it for hidden goods. There were less painful ways to die, and Syrio was certain he would not be resurrected to suffer more. Syrio reached for his rapier, as the boy had named the weapon of the water dancer, only for a soft tune to echo, relaxing him and drawing away the dread he always felt when he needed to face the one true God and tell it to come another day. Were it not for Belgier playing a calm tune on her lute, Sirio would have run these men through for being pests. Yet the song she played was somehow calming the tension, such that some of the guards were almost dozing while the fat one doing the talking looked at something and paled. "Why don't we wait for just a bit? I am certain the magisters will be open to negotiations," said the Black Pearl, her voice making Sirio want to agree before he shook off the effects. The wizard's paramour was a dangerous breed of woman, especially when it was known that the boy had taught her a few tricks of his own. "I think that can be acceptable, even if this is highly, dragon," said the captain of the guards, bumbling through, having long since stopped making sense. "Dragon?" asked Sirio, curious as he turned to see a red light explode behind the large walls where the first sword knew the boy was. A dragon rose into the air from beneath the walls of one of the larger buildings. No, it was no dragon. It looked like a large man, yet with wings and horns that would not be out of place on a dragon, with smoke and heat that Sirio could feel all the way from the docks. Just as the form appeared, a flash of green followed, and the thing vanished into a pillar of golden fires. "Not today," whispered Sirio to himself at the feeling that clutched at his chest. Death walked the lands this day, and only one person could be both brave and mad enough to call upon such a thing. When he said he would give a signal, muttered the Black Pearl, getting up from the chair she was lounging on, as Sirio watched a three-headed dragon rise from the same place that the humanoid fire had once been. "You were talking about finding the owner of this ship, why don't you walk over there and try to explain to him how you have no intention of stealing or taking anything? I mean, explain how you only wish to search his ship. Though I would caution you against any lies," added Moonshadow, walking up as well. "The last one to lie to him has been left addled, his mind broken. The Great Yahat likes to make men think they are newts." "Then Sirio Forel asks you, gentleman, do you really wish to gain the attention of the awakened dragon?" asked the first sword, looking at the paling man. "Now, we shall meet the magisters of Pentos and figure something out." The man nodded, furiously shaking his head up and down as if it would make the situation more survivable. Most men thought Viserys Targaryen to be weak, mixing his mercy and wish to avoid conflict and collateral with inability bring ruin upon they. Then again, most men were idiots. Sirio had seen the boy's scars, the cuts and burns on his arms that bravos twice his age did not have. The scars spoke the truth, of a man who was forced to fight and walk away upon meeting death in the face and calling out, "Not today." Sirio, like all Bravasi, was wary of dragons, but even he had to admit, having one, even in the flesh of a human came in handy, especially since this one worked for the good of Bravus, so long as he did not have reason to destroy it at least. Next to him, Belgier stood as Sirio had just noticed that what the girl was lying on was, in fact, the large hound that belonged to the boy. "You think Magister Illyrio will survive the experience?" asked Belgier, using the strange Westerosi speak of the wizard, a grin on her face. Knowing how close the Black Pearl was to the wizard, Sirio could see the slight widening of her eyes at the display of power. "What was it that you had called it?" "Yes, sucker's bet," responded Moonshadow, choosing then to speak up, a calculating look filling her eyes as she leaned on her staff. "Number a witch. High in the halls of the kings who are gone," started the boy they claimed to be Dany's nephew, causing Vis to sigh in response. The negotiations were going poorly, and Dany was not sure about what Vis was thinking. "It is just off-key," spoke Vis, "go more like high in the halls of the kings who are gone." At the song that Vis sang, reality shuddered and Dany found herself holding her breath. Vis did not sing. There was a reason for it. It was not that his voice was horrible, or he could not carry a tune, no. It was because when Vis sang, he bound all his pain into the song. When Viserys Targaryen sang, he sang his sorrow and loss, and when Viserys sang, everyone felt. Dany wiped away the tears from her eyes, the images of her mother holding her from the pensieve filling her mind. She noted how Morna was doing the same. Some of the Unsullied, who did not even understand the words, had broken down and wailed their own loss, the vaunted discipline of the slave soldiers shredded against the emotions that were pulled by the haunting tune of Dany's brother. John Connington himself was openly sobbing. "Enough!" roared Illyrio Moffedus, though his rage and his own loss was also clear for Dany to feel through a simple mental link. "Is this mummer's farce needed?" the merchant asked, finally breaking the silence. "The mummer's farce is the only thing keeping me civilized and not getting creative with how you will spend your afterlives," responded Vis in turn, pointing his wand at the giant three-headed dragon behind him. It was easy to forget Viserys' actions when he would focus on some whimsical things like trying to see if the boy was truly Rhaegar's son. The flicker of an image of what looked to be a Balrog, a green flash that screamed death, and the giant fiery dragon in the form of House Targaryen banner. Then again, not like Dany cared about it that much. Rhaegar was an impulsive idiot who had caused a large mess that ended with them in exile. Granted, why Vis himself was awesome, he was also an impulsive idiot, but at least he was a smart impulsive idiot. If it was not obvious, Dany had a favorite brother, and it was not the one who got himself killed by trying to cross a river to force a fight. Above the watchers over the waves shall he proclaim himself, bannered across the sky in fire, whispered Dany, looking at the giant three-headed dragon that was now wrapped around the largest tower, the living flame darkening the stone it touched. Viserys turned to her, sufficiently distracted from going for mass murder as the rage-filled vision disappeared. You and I will have a chat about spending too much time in the Pensieve, little sister, teased Viserys, breaking the silence upon her words. Dany nodded to herself, satisfied with a job well done. A murderous Viserys became a broody Viserys, and a broody Viserys did not spend as much time with her after all. And people thought that Dany was a normal 8-year-old. Sure, she had spent far longer in the Pensieve than probably reasonable, using the time dilation that the weirwood had within the visions to learn as much as she could. Not like it was not her fault that the books she had any interest in were all locked within the memories of her brother, recreated through the divination of the Pensieve that he had crafted. It had granted Dany a certain level of wisdom beyond her age, and the lessons from the Moonshadow and Bellonara were really useful in ensuring that she achieved her goals of maximizing time she spent with Viserys. Right, let's get to your little Hamilton plot, the cruel uncle and valiant nephew, bit cliché, but I am not sure how you would think to pass off a Blackfire brat as my nephew when he is too young to be Aegon? Asked Viserys, as Dany felt Vis take over the shield, and she let him do so. You are absolutely mad, said the cheesemonger, as Dany noted how rat-like the man looked. She idly wondered if he was a skin changer or something. Illyrio, get with schedule, I went past mad and am currently somewhere around livid and exterminate every breathing thing in the city, Vis responded instead, his calm tone clashing with his words even as the fire construct having above them flared in response to his rage. Do you have proof, instead of something like the boy being bad at singing of all things? Asked John Connington. Viserys had told her that the knight was loyal to Rhaegar and no one else. Dany was not so sure about it as he had stood against the siblings of Rhaegar, but Vis probably knew more. It would be to your benefit, after all, Prince Viserys, if Aegon's claim was false. You are right, pointed out Viserys before turning to Dany. Daenerys, do you have your project with you? Dany nodded, pulling out a weirwood-infused parchment that she had been enchanting with Viserys. It was a challenge, something she worked on as a way to learn how to refine her enchantments. Dany felt the presence of Viserys' soul around herself, covering the entire manse with his presence. She could even hear him mumble some incantations in what sounded like the Latin that only he knew, High Valyrian, and what she was certain was the old tongue. Dany did not know what Vis was doing to the entire manse as they spoke, but it explained why he needed her to cast this particular spell. Unfurling the parchment onto the desk, Dany pulled out a black candle, slowly activating the enchantments that had been cast over and over onto the parchment. It was not a permanent enchantment, mostly because the first spell was place-specific. Proteus, incanted Dany, slowly binding the smoke from the candle into a circle of ink on the parchment and a circle of smoke on the ground. Nomenum Revelio, she intoned with all seriousness despite the wordplay. She had come up with that on her own, based on another spell that revealed humans. Instead, the spell she came up with replaced homonym with nomenum to reveal the name of a person. Where the original spell used the soul as a framework to check for similar presences, the modification was specifically meant to get names. Vis called it brilliant and Dany got an extra serving of chocolate chip ice cream that Vis made and got to choose what they watched in the Pensieve that day, even if the story of the boy who tamed and rode a dragon was a bit silly at times, as everyone knew that dragons grew far larger than the size of a horse and got stronger with size, and toothless was a horrible name for a dragon. Once the small ritual was complete, there was a circle of smoke on the ground linked, a circle of ink filled a smoky cloud within the smoke. Dany checked the enchantment, watching the smoke form the letters that formed her name as she moved the smoke circle to be around herself. It was not the legendary Morator's map that Dany's brother spoke of, but it got the job done, and they had a few parchments on the Revenge linked to key locations in Bravos as additional security. What is that? Asked John Connington as Dany completed the binding of the enchantments. A piece of parchment, obviously, Viserys responded. In the meantime, Morna, could you please bring rest of the household out? He asked, throwing the wayfinder at her to use to find anyone hidden from her. Vis pointed at the Red Priestess, which was petrified and stuck on the wall as Dany moved it. Melanie of Lot 7, obviously, Viserys said as Dany saw the archaic variant of Valyrian glyphs, before twisting her wand to shift the focus to another. John Connington, seems accurate, nodded Viserys, making Dany smile. Of course it was accurate, she was the greatest witch in existence, just as Vis was the greatest wizard in existence. Viserys pointed at the boy, taking the parchment and looming over it. What does it say? Asked Dany, taking a step closer. Patience, Dany, hey. Aegon Targaryen. I will be damned, said Viserys, his eyes scrunching in the way that it got when he was looking at a particularly difficult puzzle. Though, there are a lot more of those hidden identities going on in here, he spoke, his eyes staring deep into the eyes of the Septa. Septa. Lemur, was it? Viserys asked as Dany moved the shadow circle to where the Septa were. It is Septa Lamor, responded the Septa, her voice dripping with venom. Well, this says it is Windstorm, said Viserys, holding up the parchment. Dany did not know who Wandbearer was, but she was close enough to her brother to overhear him. Her brother grumbled something about wishing it was a Sheridan, which made her roll her eyes. So, who is the Septa? Asked Dany once it became clear that Vis would not explain and keep brooding. Pretty sure she is Wenda the White Fawn, of the Kingswood Brotherhood, a bandit group before our time. Sir Arthur took care of them, supposedly, led by a Simon Toyne, explained Viserys, before turning to the Septa and saying thank you for confirming that by the way, while tapping his temple. Isn't the current captain of the Golden Company Miles Toyne? Asked Sir Richard, still holding his weapon close to the Magister and John Connington. Dany realized why Viserys always insists that she focus on her occlumency instead of fire spells then. If he could pluck secrets from the minds of others with such ease, things became clearer. Dany watched, understanding that Viserys was simply playing with these people at the moment. He already knew what was going on and was putting on a show for a reason that was beyond her. As the servants of the manse came outside, one of the raven constructs that felt like Morrigan flew in. The raven of black sand and blood turned into a snake as it wrapped itself around one of the maids, pulling her to the forefront. Hello, Viserys Blackfire, said Viserys without even needing to look at the bound servant as Dany saw the name on the enchanted piece of parchment. You are supposed to be dead. Number A wizard. Incarcerus, I cast with a sigh, annoyed at the fact that local magic was shot to hell, and I had to leverage incantations for precision and the political headache that I was facing. One of the obsidian ravens I pointed at with my wand turned into a black blob before becoming a snake midair as it flew to their target, wrapping around her before transforming into the illusion of ropes with all their strength, binding her. Let the record reflect that I am not the most patient person when it comes to politics. Especially, now, when I had half a mind to just torch entire Pentos for being so much trouble, but that would be too close to pulling a Voldemort and start throwing killing curses at the three before more with only my daddy issues making me stubbornly hold out on being like Ares. Another flick pulled her to the middle of the room at a relatively low speed, well, pulled the rope more than the person. While the summoning charm was linked to gravitational magics, living beings with an understanding of how gravity worked tended to be resistant to that spell, and those who did not understand it tended to get whiplash. Illyrio made to stand up before I willed the gravity on him to double, not bothering with finesse as the change caused the fat man to sit back down. Sir Richard was quick to rest his spear against the cheesemonger after that. And this one is Viserys Blackfire, daughter of Daemon IV. She would be Illyrio's wife, Sarah, if I am not mistaken, I said, pointing at the now bound girl who seemed terrified of me. You were supposed to have died to grayscale, but butterflies, I suppose, I said to the woman looking at me with hate in her eyes. Viserys Blackfire, or more commonly called Sarah the Whore, or Sarah the Headmaid when Connington was around, stared at me. She was supposed to have died to grayscale or something, but here she was. I mentally revised any potential grayscale filatry scale ships, but I could not figure out how that was prevented by my actions. I got nothing. I mentally checked if I had sold off the Mandrake potion to anyone. I had given it to a few nobles in Bravus to get something or another from them, so it was possible that Illyrio had gotten his grubby hands on my potions. In theory, the Mandrake could address the grayscale, which I had narrowed down to a wild magic equivalent of a basilisk scale turned natural disease in the hands of Prince Garin and the death of so many dragons to waters of Roine. The mix of water and fire magic would only leave the basilification as the only element of the dragon corpses and render the dragon blood mixed with water a petrificant. I made a note to myself to study the Roine and to kidnap and cure Shireen Baratheon. What? I really need to balance out my karma with some good deeds after the day I have been having. Going back to the problem in front of me. I was biased, and I knew too much. It is why I had Dany work out that specific spell based on descriptions, confirming with multiple potential hidden identities that it did, in fact, work. I pointed to Illyrio, Dany, using her spell to reveal the true name of Illyrio Mophitis. Aelor Targaryen, I spoke the name, looking into the eyes of the man. I was glad that I had not killed the man first before asking questions. I was not that good with necromancy. Well, I was, but it did not mean I liked it. If I were a betting man, and let's face it, I am, I said with a shrug. It was not my fault that other people did not use precognition to cheat when betting. I would say that you are the son of Maegor Brightflame, son of Arion Brightflame. Wat and Wat took that moment to come out of the manse, having snuck in to retrieve the more important bits for me. Let me guess, you found Viserys here in the whorehouse that Meleys the monstrous sold her to? I asked, taking the flinch from Viserys at the name of her father's murderer as confirmation. A bright flame and black fire, how poetic, I spat. If it is the sword you seek, you will not have it, responded Illyrio. Aelor, the cheesemonger. Illyrio. Mophitis, I was going to call the fat man Mophitis. Acknowledgement of any family links was not something I was going to do. You sent a writer out, I instead spoke, ripping the knowledge from his head. A few hours head start, and you think it will work. I don't particularly care about the sword, well, I do, but this is more valuable, I said, my hands gliding over the dragon bone chest as the lock simply popped open after a whisper of a word of power. 3 large stones gleamed against the sunlight. Dragon eggs, the ones that were stolen by Alyssa Farman. The last viable dragon eggs, untouched by the influence of the maesters of West Eros. But not the influence of the Red Priestess, noted Morrigan in my mind as I nodded in acknowledgement. Rituals of purification and potential methods of cleansing each egg came to mind before they were dismissed for later. Hatching the eggs as they were posed a risk that might go the way of Summer Hall. Get the sword for me, I commanded the crystallized representation of death that called me master. A flick of my wand sent 3 of the ravens made of blood and dragon glass out. They would find and cut down the rider, retrieving the blade for me, as linked to Morrigan as they were. That leaves this awkward family reunion. Pity your twin is not here, I said, turning to Visera and getting a confirmation that Varys was indeed a black fire. Meleys had gelded Varys the spider as a boy, sacrificing his genitals in a fire for power. I wonder how much of everything that happened was your plots, black fire? Certainly, Summer Hall, not entirely. Kingswood Brotherhood was obviously yours, what about Duskendale? No. Surprising. I asked, bombarding them with relevant memories as I ripped through their secrets without them even knowing. Word association guided my search, better than any other form of legilimency. What I found was disappointing. Did they have a hand in most of the events? Yes. Was it clear-cut and pointed a clean solution for me to kill all my enemies? Not exactly. Summer Hall would have spelled disaster for the line of Magur Brightflame had Aegon the unlikely hatched dragons, and he had been in the perfect position to do something being invited to witness the event, even if Illyrio did not know if he had the opportunity for it. Granted, the Black Fires and Bright Flames were not the only ones who did not want dragons around, so it proved nothing. Duskendale was more clear-cut. Illyrio knew that it was entirely the plot of Rhaegar and Tywin, and a move that would have seen Varys lose his position. I gotta admit, for half-arsed plans that only worked partially, everything worked for Illyrio Moffatus. Hey? I asked, anger making me slip my control over my tongue, giving it an unfamiliar accent that one would confuse for low-born for the fact that it lacked any proper structure. Targaryen, countered Illyrio, making me roll my eyes. If this mummer farce is to end, I am Aelor Targaryen. Wasn't that a problem on its own? It meant that Illyrio, and therefore Aegon, had a stronger claim to the Iron Throne than me, or some might argue that they are from an older line uniting different claims. Tomato. Charred corpse, what is the difference? I responded in turn, causing the fat man to swallow in fear. Like I cared for feudal rules that were meant to preserve the power at the hands of inbred cunts. Sure, I was part of those inbred cunts now, but that did not mean that another could use it to impose some imaginary power over me. After all, I had just murdered a god that had tried exactly that, hadn't I? Honestly, your grandfather was an idiot, naming his son after the least popular king in history without some firepower to ensure that he could have influence, or drinking wildfire. That one is also stupid. You do not care at all, do you, that you would become a kinslayer? Asked Visera, seeing my face not change. She looked calmer, but my instincts told me that she was a greater danger to me than the cheesemonger. Not anymore, not really, I responded, a flick of my wand silencing them both so I could monologue just a bit. The world isn't fair, but it is what you make of it. In your place, I would have done the exact same thing, maybe even worse. That being said, passing off your own son as my brother's dead son. I cannot really show mercy here, at least not one that ends up with all of you still breathing, that is just done in bad taste. Since when did you know? Asked Illyrio once I was done, slumping back. Since I realized that the start of our exile, I said with a shrug. Sir Willem was a good knight and true, but the night of our flight from Dragonstone was hazy. There were theories that Varys had been of help, but the number of people following us to exile was far too small to be of any use unless the purpose of it was less a means of returning with an army and more a means of prolonging the suffering of last Targaryens. Someone had played Sir Willem for a fool, and Varys was the one I would put my money on. It made sense, really, turnabout is fair and all that. You and Varys wanted revenge, and what better way to do it than ensuring that the last 2 remaining Targaryens had to survive without any support in Essos. Once I looked you in the eyes, I knew that this was your endgame, an ironic end to the children of those who have placed you in the hole you crawled out of, both of you, I said, pointing at Sarah, who was being hugged by the boy. Aegon. In all honesty, it was the type of thing I would have made my enemy suffer. Maybe we were similar in that regard. A part of me respected that, and another part of me wanted to turn his body into a red smear against the closest wall for daring such a thing. I knew that had I not made that first leap of faith, to craft a wand out of hopes and dreams and barely understood concepts, I would not be here and instead remained the puppet of people with more power than me. Maybe I could have survived, maybe I could have convinced a few sellsword companies to join me, and maybe I could have landed on West Eros with an army, but then I would be crushed back just like the Black Fires. What I did not know, I plucked from their minds. I was not monologuing because I wanted to do it. It was a method of reading them, a version of legilimency-empowered cold reading their plan from their minds. Each of my words were carefully chosen, each statement, both the incorrect ones and the correct ones were measured to get the most response. What I found made my blood heat up and chill at once, but I held on. Illyrio had accounted for the potential of using me as the bait to obscure his boy's claim by hiding it behind mine before passing him off as rigors. Yet it was Wandbearer's mind that was crueler, and it was she who had suggested selling off my sister to some slaver or Dothraki as some perceived punishment for her own fate. The cold rage within me when I first cast death upon a god returned back to me, clashing against my self-control. Green light started glowing at the tip of my wand as I started, Avada. I could do it. I would do it. Visera Targaryen had dared to plot against me and mine. I would etch upon her soul the rune of death. If reincarnation was possible in this world, her rebirth would be stillborn. No afterlife, no nothing, just emptiness as reality itself rejected your very life. I would rend her soul to shreds, ensure she could not reform as even a blade of grass. Yet I could not cast it. I did not wish it. The flash of rage burned hot and left only a smoldering wrath behind, one that wanted me to make her suffer the fate she envisioned for us for herself. No. My actions would not be so fast, so easy an act for her sins against mine. Then I stopped, instead of turning to the boy now hiding behind his mother. So, what to do with you, kid? I asked the boy, the terrified gasp of his mother making me smirk, even if I felt like a right cunt for that. So, here is the entire problem I was facing. What to do with a child whose mere existence would forever haunt me? A part of me wanted to repeat the words I had used against the goddamn thing that Melisandre had created. The same words that I was about to cast on his mother. The killing curse would have solved all my problems. I could feel Visera struggle against the ropes binding her, bringing an idea to mind. It would be a fitting punishment for the woman who had wanted to enslave my sister to the Dothraki and leave us with nothing to beg for scraps. I could take everything from her, leave her to be enslaved once more. I knew that Illyrio had enemies. The family of her first wife would gladly see the whore sold back into slavery and rid themselves of the boy without a heartbeat. The boy had to die, so why was I hesitating? It brought another scene to mind, a mother willing to give anything for her child, creating an unbreakable protection empowered by a contractual agreement. Not Harry, I muttered, the sound echoing through my mind. Could I do it? Could I pull it off? Blood contracts, or geese, were familiar to me. It was one of the main methods that I have been trying to figure out and failing over and over again. Any method I had tried in the past was temporary, and any agreement was superficial at best. Sure, I had alternatives. The rings I had crafted and given to the Sea Lord and some of the members of the Iron Bank and the High Priestess of the Moonsingers were mental backdoors that I could check up on at any given time using my mastery over mind arts, but they were not perfect. I had given up on contract magic, the type that is enforced by the soul of the person itself, the kind that would give warning if broken. I lacked knowledge and precision to use them. The magic around the manse had been shot to hell, the control needed for something precise was not likely to work, but a mother willing to do anything for their child's life had power, and where knowledge and precision of wizardry failed, the instincts and power of sorcery might succeed. All I had to do was let go of a slight, all I had to do was leave the actions of Blackfires unpunished. It would be so easy to just kill them all, so fast, so wrong. A part of me whispered that I could do it, that I had killed before. I had killed all the adults in House Pristane and Bravus for standing against my interests, even if they had been actually linked to Slaver's Bay before I pointed out the right proofs for the Sea Lord, even if it was a manipulation on my part, solidifying my grasp on Bravasi. But the children did not pose a danger back then, their lives were not a danger for me and mine. This one was, however, if left on his own, he would become a threat to me, raise armies, and make claims. I could end the Black Fire line right here and now. A child. A child sentenced to death for something he had no hand in. I paused, mentally checking myself to trace that trail of thought. When had I become so Targaryen, so Westerosi? Killing people who wanted to kill you was fine. Killing people who were plotting to kill you was pushing it, even if preemptive strikes were useful and effective. Even then, had I not lost enough nights of sleep for my actions in Bravus? Killing someone for who their parents were, was I becoming like Tywin Lannister? Or, I could, not forgive, and definitely not forget, but use this opportunity. I could create an anchor for contract magic using the love of a mother to protect her child, building upon the framework that would ensure that my family did not have to worry about the loyalty or plotting of fools. I knew what the decision was. The ropes unraveled from around Visera, transforming into a knife in my hands. Ropes made from dragon glass and the blood of the Unsullied who had died following his orders. The fiery dragon behind me gave a roar that released a wave of heat before the construct dove into the stone knife in my hands. Stone and blood melted and mixed, the death cries of a god, given form, a flame on par with dragon fires, forged a new knife. Kill him, I said, throwing the knife that carried the faith of a god and the bindings forged of blood and stone. Kill your husband, and you and your son can walk away unharmed. The details of the ritual were more instinctual than anything else. I was, as the saying went, winging it. Husband and father represented power and protection, the miniaturized runes within the blade ensuring that the association held true. Sacrificing protection and power for safety and mercy. It was domination magic, the utter submission of the Black Fire bloodline by its matriarch, the declaration of their defeat. It was cruel, and it was everything that Wandbearer deserved. I felt her hesitation before I watched her drive the stone knife into the heart of her lover. I had to give it to Illyrio, he took it like a champ. Wandbearer gave a cry, trying to make it to the knife as shadow chains wrapped themselves around her throat, empowered by the ritual that I had finalized. I had not even cast a thing. She gasped, still breathing, as I approached and took out the glass knife that acted as the anchor of the blood oath. As it was her line that was bound, the oath was linked to the boy as well, and I would know where they were if I chose to seek them. I would know what they thought of if I wished to know them. And I would know when they moved against me, as I felt the threat at the back of my mind form. You are free to walk away, though I would hurry. The blood oath protects you from my wrath, but the magisters are on the way, and they might find something to blame you, especially the one whose daughter was Illyrio's first wife. I heard he was not very pleased when Mophatus married a whore, and he might react harshly upon learning that the whore killed a magister, I said, dropping a bag of silver that was the same amount as the stash I knew Sir Willem kept for emergencies, the same stash that Og Viserys was left with after they were thrown to the streets. Turnabout was fair play, after all. I took the Proto-Morator's map that Dany had constructed and, using the death of Illyrio and the blood oath that I had Wandbearer do as leverage, exerted my will into the pseudo-wards that had been formed around the manse through the presence of dragon eggs and dragon bones. The last magic that I could probably do this day without suffering magical exhaustion had the weirwood-infused parchment show the layout of the large manse, shadow smoke runes forming the walls, and every detail. Secure everything, I said, holding myself from yawning at how utterly exhausted I was after the whole thing. Morrigan walked through the gate, her body an illusion hiding behind the cloud of blood and obsidian. Passing the sword in her hand to me, I studied Black Fire while standing next to the chest with 3 dragon eggs. At least I got good loot after all the mess I had waded through. What is dead may never die, or something like that. This is back. No, this was never dead, I have no intention to stop this. While sci-fi is fun, this has a special place, even if update schedule will likely be less than ideal. I had hit a huge writer's block and needed to rewrite this chapter 3 times, mostly because I did not really know how Wiz might react to certain things or get the whole emotional payoff. I still think there is much that can be improved, but I wanted this chapter out so we could move on and progress with the plot. As always, I thrive on feedback, comments, and ideas. The whole young Griff/Aegon plot has never really been a big problem for Wiz, as he has a general suspicion and a tendency to flip the board when he bothers to. It was more of a moral dilemma that he faced. Had he been just Viserys with magic, he might have had some trouble before probably killing everyone, but Wiz was already suspicious, even if the bright flame thing took him by surprise. Blood Oath just gave them enough rope to hang themselves if they tried anything again. In this case, I took some of the different theories and put them together. Aegon is the son of Illyrio Mophatus and Visera Blackfire, daughter of Daemon IV, who calls herself Sarah to hide her heritage. Illyrio is the son of Maegor Brightflame, who became a sellsword and later a merchant prince for all intents and purposes. Illyrio noted the similarities between Dany and Sarah and his attraction to a 13-year-old girl, so, you know, your typical Targaryen incest drive. It was pointed out that Wiz had become too murderous, or by other readers who want to have a power fantasy where the MC butchers all enemies, that he was a coward. I wanted to focus on that internal struggle he had, a good person given shitty options. He could be clumsy with it, or he could be precise with it, but he had destroyed his enemies to the point that they are all dead before. It is part of Wiz getting a character development to be more subtle and precise with his skills. He is, after all, a wizard. And, special thanks to Josticus for some of the suggestions for POVs. This took a while, mostly because I was moving and did not have much time to sit down and write, and I really am not that fast at writing interludes and other POVs. As always, I am purely motivated by likes, comments, and discussions. Number Melanie. There was one truth in the world. God was real, and he hated Melanie. Melanie of Lot 7, a slave sold in Asai. Melanie the temple whore, trained in the arts of seduction in the Red Temple to serve the one true God. Melisandre of Asai, the priestess of the Lord of Light, Shadowbinder, trained in the arts after her skills were discovered. Melisandre the fool, facing against the chosen of the Lord of Light, and burned by the flames of Lightbringer. To the outside, the fight looked even, a struggle between two sides. To Melisandre of Asai, it was anything but even. She watched as a single person held back the faith of 3 and the scorching heat that was unleashed by the light of the Lightbringer in his hands. That was not Azor Aha fighting against them, but merely unmaking what they unleashed, as the chosen of the Lord with the divine right to decide on whom the flames would burn. The wrath of the Lord of Light only came about after. A shadow that killed all who opposed Azor Aha, a green flame of death, and the wrathful shriek of the firebird that burned against her very soul, cleansing away the corrupt flames and reforming them into the form of the great dragon of fire. Melisandre should have known that something was wrong when Viserys Targaryen walked off the ship that roiled with magic. Melisandre of Asai should have known that something was wrong when Viserys Targaryen had called out her name, the one that had been hidden and forgotten by anyone else by Melisandre herself and her lord. Melisandre of Asai should have known that something was wrong when Viserys Targaryen told her that he knew about the sword black fire. And when the green flames and the fiery bird of vengeance burned away the manifestation of Melisandre's false faith, Melisandre of Asai should have known that Viserys Targaryen was Azor Aha reborn and the champion of the one true God, and the bird was not but the messenger of her lord. The screech of the fire shaped like a bird, her true lord of light, came down, swooping in to burn away the unclean. To burn away her false faith and remake it into the truth. And now, it was time for her penance, for fire was the only thing that could cleanse her of her sins. She had been left in the darkness, her body unable to move, with only her thoughts and faith to haunt her. All Melisandre knew was that she had offended her current jailer, and he was both terrible and powerful at once. Without her ruby, her form was not as pleasing to look at and she doubted she could use her seduction of the guards, even if she wished to escape her fate. Melisandre of Asai had faced her god, and her god had found her faith lacking. In a room plunged into darkness that she was thrown into, her body incapable of movement, with a band made up of 2 pieces of wood around her neck that grew roots that further bound her, she was left waiting, unable to scream, unable to touch the power that made her more than a mere mortal, alone with her thoughts. Any spell she tried to conjure was unmade, any attempt to free herself, to call upon fire to burn away the roots, was undone, and she was left to ponder. The dark room was lit by the light of something Melisandre had never seen before, and Melisandre of Asai understood the being that she had offended. In the darkness, with time to think things through, Melisandre of Asai could admit that she had perhaps made a mistake. Now was her time for penance, whatever form it took. It was a ball of light, hanging in the air as though it was a firefly, bathing everything in its soft light that drove away the darkest of shadows. A light made of magic, held in the palm of Viserys Targaryen, whose violet eyes burned as they gazed upon her naked and bound flesh, not with any lust for her glamours were long stripped from her old flesh by the same magical light, but with the way a noble would look a beggar or a slave, in disgust. "Isn't that what you are, Melanie of Lot 7, just another slave?" whispered the darkness. "Follow," her lord spoke, his tone cold as ice and twice as chilling. In his hands, he held a stick as long as his forearm, which was shaped like a curved dagger with a glowing tip. She could not mistake the presence of the Lightbringer. "Mobile corpus," the fire spoke before hitting her, and Melisandre felt her body be lifted by unseen hands, carried behind her lord. Instead of the pyre that she deserved, Melisandre of Asai found herself being dragged outside to the light, to the yard that had been cleaned, where a desk and chair resided, grown out of wood, its quality and intricacy surpassing the most elegant of Myrish artists. Her body somehow relaxed, the spell holding her unmade, as she was left floating before Viserys Targaryen, holding a familiar scepter in his left hand. Its core and wood are not properly bound, the jewel atop lacks connections, and the workmanship is shoddy, overall, a subpar imitation, spoke the wizard, waving the ruby-topped small staff, conjuring fire. A beam of crimson light formed a solid construct before them, shaped like a human. "Illusionary fire, how quaint. I suppose it is passable, for a charlatan." Melisandre's eyes looked away, shame filling her in those words. Viserys Targaryen held up his small stick, a flick unleashing a light that shattered the illusion into motes of light, chasing away the shadows, further proof that he was truly Azor Aha in truth, and it was Melisandre of Asai who had acted against her lord's chosen. "You are utterly messed up in the head, aren't you?" asked her lord, holding the Lightbringer against her neck, a flaming blade blossoming into existence. The burning blade turned into a serpent that wrapped around her neck. The flaming serpent squeezed, causing Melisandre to gasp, even as she was not burned, not allowed to be burned. Melisandre cherished that moment. She had sinned and the fire would cleanse her of her sins. "You disgust me," her lord spoke, unraveling his power that pressed down upon her and left her whimpering as the roots holding her were turned to ash, and she fell. Once again cursing herself for being fooled that a mere blade could be the weapon of Azor Aha, Melisandre looked down in shame and submission to her lord's chosen who held in his hands the Lightbringer. The old legends spoke of a blade, yet hadn't Melisandre been fooled by blades before. This was true power, a small stick, holding more power than the scepter that her visions had guided her to create. "I suppose it makes sense that your mind are a mess. This will not hurt one bit, do not resist," said Viserys Targaryen, dismissing the serpent, placing the tip of the Lightbringer against her head, and pulling her memories. The life fire rose in threads of ghostly white. "They are memories, not life force," you two-bit hack, corrected her lord, answering her unasked question. I need to see everything you have learned and done to the eggs to reverse your fuck-ups. A shame filled her at those words once more. Yes, my lord, spoke Melisandre, unable to nor willing to resist. She had done enough of that. Are you sure? Asked her lord, speaking to the air once his task was done. Her memories were taken from her into a white dish that glowed with the fires of her lord. A form appeared of shadow that is not a shadow. It took the form of a black-haired woman with crimson glowing eyes that sent a chill up Melisandre's spine. I mean, I can probably make sure that you get the body, fine, she gets to keep hers. Do you want the septa? She is younger, fine, your decision, her lord's champion. Lek, responded the shadow in fondness before dissolving back into the shadows. Was that Nissa? Melisandre wanted to ask. Melisandre knew shadow binding, that was no shadow binding. The creatures of shadow were impossible to control without proper training. They hungered, their nature bound to violence. They lacked the ability to speak, nor act so independently. Melanie of Lot 7, the words caused her eyes to focus on the one who entered the room. That was the name you had once, wasn't it? A thrill of a song came from the golden perch next to the desk. Melisandre could have sworn it was not there before. The song inflamed the fire within her heart and loins once more. She nodded, feeling the twinge of magical workings in the air, but those clung to true Azor Ahai like he was wrought of them, and when he used her name, a part of her soul, long forgotten surfaced and she felt warmth within herself. That would be Will, spoke her lord, pointing at the chick currently nestled among ashes. He is a phoenix, he was the one who ate whatever it was that you summoned. I suppose I should thank you for that. The divine essence of a fire god seems to have been the kick he needed to stabilize the rebirth trick. It looked nothing like the form it had, but the cleansing flame looked at her with disinterest. Even then, the heat in her heart flared at the chirping of the strange bird. No. Fire made flesh. A bird made of flame, ever burning with the fire that would not be quenched by death. Shadow and fire are in one room, bowing to the man before Melanie. If her mind had not been made up. If she was not convinced before, this alone would convince her. Was this not the way of Lord of Light, was this not the chosen of her lord? The people of Westeros used birds for messages, didn't they? Mayhaps the bird was the messenger of her lord? His will was made manifest, protecting his champion, speaking to him. I greet the will of fire, spoke Melisandre in a rasp, her body feeling lighter than before. A snort echoed through the yard they were in. Now, that leaves what to do with you, spoke the prince. I can shove your soul into the dragon egg. You are magic enough, and your soul should be durable enough for the process, said Viserys. It would give me a dragon, which is worth more than you as you are Melanie. If that is your will, my lord, said Melisandre, no Melanie, she was always Melanie, of Lot 7. Centuries had still not made her more, now she knew, not when faced with one who was truly the champion of the flame. Then I shall willingly submit to my sacrifice. Viserys Targaryen sighed. You are not making this fun, Melanie, responded her lord in frustration. Where is that zealotry? Where is that spunk, where is the fire, you, hag? Melisandre looked down in shame. The air turned frigid as in the air, a spear of ice appeared before Melisandre, yet the priestess did not feel a thing. No words, Melisandre? Asked Viserys Targaryen. No response to ice magic. Clearly, I am the root of all evil, right? Come on. Answer me. Fire is yours to give or take, my lord, responded Melisandre. Fuck. I think I broke Melisandre, said her lord, a hand rubbing down his face. It is like kicking a puppy, you made it not fun anymore, do you get it, Melanie? He roared. The name washed over her, forcing her to look up. I see. I did not just kill that demon you summoned, did I? Asked her lord, violet eyes meeting the dull red. I killed your will, no, your faith. All I ask, is penance for my crimes, my lord, whispered Melisandre. Let fire cleanse me of my sins. Oh, you sweet fool, wisdom is truly your dump stat, is it not? Said her lord. If willing sacrifice is what you give, then willing sacrifice is what I will take from you, Melanie, said her lord. Something shimmered into existence on the table, a golden cup holding a familiar liquid. This is your penitence. I am sure you are familiar with this particular brew. The green glow of the substance was easy to tell. She nodded, accepting that her end would be through wildfire. I will need you to say it, said her lord. Wildfire, whispered Melisandre of Asai, meeting the violet eyes of the Azor Ahai. Illyrio's grandfather drank this stuff, thinking it would turn him into a dragon, explained Viserys Targaryen. His own brother would say gods were more merciful than that and instead turned him into a corpse. Would you drink it for me? Anything, my lord, whispered Melisandre. Anything for you. I have blasphemed and cavorted with the great other, I have plotted to aid the false prince, I have sinned and know that I will not get absolution. Anything, the prince repeated, would you drink it if I tell you to? Asked the prince. Would you give yourself to me, sacrifice yourself to me in fire? Yes, Melisandre nodded, her still chained hands rising and grasping the cup. She gulped it down as though a parched man in a desert would drink water. Heat bloomed from the pit of her stomach, her heart seizing for a moment. The chains around her wrists and legs fell with a soft click. Green flames erupted around her, within her, yet Melisandre did not feel it. Melisandre burned. The wood around her neck seared her flesh, and green fire wrapped itself around her as Melisandre gave a shriek of pain and ecstasy as the fire filled her insides. When the fire died down, Melanie was left standing, naked, unburnt, cleansed of her sin, and tempered in her faith for her Lord. She felt not the aches in her bones. Her flesh was supple. The hair that framed her sides just as untouched by the fire was a deep shade of red. The Lord approached her, his left hand rising and pulling her up from where she knelt in supplication to her master. A palm rested beneath her breast, over her heart, feeling the rhythmic thump of her heart that still left her ears ringing. Her heart had not beat for years, the noise was not like the silence she was used to. Melisandre felt a flush come to her in a way that had not been possible for so long. The praise from her lord left a heat in the pit of her stomach and between her legs. With a muttered word and a wave of a hand from the prince, Melisandre found herself standing before a mirror of ice. Ice and fire are not two different things, her lord whispered, as Melisandre listened. Just energy and movement. The Great Other and the Lord of Light are a lie mortals tell themselves to explain that which is not comprehensible by their tiny minds. Melisandre appreciated her form, naked as the day she was born. She found it fitting, as this was the day she was reborn in the grace of her Lord. Not feeling the aches and pains of her flesh was truly a testament to her Lord's power. She looked the same as she had when she wove her glamour. Except for her eyes. The red in her eyes was gone, replaced by a glowing green that put emeralds to shame. It seems your devotion remains true, said her lord, with a face that did not belly emotion. Enough for me to give you a chance to properly serve me. Is that all you would like of me, my lord? Asked Mel, fluttering her eyelashes. Crucio, responded her lord, and pain, unlike anything, ran through her body, leaving her screaming and on her knees. Melisandre knew pain, yet this was the type of pain unlike anything she had felt before, as though her veins were freezing and on fire at once. Just because you are given a chance does not give you any other right, do you understand me, priestess? That is just a taste of what it means to displease me, my lady Mel. Prove your worth, and we shall see about any rewards, responded Viserys Targaryen, a wave of his hand conjuring dark robes around her. She heard something along the lines of "May God spare me from the Yandere." Mel did not know what a Yandere was, but she would fight them for her lord. She did not get a chance to respond however, as a bolt of crimson light slammed into her, as the fire screamed "Stupefy," before darkness claimed her. Dash. Number Daenerys. Dany took off the invisibility cloak that her brother had enchanted. Poking the downed priestess with her foot to make sure she was knocked out properly. She is a nutjob, said Dany, watching Vis take notes on a parchment. That is a nice way of putting it, responded Vis, grimacing. Was the cruciatus needed? Asked Dany. Might as well go for the trifecta today, responded Vis in return. I can feel her soul, it is a mess at the best of times, but it is completely at my mercy after what she had done. I wanted to see if I could stabilize the soul-based torture curse, or if the link could be used against me. By poking her in the soul, you mean? Asked Dany. Useful spell, countered her brother. Well, if you want to disable someone in a fast way. Granted, bearing your own soul for something like that makes no sense. I much prefer stabbing someone with a sword. Whatever, said Dany, not really wanting to go into that rabbit hole. How did you get her to restore her body? Honestly, no idea, admitted her brother, holding the goblet that had been filled. Phoenix ash mixed into the wildfire. It is made to be the basis of a pyromantic transportation ritual. This one was the most successful of the brews I had after animal testing, and I needed it to be tested with someone with pyromancy to see what happens, said her brother, who was already 3 steps ahead of everything. And, said Dany, wanting him to continue. Were she not already undead, it probably would not have restored her life to such an extent. It is honestly not something I expected. Her heart is beating now, so she is definitely not dead. If we can figure out the previous steps. Spoke Viserys, going full wizard mode. Resurrection magic, it is possible. Asked Dany, completing the trail of thought for herself. Do you think? She started, unable to complete her words. Do you think you can bring back Mother? She wanted to ask. Anything is possible with magic, though proper resurrection might be tricky to pull off. Melisandre might be a special case. Were she not honest in her devotion to me, the phoenix ash would not have been so effective. I can think of a few spells that could be based on such devotion. That alone would buy her my mercy for now, responded Vis, making Dany smile and blink back tears. There were more important matters to handle before. Like you said, Your Grace, she is a zealot, spoke Sir Richard from the corner, having been unmoving before. His words broke the enchantment of the small circle marked on the sand around him that Vis had cast. Black fire was unsheathed in his hand and ready to cut the witch twain if needed, according to Vis' words. She is, unfortunately, we do not have the luxury to pick and choose people. She is a caster, of what type I do not know, a warlock of some sort if I am right, and now bound to me, responded Dany's brother. With the right incentives, she could be a valuable asset. I give her a week before she starts preaching that you are a god, responded Dany with a glare. Reckon, I should have Brian as a middle name or something? Asked Vis, taking back black fire from Sir Richard and causing Dany to giggle. Come along now, Dany, I think it is time we learn some proper shadow binding. Then we have a lord to entertain. Richard, could you let Nessa know about the red witch snoring in the yard before joining us in the solar? Number John. John Connington accepted that he had made a mistake, that he had been fooled by Moffatus. In all honesty, John did not expect that Aerys Targaryen's son to wield fire as a knight would wield a blade, not know of secrets that had left John fooled. The chains around his wrists and legs were proof of that as he walked to the solar that once belonged to Illyrio Moffatus. For when the ash of ash tree is no more an ash tree, so is the ash of phoenix no more mere ash, spoke the prince, no king, as he was marched into the solar that once belonged to Illyrio Moffatus. John saw the princess there as well, frowning in confusion. That makes no sense, said the princess. How did you even learn that from the memories of the witch? Technically, it is a form of alchemy that she knew, I just connected the dots. It is magic, Dany, leave your common sense out the window, responded the king. Do you mean door? Asked the young girl, sounding as confused as John felt. Window, door, they are all the same really, for everything is a chance, and every chance is a path, and each path ends and begins with a door that may or may not end with a fall. Explained the king. John let the words sink in. Were those the words of a wise man or a man addled in the brains? Remember, when life closes a door, it opens a window. You might even say everything is a door, except for some doors. Do you know why? The princess gave a grin. Because they are ajar. Exactly, the king gave a wide smile at the princess. John came to the conclusion that the prince may just be a little addled, before he made eye contact with Sir Richard Linmouth, who looked like he was just bored. Is that why you have incantations for spells? Asked the princess, so you can spell it out. The king froze, his face shifting from confusion to realization to disbelief in a moment before he whispered, I don't know, maybe, possibly. Brilliant. Before opening some time and writing something down. We will pursue that trail of thought at a later date, Dany. Now, Gubrathian fire and how it is the anchor for permanent enchantments. Explain it to me. Phoenix ash is not the ash of ash tree, so it has to be something other than ash, meaning it can only be fire, responded the princess before adding, so it is phoenix fire, but since the phoenix exists, it is a fire that turns to ash and back to fire once more, linked to the phases of the sun and replenished at every dawn. Indeed. Add in a dash of shadow binding that is unmade every dawn, and you get a template that is considered the norm for the spell, creating leverage over reality through unreason to make the spell permanent, just as this fire is. Explained the king that John had betrayed in his actions. At that moment, John made peace with his death, standing straight and accepting that he will definitely end up as some sacrifice to an eldritch horror. My head hurts, admitted the princess, a malediction that John could admit that he, too, suffered from. Maybe the king was as addled as his own sire. Good, it means it is expanding, responded the king instead, giving the princess a kiss atop her head. The confusion that you are feeling is what I am using to power the spell. The logic bomb causes reality to stutter and, as such, grasps any enchantment and perpetuates its existence, allowing one to cast, said the king, holding a hand over the bowl. Anima, animus, animata, animatum. A shiver ran down John's spine as something moved before stopping at the very edge of perception. That ought to have worked, you know what, fuck it. The king frowned, closed his eyes, and spoke in a guttural voice that had the room darken, arise. For a moment, John thought he saw the shadow of a giant demon with large wings standing behind a man of pale skin similar in looks to a few Yetish that John had seen as a sellsword. The black liquid in the bowl bubbled, and a single red eye opened within the bowl as the liquid flowed out to take the form of a raven. John was not sure if it was a raven or some demon in the form of a raven. The king gave a glare at the giggling princess. Not another word, made-up spells are harder to anchor things with, he muttered while the princess continued to look amused. It would have been nothing John found amusing, the interaction between the royal siblings, if not for the sorcery that the king was so at ease with. It left a bitter taste in John's mouth. Despite himself, John noticed that he had taken a step back, recalling how deadly those things were as they cut through the unsullied. The creature looked and behaved like a raven, shaking itself and hopping around before taking flight and landing on the outstretched arm of the king as though it was a true raven and not some sort of an abomination of darkness and smoke. John noted the differences from a normal raven, however. The body of the creature shimmered in light one moment, as though made of glass, before shifting to be made up of smoke, with only the eyes red as blood remaining constant, glowing with an inner fire. Since the flame is permanent, so too does the enchantments gain the properties of permanence. Now, I want you to write a full parchment on why it works this way and create a list of questions to go over, and we will continue after dinner. We should not have our company waiting any more," said the king, who was also a witch. The princess rose, making to leave. "Manners, Dany, we are in the company of a lord," called the king without turning. It took John a minute to realize that he was the only one with such a title. "Oh, right," said the princess, giving a curtsy and a "my lord" to John before turning to Sir Richard and saying "my knight," and turning to the woman who was at the corner taking notes, "my governess," which got a stern glare from the lady standing in the corner, with straw blonde hair and a soft smile. As she was at the door, the princess turned once more and faced the king. "Ani-I-chan," she said in some strange tongue before running out the door. A wave of a stick similar to the one used by the king slammed the door shut behind her, and John felt the strangest feelings of a girl of no more than 9 name days with the powers that the king had shown. "When the fuck did she get access to the restricted section?" whispered the king, clearly agreeing with John's conclusion, before muttering something about locking up that bloody damned Pensiev. John blinked in confusion. "She is planning to sneak out to see the city tonight, even coercing Lana to come along," said the king, giving a sigh and turning to Sir Richard. "I will let the guards know," responded Sir Richard. "Should we put a stop to it?" "Nah, if she is motivated enough to unravel the wards I put up, she deserves to see the city. Of course, I will be a step behind her, invisible, so no harm letting her enjoy some time to be herself," responded the king before facing John. As their eyes met, whatever John was thinking stopped. Viserys Targaryen looked like any other Targaryen, silver gold hair, pale skin, a noble visage and a haughty smirk. The king had a decent build for his age, tall and built like a knight ought to be and not like the Targaryens of old who were known to have shown interest in the higher mysteries. For but a moment, John saw someone else though, his prince, in the place of the younger brother. Without the long flowing robes, he looked just as John remembered Prince Rhaegar to look, his silver prince, noble and strong. The prince wore a pair of black pants and tunic beneath a boiled leather armor with the crimson 3-headed dragon blazing on his chest. The rest of his clothes were silk and well made, even if with a strange design that John had not seen before. As light hit the surface of the cloak, it looked as though the silk was made of smoke of some sort. The eyes of the siblings were different, however. John remembered the haunted eyes of Prince Rhaegar well. He saw them every time he slept, accusing, judging, finding John wanting. Where Prince Rhaegar had dark violet eyes that one could almost think to be black in certain lights, the king before him had eyes of amethysts, glowing with a fire as though they were gemstones held before a candle. "He is still a witch," a part of him reminded. "John Con. Long John. Long Con, gotta admit, George's naming sense is fascinating," he heard his king mutter, sitting on the chair that once belonged to Illyrio Moffatus or Aelor Bright Flame. "Males are called wizards, by the way. Witches are for females, though witchcraft is another thing entirely to wizardry, though I do not think it matters for now." John noticed hits of Bravici accent and something else, something unique that John Connington had never heard in his years in Essos. His tone was melodic, certain, and far too calm, less like Ares' erratic tones or the quiet, melancholic voice of Rhaegar, with power and anger and pain echoing through each of his words. Those thoughts were stopped by the realization that the man before him just read his thoughts. "Mind is not a book to be read," said the king before John, repeating the words as though he had done it before, "but it is a good enough comparison for practical purposes. Does it scare you, a king that can hear all your thoughts and see into all your secrets? Do you think Ares had this ability, to see into the mind of his advisors, to hear their plots? People called him mad for hearing things, but one has to ask if the world was mad for not hearing them." John gulped as the king unsheathed the sword from his belt and held the edge against his neck. The Valyrian steel bastard sword was known to any who had seen the pictures of old kings. "You recognize this?" asked the king. "Speak its name if you know it." "Black fire." John nodded. Black fire, the sword of kings, a lump forming in his throat that he forced to swallow. The last proof that John needed was that his betrayal was true, that he was fooled by those damned black fires. The screams of the burning man, woman, and children still haunted him, along with the maddened laughter of King Ares. "There are worse ways to die, I suppose," whispered John to himself. A sword was much cleaner. John Connington could admit that he was a selfish man. The children of King Ares were of no importance to him after his failure and exile. Jon had cared more about the son of his prince than House Targaryen, saw a path to redeem himself for being the cause of death for his prince on Trident, after he failed to capture Robert at Stony September. The song had been what had done it for Jon, long before the reveal that the bright flame and black fires, the betrayal and wrath he felt for the spider and magister trying to pass the son of a black fire whore for the son of his silver prince, buried under his own grief. And the boy, no. The man before him. Jenny's song, the song of his silver prince, the song that left every maid at the tourney of Harrenhal crying. When the king sang, it had more weight than any other word spoken to Jon. When the king sang, Jon saw his prince once more. Jon Connington had not cared for the Targaryen siblings, dismissed the rumors of their presence in bravos for drink and life of a sellsword to pay for the drink. And now, here he was, chained like the traitor that he was, a traitor to the memories of Prince Rhaegar and his legacy. Jon Connington, former hand of the king to Aerys II of his name, may have been a fool, but he knew when a Targaryen king was in the mood to burn a man alive. Jon had remained awaiting his judgment, accepting the only punishment it might have. Yes, there were certainly worse ways to die. Yet, no, the king stated, making Jon pause. The blade went back into the sheath. I am not killing you. The king moved behind the desk, sitting and resting his feet on a chest of dragon bone, and in his hand, he was twirling the wand that Jon knew was far more deadly than the blade between them. With a soft click, Jon was released from the chains binding him, even as the wand disappeared within the robes that the king wore the next moment. Why? Asked Jon Connington uncertainly. He did not feel the relief of being granted mercy. I dislike killing, for one. Don't get me wrong, if I thought you posed any substantial threat after what happened, I would have gone for the throat, damn the consequences, responded Viserys Targaryen, holding up his right hand. The hand looked to be scarred, no. Scaled, like a dragon's. More like a snake's, countered Viserys Targaryen, healed after I was reborn in fire, though the story of how I got is more impressive, I suppose. Magic has consequences, you see, it is ironic that this was not a cost I was not willing to pay. What sort of magic? Asked Jon, unable to resist. Death of every faceless man who was alive, responded Viserys Targaryen, eyes holding a gleam that he was familiar with. I made it so each and every one of them died, screaming as their faces burned off. Jon gulped, the image of the boy was replaced with Aerys. Do you think I am too merciful, now, my lord? Asked Viserys Targaryen as an unnatural weight slammed over Jon's shoulders. Are you asking if I left the black fire brat to run off into the sunset because I was being nice? Jon's eyes widened. He had to admit that he had not spoken much during the supposed trial that the king held for the black fires. He was far too busy being held back by the knight currently standing in the corner. What did you expect? Asked the king in turn, should I cut your head off or send you off to die in the desert for crimes not intended? You were fooled, just as others, Jon, I will not have your blood on my hands. I thought you would be the one to understand. I did not spare the boy and his mother for any reasons other than my own. So long as they live, I can keep an eye on them, even if I cannot imprison them or hold them hostage through force of arms. An enemy you know is better than one you do not know, just as the knife that you see is better than having knives hidden around you. There was wisdom in those words, yet Jon could only see the foolishness of such a decision in the future. His enemies would not offer the same type of mercy. It brought old memories to Jon's mind of his actions that still haunted him. Jon remembered the Battle of the Bells. His choice to search for Robert was a mistake. He had wanted glory then, not justice or honor, he wanted to be the one to end the rebellion, and he had failed for it, wasted too much time before Stark and Arryn came with their armies. And his Silver Prince paid for Jon's actions with his life. His children soon followed him. It had been a mistake. Miles Toyne had said just as much that had it been Tywin Lannister, he would have burned the entire town of Stony September. The king gave him a glare. Jon felt like those glowing violet eyes saw through his very soul. No, it really was not, said the king, as though plucking the thoughts out of his mind. The words left his mouth, words that no one had told Jon Connington, words that he had desperately needed to hear. You did not do anything wrong, Jon. Battle of the Bells was not your fault, it certainly was not some tipping point. Had I gotten to Robert first? Started Jon Connington. The image of King Aerys before the burning bodies of people flashed before Jon's eyes. For some reason, Jon could not see his sire in the king before him. That was a good thing, he supposed. Yet you did not. It was not for the right reasons, certainly, for all you sought was glory. Burn an entire town to get to a single man, or waste time and be forced to face reinforcements, said the king, tough choice. Tywin would have burned them all, my old man may have even popped a stiffy when doing so. The rebellion may have ended, whispered Jon. No, I don't think it would, countered the king. Stark and Arryn were still around, and they certainly would not have given up. But it is not wise to dwell on what-ifs. What has happened, happened, stop wallowing in it and make up for it. There was a softness in the boy king before him. It was not the softness of a fool, however. John knew the boy could unleash horrors that would make his sire's axe pale in comparison. No, it was the softness of a different sort, one that held power, yet did not wish to lower himself to use it. There was a regality to it, something that ignited the fire within John's heart. The king continued talking. Mayhaps more rebellions may have sprung up, as the royal cause was stained by the butchery of thousands given to fire. Mayhaps Rhaegar might have still died, just as he may have lived, responded Viserys, leaning back. Mayhaps it would be some other plot. And if the boy comes back with an army? Asked John. Oh. I hope they do, smirked Viserys Targaryen. I really want to test the effects of the blood oath. For now, I have stripped them of the means to pose a challenge, he said, tapping the sword on his hip. As for you, do not worry, I will let you live with yourself. I am just petty enough to let you live on. Death is simple, it does not have the suffering that life can bring. John's eyes focused on the chest beneath the king's feet before he felt his gaze slide over it, his mind feeling like a wool draped over it. What was that? Asked John, taking a step back, only to be held back in place by unseen hands. Peculiar, responded King Viserys, getting far too close to John's face as his violet eyes glowed with curiosity. I see a form of trauma-induced ability to see into the nature of things. It is honestly the first time I have witnessed an affinity being formed in a soul. Fascinating. John was not sure what the king was talking about, as the king met his eyes. I wonder. Spoke the king, before taking out a knife from somewhere, this too Valyrian steel, and John recognized his prince's knife. Holding out his palm and pulling the flames of one of the candles that lit the room leaped as though alive, forming the shape of birds and dragons as they danced between the fingers of the king before the blade drank in the fire. The knife glowed red-hot, flashing a familiar green for a moment, causing John to take a step back on instinct. I don't need a wand to cast magic, John, I thought it was obvious after my display the day before, said Viserys Targaryen with an amused smile. Read this. From my blood comes the prince that was promised, and he will be the song of ice and fire, John read in High Valyrian. The Stark girl, muttered John to himself. That is what Rhaegar thought, said the king, my lord of griffins, tell me what do you see when you look at the words? Spoke John, in a daze. A prophecy? Rhaegar had done all this for some prophecy? Words are wind, his mouth spoke before John could control it. Not these words, said the king, waving the knife. Let's try something else, said the king with a movement of king's hand. A basin filled with a glowing liquid floated in the air, approaching them. In the middle of the basin was a single black stone that glowed with light. The room around them somehow faded away, and John found himself in the middle of a hill, covered in snow. The heart of winter, spoke the king. John stood before a man, or what looked like it was once a man. The creature before him was blue and white and gleamed as though its body was made from ice, as John's was made of flesh. Fear bloomed in John's heart, something instinctive, something that was buried deep within his own blood. These are memories, though I dare not make them more accurate, explained the sorcerer king before him. Others, whispered John, dread filling his heart. Others, agreed the king, White Walkers, the cold ones, singers of ice and death, the court of Winterfell, they go by many a name, yet they all want the same thing, eternal winter. That is what Rhaegar died trying to prevent, that is the legacy he left behind, the mess that I have to clean up. This Song of Ice and Fire, whispered John. A war between the two sides. Is this what Prince Rhaegar saw? I had doubts as well, spoke up Sir Richard, who was standing by the door. The old squire of Rhaegar looked nothing like the boy that John himself remembered. Gone was the boy, and in his place was a knight with unmatched strength and skill. Our prince was always one too focused on prophecies and books. This is horseshit, spoke John in anger. The king smiled, giving a laugh at that. Words of wisdom, that. What? Asked John. So this was some sort of a lie. Not really, spoke the king. Rhaegar truly believed in the prophecy, and sought to make it real, but that is where the problem lies, my lord. Prophecies only happen if you seek them or seek to avoid them. Catch. John felt something hit his chest, as he caught what looked to be a pin, shaped like an armored hand, made of the smoky metal that was obviously Valyrian steel. The metal was not the best craftsmanship John had seen, the shape of the hand was rough, pointing with an index finger that extended a stick not unlike the one that the king had used. Why? Asked John Connington, shocked. In all honesty, the whole kingship thing is just a chore at the moment, shrugged the king. I will do it since the only alternative is to let some moron run an entire continent into the ground and decide to play stupid games, and I cannot afford a fool to succeed against something like the Long Night. Rhaegar wanted the White Walkers to come, so now they are coming, and we are the only ones who are aware of it. Why me? Asked John. The shock of the rightful king of Westeros declaring that the world was coming to an end had been enough to bring John out of the pits of despair, only to plunge him back into another pit of despair. You were fooled, you failed, yes, yes, we get it, woe is me and all that. I am not going to execute you, John, but you still must make up for your crimes, the king said, causing John to reel back at the insult. I mean, I understand, truly, I have seen a mirror, and I remember how Rhaegar looked. The whole Valyrian pretty boy thing is honestly just broken. Heck, I would go for me if I was interested in men, but I am not, so a moot point. Your Grace. John stuttered, trying to interrupt, to stop the implications, the embarrassment. Such words, such insults, the feeling of something crawling at such an image had his cheeks burning, even as he wished for a quick strike of the blade. I mean, you love who you love, I am not judging. Using that love to manipulate you, it must sting, but I get it, the desperation, and to think I would throw away such loyalty. Talk about wasted effort and potential. I mean, don't get me wrong, John, I prefer Richard over there for this job, but I was talked out of it since you are the only qualified administrator that I have, said the king, point at the hand-shaped pin. It is not a chain, but I had to improvise. The half-maester, unfortunately, left us so soon, but his memories will live on as will his wisdom, the king spoke. You will make better use of it than he did. I don't need a cunning hand to plot and do my will. You have served, even if for far too short a time, as hand to my father. You are a lord trained from birth, an experienced leader. Sure, you have fucked up, but when it comes down to it, you cover everything that I do not have. Above all, you are loyal, not to me, but to the memory of my brother, and I know the eyes of a man with a purpose. So, when I tell you that Rhaegar was haunted by the same visions I had just shown you and died trying to prevent it, I know you will know it to be the truth. Said the king, leaning in. Also, I am a petty little shit, and you have caused me enough headaches that simply killing you would be a mercy, so I will work you to death making up for your mistakes instead. John Connington paled as though the blood within him had all drained. Yet, something in the king's speech brought something out of it. Defiance, the promise of a purpose, hope to complete something that his prince had started. John no longer thought Viserys Targaryen to be a fool. Too kind, certainly, vengeful, the shame he brought upon John with mere words was proof of that, wise and a dash mad, certainly, but there was something true about him that John could not help but be drawn to. It did not take more for Lord John Connington to speak his oaths to his king. Now that the standard oaths are done, I will need specific oaths from you. Richard will act as the binder, said the king, passing a parchment to the squire of Rhaegar and taking out a glowing stone knife. A slash of the blade had a thin line of blood form in his palm. He handed the blade to John, and John repeated the motion and cut his hand. So John swore to act in the best interest of House Targaryen, to protect the lord of the house, Viserys Targaryen, and the heir Daenerys Targaryen. To serve faithfully as hand of the king to Viserys Targaryen, third of his name, son of King Aerys II and Queen Rhaella Targaryen, and his chosen successors. To give honest counsel when called for, to give warning when needed for the betterment of the royal family and the realms of men. The intertwining blood landed on the Valyrian steel hand pin, smoking and hissing before the pin found its way onto his shirt. While the oath will ensure that you will not betray me. Until I can be certain that you can be trusted, Richard speaks for me, as the Lord Commander of the King's Guard, said his king, as the door opened and a maid walked in. This is Nessa, she is the governess. If that was not obvious, that means she handles most of the household. Of all of you lot, she has been with us longest and deserves your respect. If either of them have anything bad to say about you, said the king, his eyes gleaming violet flames, well, you get it. The rest is for you to handle, Lord Hand. Start by arranging a feast for the men. I am going to go purge a few magisters for plotting to kill us sometime in the next week. Before grabbing the sword and walking out of the office, followed by the now flying chest, carried by the black raven made of glass. The blade looks far more tempting after that, doesn't it? Asked Sir Richard, standing by the door. Sir Richard, greeted John Connington, someone he had not seen in a while. Sorry about the nose, responded Richard Linmouth, the former squire of Rhaegar. John could only nod in acceptance before pain lanced on his face, and his nose was set right, the shallow cut closing. John reached a hand to touch his nose, the sharp pain returning, settling on a dull throb. I guess his grace heard that, hey. The bone will take time to heal, but the skin ought to be fine, explained Sir Richard, holding out his right hand that John now noticed to be covered in some sort of wood. No, the wood had replaced the limb, yet it was moving as though it was flesh and bone, and his grace is the best healer there is. Is he always like this? Asked John, carefully watching his words. A whirlwind of magic and sharp truths that bite. Ha! My lord Hand, this is him in a good mood. It is when he gets angry and starts brooding that things get strange. Well, stranger, said Sir Richard Linmouth with glazed far away eyes that were familiar to those who survived wars. I need a drink, said John, thinking that it was Aerys all over again, if Ares had traded madness for causally breaking the laws of gods on a whim. I will come along, it has been a while since I drank with a familiar face, even if I wouldn't overdo it, lest his grace decides to make all wine taste like vinegar for a moon again, commented Sir Richard, obviously from experience. Pity it works not on me now. Sounds like a tale, said John. One that is better told with drinks at hand, laughed Sir Richard bitterly. Maybe the old saying was right about Targaryens and coins. John had never seen one that forgot to land. The hand of the king straightened himself, he had work to do, and a warm meal would also help, even if a drink was not an option. Dash. Number Ned. Lord Wyman Manderley took a sip of his ale before going on, the rumors all call the boy a wizard, a sorcerer cavorting with dark gods. Cannot take it to mean true. The sailors like to make stories of some sort. So I had to send my second-born, Wendell, to check if the stories held any truth to them. He has learned that the Sea Lord was healed by the boy somehow and that the faceless men are now all dead. Most think that the Targaryen boy had a hand in it, a burned hand at that. Ned's face did not change. It was the look of the Lord Stark, hard, unyielding, calculating. Inside, he did not know what to say. Ned was never meant to rule. This was more than he could handle most days. This life was for his older brother, Brandon, who had been slain by the Mad King. He did not feel prepared, not when he led an army against the prince, not in the deserts of Dorne, not after he came back. Even the family he had, the happiness and sorrow were not meant for Ned. His eldest stood by the side, acting in the place of a cupbearer for the Lord of White Harbor, watching, learning, and not saying a word, as instructed by Ned himself. The boy would need to be told not to take everything at face value. Especially magic. Magic changed things. And has your son found any rumor about the trade between Bravos and the Night's Watch? Asked Ned instead. He disliked this, plotting and whispers made him uneasy. The Targaryens seem to have a hand in the Iron Bank, and they have been the ones to arrange it. I know not how they hold such power in Bravos, and I know not what their plan is, but Bravos is not likely to side with Westeros if they decide to turn their attention to Westeros, responded Lord Wyman. What are you suggesting, Wyman? Asked Ned, holding his own thoughts for himself. That it is a poisoned gift, there is something going on, and only those mad dragons know what it is. Refusing the gift without reason shows that we know of their hand, but keeping an eye on it, I suggest you wait, my lord, keep an eye on it, said Lord Wyman Manderley, whose mind was better made for such plots, even if the few looks he gave Robb were similar to the gaze he had for a juicy piece of pie. The fact that the man had 2 granddaughters of close enough age was not a secret. Ned was not a fool. Robb's hand was something he could not give away just yet. His own wedding to the Riverlands had won them a war, and his wife was in the right when she proposed potential marriages with the South. The Targaryens were not gone, and Lannisters and Dorne were not his friends. Ned, know that if the Targaryens come, House Manderley will side with House Stark, as we have promised. Thank you, Wyman, responded Ned, keeping his words short. Anyways, we can gather more information from those we could trust. Trust? No, my lord, responded Wyman, but I can send a few men to the Company of Rose. They are supposedly northerners exiled before the conquest. They are still sellswords, yet some coin might be open to send word. It always came back to coin. Coin that would come from what Winterfell had made. Coin that White Harbor would get a share from being the only large enough port to sustain the shipping before it made to cross the narrow sea. Soon, the man Ned's youngest daughter, nicknamed Lord Too Fat to Sit on a Horse, was gone, followed by Ned dismissing Robb for his studies. The shadows behind him fell away, leaving behind a short man in a green tunic. They had a hand in it, the Targaryens, said Lord Howland Reed. Magic returning. Are you certain? Asked Ned with a frown. The faceless men are killed off, while a Targaryen with magic lives in Bravos, countered Ned's old friend and bannerman. This one might be of the same cloth as his brother, or worse, his father. The prophecy is still at play. A prophecy believed by a madman, countered Ned, his anger rising. Lyanna believed it, countered Howland, getting a glare in turn. Why would a Targaryen seek to strengthen the wall of all places? You did not come all the way to Winterfell for tall tales believed by foolish children, Lord Reed, countered Ned instead, not wanting to listen to it anymore. I came to make my offer, responded Howland, same offer as before. A Stark's place is at Winterfell, countered Ned. How long before your lady wife runs your bastard off, whispered Howland in turn. You swore an oath, Lord Reed, rose Lord Stark from his desk, all I ask is that you do your duty and keep an ear out for any other rumors. I did, Lord Stark, to ice and fire, I did, responded Howland Reed, again disappearing, once more showing Ned that magic was more powerful than before. Ned took a parchment, writing a letter to be sent by a rider to the wall. It was time he visited it and got the report from Benyon and Mormont. For all Ned knew, winter was coming. Number the mage. Fucking voyeurs, the echo of the wizard's voice came before the glass candle shut itself, and Marwyn found himself flung back from where he was standing, tumbling in a way that would leave a bruise of 2. Marwyn lost his lunch on the floor, leaving it for some poor acolyte to clean it. Power, peerless power. There had been a lot of rumors about the boy people called Viserys the Wizard, the last male with the Targaryen last name. None were real. Now, Marwyn knew. A man who can bring death to a god. This was different than anything else he had known through his journeys. This was a man who knew what he was doing, a true master of the higher mysteries. This was glorious. For years, Marwyn has been trying to peek into the Targaryen boy. Years of failure, and the first glimpse he gets is a monster in human form, with mastery over those higher mysteries that have befuddled the maesters by the dozen. At first it was a mere curiosity, rumors finding themselves to Old Town as he returned from his expedition to Essos to find the Targaryens deposed by a rebellion of all things. Marwyn was certain that the archmaesters had a hand in that mess. Everything was too convenient, messages were too well organized, strategies of the lords far too accurate. Not to mention, the White Ravens used to send messages to the maesters. The entire army of Reach sitting out the war sieging a castle with not enough man made no sense. The prince crossing the river made no sense, especially after Marwyn had told him that the glamour on the rubies would not hold up after passing through running water. They were not all idiots wanting to lose a war, were they? Marwyn sat up from where he fell, thinking, taking a weirwood leaves from his special pouch and starting to chew one like it was sour leaf as he took a sip of the essence of nightshade that he had learned to brew after he saved a warlock of Karth from getting his head shortened by an annoyed Lord Tarly. Marwyn had scolded the warlock after hearing the story of the Tarly boy being bathed by Auric blood, telling the bald man that the boy ought to have eaten the heart instead to take on the strength as the free folk beyond the wall and the Dothraki believed. Yes, since the glass candles started to burn, not more than a year after the Targaryens were sent into exile, Marion was trying to get a peek into the Targaryen exiles using the arcane devices of Valyria. They were, unfortunately, blocked. Something about Bravus did not make looking into the mists easy. There was magic there, Marwyn was sure, some sort of a lingering power that protected them from the sight of Valyria. The region was close to the Axe as well, so it stood to reason that it was the location that the Andals used as a hiding spot before the Bravasi made it out of Valyria, but that was speculation on Marwyn's part. Nothing else was out of the ordinary other than the Targaryen exiles. One day, everything was nice and well, and next he had an acolyte blinded by the light from the glass candle and a dead man with his face burned of among the barracks of House Hightower that is the Archmaester of Higher Mysteries, he was called to study. Marwyn was certain it was a faceless man that was killed. Then the news of similar deaths made it through his contacts, sailors and horse sharing what little they could gather. Brilliant work. Absolutely brilliant. A powerful strike using the transitive properties of a shared creed or artifact, or mayhaps a plague of some sort. Needless to say, Marwyn removed the chain around his neck after that. He was not certain if it could be used, but if the Targaryen boy had a bit of intelligence, the chain around his neck was a threat and a nose. Then magic rose with a tide and threw Marwyn off his balance. The trouble that was in north was still stuck in the north. The others were getting in on power, but so was the wall. Marwyn was certain whoever made that marvel knew what they were doing as the two kept each other contained. Lord Leighton was concerned, as was Lady Melora, as the ancient sleepers stirred. Essos was another mess entirely. Warlocks of Karth bunkered down, as they always did. Their influence over the supposed greatest city there ever was stronger than before, though, but nothing happened. Then Marwyn saw the boy, standing atop the corpse of a dead demon of fire and shadow, a dragon roaring a challenge and promising only death to those who would take him up for his offer. Come and see. A fork in the road, certainly one worthy of the cost it would incur. Old Town itself would be at the crossroads. A Targaryen with a grudge was always dangerous, history has shown that, and a Targaryen with a grudge and access to magic. The last time that happened, Queen Visenya made to burn the entire city of Old Town, only held back at the last moment, thrice. Conclave would gather and plot, send someone to obviously get the knowledge that the boy king in exile had. Once all his knowledge was taken, the boy would find himself with poison in his belly and that would be it. This was not the first time that maesters moved to do so after all. It was not even the first time they did so to House Targaryen. A gift would be needed, the Death of Dragons, the old book that contains the old knowledge of dragon lore and the true history of House Targaryen. It was far too valuable. It was a good gift, a fitting one. A new opportunity to toss away the old and remake it into something greater, something in Marwyn's own image. It was certainly ambitious. Grabbing his staff, he made it to reach him in time. He would serve, and guide the young prince, the conclave be damned. This place was getting stale anyway. Marwyn would go to Viserys Targaryen, and see if this wizard was everything rumors made him out to be. Was learning to solve his problems without too much fire or destroying things, mostly. Writing Melisandre, I sort of started to pity her more as I wrote. In the books, she is all bluster and overconfident, but what if someone came along and schooled her on magic? Are they better than her because they are more in favor of her god? Her restoration to her youth was not something I really thought through. Fire can cleanse and restore, especially if phoenix ash is involved, and I liked the idea that Melisandre would have that extra devotion/zealotry to pull it off. It also formed the base of 3 different spells that Wiz will be reverse engineering. John was less fun. He is an idiot, but he is an idiot with some use. Being made into the hand of the king is just a way of showing that Wiz does not really care about rules, so long as the ones ruling John is also the only valid option to be hand to Wiz, being a Westerosi, a former hand of the King of Ares, a proven battle commander. I like the duality between the two, Wiz focusing on magic and John handling the other parts, after proving that John can indeed learn. Ned POV, I am not so sure about. Howland Reed is known to have some magic, and the idea that he would panic and reach out to Starks to get more information made sense to me. Marwyn sort of ended up as Flutter from Overlord, just with Viserys in place of Momonga. I also like the idea that Marwyn is smart enough to figure out something about magic, just lacking that outside perspective that made Wiz so good. Interlude 5. Interludes are slower to write for me and I got distracted from this. Hope you enjoy. Number Viserys. Viserys hated magic. Ever since he was a boy, when the monster who killed his father cut him and threw his flesh into the fires, the monster whom he once called Nuncle, Viserys Blackfire, hated anything to do with magic. All of that was before he had simply become Varys. Varys, the nickname his twin had given him when she could not fully pronounce his name in her youth. Those were the nicer times when they were children. He would never have children, he would never sit on the throne that was his by all the rules of this thrice-damned land. The line of Durin the Falsey-born was nothing, and now, the one who sat on the throne, the fat whoremonger even denied his own heritage that allowed him to keep the Iron Throne with a modicum of dignity. All proving the one lesson that he had learned the hard way. Power was an illusion, nothing more than a shadow cast by small men. It was a lie people told themselves to make it easier for them to sleep in the night for the excuse to commit atrocities, to satisfy an unquenchable need to feel better than others. What Varys would give to slit each of their throats or watch them drown in poison or fill them up with crossbow bolts, alas, that was not him. Varys was to be the spider, his role in this mummer's farce, weaving threads and intrigue, whispering poison into the ears of the right person, using the very tools of that dreaded Bloodraven, the master of whisperers, and bringing about the rise of a Black Fire King through plots when force of arms had failed over and over and over again. Unfortunately, Varys learned that power was a fickle thing, it was of no true value when a blade was all it took to take things that gave you that power. It had been the case for his house since the Dance of the Dragons. Had his ancestor, Daemon Blackfire, taken the throne, it would be the line of the Falsey-born who would be made exiles, as it had taken Varys years of plotting and playing this wretched Game of Thrones to achieve, their exile the sweetest bit of justice in this world that lacked any form of justice. It had taken Varys years to achieve his goals. He planted and nurtured seeds of doubt into the ear of Ares. He had cut off the right weeds to ensure that the infestation took hold, and prevent the Silver Prince from undoing the work of his father. Oh, how he enjoyed strangling his enemies like unseen webs until they killed themselves in their foolishness. And he was at the center of it all. Viserys was no more. He was and will always be Varys, the spider in that garden, watching, waiting, plotting. If gods were real, they surely did love their irony. Another Viserys had cropped up to undo all his hard work. It had been the sweetest ironies, the boy, Viserys Targaryen in exile, with a sister that would surely be sold like some whore, the sweet ironic justice that had been a balm to his soul. And then the boy had messed it all up. Varys had heard rumors of the so-called sorcerer prince who lived in Bravos. He had not given it much credence at first. A fool making a fool of himself in search of a way to get back that which was never meant to be theirs. A fool seeking the path that looked the easiest and always ensured that the seeker died early. Magic was for children and the foolish after all, a lesson that Varys had learned at the edge of a blade. And the boy survived. That was the most bizarre part. The one person who should have not survived did. The rumors trickled in, first slowly, then as though through a flood. If it was anyone else, Varys would have dismissed it, but the blood of Aegon the Unlikely was the blood of the Targaryens and Blackwoods, just as that accursed Bloodraven. So Varys watched, trying his best to stop the rise of another like Brynden Rivers. It was still not something he could afford, having seen the power men could get from such vile acts of magic. The sorrowful men had been sent by his friend in Pentos, under the guise of a gift for the Old Lion. Illyrio had even planned to get something out of the Old Lion in favors, making himself richer through trade with Lanny Sport. It had failed. And it had cost them their ability to contract the more affordable guild of assassins to carry their less pleasant operations. The Quartine assassins refused to go near the sorcerer prince after that. Something had scared them off, and Varys had thought it to be the faceless men of Bravos, who, too, refused to pick up the boy's contract. Then the faceless men, too, had fallen silent. Then came stranger and stranger news, as his spies in Bravos were countered or subverted. It was the unknown that made it worrisome. Some said that the prince was replaced by a shadowbinder from ASOIAF, and some said that his arms had been cut off by a giant hound that haunted the night. Others claimed that he had been ensorcelled by the Black Pearl of Bravus and served at her whims. More and more outlandish news, kept at bay by Varus for the right time from reaching the wrong ears. What little news that Varus was forced to give to appease the fat king had him send his assassins, which suited well for Varus. All had failed. Then came stranger and stranger news. The Iron Bank had been refusing to give loans to the Iron Throne, meaning they supported the Targaryens. A bank known to hold themselves neutral, the Iron Bank now supported the Targaryens in exile, allowing them to somehow match the wealth of Illyrio, a wealth that had been in the making by generations of black fires. The House of Black and White were silent. Any attempt through any source to contact them for a contract had vanished overnight, leaving only the same means of death, burned off faces and a charred corpse. It was not hard to conclude that the faceless man had all died. It was not hard to confirm that they had died to magic. The shiver that ran up Varys' spine upon observing the dead. The last news was the most dire. After reading and rereading it, Varys gave a deep sigh. Viserys Targaryen was last seen entering the manse of Illyrio Mophatis, and any news after that of his old friend and dear sister were gone, and the banner of House Targaryen, the red three-headed dragon, was proudly displayed over the manse that had once been gifted to Daemon Targaryen, the rogue prince. Had Varys been anyone else, he would have raged and thrown things around. Instead, Varys read the news with a tired sigh once more, his attention turning to the little bird, the child that had once been a slave waiting for him expectedly for his reward. For a brief moment, Varys considered paying this little bird by reaching for the dagger concealed up his sleeve before his hands found a silver coin instead. It was hard to find the right types of little birds. It had to be children without tongues, so they could not talk. Yet loyalty was fickle for men, and he could not have their tongues removed themselves. Luckily for Varys, SSE slave masters were cruel, though, and there were more tongueless slaves than Varys knew what to do. Teaching them how to read and write was also another matter, as finding a boy with both features was next to impossible. Not to mention the need for their disposal once they grew too old to be able to get away from getting caught or walk through the secret passageways of the Maegor's Keep. Varys handed the child the silver coin and dismissed him. It would seem that they had underestimated the Targaryens. His namesake, Viserys Targaryen, was clearly cut from the same cloth as his ancestors and had clearly made deals with the same kinds of voices that Meleys the monstrous had spoken in those blue flames that consumed Varys' flesh. The voice still haunted his nightmares. Varys still remembered the stories he had heard of the sorceress hand who had killed more of his kin than any other, stories told to him by his father, and this Viserys somehow turned out to be made from the same cloth. Varys knew enough of magic to justify his hate for it. He had given credence to some of the rumors regarding Bloodraven's powers, and even then, had he not done the same without needing vile sacrifices and treating with monsters in the dark. All it had taken were a few boys, his little birds, in mockery of the Bloodraven. Kindness and sweetmeats earned Varys their loyalties as they passed on the secrets for him to use. Varys did not need or want magic to work his craft. He did not need to skin change into little boys and leave them addled like Brynden rivers. And now, another Targaryen had revealed their supposed gifts. Another like that monster Bloodraven was the last thing Varys could tolerate, that the Black Fires could tolerate. Mayhaps it is Bloodraven haunting my family from the grave, reborn as this monster, thought Varys as he softly walked through the hallways in soft slippers, ignoring the black cat that was lazing upon his path. Something had happened in Pentos, and it was likely that Illyrio was dead. Their plot to pose Viserys' boy as the dead child of Prince Rhaegar was gone in smoke. There were resources that Varys had stashed away that Viserys and the boy could use, but another plot was needed, one that would not be expected by this so-called wizard. And Varys the Spider, the greatest master of whisperers in existence, was left blind. Varys mourned for his friend. Illyrio had been there with him since the Bravici ship he worked on had intercepted the ship heading to Astapor from Tyrosh that fateful day, carrying the already cut Varys to be turned into one of the Unsullied. A bright flame and a black fire. They made for strange fellows. It was the two of them who gathered the coin needed to buy back Viserys from the whorehouse, using the little mouses that would grow wings and become his little birds. Aelor bright flame became Illyrio. Viserys black fire became Varys, and Viserys black fire became Sarah the whore. The three plotted to bring down the Targaryens for their crimes against their families. All that, the peace between the two families stripped away the ambitions of one man. And now, Illyrio was dead. Forced upon by Sarah's hand by the wizard and his vile sorceries. The question that remained, however, was, who talked? Who helped the sorcerer and told him the location of the one who might prove to be a challenge? There were not many people aware of the presence of young Aegon Targaryen. There were only 3 people left alive of his true origins, Illyrio, Sarah, and finally, Varys. The previous play they had made was the only other option. Varys needed to remove the potential alliance between Dorne and the Targaryens in exile. They were the only major player who would help them in their bid to return. What Varys and Illyrio needed was to deny the hand of Princess Arianne from Viserys Targaryen. Without at least a kingdom to support them, the sorcerer had no way of conquering back Westeros. Even Aegon Targaryen needed 3 dragons for that, and Viserys Targaryen certainly did not have dragons. Revealing the presence of Aegon was a gambit, but with another Targaryen from a male like with a known identity and fame, against Varys' wishes, they had revealed the boy to Oberyn Martell. The marriage would have ensured that Aegon's legitimacy could not be questioned so long as the family of Princess Elia would support his claim. Then Viserys Targaryen would look nothing more than a power-hungry uncle looking to usurp his nephew, like Maegor the Cruel. If he chose to ally with Aegon's claim however, well, there were certainly ways of ensuring that he did not wake up one day. And now, the game has changed. Pentos had fallen to a single boy of 6 and 10 and a handful of men of dubious quality. The question was, what drove Viserys Targaryen to Pentos? What made him directly attack Illyrio? Had the Martells told him of Aegon? Anger within Varys stirred, simmering into the cold rage that allowed him to endure. Mayhaps it was time to unleash the demon of the Trident upon this so-called wizard and his allies. After all, what better way of ridding himself of potential problems than by making them fight each other? It was time for his enemies to burn through fire and steel. Number the Queen of Thorns. Olenna Tyrell was old. Old. Wasn't that the joke in there? Age made her bitter, others called it. Age made Olenna less patient, she knew, or rather, less willing to tolerate the same song and dance that she had to endure in her youth. Queen of Thorns, they called her. No doubt the work of her sister, who had been the one meant to wed Luther Tyrell before Olenna took her place. It was a joke. She was supposed to be a princess, back when she was a maid with a head full of dreams and delusions and went by the name Olenna Redwine. Her match had been Prince Doran, not to be confused with the drunken, for while Olenna was old, she was not that old. The prince was pleasant, but he was a sword swallower, through and through, utterly obsessed with that Norwich boy. Olenna would go to her grave, still claiming that it was she who did not want to wed the boy. As Olenna looked at the letter from her grandson, Loras, she wondered if those silent gods were mocking her after so long. She loved her grandson dearly. The boy was a bit too foolish with his dreams of knighthood and another sword swallower to boot. His relations with the king's youngest brother were worth it, at least. Well, boy, speak, said Olenna, watching her oldest grandson read the letter. As pleasant as ever, grandmother, spoke Willis, leaning back and showing his relief. Is father going to join us? He is better served feasting the lords, this is not an urgent matter for now, Olenna said, once more cursing that fool of a son of hers. Lord Mace Tyrell had once forced Willis into that joust that had him injured by the hand of Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper. The horse had fallen on the boy's leg and it would never be as it once was. For the better, the boy's mind is better to be used than any delusions of knighthood for this one, she tacked on, even as she cursed Mace for his actions. Olenna may have been bitter about the Dornish, but once the cow was milked, there was no squirting the cream back to the udder. Well, the boy hasn't sent himself the way of Summerhall, what does that tell you? Asked Olenna, referring to the latest bit of news. Sailors from Pentos claimed that the city was now being controlled by Viserys Targaryen of all people. He is smart. Asked Willis, or he is a fool. He is dangerous, responded Olenna. Do you know why? He claims to use magic. Asked Willis, with a raised eyebrow. He has the right name and the right claim, but he also acknowledges that he uses magic, countered Olenna. He is either a fool or has enough power to protect himself. Even the likes of Maegor or Visenya never spoke of using their magics. And he did not go the way of Summerhall, added Willis. And that? Smirked Olenna, leaning back. Should he arrive, it can be arranged such that Faith would be made his enemy, along with most lords, the same ones who would covet something like magic and, because they lacked it, ensure that no one else can use it. Willis rubbed his chin. The neatly groomed facial hair was not something Olenna cared for, but it made the boy look older and more like his father. The image was important, after all, and no, Tyrell was as big a fool as the likes of the current queen, dressing her golden-haired children in nothing but reds and golds. Should King Robert pass early, Olenna could easily see people start claiming the children to be bastards or some tripe, like the daughter of Tywin Lannister would be such an idiot as to give horns to a king. It would make any plan to conquer Westeros harder. The Faith would never allow it. Faith uprising would. Do not make such conclusions, boy. I said that the Targaryens are confident or arrogant enough to make the Faith their enemy, not that it would happen without prompting from the right people. That means that either Viserys Targaryen believes that the Faith would be able to do nothing, or he is too arrogant. Either way, he can be made to fight a losing battle, interrupted Olenna. As for the small folk, they are a cowardly lot, but ask your mother what high towers are up to in their towers. Those of the Faith care about magic as much as any other person in power. Do remember your lessons, who won the Faith uprising? Maegor, even if the Faith would never admit it, said Willis. Jaehaerys may have written the doctrine of exceptionalism, but it was Maegor's ghost who won the fight. It was Magar and Visenya who nearly burned Old Town twice. Power is fickle, nodded Olena with approval. But there are many would-be lords that have vanished into thin air in Essos, pursuing the lands and titles promised to them by the Baratheons, only if they killed the Targaryens. The dragons have something, and it might as well be magic. That brings to question, how powerful is he really? So are we to consider that the Targaryen prince can actually use magic? Asked Willis. That is ridiculous. Let your father play the fool, boy, you are not a fine hand at it, said Olena, taking out another letter and passing it. Marwyn the mage is missing. The Archmaester of Higher Mysteries. Asked Willis. Was he one of ours? Not one of ours, or anyone, really. The man was a no one, yet he has been sponsored by Leighton to the position, said Olena. He is supposedly half Dornish, but none knows what the other half is. There are whispers of it being Ibbenese. A mongrel, but one with some skill, according to your mother's family. So. Magic, hey? Asked Willis, letting silence. He has a sister. Now you are using your head, said Alina, feeling pleased. The flower of reach for the queen, and a princess for the heir of Highgarden. Do not overreach, grandmother, countered Willis. The close-knit weddings in the reach are all that hold us in our position, now that the crown favors us less. Should our bannermen think us overreach? Bah, wouldn't work anyways, said Olena, throwing the fig that had spoiled to the side. Targaryens are all a strange lot, headstrong to a fault, and dangerous as both an ally or enemy, not that they would be willing to share their magic with outside. If they are smart, they will be cautious. We still sided with them, countered Willis, something that the King Robert still remembers. Would the king call the banners and sail to Pentos? For riches of Pentos, if not anything else, said Olena. This reminds me of the War of the Nine Penny Kings, this one, a free city sacked by one who calls himself the rightful king. Most of Westeros will not take kindly to the foreign invasion, even if they have the right name. Soon, ravens will come, and bards will decry the foul magics of this dark sorcerer. We will have to play our hand very carefully, not give our full support. Dragons were easy to predict, but we do not know what sort of magic the Targaryens have had to use so openly. I understand, grandmother. We should not leave our flanks exposed, I understand, said Willis with a nod, his hand clutching over his bad knee. Will it work, a token force against this sorcerer king? Attacking someone who may have powers you do not know about is a risk, but doing nothing sounds dishonorable. Bah, who cares? I told Mace the same thing when I told him to siege Storm's End. Stay away from fighting and ensure that we would not suffer any consequence if either side won, said the Queen of Thorns. Last time Reach meddled with dragons, Reach almost burnt down. So we do nothing? Asked Willis, curious. We shall wait, give it time. We let our enemies fight their wars, and in the meantime, we grow strong, responded Olena. As they are, Targaryens are not worth much as conquerors of some free city. It would not matter if they remained there. It might be in our interest to ensure it even, not have them turn their attention west. And if they don't? Asked Willis. Robert will not live forever, and his heir is young. Father insists on a royal marriage of some sort. If the Targaryens come to Westeros again, would it be wise to bind ourselves with their enemies? 80,000 men wins wars, better than a lone sorcerer, countered Olena, though there was a thoughtful frown on her face. That is the only certainty, then grandmother, sighed Willis, there will be a war. The silence was all the answer Olena gave. Dash. Number Prince of Dorne. His knees ached as he read the note. It had been worse before, the gout acting up when he least wanted it, Prince Doran Martell could admit. The scroll that his brother, Oberyn, had brought from Bravos had helped. The gift of Viserys Targaryen containing instructions on what to eat and what to avoid had been a balm. At this moment, it was a curse, however. Doran desperately needed some wine so he would forget the letter that he had read. Pentos was fallen, a three-headed dragon bannered across the sky. The message could not be any clearer. More than a dozen merchant ships, all telling the same story. Just what in the Seven Hells was that foolish boy doing, conquering a free city with a handful of men? How in the Seven Hells had that boy conquered a free city with so few a man? He has balls, that one, you have to admit, said Oberyn in front of Doran Martell. Little Ari will love him. You are the one who met him, what do you make of him? Countered Doran before sitting in silence, reading the note sent with the Targaryen seal. He is bold and has a temper, but he has a weight to him, something that Ares lacked, said Oberyn, looking unconcerned, reaching to take the offered wax piece. A brain, suggested Doran, turning his attention to watching the children play at the water gardens. He passed the letter to Oberyn. He is calmer, but meeting him was like looking into the mouth of an angry dragon. You do not want his attention, added Oberyn, taking the letter. His eyes hold a form of cunning. He watches you and studies you. It is as though he sees into your mind and soul. He is a dangerous foe to cross. Like a viper then, baring his teeth, said Doran, looking at the seal once more, an intricate design of a red dragon holding a stick in one hand, with Valyrian runes around it forming a circle that reminded Doran of a sun. Spoiler, seal of the wizard. Just looking at it made his knees ache for some reason. The man who delivered it looked relieved upon presenting the letter after mumbling something about not wanting to be melted from the inside out. What does a letter have to do with melting one's insides? Doran mused out loud, passing the seal. I am the fire of the sun, Oberyn read the Valyrian script, being more versed in the language. The chosen of death, the reborn dragon. Slayer of divine. Open if I named you, burn if I have not. Under the seal was the name of Doran Martell, along with his list of titles. The prince was mocking them, certainly. The fire of the Sunday. Seems the prince is playing into his reputation, said Doran. It is a letter that claims the Aegon that the spider produced was a black fire son of a Pentoshi merchant and a whore, said Doran, reading the letter carefully, over and over again. And he claims to have found evidence of a betrothal between the boy and Arianne Martell. So, did he offer his own hand instead? Asked Oberyn, given that he more likely killed the boy. He did not, said Doran, watching children of the same age running around in the water gardens. All it took was a single man to be fooled, and any boy with silver hair could be passed on to Rhaegar's child. Elaya's child. And he claims to have ensured that the boy can never be king. Gelded then? Asked Oberyn, grimacing. We both knew that the boy was not Elaya's. We wanted our revenge, and the boy was just another means. It does not say what was done to the boy, but you are right all the same. The boy is now worthless, yet his life goaded a better option to stir. Doran responded in turn, his eyes catching a particularly ripe blood orange on one of the branches. He still has a year to meet us in Norvos. Pentos is closer, countered Oberyn. Baratheon might decide to sail. It is the spider that worries me more, whispered Doran. I may need you exiled once more, should knowledge of the contract be known to Robert. The boy has made a right mess of your plans, hasn't he? Asked Oberyn, drinking deeply from his cup. Would you be hurt if I said I liked him for it? Doran rolled his eyes. Oberyn lacked patience and liked to rush into things. Given that one of his chains from the citadel that he forged was of Valyrian steel, he had long been fascinated by the wizard of Westeros who lived in Bravos. It was likely that he would do something rash and sail to join the Targaryen soon if something was not done. We must not rush this. Melora is strangely agreeable to the plan of visiting her family. It is better than when she threatened to leave for Norvos. We might be able to salvage a marriage to the dragons and get our revenge at once, said Doran, his eyes focusing on an orange hanging from one of the trees. Salvage your marriage more likely, grumbled Oberyn, drinking from his cup of Dornish wine. We shall follow this path for now. Let us see where we end up. We will move with caution, agreed Doran. The orange fell, splitting in two. Pity that there were other oranges he would wait for. Number the Grand Maester. The letter from Old Town was concerning, Pycelle would have to agree. It was also bloody late, is what it was. As he entered the chamber of the small council, Pycelle saw the king sitting at the head of it, a goblet in hand. Finally, the old fuck is here as well. Come on then, what is this important news? Roared King Robert, taking another large gulp of the wine. Pycelle was old, he had seen King's rage, the madness of Aerys as he gave men to the wildfire, he had seen Lord Tywin's wrath, the bloody cloaks that held the Dornish princess and her children. Never had he felt such fear as he did now for his life as he did now. Pycelle wondered if he should slip something into the drink of the king before dismissing it. The crown prince was too young and a regency would be of use to no one. There is news, your grace, from across the narrow sea, Tyther the eunuch, the banner of the three-headed dragon has been raised on Pentos. There are those who claim that an army is being raised by Viserys Targaryen to reclaim the lands taken from him. There are many refugees and traders asking for the aid of Westeros. Today, I had to sit and listen to the 30th Pentoshi merchant requesting that the Iron Throne intervene in Pentos today, Robert, continued on Jonaran, the hand of the king. Pycelle wondered if he had talked with the spider beforehand, and how the two agreed. They all say that Viserys Targaryen took the city to the sword, that the streets run in blood. That he cavorts with dark gods and slaughters the innocent for his dark purposes. The king did not say a word, instead choosing to drain his cup. The poor cupbearer rushed to refill the cup. Didn't you also say that Viserys Targaryen had died after walking into a fire? Asked Stannis Baratheon. You are speaking one thing one day, another the next. What use is a master of whisperers who cannot tell what is going on? The sailors, I have told of all that you have spoken already. What of Westeros? Asked Stannis, ever the pragmatist. Unfortunately, my contacts in Essos are less developed, Lord Stannis, countered Varys. My little birds have also spoken of the Dornish starting to get ready for war, your grace. It would appear that they are preparing to support Viserys Targaryen now that he has gained full control over Pentos. Pycelle flinched at that as metal bending was heard, and the goblet that the king held was crushed under the grasp of the demon of the trident. It was fortunate that the wine within was long gone. Then a bird came to be in the middle of the air, out of pure flame, and dropped a letter on top of Pycelle's head, giving a cry and bursting into flame once more, vanishing into thin air. Pycelle blinked, looking at the letter as though it was not real. What the hell just happened? He opened it with shaking hands. As he made to read the letter before the letter floated up on its own. The pages folded before the letter took the form of a face, a mouth forming from the folds of the parchment. The letter started speaking in the air with the sound of a man. Dear Robert, no, dear Bobby B, Nat. Dearest cunt, that was close, but not enough pizzazz. Dearest king cunt, no, you know what, fine, to Fat Bob, king of whores, bane of feasting halls, emptier of wine casks and lord steward of West Eros, addressed the letter out loud. It was loud enough to echo through the entire Maggers keep. You think you know me? You do not, stated the letter, you knew my brother, though. Not as well as he knew your betrothed after the girl ran off refusing to wed a whoremonger like you, but still. They say I am a madman, that is true. They say that I have made strange pacts with stranger gods, that is also true. They say that I can kill a man by merely looking at them, which I have done. They say that I am a dragon in human form, debatable but agreed. They say I am death, destroyer of worlds, yes, I am. They say a lot of things about me, the letter declared, floating just high enough for Cupbearer to miss and fumble as he jumped to catch the letter. Know that all of these and more are true, said the letter, turning around and somehow glaring at the Cupbearer. When I left the shores of West Eros, you, Robert, were left as steward of the realm. You have fucked it all up, beggared the realm, caused a squid infestation, and set the realm for ruin in your foolishness, the letter declared, calling out the wildest and most foolish things. And now I hear that you call yourself king. By the time you read this letter, I will be in Pentos, gathering my army. I await thee, horned king, the letter spoke, and at those words something shifted in the air. The letter then said, this is my declaration of war, heir of Argiluk. I am coming for you and the 7 and 10 bastards you spawned, Storm Lord, said the letter, causing Pycelle to note how there were no mention of Trueborn. That was not good. So, bring your armies. Pray that they are enough, said the letter, dodging the Cupbearer once more. Bring your ships. Pray that they are enough. Bring all your hammers too. Pray that they will be enough. Before tagging along, not that you have enough balls left after the lions were done with it. The letter remained silenced for but a moment, before stating, may you remain eternally sober and forever flaccid. Signed by Fire and Blood, your cousin, the Wizard of West Eros, last Archon of the Valyrian Freehold, Champion of Death, the Butcher of Gods, the Dragon Reborn, one true protector of the realms of men, the Wicked Wizard of the West. This message is brought to you by Will of Fire, the first Phoenix, winged flame eternal. Another voice spoke far faster than before. The letter blew a raspberry before bursting into flames and turned into ash. The silence filled the small council chambers, as everyone thought the same thing. Magic. After some time, a sound was heard, as banners, King Robert whispered. Robert. Started Jonaran. Call the bloody banners. Roared King Robert Baratheon. Dash. The validity of the infamous Pentoshi letter has been up for debate by scholars of history. While the callous nature of Viserys the Wandbearer is known throughout his long list of deeds and misdeeds, one must note the anachronistic nature of the letter that supports these claims. The fact that the original letter was claimed to have been immolated by the then Grand Maester Pycelle leads most scholars to assume that the letter was nothing but a lie concocted to justify the military campaign to the free city of Pentos. The letter is specifically noted to exclude the true-born children of Robert Baratheon from Cersei Lannister, along with their supposed illegitimacy that would lead to strife at a later date. Many scholars agree that such knowledge at the time frame of the supposed letter made little sense. The legitimacy of Robert Baratheon's heirs would not be brought into question until a later day, leading to many scholars agreeing it to be an act of historical revisionism by the Grand Maester himself to demonize the exiled monarch. The letter, however, supports the thesis provided by The Flight of the Dragon, a realistic look into the second exile of House Targaryen by Archmaester Gilbey on the Baratheon stewardship and the interregnum. Excerpt from Pentoshi Wars of 292 to 293 AC. I did it. It was a mistake. I should not have drunk the wine that Morna made. That shit hits like a truck. Also, fuck Gilbey and his fanfiction with Black Firestar. Signed the Wizard. Asterisk the sword, not the family. Signed the Wizard asterisk. A note that appeared on the original copy of the Pentoshi Wars by the infamous Vandal going by the nickname the Wizard, potentially an unstable individual obsessed with the life of Viserys III Targaryen. It is unclear the means and motive of the individual. Fuck you with Black Fire, too, the family, not the sword this time. The Wizard asterisk. A look into Westeros and the politics therein. Varys plots, as always. Tyrells are trying to marry the crown. Dorne is being Dorne. The small council collectively shit their pants. I am entirely motivated by praise and likes, and discussion makes me write more. Trigger warning, slight ritualistic self-mutilation. You have been warned. You practice magic for the modicum of power it gives you. I practice magic because I think it is fun to make physics my bitch. We are not the same. Common statement attributed to Viserys the Wizard. In the outstretching velvet hills that surrounded Pentos, a lone wizard sat, cross-legged, naked as the day he was born. Then, he spontaneously combusted. Fuck. The roar echoed over the hills and through the underbrush. Pulling my mind back into my own flesh, I frowned. Again, I muttered. In my right hand, I clutched my wand of elder and phoenix feather, pointing to the palm of my left hand. My left hand was clutched like a claw, as though holding an invisible ball. Streams of fire leaped out of the tip of the wand, first forming a simple loop held within the invisible boundary declared by my left hand. Then another stream joined the first, the loop itself rotating around the same center. First, the rotation was slow before it started to accelerate. The flaming sphere was suspended within my palm as a third flaming loop joined in, rotating in the last axis. The loops of fire rotated around, derived from the infamous raised nan that was favored by Naruto but made of flames instead of chakra. As the spell slowly reached its crescendo, my mind focused on the right incantations and wand movement to evoke the perfect symbology for it. The wand movement was simple, a flick to mime the throwing motion and a clockwise swirl representing the spell's expansion. A simple control derived from a thaumaturgical foundation of sympathetic magic to take place, allowing the ball of flame to expand in tune with my wand movement. Fuego, I muttered, going through the wand movements. Simple, powerful, iconic. Harry Dresden would be proud. The fireball exploded at the tip of my wand, covering me and the area around me with flames. Fuck, I said as the area around me continued to burn. Again, Harry Dresden would be proud. The reality flickered, the damage resetting itself as I restarted threading through another path. I was, after all, not stupid enough to set myself on fire without the aid of divination. While my own magical flames did not really burn me, the concentration needed for this spell was tricky enough without me having to worry about that aspect of the consequences. Granted, pulling a Doctor Strange and looking through potential futures to brute force a spell was far less elegant than what I was used to, but these were trying times. Simply put, I lacked war magic. For someone who called out a king and potentially murdered an aspect of a deity, I was going to find myself with a lot of enemies, so I needed something suitably powerful and dangerous to make sure no one wanted to pick a fight with me. I needed a spell that would make a statement, something that said, pick a fight with me at your own peril. Oh, I had offensive magic, but those were not really what I would call war magic. While I had spells designated against single targets, with the killing curse and the cutting curse being my specialty against targets in short range and animated fire constructs allowing me to take out groups en masse, that gave me a form of tunnel vision with how much I had to concentrate. What I lacked was heavy artillery spells against groups. Something that could be considered an army killer. Fireball was iconic and something I wanted to create for that reason. Fireball was the original war magic. Fireball was a statement, and that statement was fuck you and everyone in your vicinity. And Fireball was versatile, as the structure would allow me to swap out magical fire with sun fire for bigger explosions that I could call on from a safe distance away. I wanted that artillery spell. I got back to work. When crafting spells, I usually had a process. Will and intent combined with a mild form of self-hypnosis that I could manage with the mind arts. Infused in a medium of heatless spell fire made me capable of casting any charm I could think of, and practiced for a few weeks. This was a relatively new method of spell crafting, using thaumaturgy in the wand movement was incorrect. I needed one that worked to stabilize the fireball spell and gave me time between throwing and expansion. How about a twirl in, flick followed by a twirl out? Compress, throw, and expand, I thought to myself. The hill away from me was covered in a fiery explosion. A thrill of a bird overhead interrupted me as my eyes focused on the crimson bird circling around me. A shift to my vision showed me what Will had warned me of, and I smirked in satisfaction as a plan came together. My next ritual was coming for me. Experiment time is over, unfortunately. I was, if it was not obvious, racing against the clock, and I knew that Pentos would grow to become a trap soon. It was not just the remaining magisters being a bother and acting like teenage girls demanding my attention or throwing temper tantrums for being forced to treat their people like decent human beings. That was easy to handle, if a lot more demanding than I liked. It was not even the fact that I had goaded Robert into coming and attacking Pentos in a drunken haze. In hindsight, Robert was not that big of a problem to me compared to my other problems, but his actions were predictable and could be planned around. With the fall of Pentos to my control and the disabling of the Black Fire conspiracy, I had an opportunity. I could kill Robert. Of course, an army was not something that I could not face with enough application of fire, given an armor reinforced with enough lead, even if it would be a very close call. The problem was the cost and consequences of the action I would choose. Killing Robert would cause trouble at Westeros, and I was unsure how to best proceed regarding that shithole. I wanted nothing better to do than let Westeros get ganked by White Walkers, but strategically, it was the starting point of their invasion, and giving the cold cunts millions of souls to use for magics or even as an undead army was not constructive for my end goal of survival. Not to mention that I had a mutually beneficial deal going on with the aspect of death that I had named Morrigan. A wizard capable of killing gods and a god of death made up a good team. Given that her purpose was to keep track of necromancers who would eventually get uppity enough to pick a fight with me, we had mutual goals. No, killing Robert would be more troublesome, and a petty part of me wanted him to suffer loss after loss as I humiliated him and butchered his legacy. A part of me did not want to kill Robert, it wanted to watch Robert beg for the mercy of death from me. A more rational part of me wanted to keep the Lannisters weaker and without any control of King's Landing. Killing Robert now would be gifting the entire kingdom to Tywin, and I wanted Westeros as divided as potentially possible for a specific reason, even if it would be detrimental in the long run. Getting the Royal Navy all into a single place meant I had the perfect idea for a spell. But before that, I needed to experiment, and there were rituals that I needed to go through. When I figured out this whole wizarding business, I had started taking notes. Over the last years, I have come up with processes and rituals ranging from neat little trick to are you absolutely out of your mind. I kept to the smaller stuff. Soul cultivation using tantric magic was civilization. Potion experiments were relatively safe, with the small risk of super acids eating through the ground. Flesh crafting turned out pretty beneficial. One thing that I had promised myself was not to fuck around with rituals that would permanently alter my body. My scale-covered right hand flexed at that, reminding me of what a great job I did regarding that principle. While the burned skin had been healed and replaced by golden scales that were immune to fire, it was not exactly my intention and more of a side effect of other rituals that I failed to account for. With a war before me and the potential of gods playing around, that rule had to be taken as a guideline more than an ironclad principle. So, my prey came to me. Let me ask you if you have heard of this before. There is an old story, of a young man. The young man kills a monster. The young man eats the heart of a monster. The young man gains superpowers. That was the only part of the story of Sigurd from Volsunga that stuck with me. Sigurd, or Siegfried if you were more of a Wagner fan, killed a dragon and ate the dragon's heart, gaining its power. Ritualistically, the process was as ancient as human culture. Slaying a beast and eating their heart to gain its strength within you was old magic, simple magic. It even existed in this world in some way or other. Wildlings had the threat of eating the hearts of their enemies. In Westeros, the heart of a beast in a feast was offered to the highest nobles or king and might play some role in the whole king's blood business. Varamir had eaten the heart of his mentor to add his skin-changing powers to his own, gaining an unprecedented 6 skins in total. Daenerys was made to eat a horse's heart to give strength to her unborn child in that other timeline. It was the last one I understood best. Unborn children had souls that were malleable, and the ritual could be used to bind the soul of the horse to the child, making them a greater rider or even possibly a skin changer with a high affinity to horses. I wanted to test it out, and I had a perfect subject to use for this experiment of mine. The white male lion met my eyes, giving a low growl of threat as though feeling that I was his predator. Spoiler, Hrocker. Hrocker, the white-pelted lion of the Dothraki Sea, was in that unique category of animals that may or may not be magical at the same time. With Morna's Weirwine temporarily unlocking my green seer powers of chronomancy, and yes, the capitalization is necessary, I had located a Hrocker from the Dothraki Sea and slowly coaxed it to move to its edge, through the forks of Royan to hunt in the Velvet Hills over the last few months, using a spell that I had essentially cast last night. It was a good practice, creating a bootstrap paradox and trying my hand at using the temporal shenanigans that came with being a powerful green seer who could possess things while looking into the past. If Bran could possess Hodder in the past and cause the present Hodder to become his training aid in human possession and show that this world timeline was less of a line and more of an inverted Mobius strip, I could certainly use the added weirwood essence that granted me the added boost needed for this type of spell work to summon a magical lion to my door. A lion was not a dragon, as Tywin would soon find out, yet the heart of a lion had its own magical connotations that I could leverage, and ever since I had faced a fucking Balrog, I was thinking of what other stories I could leverage. King's blood. I was pretty sure the real reason most kings and nobility in general had any magical blood was a result of them being given the hearts of animals to consume. I could certainly see Robert's strength being a result of his love for hunting. The meathead has probably unknowingly been using some sort of a ritual to enhance his own strength. No way a normal human could lift that anvil on a stick that he called a worm or any other way. I was using a more refined approach, of course. Being aware of the ritualistic aspects of the acts allowed me to figure out a deliberate, intentional act that would have a stronger effect. My own divinations revealed that Hrocker had enough of magic to be considered a magical creature, and my own contributions would push it the rest of the way. So, I hunted a Hrocker on my own. What, you expected some daring adventure of trial and hardship. I was a green seer, and my prey was still just a really big cat. So I hunted a lion. Sure, said cat was the size of a tank, weighted as much as a pickup truck, and could casually kill a person or dozen with ease, but I was still magic. A flick of my wand launched a string of smoke. With a whisper of Incarcerus, the smoke became a rope, wrapping itself around the white lion. I could use other spells, but strangling it worked in my favor, enacting the required ritualization anchors. The lion met my eyes in his last moments, unwilling to die and willing to take the only way through the bond. To a normal skin changer, having a lion's second life into your own body would be disorienting, to say the least. To me, a master of the mind arts, it was just another day. I removed the skin, the claws, and the fangs, as the form and viciousness were not the properties I sought out. I wanted the changes to be internal rather than external. They would make good gifts, however. Removing the heart came last. Then, it was the actual ritual. The jar of eternal flame came out, the ever-burning fire following the movement of my wand in the air, forming scripts of flame, runes, and glyphs, and magical circles of ever-increasing complexity. Those were not really necessary, I had to admit, but they provided me with more leverage to succeed in enhancing my body. I used runes focusing on the natural aspects of male lions, their endurance, survival instincts, and strength, along with the more human associations, grace, and speed, along with other runes, written in merkstave or inverted, were meant to counter properties that I did not wish to take. The individualistic nature, arrogance, and cruelty of the lions were some of the features I did not wish for. As I bit into the flesh, sitting within a magical circle along with the body of the lion, I focused on completing the ritual, guiding the lion's soul into my own flesh. The ritual circle of salt and moonstone around me darkened as my teeth bit through the heart over and over again, consuming the enchanted organ. Once the heart was fully consumed, I threw a handful of phoenix ash that consumed the rest of the body of the lion, leaving me within the ritual flame. By the time dawn came, all that was left were me, my wand, and ash. I shrugged off the ash that was left behind, taking only enough for future studies and potential rituals to undo the effects, if this venture proved to have bad side effects. I put on the clothing that I had stripped off, finding them to be tighter than before. I smiled at a job well done. The ritual was designed specifically for this reason. While I was no slouch when it came to martial pursuits, I did not spend a lot of time in the yard for the sake of other pursuits. It was less of a ritual designed to make me superhuman and more a ritual made to bring out the full potential within my own body and amplify the existing features. It also apparently meant a slightly taller frame and broader shoulders. And a more prominent six-pack compared to my old one. Because against someone like Robert, I was not going to risk being his physical inferior. I noticed wool flying in the air, a warning flashing at the back of my mind. The bonfire had attracted some attention, it would seem. Walking to where my horse was resting, I took my clothes from the saddle, along with a bracelet of bronze discs that made its way to my left wrist. As the bracelet clasped around my wrist, a shimmering solid air slowly formed around my body, as the passive enchantments activated with a whisper of Protogo Totalum. Dothraki Outriders. Scouts. 24 riders, maybe more. They were tracking the lion, it would seem. I did not say a word. I did not need to. I grasped the nature within me, the dragon roaring in challenge, along with the echo of the lion within. A silent shout echoed in the sky, projecting the roar of a predator without equal. The horses that the Dothraki had bred for war and tamed from young panicked as prey before predator. The Dothraki fell off their horses, one by one. Look, George, I did not need some incantation to put a stop to charging cavalry. One of them recovered quickly, taking out a bow and launching arrow after arrow in my direction. None of them touched me, of course. There were many forms of shielding charms imbued into the bronze shield charm, but the ones that I favored were more refined and simpler ones. Protection from arrows was one such shield, with an incantation of Protogo Sagittarum, if I really bothered to speak it out loud. Even now, barely thinking it was enough. I was wrong. I could admit that. Magic is magic is magic. There were no solid rules. If you could leverage something, it would work. Magic was where rules came to die. I had initially worked with incantations to provide a mental framework to make things stable. That had proven useful, especially as I began to integrate greensight into the process, allowing the recreation of the same spell by tapping the memories of the wand itself to the previous instances of the same incantation being spoken. A sympathetic echo to the first time it was used. Then Dany had said something that made me think things through. A spell had an incantation so it could be spelled out. That insight alone would empower incantations, let alone the simple ritual I had used to bind that concept into my wand and my shield charm, now carved with words of Valyrian glyphs and First Man runes, to act as anchors for the spells. It made things stable, which, in turn, made it predictable and safer. Say the spell, or think it, if you were good enough, and pour power into the existing vessel. I rarely bothered to speak out loud the incantations though, not unless I planned to leave my audience alive at least, even if thinking of the incantation granted me a more stable spell. Structured wizardry versus raw sorcery, the difference was easy to understand. The charm itself was one that was simple and efficient, not requiring that much power to work. Instead of acting like a shield or armor, this specific charm made it so a projectile always missed, utilizing the reverse of the effect I had imbued into the weirwood spear that Richard often used. It was far more energy efficient for the arrow itself to bend in the wrong direction or wind to push it to the side. A part of me whispered that I should work to counter solid steel arrows as well, but that was not likely to be something I would come across. I had to give it to the horse lord, 3 misses and he had thrown aside the bow, thinking the bow to have gone bad. The crack of a whip was heard as a blue light flashed by the side of my face, the shield taking on the strike from the whip and holding. The shield charm on my arm grew hot as the other spells pulled power from me. "Maggie," spat the Dothraki. I smirked, eager to test out my improved body. "Incendio flagellum," I thought, a flick of my wand to the side followed a long cord of fire sprouting from the tip of the wand, again with no word spoken. The whip of flame fed on my will, tinted with anger and hate I felt for its soon-to-be victims, dark magic granting it destructive potential that made the whip sharper than any cutting curse. The flame whip sailed through the air, removing the head of the horse lord that had attacked me with his own whip. Fire whip was not a spell I favored all too often. It was flashy, effective, and as much a psychological weapon as a physical one. It was also utterly overkill unless I was facing something like an army of wights. I could get the same mileage from a cutting curse with the added range as well, not to mention the effect of seeing someone of Valyrian descent wield a whip. Like I said, I did not favor it much. The PR nightmare was not worth it. But also, like I said, I needed practice for when it would come in handy. Against acceptable targets, I think the fire whip spell fit my purposes. In an environment with no possible witness to survive, it was just as good as any other spell. I disliked Dothraki, if that was not obvious. There were many reasons for it that I could list. Crown for a king, the guttural voice spoke. I did not need to make that list. The next Dothraki that I struck with the flame whip had his head flash vaporize instead of getting cut off, leaving behind a charred skull that dispersed into ash and a smoking corpse. I brought my occlumency up, taming back my emotional control needed to bring the spell back under control. It was a more stable framework of magic, but it was still not perfect, as I had proven. Runaway thought and mood could give the spell a tint. Without a spoken word to act as a symbolic link to previous times the incantation was used, the wizardry was less stable, and sorcery, while great at covering the lack of stability, also meant a greater dependence on my own emotions. Such magic was far too raw for any structured spell casting when emotions went out of control. It was not some precompiled computer program that produced the same result every time you said the same incantation. It was getting better, however. As my anger subsided, I fed it back to the whip, imagining a razor-thin wire with a monomolecular edge instead of the heated plasma I was brandishing. As I moved, I could feel the differences from my old body. My steps were surer, and my balance was better. My body moved with mere thought as I danced through the attacking warriors, their blades bouncing off the shimmering shield. Not much blood spilled after that, even if a lot of limbs went flying. Oh yes, this body was a fighting body. Dash. My horse slowly walked back into the city-state of Pentos through the gates, followed by 24 Dothraki horses that had taken me 2 hours to convince that I would be their best option to survive despite their instincts. As we walked through the streets of Pentos, I focused on people watching, hidden beneath the veil of a notice-me-not charm that emanated from my amulet around my neck. I had to remake half my tools with the knowledge that Melisandre had given me, but it would improve my chances in the future. Robert was coming, along with who knew what else from the challenge I issued. A part of me wondered if I had any right to put these people at risk for my ambitions. How many children would die from my actions? Then I remembered what would follow Robert's death, and that doubt disappeared. Alas, the die was cast, and I rolled a 3. Literally, and I suppose figuratively as well. Once I was within my new manse, beneath the protections I had layered over the place, I had rolled the glowing piece of dice before me over the table, ending up with a 3. It matched the answer I got the day before and the day before that. There was a lot of loot I got from Illyrio's manse. The most obvious was the dragon bone, as in a shit ton of dragon bones. For someone who created his entire power base on top of a single sliver of dragon bone left behind as an heirloom, along with some half-baked delusions of a child and hope, what I had access to was cathartic. From large pieces that I could use as the core of a staff to smaller ones that could equip an army with miniature flamethrowers that my wands defaulted to, I had enough to arm a decent corps of mages should I wish it. That, however, was for later. I did not have time to train a corps of spellcasters, nor did I have enough people with skill, brains, and loyalty. Among those bones, I found a knuckle bone, which I carved into a 20-sided die I now used. A quick dip in a potion of weirwood ash and dragon glass with a dash of eternal flame later, I had what acted as a less specialized glass candle, a black dice that glowed with an inner light, highlighting the numbers atop it, which I called a portent die. What is a portent die, one might ask? It is like a magic 8-ball that uses modified greensight to answer a question and give it a rating between 1 to 20. Not exactly how D&D rules had it made, but it was good enough to foretell the future once each dawn before the magic settled. So, I rolled a 3 upon asking, how many moons will it take for Robert's army to get to Pentos? So, by my best divinations, I had 3 moons before the royal fleet hit Pentos. That had been 2 moons past. It was way more reliable than focus-less divination, at least, and there were ways to confirm it. One of my raven familiars had made it across the narrow sea, and I had eyes on Robert's movements through the blood link to the construct of dragon glass. I grasped the die in my palm, plans and plots being considered and discarded, before returning it to its resting place within the pommel of my blade. The black fire, I would keep it for myself for now. Having been rehilted with a handle of weirwood that was shaped like the form of a dragon with the glowing gem clutched in its jaws cut a distinct form, along with the original crossguard that was made from the other 2 heads of the dragon, it was iconic to those who studies history. I sighed. What I needed was manpower. The blade and the eggs were the most valuable resources I had, but neither would truly help in the short run. The manse itself was now mine. Once given to Prince Daemon Targaryen, the rogue prince, it had exchanged a number of hands, but Durin the Good somehow managed to reclaim it through politics. Magisters of Pentos were not really the type to make a fuss, given that I had gained enough dirt through Dany to justify their deaths. Granted, dealing with the Council of Magisters and the Prince of Pentos was an exercise in patience, but they were attached to their lives and wealth to not be an issue. They, in turn, treated me like they would some Dothraki, bribing me with gifts so I don't kill them. Having caused the death of its previous owner and claimed the manse for my own, the residual dragon aura that I felt seemed to bend to my will easier than before, which was helpful. A bit of warding with the new contract magic thrown in to prevent anyone with ill intent from perceiving the walls or the manse itself took nearly a week. I was certain it would be able to hide it away with enough effort. The more active protections were linked up to Tywin the Basilisk, creating an intent-based ward built upon a geese that triggered when one willingly passed the property line, unknowingly agreeing to no harm. That little trick netted me a crew of 15 Ironborn, 3 Westerosi exiles who wished to get a pardon from Robert but did not want to serve House Targaryen, and about a dozen or so slavers. Given their desires to see my family die, I was not regretful about killing them and making them be more useful. For now, all those men were petrified and stuck in one of the vaults, waiting for me to use them for various experiments. It also brought to my attention that I needed a manse to act as a decoy because a safe house in Pentos might come in handy, and the ancestral claim I had for the place made working my magic in Daemon's manse far easier than some random magister's halls. I needed another place for Robert to siege, thinking I was in there. All the dragon bones that Illyrio had were transferred to Revenge, including 2 dragon skulls, one the size of a horse's head and the other big enough to swallow a man whole. That left more material wealth to make use of. Illyrio had a few chests filled with gold, around 20,000 gold dragons in worth, along with another 2 chests of valuable gems that I kept for myself, but most of his actual wealth, like that of other magisters, were tied up in trade. Granted, given that a horse costs around a single gold dragon, the sum I got ought to last us a while. Not all was perfect however, given that the merchant ships that Illyrio had were a bust. The captains who were out in sea were likely to not return and I lacked more man to take over the few that were docked at port. A few weeks of negotiations with the magisters to liquidate those investments, and I was effectively shortchanged, got me another 50,000 gold to make use of. That left me with a decent amount of resources and not enough manpower. Manpower that I did not wish to reinforce using sellswords with dubious allegiance. It was why I was currently doing something to address the problem we were facing. Deep in the bowels of the manse, inside the vault of Magister Illyrio that I had converted into a temporary workshop, I was working over a pensieve. Memories were precious things. They were what made people themselves. It was experience that one could gain without spending the needed time if they knew what they were doing. To be wise is to use your time wisely. That, beyond all, was what made magic so fascinating to me. I was using the same trick I used to become a Bravasi water dancer with nearly a century of experience in dueling, a master of the staff and spear from the memories of Oberyn Martell, and a dozen unsullied. By the time I had left Bravus, I was a jewelsmith and blacksmith, an armorer, a healer, and even a midwife. I had enough memories of songs and stories to disappear and live a life as a bard without needing to repeat a song or story. I had become what the maesters wished they were, but better. It also meant that I could raise an army and make them decently competent by shoving memories of experienced soldiers into their minds instead of wasting my time training them for years. It did not make for a high-quality army to start off, but reinforced with drills and their own experiences made them far better than any levies that lords of Westeros could raise. Dany watched as I worked to edit the raw experience of war, trying my balance it out by removing the traumatizing aspects to prevent unexpected artificial PTSD. Twirling around the threads of memory, I let them coalesce into a cohesive form before slowly binding the memories into the bound book before me, binding D's written on the book with the memories, creating a contract of war that would grant basic training and discipline to the ones who signed it in exchange for allegiance to my chosen successor. Once I was done, I held up the book that would elevate my army to be on par with professionals. Did you get the process? I asked Dani, who nodded from where she sat atop the dragon bone chest, holding hot coals and dragon eggs. I had tasked her with protecting the eggs, and Dani took it a bit more seriously than I thought. I felt proud, my sister was growing properly paranoid. Wouldn't dragons be more use? Asked Dani, ignoring the fact that she was a princess sitting on a chest. Probably, but dragons take time to grow, we need some place they can be safe in during that time, I countered. In the other timeline I saw, they grew far too fast to be natural and I am working on how that happened. I thought it had something to do with freedom to fly and food to eat. The books you have say the dragons grow slower in captivity, responded Dani. I am not sure that is as accurate as people claim, I said, bringing the conversation to an end. Even so, they will not be of use to us in this conflict. Soldiers are what we need. Dragons can win conflicts, but they cannot hold lands, repeated Dani. Yes, you have told me a million times already. We will just have to be more wizard about it, HMM. I said, it is time we started your studies in thaumaturgy since I will need help on that front if I wish to pull my plan off. Sir Richard chose that moment to walk in, followed by Wat, and just in time for their part. I had designed the contract on the same principles that allowed Sir Richard's arm to absorb the blood of those he had defeated and absorb their skills and abilities after all, and the three would be the first ones to gain the added experience. Your Grace, greeted my sworn sword, the white cloak on his shoulders hiding the missing right arm that I had taken to work on. Have you grown taller overnight? Yes, I said without offering further explanation as Dani giggled. She had been the first to notice that I had grown taller, mostly because of the remnants of the notice me not charm around me, but 2 inches were noticeable, as I now stood at 6 feet 3. You three have been watching my back for longer than any other who still lives, I said, looking at the 3 men. You have been loyal when the price of loyalty was high. It gets weird once in a while, but it is better than any other job, Your Grace, responded Wat the Eyes, going to the point. Sort of feel useless when it comes to fighting, but it passes. What the idiot means, Your Grace, is that we are honored to serve you in your house, said Wat the Brains, getting an unimpressed look from me. And the pay is nice, along with the safety of my sister, he added hastily, making me smirk. And me, Mum, tacked on the other Wat. We are grateful, Your Grace. Well, good help is valued, I responded. I will be fighting a war soon. I will not insult you by offering a way out, not after you have seen what lies beneath the surface. I have seen your hearts and know you to be true. The 2 men shivered, whether from my words or the memory of seeing the fire demon rise and fall, I knew not. The King's Guard was established to protect the king. History showed that the idea, while having merits, lacked in certain aspects. What I need are loyal men who can be more than simple guards, men who have experience in dealing with things that others cannot comprehend, and men who can lead when needed in my absence. Kneel, I commanded, drawing black fire. I had higher standards than other knights for whom I chose tonight. After the mess of Rhaegar knighting Gregor Clegane, I was extremely cautious. As I went through the words, charging them with the duties of knighthood, I knew that I was justified. I felt their pride and joy and felt joy and pride in turn. Wat the Eyes and Wat the Brains had proven that they were loyal, and the years we spent were dedicated to ensuring the 2 had the required training and skills to be knights thrice over. They were not the best of the best, but the potential was there. You 2 shall be my voice in infantry and archery, while Sir Richard will do the same for the cavalry. Rise as knights of the realm, I responded as the 2 rose. You 3 will be the first of my knights, the first of my Order of the Dragon. My knights, my men. Once the ceremony was done, words came to me unbidden. Like clay, I shall mold them and in the furnace of war forge them. They will be of iron will and steely muscle. In great armor shall I clad them, and with the mightiest arms will they be armed. I held it back, knowing that this was not the time for too much change for those who would fight for me. Anything too drastic would take time to adjust, and time was not something we had. It was a mystery to me how thaumaturgy could work with knowledge and stories as well, but it did, and I could use that. Not yet, I reminded myself, my eyes turning to stare into the distance to see my goal. Unfortunately, it was not the time. I felt the spell hang in the air, and I really needed to be careful how I acted if my emotions got the better of me. I knew that the words would not have as much effect as they did if I had not prepared to do just that. This is a contract, one that will improve your skills and experience. It is based on Sir Richard's arm, I said, passing them the book. It will not replace training, but ought to speed things up. Sign them in blood, and we shall proceed. The Wats signed without question, starting the process as their blood touched the book. A flick of my wand healed the cuts they made. It would take a while for the training to settle, but slowly, both would notice an increased improvement in their skills as they trained more, the sort of instinct that would come from living through centuries of war without the associated trauma. Once the skill integration started, I moved on to the workshop table. While the contract will improve your abilities and training, I would have 3 of you stand above your peers, I said, pointing at the cloth covering the workbench. Sir Richard, if you would. The knight reached with his left hand and revealed what was beneath the cloth, his white prosthetic arm with a few upgrades. I could not restore his arm yet, unfortunately. Bones were trickier than I initially assumed. While the concoction I fed Melisandre made from wildfire and phoenix ash would restore youth to an undead, it was not likely to work on missing limbs of a living person, not to mention the manticore venom that was within the man. And no, phoenix tears did not work to counter the manticore venom since the body had integrated it into being the norm. The dragon bone, now standing out as the artificial black claw from the fingers, allowed the arm itself to act not dissimilar to my original wand instead of being limited to movement. With access to a lot more dragon bones, that was a power that I had long since wanted for my King's Guard. There were also 2 red carvings, one on the back of the hand and another on the forearm. Runes and geometric carvings adorned the lower arm, standing out as red upon white wood. 2 magic circles are bound in a guise of control to his arm. It should allow you to cast a shield or push stuff away from you, both of which will complement your fighting style, I said, showing the runes carved along the weirwood prosthetic arm. Automating the spell casting to arm my people was on a list, and the tricks I was able to glean from the blood oath that I had made with black fires was worth the price. The arm itself was derived from my first wand, and that meant that it was good as a way to control the winds. The circles themselves used aeromancy to create a shield or a strike. It was trickier than actually casting the spell myself, however, as I had to guide the enchantment through the process and repeat it until it could do it on its own without guidance. In theory, it would refine over time as it was used more and more, but I would have to check on it every once in a while. Granted, while hard, it was not the hardest aspect of the enchantments, as that honor belonged to linking the concept to the spelling of a phrase had been the hardest part, not to mention that I needed a new language to bind it to prevent accidental activation. Or it would be if I didn't act like a nerd about it. Ard to attack, Quen to shield, simple enough to remember, I said, taking the words directly from Witcher signs. Sir Richard looked at the arm and nodded, working to strap it back on. Patting the knight on the unharmed shoulder, I pulled out a bow next. This is a dragon bone bow, I said, pointing out the obvious, has twice the range of a normal bow and ability to punch through plate from 600 yards. It used to be the bow of Dana the Defiant and is one of the 3 treasures of House Blackfire, along with the blade, A&D. Well, we will get to that one. The 3 men looked at the longbow that reached my chin in length. Wat, this is yours, I said, handing the bow to Wat the Eyes. I changed the handle to be weirwood to improve the connection you can use for divination, but with a weirwood arrow, you should be able to hit the eye of anyone you want from, around half a mile. Normal archers had an accurate range of 300 yards. Wat's range was thrice that. Wat the Eyes looked at the bow with wide eyes. Your Grace, this is a royal treasure, said the man with reverence. Implying that the black fires or royalty would be considered treason. Wat, I said with a straight face. Wat's eyes widened, causing me to snort, and I started laughing. Take it. I am better with a wand, Dany does not have the strength to use a bow at full potential, and you are the best shot we have. The bow is there to amplify what you have. Yes, Your Grace, said the man. I turned to Wat the Brains next. I want a shield, said Wat the Brains immediately, making me stop. Don't care about no black fire treasure, Your Grace. If that idiot is going to have a bow, I need a shield. I would not shoot you, said Wat the Eyes in turn, horrified at the implication. Beg your pardon, Your Grace. The idiot, there might be a good shot now, but I was there when that idiot's pa taught him how to shoot a bow. I was nearly shot half a dozen times before the idiot learned how to hold the damned thing straight. I need a shield, said Wat the Brains, starting to hyperventilate. Wow, there was trauma there. I was not going to dig that up. Well, that is fortunate, I chuckled, taking the sheet of the next item to reveal a heater shield. The 3rd treasure of Black Fires was the shield of Sandok the Shadow. Well, I say Black Fires, but it was actually given to bitter steel. It is made of nightwood, so it ought to fit you well. Thank the gods, whispered Wat the Brains, taking the shield. I knew the man favored a mace or an axe lately, so a shield would be a good addition to it. I added a thin sheet of Valyrian steel over the wood, so it should not break or split, I said, not being able to hold myself from tinkering with it. Along with an enchantment to ensure anything that might hit you will only hit the shield. The geese on that was a bitch to work out, by the way. Should work against any arrow as well. Thank you, Your Grace, said Wat the Brains, while Wat the Eyes grinned like a loon. Sir Richard only sighed. The shield also was the basis for my protection from arrows spell that did the exact same thing, because I was not an idiot to give something like the bow and shield to anyone without having a way to counter it. It was not that I did not trust these 2 men, it was just being smart at this point. By the gods, I am traumatized by this hellhole. I also added a mace hefted with weirwood for the man, just because I could. Right, Baratheons are going to be sending an army in our direction in a moon time, I want us to be ready to take advantage of that, I said to the 3 men before me. Here is the game plan. Dash. I raised my shield up to deflect the hit from the mace, while waving my sword in the air to intercept the arrow aimed at me. I raised my leg just in time to avoid the spear meant to trip me up. The blade in my hand felt uncomfortable, too unbalanced compared to black fire, as I grunted in annoyance. 3 against 1 was certainly not something I would consider easy, especially without magic. A murder strike to Watt's shield ensured a hit on the shield before I managed to reach out and use the crossguard of my blade as a hook. Off-balanced, Watt was pulled between me and Sir Richard and his spear. A forward strike allowed me to push the pommel of my blade into the helmet with a clang that had the armor light up from the enchantments that indicated a solid hit and ensuring no injury. I pulled my head back just in time for an arrow to whiz past where my head was. Sir Richard and I circled each other, him with a spear, me with a shield and sword. The first stab was deflected by my shield, before as quick as a snake, the second stab ended past my guard, causing me to step to the side. "Ard," whispered Sir Richard, causing me to take another step to avoid being thrown back, too late to move at the flare of warning. An arrow exploded against my pull drawn, causing me to instinctively put up a full-body shield over my skin. "And that is a win," spoke Watt the Eyes with a smug smile, "no magic, your grace, your rules. Says the man with auto-aim on," I grumbled, reaching with my hand and pulling the towel from the corner with a bit of gravity magic. "Well played, Sir." Dany giggled, only to get a solid hit to the shoulder from Sirio, who tugged. "My sister thinks it funny, that her brother is so bad with a blade, sirs," I called out. Granted, my opponents had cheat items that I had built for them, so it was not really a fair fight. Though, it seems to have distracted her from her task, I chided. Dany did the proper thing as my 8-year-old sister, and responded by sticking her tongue at me, causing me to chuckle. "Your Grace," greeted Nessa, walking through the yard. "Yes, Nessa?" I asked as the door opened on its own in response to my will. "There is a maester looking for you, my prince," said the governess, sounding nervous. "He said he came to swear himself to you." That put me on edge, as I checked from one of my familiars who it was, finding a squat, robust man with a squashed-in nose and a prominent forehead reminiscent of the Ibbenese. "Well, let us see what he wants, shall we?" I asked my companions, who nodded and followed me. Dash. "Your Grace, I am," started the man, only to be interrupted. "Marwyn the Mage, yes, I know," I responded, feeling the way magic worked around this man. Marwyn was potentially an ally, possibly an enemy, but I knew that he was certainly dangerous. His blue lips implied a steady consumption of shade of the evening, along with red teeth that were said to be from sour leaf, though potentially from weirwood leaves. He felt simultaneously part of the magic and disconnected from it. I was as curious as I was impressed with whatever that whole thing was. A probe through his mind had me flinch back at the image of nothing but a bright fire within an emptiness of the void. "Ah, yes, it is an ancient Hightower trick, your Grace, to keep the mind clear of influence," spoke the Archmaester of Higher Mysteries, "it is called the Void and the Flame," I muttered in annoyance. Bloody, course those stuck-up pricks would have the one decent skill to counter my mental arts. I disliked being put on the back foot. "Impressive mastery, Marwyn," I spoke amicably. I was anything but feeling amicable. "Calm," I ordered myself, working to gain back my equilibrium. It was not every day that I could meet someone with mental fortitude to match or even surpass me. "Yes, your Grace. I suppose spending the thrall to a shadowbinder in ASOIAF for a year was good motivation to improve upon it, even if it took me a year to do so," said Marwyn with a red grin. "I came to swear myself to you and to warn you that there is a group of maesters that want nothing but to end magic." I asked. "Yes, I heard about that, even if there is no evidence presented. I do not see your chain, Archmaester, nor your mask, ring, and rod. Do you really think they are such idiots to not keep those locked away, your Grace?" "The chain I left behind so as to not get noticed, a learned man in the Free Cities, is a tempting property to own," asked Marwyn, reaching for his bag. "I have brought a gift and evidence, potentially." Sir Richard grasped his sword, ready to draw, while I had dug deep into the ground beneath me, ready to pull it up in case of treachery. Marwyn slowly brought out a book before it was ripped from his hand and floated before me. "Fascinating control over, it looks nothing like aeromancy," spoke Marine, only to be ignored. I held a hand over the book in question, reaching out and finding no poison upon the pages, confirming that it was safe for me to grasp. "Blood and Fire," I read out loud. There was blood in some of the pages. "It has another name among the Citadel, your Grace, the Death of Dragons," spoke Marwyn as I held up a hand to stop anyone from reacting. "Well, it does certainly sound better than the book on shrubbery that I found among the library within the manse," I said out loud to sound political. Granted, shrubbery, being a history on the flora of the Valyrian freehold by Jeheller Materion was a tome that was almost crumbling apart. It was certainly an interesting treatise on Valyrian blood magic and its use in horticulture, but it was relatively a dry read, pun intended. Until such time as I can decide on what to do with you, Maester Marwyn, you shall be our guest, given bread and salt, and allowed a room, I ordered before getting up and leaving. Report, I said, entering the makeshift council room. With around a month until the Royal Navy was set to sail, my days were busy. 200 Unsullied have been liberated from the Magisters, said Richard. We also have another 50 debt slaves wanting to join us as sellswords. I am having that group trained to be crossbowmen for lack of time. Both of those cost a lot of our resources, but we will be ready. Magisters, while ambitious, seem more content with giving what we ask for at low prices. So, the Magisters gave us 200 Unsullied to kindly fuck off, I guessed, getting a scoff from Sir Richard. Dany giggled before getting shushed by Nessa. That gives us what, 500 men in total? And the contracts? I asked. 5-year contracts, to be up for renewal at the end of it, signed by all who wanted to join us in blood, said Sir Richard, pulling out the contract of war. I have doubts that they will all hold to their ends. It was not really hard work to replicate the oath that I had extracted from the Black Fires. A sacrificial magic of that scale left an impression on magic, and a bit of effort had me capable of replicating it and standardizing it into the form of a guise that could be signed in blood. Combined with my weirwood-infused parchment and a sympathetic bond to the one who signed the contract, and I had a basic method of keeping people in line, or at least keeping an eye on them. So long as the contract was valid, they would keep the skills. I was not sure if they would keep the memories after, as adding more complexity to the item was beyond my level for now. It will work as intended, and the contracts will ensure none will turn their cloaks after the first few are made into examples, I reassured the knight, knowing his reluctance to fully rely on such magics, a trait I liked about my brother's former squire. I lacked a reliable way to recruit for men, so I had to make up for the quantity with quality. Using the amalgamation of the memories of the training that the Unsullied went through and dumping them into fresh man-made raising quality levies slightly easier. There were a few initial complications, but I got it to work by locking the memories behind a need for training to properly stick. Less dumping the required XP and more of a personalized trainer who made sure you learned properly. At least it gave them the required instincts to follow commands and work in a group. It was not the most active of magics, unfortunately, but it would do. Unlike the blood oath that I extracted from Sarah Blackfire, the oaths that I could extract from another and form into keys were diluted down to almost nothing, being made from replicating the original's magical effect as it was. That being said, a mental ping and a direct line into the mind of the one who breached the contract was still worth more than anything. I would even say that it made for a more useful tool. Forewarned is forearmed and all that. The book floated up before locking itself in another chest. Since I would need their signatures to enforce such bindings, the book of contracts also needed securing. While I was looking to have something along the lines of the Swedish heavy infantry to act as a good counter against Westerosi cavalry, but Unsullied armored as much as possible would do for now. It will not be enough, Lord Connington advised. If we are stuck in a siege, walls of Pentos will not hold against a Westerosi siege. It is less a matter of numbers and more a matter of siegecraft. Atop a good wall, those men could hold 100 of their number, yet with what we have, I would be surprised if they can hold back a tenth that. It is why the Pentoshi pay the Dothraki, to kindly fuck off, to use your words, your grace. I chuckled at that. John Connington was rather annoyed with me for calling Robert over for a fight. He thought it was foolish. John was right, of course, in both regards. The recruitment gave me a corps of 500 men, which would be considered decent for a household guard, not so much for an army to defend the city. One could argue that I could make a difference, but I did not want to operate on a single point of failure when it came to the safety of my sister. Not enough for a prolonged siege, no, but to occupy a place with better walls, it should be enough as a start. What of other problems? I asked, agreeing with John's experience. The smiths in the city are taking to producing halberds and billhooks. They are the best against armored fighters and the closest we can get to their shortest spear of the Unsullied and make use of their training. Pentos lacks most methods of acquiring the required materials, especially after their last loss to Bravus. There are Myrish traders willing to sell crossbows, so those are less of a pain in the arse to get, your grace, said Wat the Eyes, who was given the charge of getting the equipment for everyone. It is armor that is gonna be a problem. The Unsullied are trained to fight in gambeson and bronze scale armor. Mail is the best we got, but what we have access to, it ain't the best quality. We will make do until better resources are available, I said with a nod. Good soldiers were hard to find, and wars required arms and armor as much as manpower. Food and medicine as much as weapons. What of medicine? We got enough potions for a few fights, but Dittany is hard to find and needs time to grow, said Morna, having been forced to take over the potions side of things as punishment for experimenting with wines. What can I say? Morna was good at her job. I nodded. Food. I asked Nessa, who was in charge of the kitchens and supplies. Dany's wet nurse had essentially taken over as steward nowadays. With enough manpower but lacking in properly educated people, the poor woman was running ragged, trying to coordinate everything. We need more food, she responded simply. But we have a decent store to feed the men. If it came to a siege, they would not last. We will always need more food, I shrugged. Start acquiring hardtack and non-perishable goods. Coin is not an issue. I will also need to have half the treasury moved to Bravos with Sirio and the representatives of the Iron Bank, I added. They have their instructions to follow. While our chests are not empty, they are limited, Your Grace, countered John Connington. Coin is not an issue, I repeated, getting a nod from my hand. If it came to it, I was willing to take a walk, after all. And by take a walk, I meant I would go out under magic and pull something new out of my arse and make money, probably reacquire the money we spent from the people we had to pay premium to get the food. I was not above robbing the magisters blind after paying them. Those lot were annoying in the best of times, and pieces of shit at the worst. A strategic retreat ought to be considered, said John Connington with a sigh. My hand was already overworked, which was understandable really. He was effectively charged with gathering the required resources for a potentially drawn-out campaign. Andalos is a possible location we can retreat to. Andalos is empty hills and long-rated ruins, I countered, having sent a few of the Raven familiars to observe the location. Whatever had not been nailed down and destroyed had long since been looted by the Dothraki. As for magic, the familiars did not feel anything, but I could always make the personal trip to check on a later trip. We are better off going somewhere else. With a fleet that Baratheons have, seas are not as safe, Your Grace, countered John concerned. In a fight, their fleet has proven to be capable. Just so, I hummed, savoring the wine infused with the essence of Dittany, feeling the healing properties soothe the sore muscles from the training yard. I had no intention of throwing away the lives of the living for something as pointless as trying to keep Pentos. There was nothing left of worth in the city. The city lacked magic or any mention of magic, other than some loose connection to the Andals through being the port city that supported the Andal invasions before falling under Valyrian control. Of course, normal men were not the limit of my capabilities. My hand passed through the feathers of the raven next to me. It looked almost lifelike, beneath the illusion of a raven at least. In reality, it was fluid and solid and sharp and blunt at once. Blood, smoke, ash, and black sands formed the shape and form of a raven. Within the creature was the soul of a raven as well, yet the closest thing I could use to describe it was that it was a construct of necromancy, even if the enchantments were bound into the material with eternal flame. Animation charm was tricky to make permanent. The construct had lasted for nearly 3 months now, which itself was beyond what normal workings could achieve. Shadow binding, on principle, worked as any other spell, dispelling itself at each dawn. The only method I could find that did not break down after less than 24 hours involved binding the shadow into the iron within the blood. That was how Valyrian steel worked, and that was how the shadow-bound armor I used worked. Now, I was looking at a construct that worked rather well for long-term use, making me ask if I could get an army of animated statues to act as the main offense. I had already given Morrigan a shadow-bound body with the same method, the solid avatar getting some use from the faceless man as she got to do her job. I poked at the raven, pondering the possibilities in the future. How much control could I get over an army? How much could I stretch myself for that control? Morrigan was one of a kind, a green seer with her own powers loosely bound to me by a geese. Could I make my own version of the White Walkers out of smoke and shadow and dragon glass? A thought for another day, perhaps, but definitely worth inspecting more, but it would not be an army of necromantic constructs that would win me this war. You are plotting something, said Sirio from the corner, a hand on the hilt of his rapier. He was the first one to voice it. Sir Richard and Watts were more used to following without questioning things. They had a better understanding of my work progress, though I should start to get them to question things further. John Connington was on the opposite end. He did not know me well enough, and his frustration at my lack of decisive plans was amusing to me. I am always plotting something, Sirio, I countered with a smirk, looking at the map of the narrow sea. I have a message to the Sea Lord that you ought to bring, would you play the messenger? Sirio nodded. Dash. I threw myself back into the chair in my workshop, releasing a groan of irritation. It was the waiting that got to me. A shift in my perspective had me take a look at the ships anchored in King's Landing, and another showed me Dragonstone. The familiars I had sent allowing me to keep an eye on Robert's actions and his supposed royal fleet. I sighed, knowing that I needed to do something else to distract myself, so I got back to my hobby. In between preparations for our plans, I spent my downtime working on learning more about the magic of Asai and the shadow binders from the memories I extracted from Melisandre. I was decent for a self-taught wizard, but there were small insights that I would miss. As I was removing knowledge from Melisandre's own experience, I had marked particular memories, specifically rituals of interest, to see if they would be of use. It was one of those memories that provided me with one of those feelings, like tingling at the back of my skull, that implied something useful that I ought to do. As I placed the memory in the pensieve, I saw a group containing younger Melisandre, still alive, with a man, a slave brought before them. It was less a properly structured ritual with arcane circles that contained geometric shapes to stabilize it through arithmancy or runes and glyphs to limit and guide the end result. It was closer to some of that occult shit people got up to. The chanting grew to fill the entire dark hallway, the flames dancing. The words were in High Valyrian, an older dialect than what I was used to being familiar with. A silver knife was produced. The man started to beg, in Westerosi, I knew, but the words did not mean anything, except for a single one. Sunchasur. Memories of other people were like that. The languages only mattered if the person knew them. I watched as they ripped the man's tongue, using the silver knife to cut it. I watched as the tongue was thrown into a potion of acid, along with familiar herbs and chanting in High Valyrian. I watched as the man was given to fire, screaming, alive. I watched as Melisandre approached, cutting her own tongue before consuming the vile liquid. I felt its taste in my mouth, bitter and burning and painful, the memory edged with the impressions of the taste. A ritual to learn the tongue at the cost of sacrificing your sense of taste. It was vile, it was cruel, and worst of all, it was inefficient. That last bit offended my sensibilities. It was, however, something that gave me an idea. What do you think, Will? I asked, looking at the phoenix, should I indulge myself? Will gave a cry between frustration and amusement. Yeah, I think I can one-up this, I said with a smile. I reached out and pulled a thick book from one of the locked chests, opening my own thoughts on something similar. Power was a fickle thing. It took many forms. My power was in my mind and magic. Both of those were held in trust of a simple book. It was an inefficient method of holding my knowledge. I could be rid of it as I now could use my pensieve to truly reconstruct my memories at their highest clarity. However, a grimoire was more than mere notes on divinations and magical mechanics. I was able to glimpse it. It was part of a wizard's style, like a long knobby staff in a large dreary tower. I was currently working on acquiring both, but the grimoire I had in my hands. The grimoire that I had been using for years now had evolved over time. The leather-bound notebook had long since changed with additions. With a cover and face of dragon bone, a lock of Valyrian steel that had no key, and pages of weirwood-infused vellum and blood-red ink, the book contained more than notes and knowledge of my magic, it contained memories and impressions as well, a deviation of the same models I used for my pensieve as the ink shifted and reformed at my will, and a similar design to the contract of war. There were various rites and rituals that I had designed over the last 8 years. Stuff that came from my mind and made itself part of the grimoire as my knowledge and understanding of the magic increased. The Lion's Heart ritual was one of those, having effectively given me the equivalent of a fighter body, boosting my physical capabilities with a focus on endurance. There were others in the grimoire as well. Those were the workings that would allow me and anyone I deemed worthy to grow in power. These were the workings I came up with when I was too tired to practice or think of anything. These were secrets that would render the right person into a powerhouse or the wrong person into a monster. I had, over the last 8 or so years, come up with methods that could reforge a body into something more. Inspired by fiction and fanfiction alike, requiring material components that existed or would have to be crafted from scratch. These were the works of a wizard who had specialized in an area that could only be classified as magical munchkinry. They were also mostly half-baked ideas that lacked a proper foundation. Others were simple and repeatable, like the cleansing ritual that allowed me to trap the filter out the souls of those I had killed from sticking to my own soul. Others were one-off, like the phoenix ritual that had not only transformed Sir Willem's soul into a phoenix but also shifted both Dany's and my soul, allowing us to share the magical affinities I had gathered. Those last ones were less defined, extremely circumstantial, but worth more than any other. Sorceries that you just had to feel through instead of being prepared for. Then there were the ones that went under the category of stupidly dangerous and dangerously stupid that I knew would work. Those were the permanent ones, those were the ones that would cause a change and make good, great, and bad, worse. The Lionheart ritual fell under this category in a way, but it was one of the milder rituals. The one that I always came back to was, neither of those things. It was like an annoying itch in my brain, one that I could not discard. I had a war on my hand, an army that would soon be at the gates. But it was not the army that bothered me as before. It was the potential of another demon being accidentally created. It implied that there were certain things in the east that I did not want to even think about. The nature of the Black Goat of Qohor, what lay beyond the 5 forts, and more. I suppressed a shiver as the name Carcosa rose within my mind before it was suppressed. There were things in this world that one ought to not look too deeply, and I was going full speed at them. I had my arms and tools as weapons. I had my fireball as artillery. I had the killing curse against things more powerful than armies. It was not enough and I did not have the time. Closing my eyes and sinking into my own self, I felt around my soul, studying the edge of it where I felt the soul to be still, tender. The consequences of the killing curse I cast, bashing a soul against another soul to impose the essence of death, was not the best solution I could think of. The malleable soul of the unborn godling had still left an impression, it would seem. It was healed up mostly, tantric rituals had patched it up even as it would take time to fully mend the chink in the metaphysical armor I had forged over the years. That meant that I had to take certain steps that I had been far from willing to go through before. Rituals that I would rather not go through if given the alternative. If the soul cultivation rituals were my armor, then the killing curse was my greatest weapon against the supernatural. It was also a double-edged sword, one that lacked a hilt. I flexed my hand, opening my eyes to look at the scaled skin and the wand within it. It was fortunate that I was rather good at creating the right hilt. I took a deep breath and focused. One step at a time. This one was the ritual that would benefit me the most in the long run. I had improved myself physically by binding the soul of a lion into my flesh, enhancing most of my physical abilities. I now had to improve myself metaphysically. The grimoire in my hand felt heavy as I opened the page that had one of the ideas I was going to work on. Placing my hand and pushing my thoughts shifted the ink to integrate my new insight through Melissandra's memories. I could use what I had come up with for something that worked for more than one purpose. One stone, two birds. There was a story as old as time. A hero who slays a monster and eats its heart. This is the story of Sigurd of Valsunga or Siegfried of Wagner's work if you preferred that version of it. There was, however, power in belief and stories. The story of Sigurd had many lessons, but it was the story of a man who ate the heart of a dragon and gained its power and strength, as I had done with the Hrakar. It had also given Sigurd the ability to talk to birds. That one was the important bit now, instead of the power, despite being the one benefit everyone sort of forgot. It was symbolic. It was king's blood. It was authority. Heart's blood of the king of the skies for the right to command the creatures of the sky. The logic was straightforward. Connections formed between barely held knowledge, and I knew what to do. I did not have a dragon to slay and consume the heart of. Well, I did not have one to spare, and the ones within their eggs were still work in progress. What I had was another king's blood. One that equally tempted me and terrified me. The heart of the king of serpents. That was a title well deserved. A more philosophical part of me noted how the king did not in fact belong to the domain they presided over in either case. A basilisk was only shaped like a serpent, and a dragon was as far from a bird as you could get. Yet the basilisk was the mightiest of the serpents and dragon mightiest of flying beasts. Then again, power was an illusion, authority was something that could be usurped from another usurper. King's blood, Melisandra called it. Mayhaps that was the nature of king's blood, the authority to command, thousands of souls sacrificed in your name. And was that not divinity at its core, authority over a domain? Was that not what the affinities I glimpsed into were? Now, here are a few problems with this ritual I was conducting. Basilisk's blood contained its own venom. The same venom that can eat through pretty much anything, including stone and Valyrian steel, if left long enough. Moreover, basilisk magic worked through possession, a fact that I knew from interacting with the lesser basilisks. Their souls are so out of sync with their own body that they are natural skin changers. That meant that basilisk blood, if consumed, created a permanent link to the creature's soul. It was the reason that the consuming of the blood of a basilisk drove the consumer crazy if they were hot-blooded or more powerful if cold-blooded. For the case of the cold-blooded, well, a basilisk consuming another basilisk grew in power, as Tywin had shown. This is the part where you finally realize that I am not, in any technical definition, sane. That being said, you know, madness and greatness, same coin really, same Targaryen, just different perspectives on what constitutes the floor. I suppose my coin simply forgot to land. Or maybe it was edgy enough to get stuck on the wood of the rafters. The first part of the problem is that basilisk blood is corrosive to pretty much anything. That one had already had the solution. I just had to pay to win. Well, technically true, but what I really needed was gold. Gold did not rust, gold could not be tarnished, gold did not die. Basilisk venom could not affect gold, hence the cages that were effectively gilded with gold to hold basilisks. It was a combination of effects, I reckoned. In alchemy, gold represented the sun and immortality. In chemistry, there were no single chemical that could dissolve gold. Aqua regia was a thing, but it was a mix of two different acids, so it did not count as far as magic was concerned, as basilisk venom was a single uniform component. The golden chalice I used to contain the heart glared at me. The cup was something I took from Illyrio's pile of goods. He had far too many of those things for me to care about the plain-looking cup that was made from pure gold, mostly pure. There were some divots from the first round the chalice had with basilisk venom as a test, but it was mostly intact with any impurities on the metal vaporized. The next problem was that possession by a basilisk drove the person insane. Well, I say problem, but I sorta banked on it. This is where things got a bit iffy because this was what I needed to happen in the first place. It was fortune that I had relatively recently walked out of a ritual that biased my soul into the direction of a phoenix as protection from most of the negative effects. The serpent tongue was an edge that I could use, but it was the soul of a basilisk bound to me that I needed to better be able to use the killing curse. In binding the soul of the basilisk to mine own, I would have a soul attuned with death and destruction to use as the medium for the spell that imposed death. The soul of a basilisk was uniquely suited for the killing curse, even if I disliked the spell's nature. The workaround on how to graft the soul without destroying the flesh was provided to me by Melisandre consuming the wildfire mixed with phoenix ash and reforming her flesh as she envisioned it. The mix of wildfire and phoenix ash had a lot of uses, but for this case, it was a reaction that would act as an alchemical application for what could best be described as a soul graft. Given that soul grafting was using black powder and phoenix ash, it was closer to spot welding than grafting, but, details. As such, next materials to add were simple. Saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. I had made the charcoal myself, out of weirwood for this very purpose. The last material added was phoenix ash, in opposition to the basilisk blood I was consuming. It stood in opposition to the blood specifically, not. Once those were done, I watched Will lean over the chalice, 3 drops of phoenix tears ending into the mixture. That ought to neutralize the venom, at least. I was not an idiot. I would not test this on myself without actually making sure it worked. Unfortunately, I only could breed 2 basilisks during my stay in Pentos, mostly because I could, but also because basilisks were themselves lesser versions of WMDs with their stairs. It meant that the heart of a basilisk was an expensive ingredient that took a month to make. Luckily, Pentos was big enough city and I was not wont for willing volunteers. And by willing I mean an unlucky ironborn with less brains than brawn volunteered for the experiment after trying to sneak into my domain, kill me, and take my sister, only to fall face first at the first layer of the wards around my manse. I felt no issue using them for this. The ironborn survived the wards, petrified by the wards. That was rather misfortunate for him. The ironborn also survived the experiment, lucky bastard. I still turned him into a Valyrian steel ring shaped like a basilisk eating its own tail with emerald eyes. The fact that I had tested this on another human did not change the fact that the last bit was not going to suck since consuming this potion would be temporary until it was removed from my body, and I needed this to be localized to my tongue and be permanently bound to me. It was why the mixture was enhanced with the black powder and phoenix ash after all. I took out a golden blade, edge beaten and honed to be razor sharp, before dipping it into the paste. Lifting my tongue up, I was quick to place the poisoned blade to the flesh and pulled up, cutting a thin line beneath my tongue. As I said, Melisandre's ritual was inefficient. I could do better. The pain came quickly as I felt the basilisk's blood slowly seep into my flesh, killing anything it touched. By the time my tongue left without sense, I had grasped my wand and, with a flash of spell fire, ignited the black powder mixed into the blood. On the outside, it looked like I was a dragon, breathing a greenish-black flame. To me, it was pure agony as my tongue was burned away and remade at once. As far as my soul was concerned, I was effectively forge welding a basilisk soul graft to the conceptual aspect of mine that represented speech. In my soul, I felt something settle, the soul of the basilisk at the tip of my tongue, incapable of moving, bound to my will completely. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that I had crafted the creature that made me have much greater control over the soul fragment I made part of me, but I did not know. In doing so, I also created a medium to cast the killing curse without as many negative effects, a rugged piece of soul that would allow me to cast the spell without mangling my own soul. It probably required the spell to be spoken out, but I could live with that. I fell back, breathing heavily and still very much alive. Ouch, maybe that was a terrible idea, I spoke out, though it came more like ouch, math be det wath atuable dea to myself as I made to get up. Will, ever watchful from his perch, released an annoying caw as though saying, really, you moron. Just to be certain, I drank another vial, one that contained a mix of phoenix tears, essence of dittany, and ground bezoar. The mixture soothed my tongue, and the numbness went away. I spat away a glob of black spit. Blood and ash. A wave of my wand cleaned out the rest. Half an hour testing different tastes proved that my taste range was the same, which was nice. Once I had ensured that there was no permanent damage to the ritual, I started testing the benefits. Serpens Osha I cast, something moving from the tip of my tongue through my body and out the wand tip. The smoke that was expelled took the shape of a serpent. It was not really an illusion, yet it was also not an actual snake, closer to the perpetual shadowbound that my latest raven familiars and animated statues were. What is thine command, master? Asked the snake, and I perfectly understood it without needing to pull a partial possession. Stand straight, I said, as the snake obeyed me. Flicking my wand and vanishing the snake back into smoke. I felt something slot back into my soul, something that had been taken even for a brief moment. Interesting, I muttered to myself, calling on the connection that I had forged to use parcel tongue. Closing my eyes, I focused on the image of a serpent and hissed, Incendio serpens osha, conjuring a fire-wrought serpent. Spoiler, fire serpent. I smiled. I could feel the connection between the fiery snake and myself, but it was far more defined than the three-headed dragon I had animated before. The control felt more natural, I did not need to concentrate on forcing fire to hold its form. Something about the basilisk soul bound to me acted as a versatile vessel, a blueprint to transform things into. You will not have an issue with this, will you, my friend? I asked the phoenix, finding my tongue move naturally, watching him swoop and grasp the fiery serpent with a talon. Watching the phoenix consume the serpent was fascinating. I felt the fragment of the soul move through the familiar bond I had with Will, settling back into my soul to where I assumed my tongue was. I wondered if the sympathetic bond between the tongue and serpents through the form had any hand in this skill. Feeling the soul of the serpent settle back into me, awaiting to be called upon, was vexing, but that was soul magic to you. My phoenix familiar hopped closer and tapped his beak against my heart. My hands brushed against his feathers, feeling the heat hidden beneath. So long as your heart remains true, hey? I asked, getting a thrill in turn. I thought you said the tongue of birds came from the heart of a dragon, not a basilisk. Spoke Morrigan, forming out of shadows. Familiar bonds are weird like that, and I am only speaking the common tongue. How is the new shadow form? I asked the personification of the faceless men. Better than before, responded the assassin. It allows me to travel further than a day before having to reform. I like it better than being stuck within the skull watching things. Is it bad that I dislike the monster I have to become? I responded, leaning back and letting my soul settle a bit after the ritual. So callous with the lives of others. The war that I foresee is more than the deaths I caused, and I caused a lot of deaths. And yet you serve, responded the last of the faceless men. Wasting the lives of those fated to die does not make you a monster, especially when their souls would be wasted where they go. Future is not clear, even to green seers, but picking a fight with Westeros might be the only way to save it. There were days when I thought Morrigan was the most dangerous thing I had met. Then, she would say things like that and make me regret that assumption. Just warn me if I start spouting shit about the greater good, I bit back in annoyance before deciding not to think about it. Instead, I focused on the results I got. I can see why this skill is considered dark, I responded in turn, feeling the new graft upon my soul. I can think of nothing beneficial to do with the soul of a basilisk being made part of your own apart from mind control over snakes and an improved safer version of the killing curse. The only reason I can think of it working for me is the phoenix flame that remains within me from the funeral fire. The imprint of the ritual that birthed Will would have left its own mark within you, I suppose. The two ought to form a balance. As for your concerns, some skills are better to belong to those who do not wish to use them, responded Morrigan. Once again, I am reminded that I have chosen my champion well. My eyes looked at the shadow form reflecting from the mirror I was inspecting, only raising an eyebrow. Given that my mouth was open and I was looking at the thin vertical line beneath it, I must have looked like an idiot. Never mind. Sighed Morrigan, making me chuckle. I took out my Morgul knife, the Valyrian steel knife I used as the ritual anchor to kill off the faceless men. As I held the blade, green flames started licking against the edges. Morrigan raised an eyebrow. Granted, the only reason I knew was the illusion she wove over the dark form, but it still got the point across. Neat trick, hey, I said, looking at the knife now imbued with death. Anything else? I asked, taking a pinch of salt and eating it before spitting it out. I did not feel any difference in terms of taste or control of my tongue. I did not feel anything in terms of souls. In theory, the basilisk blood would cause partial possession of my tongue and parts of my soul that represented speech, and the use of the black power and phoenix ash would force a soul graft as the two souls merged into a single being. Nothing more than what I had warned you of before. Your actions have caused stirrings. None were certain who had caused the destruction of the faceless men, yet the death of the aspect of our healer by your hands was seen by many, responded Morrigan. They now know you to be my chosen. Some will move against you hoping to stop the rise of another order like the House of Black and White. They might aid your enemies to see you fall. They do not know of your presence. I asked. No. Some might suspect, but as I am, I can work independently to handle the lesser problems sent your way. It is good that you are taking precautions and preparing, yet I worry. Even without Baratheons, you may find Pentos to be unsafe, said the aspect of death. A secure base is what you need, potentially something with older protections than what you can create. I am working on it, I said in turn, watching the form vanish midair. So much for not making deals with unknown forces, I muttered to myself. Granted, this one turned out not so bad. Next were about half a dozen different cleansing rituals, just to be certain that the ritual was not going to kill me out of the blue, before further experiments could commence. I needed Belgier for those, though. For research, of course. The capitalization was necessary. I think. So, I was going to split this into 2 chapters and release them with a week in between, calling them Lion's Heart and Serpent's Tongue respectively, but I did not want to stretch out the prep chapter to be two-parter, so you get a big chunk of text now so I can focus on the next chapter. The book Shrubbery, being a history on the flora of the Valyrian freehold, can be found here. It is as stupid evil as one would expect. As usual, I am solely motivated by your comments and suggestions. The wizard. The army was at the gate. I scoffed at the idea that I had become such a danger to Robert that he sent an army after me, and did not deign to show up himself. I was not sure if I ought to be insulted or not. I found myself to be mostly disappointed. Predictably, the sellsword company that the Pentashi magisters hired to man the walls turned in an instant as the gates were opened, and an army of men marched through the streets to the manse that I was currently occupying. It might have something to do with the illusion of my man along the same walls disappearing. I was alone, of course. I was not foolish enough to drag people I care for into this pissing match when all I wanted was to be left alone. Also, it meant that I could fool myself into thinking that the collateral damage would be acceptable. To be honest, Robert was not even in the top 10 of my worries, even if I was probably his highest priority. That made him a useful tool for my enemies, Varys being chief among them. I could divert that attention to another target, probably. I knew enough to set him against half of West Eros, but Starks were useful as a way to soften the beaches should the White Walkers invade, and Dorne was useless if they got invaded by the combined forces of West Eros. The only other alternative was to reveal the Lannister incest, but even Tywin could not win against the rest of the realm put together, and the end result would be a more solidified Baratheon rule. No, I needed Lannisters where they were, making the most damage through their pride alone. If you want something done right, do it yourself and all that. The 20-sided die rolled out of my palm, carrying my question. The roll landed on 20, forcing me to suppress the laughter. That was the third time I rolled a 20 this morning, for the same question. An army of men entered my throne room led by the company of the cat, the traitorous scum led by a large man named Bloodbeard. I clicked my tongue in disgust, tapping at the scroll beneath my hand with a finger and activating the blood connection to their brains. The mercenaries fell over, dead, with naught but a small application of force into their brain through a more refined version of what I had used to kill off the faceless men, empowered by the contract that I had them sign in blood. In hindsight, I could have done so much worse to them than letting them through and giving them a fast, clean death, but I needed their lives for the next steps, or rather, I needed their deaths, and I was not cruel as to lengthen their suffering. Flames rolled out of the tip of the wand in my hand, burning the contract and pulling the souls into the flame in the unseen. Rolling the flames into my right palm, my right hand to close around it. The scaled skin was immune to flames lesser than the original flames that burned it off, pulling on the souls of the damned to amplify the effect as I whispered the incantation that would fit. Strun Bakuo, the words came out of my mouth in a hiss. With a snap of my fingers, between my thumb and forefinger, I held a compressed ball of fire glowing an eerie golden hue before I flicked it out through the window, causing it to explode in the air. Using a judicious application of mind arts to suppress the fact that I had taken a move out of one Sasuke Uchiha, I leaned back and waited for the rest, now that step 1 was complete. It did not take long for the first motley bunch of fools to arrive after the company of the cat, all of them Westerosi. All of them entered into my trap by wading their way through the pile of dead bodies. I could feel their fear from seeing all the dead men before me, no injury upon them being visible. I would not do that if I were you, I spoke out atop the throne I was sitting, my wand at hand, while the other slowly stored away the portent die into the pommel of my sword, and a large red bird perched over my shoulder gazing at the room silently. It cut a decent image, at least. They are an odd group of wannabe heroes of legend. First through the unguarded walls, first to enter the center of the manse I was staying in. On the other side, a lone sorcerer king mantled in black plate and mail and blood-red silk cape. My hands were bare for now, revealing blackened nails that rapped against the black stone of the throne. When your team mascot is a dragon and your color scheme is shared by Dracula, you have to embrace the edge, I mentally repeated. The nails on my left hand were a new addition, more of a necessity and a precaution. An infusion of dragon bone and moonstone, along with a slow methodical fleshcraft, binding small bits of the material into my own nails so they don't rub off. The process had darkened their color to pitch black in exchange for minor telekinetic tricks without needing a wand. It was limited, I had to admit, to a forceful application of a push, similar to a punch, but it was among the 24 backup plans of mine. I did not need much more for now, as what I had meant I could summon my wand to my hand to do more. The modification, while not even technically permanent, was worth the investment. Since I could let the nails grow and cut the infused parts, or if it had turned out to be dangerous, simply pull them out and let new nails grow back out. The last one was a bit more of an extreme measure, surely, but permanent access to low-level force push worked rather well with my other skills. Back to the motley bunch of morons before me. Despite my warning, one of the idiots decided to take a step forward. His body crumbled to dust, falling onto the floor along with the clinking of armor. Told you, I muttered, looking at the shimmering form of my defense, the culmination of my wardcraft. I did love the vicious little shielding charm, and Protego Horribilis, as I called it, was the best I could do for now. The shield charm started off basic but branched out rather fast. The branch that was designed for the enemies was one of those. The more complex versions were all a form of contract magic, ironically. It was a simple contract. Passing the border meant accepting that they would not act to dominate or destroy the caster. The cost, in turn, was determined by the incantation. While Protego Inimicum blocked an enemy from crossing a border or petrified them, its elder, more vicious brothers were less restrained, and the Protego Horribly was the efficient and effective workhorse that was seen in every other sibling with the middle child syndrome. Granted, I would have preferred a Protego Diabolica in this situation, but I have discovered that magic was about building things up, and that spell was still very much a work in progress. I would probably need a dedicated item for it as well, but I had what I needed for now. The line on the sand, as it was, made for some interesting enchantment work that I was quite proud of combined with a simple contract. In passing the line, the person acknowledges that they would not act to harm the caster, binding their very essence to the effect. A jinx, by all my definitions, is the protection made for a simple spell, powering itself further by the souls of those who breached the contract, the souls turning on their flesh. If they all dogpiled it, maybe it would break, but for now, the first death had been effective in stopping the greedy morons that called themselves knights, at least. Some of the knights started throwing obscenities, only for one to insult my mother and get squished into a pile of blood with a muttered desk endo, that fucked up the gravity around him. Anyone else wish to insult my family? None? Good. I think we should wait for whoever is in charge. What do you lot think? I asked upon my throne. The knights nodded dumbly as I made a note of their sigils and kept them in mind. Like I said, I was waiting for Robert. Instead, I got his bargain bin version. And a lot more disappointment. Swans of House Swan stood with Turtles of Estermont and Fawns of Caffarene. There were others, the Hanged Man of Trent, the Black Lion of Grandison, and Death's Head Moths of Horp. They were mostly Stormlanders, I noticed, with a few Westerlander houses sprinkled in. A Marbrand, another that I recognized as a Leford. A few Lanets or whatever. No Narrow Sea houses despite it being Stannis leading the charge. And no Vale Knights either. How peculiar. I would have thought Robert would not use his Marcher Lords on the off chance that the Dornish might counterattack, but given that he was not present, I could see how he would think he could easily counter such a response. Took a while to call all the banners, I asked, again noting the lack of Crownlander houses among the mix. What is the meaning of this? Roared Stannis Baratheon. Why haven't you taken him in chains? Do not get me wrong, I respected the hell out of Stannis the Manus. He, like the protective enchantment I had made, could be considered the poster boy of middle child syndrome. Duty obsessed and gets shafted at every turn. His resilience and bullheadedness were simply without a peer. In another life, I might have even considered him a worthy friend. Sir Stannis, I greeted, I know we narrowly missed meeting 9 years past. I would say it is an honor, but that would be a lie. It is Lord Stannis, sorcerer, someone with too much balls and not enough brains called out. The onion sigil implied Davos Seaworth, a good man, loyal, unfortunately, to the wrong person in this case. New Tifers, I said, pointing my wand at the onion knight. In the unseen, I used a bit of magic to push his soul out of his body and placed the soul of the newt that was tucked away in one of my pouches in its place. Immediately, his eyes rolled around his head, and he started looking around in confusion. What did you do to him? Asked Stannis, seeing the man start crawling around. Turned him into a newt, it is a favored spell of mine, I responded with a shrug, he should get better in a few days. Now, Sir Stannis, what is the meaning of this invasion upon my house? Granted, invasion was not really the word for it. Pentos did not field any defenses apart from the sellswords who turned, and I simply let Stannis walk into my domain. With the Baratheon fleet parked just where I wanted them. The sky rumbled as Stannis spoke, coincidence or not, I was on schedule. Viserys Targaryen, you are a pretender to the throne. In the name of Robert Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Andals and the Rhoynar and the First Men, I, Stannis Baratheon, Lord of Dragonstone and Master of Ships, command you to surrender, or be cut down where you stand. Let's see, I said, leaning back, crossing my legs, and holding up my fingers to count. My father named me his heir, and Robert is the Lord of Stormlands, who rebelled to usurp his rightful liege not because he was a huge kook. And, you are at best a steward, sir, even if you were given Dragonstone by your brother, I responded with a shit-eating grin. As I do not recognize any honor bestowed upon you by your brother to be legitimate, and certainly not to domains passed down to me by the command of my father. Given the way Stannis remained stone-faced, I seemed to be getting to him. I liked Stannis. I would let him live. I wanted to see what his mind would conclude as I used the very logic that he so liked to use. Also, I don't want to, I added, just to be petulant. Stannis, predictably, ground his teeth. Shut up, traitor, someone said, holding up his sword and pointing at me. Treason implies submission, you uneducated moron, I responded to the one who spoke, turning to Stannis, who looked to be split between wanting to agree and continuing to grind his teeth in impotence. He chose to do the latter. Have you come to surrender and beg for my mercy, cousin? I asked, showing the dead mercenaries, for know that I shall allow you to take the black, allow your daughter to keep her rights to Storm's End, and spare anyone else who kneel this day. I am not cruel, and you broke no oaths to me like those treacherous cats. Stannis released a huff through his nose before speaking out. Ironically, I would be indirectly acknowledging the only thing he wished for and did not get from Robert, even if it would be his daughter who got to keep Storm's End. The sellswords were oath breakers, their lives were of no consequence. I was told to capture you and your sister by my brother, and I will do my duty. I will not fail again, the words echoed from his mind. Well, that was a waste of time. Stannis managed to take a single step, blade in hand. It was honestly hilarious, the first few knights who had witnessed the initial idiot get burned to death, tackling Manus, trying to prevent him from getting killed, and having to explain to Robert why his brother was now a pile of dust. No one really held back one of the knights that came in with Stannis, though. The man had a livery that would be described as very orange and blue, upon a black canton, a golden stag beneath an orange Ben Sinister, so some Balling knight. Predictably, Sir Balling died. And not cleanly either. I felt the drop in power of the enchantment before it turned back on. It would hold until next dawn, not that it would matter in a bit. Even if recycling the souls, it was hard to maintain a permanent enchantment when people threw themselves at it and corroded its very purpose. Thankfully, my opponent did not know about it. It is not often that I meet someone unafraid to die, sir, yet your task is one of futility. Did that one have a name? I asked as Stannis froze with wide eyes. I feel like he needs his name recorded in some book or something. Met the wizard, tried to kill him, died, like all the others. Sir Herbert Balling, responded Stannis, standing straight. Oh, this was interesting, a calm Baratheon. Well, calm was a bit of an overstatement. I could smell the fear of the man. Yet, Stannis deserved the title of Manus and simply stood there, back ramrod straight, blade at hand. I could feel his mind turning trying to find ways around an unfamiliar problem. So Sir Stannis, what now? I asked, my eyes scanning the knights surrounding him. There were many sigils to identify. Would you parley with your enemy? I used the small moment of pause to strike, slipping deeper through the mind of my enemy. Stannis was bull-headed, but his mind was not that hard to observe passively than any other stubborn man, even if it made it harder to make him think certain things, limiting deeper legilimency without being noticed. I did not need to look too deeply, only enough to find out the movements and plans of Robert, only to be disappointed that the plan was entirely defined by taking Pentos and capturing my family. Robert did not want to be seen as weak, nor did he wish to chance failure or treachery. Both of those would be the case if he conducted offensive war, or so Jonathan had argued. Should Robert or Jon leave Westeros, they feared that there would be other uprisings. Hey, it appears that the Greyjoy rebellion was not as clean as I thought it had been, I thought to myself, pulling back from the mind of the man I was forced to call my enemy. Not to mention that the crown was essentially bankrupt and could not afford to fight a war with full mobilization of the kingdoms. I pulled back from the memory of the meeting of the small council and how Jonathan worked to convince Robert to send a smaller force made of trusted bannermen, led by Stannis using the royal fleet, just enough to take Pentos with the promise of help and payment from some of the Pentoshi. I was expecting a bigger army, but I got what I really needed from the Baratheons while I was in Pentos. As for personal vengeance, that could be arranged at another time. How unfortunate for them, they played into my hand. I could just burn them all alive, even if they probably had brothers, sons, and fathers who would swear eternal vengeance, or worse, mothers, sisters, wives, and daughters who would stop at nothing to ensure my end. Nothing worse than women scorned and all that. It would be so easy. Yet, it would make me no different than the likes of Maegor, would it? Not that I cared about what history thought about me, so long as I was the one who wrote it. If I killed them all, chances were high that I would have rebellions in my hands at every turn should I conquer Westeros. You are surrounded, witch, spoke a knight in armor with a lion paw for a sigil. Yield and you may retain what honor remains as you join the Night's Watch. I met the man's eyes, finding that he was from Lanny Sport, part of a group of knights sent to King's Landing. As I saw his memories of King's Landing, I recoiled in disgust. He was there during the sack, memories of atrocities that made me recoil from his mind not so subtly. The knight doubled over, clutching his head. I resent that, I said, voice cold as ice, sending a cutting curse to the man who spoke with a swipe of my wand, unmanning him on the spot. Especially from a rapist. I am a wizard, for I am of the wise, though I will tolerate being called a sorcerer by you unread animals, but a witch, do I look remotely like a female to you? Another spell staunched his bleeding. Granted, it also caused him to spontaneously combust, so there was that. I took a deep breath to center myself. I was specifically going for an image here, no need to overdo it. Even if a part of me felt vindication at what small amount of justice I could extract. Someone smart seems to have cranked up a crossbow because the shield around me flared, causing the bolt to fall on the floor with a flash of light. The new amulet around my neck heated up. Basilisk eye doing its job to unmake the motion of objects that would hit me. I banished the bolt back to the sender's eye socket in turn. How about this? I asked, as the fire behind me rose into the form of a gigantic serpent of fire, not specifically fiend fire, but against these lot, just as deadly. Basilisk soul graft for the win. The brave knights of Westeros all looked upon the fireworm I conjured and took a step back, some of the smarter ones actually turning and running off. Only for the doors to slam in front of them. As I said, I am not without mercy, I spoke, using the words that Stannis would have used against his younger brother a few hours before murdering him with magic. I shall let you live for now. I heard the rumble of the skies at that moment, coming closer than before, just as I had calculated. My hand reached to my belt, to a specific pouch to double-check its presence. Time for a hasty exit. Will gave a thrill from where he was perched, taking wing and flying around the flaming serpent as though flames dancing within a heart. A bit later than I anticipated, to be honest, but perfect timing required practice. Alas, I have duties to do, kings to kill, castles to raise, maidens to kidnap, you know. Dragon things. To be frank, I am not in the mood to burn people alive this day, so I shall let you live. So why don't we say, I chose to spare you a lot as proof that I am not my father, and you lot can claim that you made me run in fear with my tail between my legs despite the fact that I am not the one with soiled pants. Next time we meet, I promise I will personally introduce you all to fire and blood, that is, of course, if you can actually survive to get out. Until then, well, I shall have Queen Rilla's revenge. The whirm of fire behind me wrapped itself around me at my last moments. The phoenix circling overhead dove down into the pyre. The fire flashed green and dispersed, leaving neither the throne nor the wizard behind. And the sky broke and gods grieved. Dash. Saltpeter, charcoal, sulfur, the base materials for black powder and wildfire, representing destruction. Phoenix ash, representing rebirth. Weirwood ash is used as the anchor for connecting two specific hearths by using the connection of a heart tree. Those were the materials required for the crafting of a potent enough powder to act in the same way as what would be called a fluid powder, fire-based instant transportation utilizing pyromancy. 5 materials, with 5 representing the transformation and motion through the 5 elements and arithmancy. Gunpowder, the same materials that made the basis of wildfire, to destroy, phoenix ash to recreate. Pyromancy to translocate from one fire to another in that moment between total bodily destruction and reconstruction. The weirwood ash was taken from the hearth that I appeared in, designating the endpoint and focusing the transportation into a single destination. Because relying purely on unfocused pyromancy to determine your endpoint would probably end up with you in multiple pieces or in one of the random places. Let us just say I was not willing to experiment on that. When said places included Valeria as well, due to the higher concentration of magic that even my gaze could not penetrate, you better not make a chance. For now, the exit point did not matter, but that was because only 2 floor exit existed, and the only one active at the moment was a custom structure integrated into Queen Rilla's revenge. Combined with a bit of thaumaturgy of reenacting my initial escape from the hands of Baratheons, I felt the spell's longer-term effect slot into my soul, leaving the impression that would allow me to use it without such a complex set of spells again while simultaneously granting Will the ability to use his flames to teleport. A bolt of lightning slammed into the fire pit built into the center of the Elder Sign on my ship's deck. And in a flash, the flames transformed into my form, with Will on my shoulder. It was lucky that Robert would only trust Stannis to do this job because anyone else and I was not confident about this trick, and burning through an entire army along with a city was at the very end of my list of things I wanted to do. I stepped out of the dedicated fire pit, the flames remaking my flesh as it was before my soul settled back into my flesh, only for me to trip and fall onto the deck of Queen Rilla's revenge. "Are you all right, Your Grace?" asked Richard from where he was standing, his flesh hand clutching the pommel of his sword. "Fine," I murmured, slapping myself, got my soul misaligned with my flesh for a bit, it happens sometimes. One of the hounds that belonged to Rolf the warg snorted, even if Rolf himself looked stoic. "You are late," commented Dany from where she sat, sweat covering her brow from holding into the magical circle around her. "How did it go?" "Stannis was there, Robert was not," I explained, gathering myself and starting to take off my cloak, followed by the plate underneath, leaving only silk undershirt as I sat in front of Dany, slowly checking the ritual she was holding onto. "And don't complain, you asked to help." My hand was right, it appears that Robert was persuaded to not take the bait. "We are still going to proceed as planned," I spoke out while most of me was going through the ritual through the path that Dany had burned with her will, sorcery and a dozen black candles. I smiled as the hair at the back of my head rose from the static electricity, the air rumbling with the gathering of the storm clouds. Storm Kings, Durandans were called, to be reminted as Baratheons. I could play with storms too, unfortunately for Stannis. Euron, despite being an amoral monster of the highest order, was still quite talented in manners of higher mysteries, I had to admit. It was one of those reasons I chose not to hunt him and put him down like a rabid monster. While it may be arrogant of me to assume I could win against him, letting him do his thing and swoop in to steal his research into magic was far more efficient for me in the long term, and I needed a patsy to blame should Old Town spontaneously go up in flames. In this case, it was Euron who inspired me with the whole storm trick he pulled. There was a poetic irony in that. The storm that brought Dany to the world and sank the royal fleet of House Targaryen reenacted upon the Baratheons tenfold. And I could leverage quite a bit more narrative leverage to hit a royal navy using a storm as I made my escape from a place that I claimed my own, powering it through the wards that I had collapsed at my exit. Physics worked as it should, small amounts of sun fire I could shunt into the air above Pentos, taking the form of storm clouds as magic roiled and awaited, lacking in sacrifice. The waters churned as I dedicated hundreds yet still living to storm and wind. Without constant control over the storm, such an action would be quite dangerous. However, that is where Dany came in to supplement my sorcery with her own. Lightning descended from the sky, a portent of destruction. "You did a good job, Stormborn," I said, ruffling Dany's hair. She smiled smugly at me, even as I could see her hair was matted by sweat and sea water. The thaumaturgy that Dany could leverage through a storm was more powerful than what I could pull off, or at least that was in theory, while I would reenact the events that have led to our exile to further empower the spell by binding more weight into it. It meant that this step could kickstart while I was busy with the enemy. Also it can end up with this. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, then another, and then another. Each bolt hit a ship, breaking or causing them to catch on fire. I could feel and hear the sheer panic of the crews as the wooden ships they stayed on were broken and carried away with winds crashing into each other or the bay where Pentos was located. I lifted my wand up and created a dome around the Revenge out of ionized air as one of the bolts bounced off it, grounding in the sea. Soon, the sea was filled with an unnatural electrical storm that hit each and every ship. Once. Twice. Thrice. To call the storm unnatural was to call a dragon dangerous. It got the point across, but it did not hold the required weight of hundreds of different spells cast over a month being unleashed all at once. The royal fleet was, in the kindest terms, fucked. "Was the fleet your goal, your grace?" asked John Connington, walking up next to me, watching the thunder and lightning dance across the sky and, for once, looking as odd as he was scared. I did not blame him. Even I could admit that I was terrifying when given the time to do what I did best. The fire teleportation was the main goal, obviously. Will could, in theory, pull it off, but taking other people with him was a bit tricky. By using the connection between his birth, Dany, and me, I managed to ensure it happened. The other goals were good to have but not essential. It was one of the goals, I admitted. I had hoped that they would bring the Redwine fleet as well, but from what I could glimpse at from Stannis' mind, Jonaran convinced Robert not to send everyone at once, and chosen a mainly Stormlander contingent for their loyalty and readiness. A few Lannister men were there as well, but none that would be deemed significant. "Robert seems to think that this is a trap of some sort." "And he was right," said Jon, knowing Stormlands better than me. "I agree, this is the doing of Jonaran. Robert would have jumped at the chance for a fight. No Vale Knights either, he is being cautious." It was indeed Aron was the one to convince Robert not to make the journey, though his reasonings were far more simple, I reckon. "Probably afraid that he would not return," I joked. To be honest, I had hoped that the chance would be enough for Robert to run off and become a sellsword like he once told Ned Stark, but this worked for me just as well. Also, I am now certain that their treasury is broke now, so they could not afford to feed and arm a large army. "They borrowed 1,000,000 dragons for this venture alone from the Lannisters," I said. "You need a quarter of that amount for the man sent," Jon said, surprised. "Yeah, their new master of coin is rather useful for our goals," I nodded, making a note to rob Baelish blind. "What if they decide to give chase with the surviving ships of theirs?" asked Marine, half distracted, his eyes tracing over and memorizing every detail of the spell in progress. "You know all the traps we prepared, how you complained that it would end up trapping someone in as much as it would keep people out?" I asked, in turn, getting a nod from the maester, who got to watch me work the spells in exchange for help in filling some of the gaps in my knowledge. "By the time they get out, we will be long gone and hopeful settled into our new place." "And if they choose to sack Pentos and recover the gold of the Magisters?" asked my hand, "they will be richer than before the fight." "With which gold would they do that, exactly, my lord?" I asked, taking out a golden coin and holding it up as the rain slowly washed away the illusion over it, revealing a wooden coin instead. "The one beneath our boards?" I had a few weeks to think it all through, you know. It was not hard to replace the treasures of magisters with something more artificial after all. Oh, I like your way of thinking, lad, Marwyn started cackling like a lunatic. I still say you should have killed them. I fear that your mercy has left us exposed, said John. A destroyed fleet can be rebuilt. The Lannisters are still rich, and Pentos is still a rich city, golds and jewelry are worth something, but it is the grain that truly matters for man, and silk and lace and other luxuries are just as valuable to the right buyer. Asked John, clearly not convinced. And Stannis would have to be the one to sack the city, officially at least. What is it that bothers you, Lord Hand? I asked, admitting that John knew more about wars. You had Stannis, right there, at your hands, spoke John, and I understood him. He was taken back to the Bells, where a fight could be ended. I did, I admitted, and he knew that as well, as I immolated one of his men and addled the mind of another. I could have done the same to any one of them or all of them. Yet, I do not intend to follow the path of Maegor, my lord, but the threat of something is just as effective as the use of it. More so in the case of magic. As for them following us, they will be distracted with, blah. I almost called him an associate, well, they will be distracted by a distraction I managed to get on time. Regardless, I trust that Stannis will be able to handle it, even if it will take some time. I said. Alas, I am sure they will get the message. What message? Dany asked, confused. That if they wish to come after us, they ought to do the smart thing, I said with a grin, let someone else have a go first. My people looked at me with understanding. Tough luck, they are not really smart or have the needed self-preservation for such things. I said, barely a whisper, before roaring out, deploy the wings, as the sails on the sides unfurled even within the storm. The Queen Reela's Revenge sailed unseen and unbothered. Dash. Number Alan the Trap Breaker. Alan Storm, now called Alan the Trap Breaker for his newly discovered talents, used the long handle of the pike to activate the trap before him, sighing in relief as the trap took to the rat attached to the end of the piece of wood. The rat slowly rotted away, but better the rat than Alan. Alan was not the first man to disable the traps of the dragon spawn. He was also not the 20th man to work whatever devilish trap the dragon spawn had put up between them and the ships. He was, luckily, the last one needed, if the gods were good. They had lost 200 men to the traps on their way out of the Targaryen manse before Sir Davos Seaworth, the Onion Knight, suggested poking where a man ought to walk with a stick. That was, of course, the Onion Knight regained his wits the day after the Targaryen cunt burst himself into wildfire and hopefully died. How do we go around it? Asked said smuggler turned knight. On the roof, pointed Alan to the strange runes painted above them, using the steel tip of the pike to slowly scratch it away, praying to the smith and hoping that it was not one of them false runes. Alan had been a lad during the siege of Storm's End, but he had survived. Now, trapped within the manse, he felt like those days, forced to starve and stretch the rations that they had come with. A black raven watched Alan work, following them along and slashing at any man who thought to catch the bloody thing with razor-sharp wings. It was as much a show that the Targaryen cunt was taunting them as it was how utterly powerless they truly were. If the bloody thing wanted, it could kill, just as it had done to the Trant Knight, flowing like water through his visor and reducing everything within to blood. Alan gulped, having seen what some of the other traps could do. Some traps were simple, leaving man frozen stiff until the next dawn. Others were deadly, as Alan had seen with Sir Donnell Swan, who got crushed by a giant hand made of a black-clawed hand of stone. It was still better than poor Kennett. Kennett got struck by lightning through the window when he tried to break through the wall to get out. Same lightning that was beating upon the royal fleet like Alan's old man used to beat on his kids. Their losses reached up to 100 in the fortnight they were stuck within a glorified building of stone, the rations they had the food rotting within a day to the ground itself deeming them their enemy. Half of them had lost their minds and tried to make a run for it. They did not live long after that. Alan was no stranger to starvation. They had started cooking the rats that seemed to spawn out of nowhere, until the rats started to eat some of the man in turn. The king claimed Viserys Targaryen was a sorcerer. The king was right, though Alan did not care about whichever demon from the seven hells the Targaryen learned his magic. The king could also go fuck himself, the fat useless cunt. Not that Alan would ever speak of it out loud. Alan had seen the man give some speech, red-faced and a cup in hand, even if there were rumors that he had lost a stone in 3 moons. He had not even bothered to come himself and got smote like Kennett or exploded like Geralt. Alan liked Geralt, he made the best stew, not the watery shit his wife used to make or the one he got to eat now that their rations were set on by rot and rats alike. It had been mostly Stormlanders who were sent to deal with the dragon spawn in Pentos, led by Lord Stannis Baratheon. Leal man, loyal man, king's men. The king had ordered them to attack Pentos to take it, chosen for their loyalty by Lord Stannis and Lord Hand. The king himself was the lord of Stormlands before he was king, so Alan answered when called upon, even if he had given the lands to his younger brother Renly. The boy was not even a knight yet, and Alan preferred Lord Stannis, not that he would speak it aloud. So it was the Stormlanders who had to live through this shit now. Was this what loyalty brought? A slow and painful death, or getting struck by lightning? Alan had not been a godly man, he had far too much like for wine and woman to be a septon, yet here and now, Alan prayed to the Seven, even if some whispered that the Seven were the ones who protected the Targaryen. It is silent, said Alan finally, looking at the threshold and the now cleared air. 7 hells, fucking finally, spoke Sir Willis, a hedge knight who stood behind Alan with a sheathed sword. Alan was not a fool, knowing that the sword was meant for him if he chose to refuse the given order. Luckily, the Seven had given him a talent for these things, and he was able to survive breaking through the traps that the sorceress dragons left behind. My lord, thank the gods, you are alive, Sir Cedric Storm, the bastard of Bronzegate, followed along from the docks. What happened here? Asked Lord Stannis following along when they were certain the traps were done with, gritting his teeth at seeing the disorganized man. Even Alan could say that they were disorganized. The storm, it came all of a sudden. It destroyed the ships, gasped Sir Cedric Storm, walking beside one of the magisters of Pentos that opened the gates for them. The fat man, rumored to be the good father of the first magister that the wizard had burned, gave a bow. The fat man was dressed in silks and covered in gems and rings to show of his wealth, and Alan hoped he would get some coin for what he did. Lord Stannis had promised him knighthood after all. One of the rings glittered with something before Alan dismissed it, thinking of the land he would own instead. Prince Stannis, it gives me much joy to see that you have survived. I have told you that we ought to have burned the entire manse down, spoke the magister, having been supportive of the cowardly way. In hindsight, it would probably have worked. The wizard himself had burned all right. Alan had not seen it, but people called the boy the next bright flame. A part of Alan knew that the wizard was not dead, that fire would not kill such a monster. Targaryens were said to be unburnt, that they were closer to gods than man. Alan gulped down from the waterskin that was passed, one of the first to quench his thirst. 10 days with not much water had not been good for the man trapped in the manse, especially when the ones outside seemed incapable of entering from the excuses that the bastard of Bronzegate was making. How many ships are left? Asked Lord Stannis, as he took long gulps once he was sure all man got their fill of it. 2, my lord, said the bastard of Bronzegate. 2? Which ones? Asked the Onion Knight, asking the question that everyone wanted to know. Lady Lyanna and Black Betha, responded the knight, but there is another matter you ought to know, my lord. What is it? Gritted Stannis Baratheon, has the sorcerer decided to unleash dragons upon us as well? No, my lord, it is the Dothraki, responded Sir Cedric. The Pentoshi had a few men in their employ who knew the language. Some warlord named Khal demands tribute from Pentos for killing one of his blood rides and 24 of his men, some time past, along with stealing their horses. He claims that the Westerosi left their burnt bones to taunt him, nailed to crosses on the Velvet Hills. His messenger said that he will enslave or kill every Westerosi that is in Pentos. A sharp crack of a tooth breaking was heard, causing Alan to flinch and making him want to cry. Alan blamed the wizard for this. But the wizard was scary as fuck. Alan instead blamed Robert for this. Did he have to sit on that iron chair? He bet it was mighty uncomfortable. Alan did not want to fight the Dothraki, and the others could fight the bloody wizard for all he cared. Alan wanted to go home, hug his wife, and have a bowl of her watery stew. Number the wizard. The mists rolled across the black sands that made up one of many beaches of the island. To the people living on the island, nothing was out of the ordinary, apart from the rolling of the unnaturally thick fog coming from the sea. Magic and water interacted rather strangely. Any living water could wash away any lesser magics. The flow of the water had a habit of disrupting away any soul that may linger within it. With rain, that was rather simple in washing off enchantments that were not anchored beyond the surface. With rivers and such, the effect was straightforward, and some Roynish practices that I had recovered in Bravus actually made use of the rapid flow. With seas, the effect was more potent, with the exception of whatever the fuck Moonsingers could do. Carrying a mist over the surface of the sea was one of those things. None saw the large Bravasi ship of white and black hull, with rolling smoke for sails and the head of a dragon for a prow, eyes alive with a flame and mouth rolling with smoke. All it took was to bind the larger dragon skull that I now own to become the new figurehead, unfleshed with magical wood and now capable of acting as a flamethrower. From the top of the prow, a figure of shadows rose, and from atop the dragon's head, he descended as rolling shadows wrapped around the figures with fiery wings of starlight. Son cruelly banished, despair of the daughter, return great avenger with wings from the water, I whispered to myself as I set foot upon the familiar sands of the island that had been once my domain, unfurling the enchantment that ensured that I landed smoothly. I turned to Will, who let go of my shoulder and landed on the pauldron shaped like a dragon head that I was working on. Yeah, it's still a shitty poem. Even if it fits for once. Will gave a thrill that sounded like he did not really care. I took out a pouch of coins attached to my belt and threw it into the ground, spilling blackened iron coins to the ground. A pinch of phoenix ash flew in the air, a single grain falling onto each coin. The coins burned with an inner flame before the black sands beneath my feet started to flow around them, giving them a body. Closing my eyes and pulling on my strength, I opened my mouth to speak. Arise! I ordered as 40 shadows started rising around me. Stone men, black as sin. Animated statues with souls that were bound to their own cycle of rebirth at each dawn. Broken men, remade and taught only to serve, given new purpose to serve once more. The dead unsullied that once belonged to Illyrio, the ones that I was unable to spare, their bodies and souls left to me after the confrontation. An army formed around me, my vanguard, my blackguard. It was my 17th birthday. It had been 9 years since I left this shore. I was home. The black stone of Dragonstone loomed over me. Dash. Appear strong where weak, appear weak where strong. A quote attributed by Viserys Targaryen, third of his name, to elemental principles of war, by Fing, the general who fought 1,000 battles and lost none from UTI. Alright, this one was a bit of a bitch to write and I am still not sure about it. The next chapter is just as long and already written for most of the way. That last bit was a reference to Purple Days, if anyone did not catch it. I recommend it as a FIC to read, even if you don't like Lannisters much. Anyway, as always, I am purely motivated by likes and discussions, and kudos to the few people who managed to figure out parts of the plan that Vis had. My brother has his own ideas on how magic functions. The dark and the light, the collective beliefs in Godhead. To me, I always saw it closer to how one can make fire. Dark magic is like fossil fuels. It consumes the existing energy and leaves nothing behind. It is not replenishable and is generally bad for the environment and the user. Divine magic is solar powered. The sun and the moon, it is always the light bouncing around and changing things. It is raw life made manifest, accessed by those who are beyond the limits of mortality, with power difference so high that to the ignorant, they might as well be divine. Arcane magic is nuclear powered. It requires years of study and mastery of the rules of reality itself to get started. But once you master it, you can make energy ex nihilo and start spamming it with impunity. Of course, there is that tiny chance that you end up poisoning yourself, but that ensures that those who survive to be masters are not idiots. To those in the know, the best of those come from the same source. It also likes to take the form of a large ball of fire, which is always neat. Excerpt from The Princess of the Wizard's Tower, Memoirs of Daenerys Stormborn Targaryen *, written during her apprenticeship to the wizard. * declared pyromaniac extraordinaire and the best sister of the Order of Wizards. Wizard. Stop defacing books, you idiot, pyromaniac extraordinaire and the best sister of the Order of Wizards. Number Wizard. 293 AC. Is Lightbringer a sword? I mused out loud, my left hand atop the pommel of black fire while the tip rested on the ground. The black sands of Dragonstone stretched out to the large gatehouse and the long winding path beyond it. Spoiler, Dragonstone. It is said so in the ancient prophecies, my lord, said the redhead next to me. Fuck the ancient prophecies, I responded, more of a knee-jerk reaction than anything else. Marwyn, next to me, chortled, trying to hide his laugh behind a cough. Melisandre made to disagree, only to gasp at the pain from her choker. I had played around with the enchantment of the pseudo-phylactery that had once held her soul, animating the flesh of her being. A dash of loyalty enchantments built around Aguise, and it had this unique effect of twisting her soul in wrong angles that the self perceived as pain whenever she had a disobedient thought. Because if I was going to keep a Shadowbinder around, I was going to ensure that she understood that I was the one in charge, even if I had to create my own version of the Cruciatus for it to stick. What is your opinion, my lord? Asked Melisandre once she noted that any of the usual rhetoric would mean more pain for her. I am the bone of my sword, I repeated sagely, only getting confused looks. I held up my right hand, wiggling my fingers and letting the sunlight catch the scaled pattern of the scars. I mean that magic leaves scars, I said simply, not always physically mind you, but an impression, a memory of the instance it was used, and memories can be called upon. The wand in my hand unleashed a small puff of golden light. Melisandre's green eyes darkened while Marwyn stood up straight as the small amount of nuclear fire was converted to raw life force and infused into the area around us. I tucked away the wand into my left greave, such that I could easily will it into my offhand if need be, but precision was not something I needed for my task. Putting on my helmet, the black armor I wore etched with runes that contrasted gave the illusion of gold. Spoiler, armor. It was not Valyrian steel, but the fitted plate and mail of the Gothic style were still treated with a thin outer layer of blood iron that I took from the Dothraki outriders that I had lured into Pentos. It made for a decent protection and gave a more mannequin figure that I usually sported, but style was as important as anything else now. Will gave a thrill, flying off from his perch on the left pauldron shaped like a roaring dragon head that was just small enough to keep its form and ensure that my identity was easy to discern and not give up on functionality. Shadows darkened, the dead rising to serve me, while a large serpent of fire started to uncoil around me from thin air with a whispered hiss. I grasped black fire, the ancient Valyrian steel blade now attuned to my soul. Spoiler, black fire. The magic of Valyrian steel was weird in the best of days. The magic infused on it reinforced the material and form by absorbing any other magic. It made a piece of magical steel shaped like a sword better at being a sword, sharper, stronger, lighter and just that bit faster. That was annoying to work with in the best of days, especially for those who did not have the power to throw around. Flames licked along the edge of the metal, black flames shot with gold. I lifted my sword, the swirling black patterns of bound shadows reacting to my presence as they danced. A sword on its own has no will, no authority, no understanding of what is being cut. A wand or a sword, if I held a wrench, it would still be Lightbringer, for I am the one holding it. For I am the sword. The sunfire gave me a way to fill up the metal and let the power overflow. I brought it down, sending an arc of black fire that smashed into the gatehouse of Dragonstone and shattered the wooden portcullis. And the reclamation of Dragonstone began. Dash. Number Crescent. The wormway has fallen, spoke Sir Axel Florent, the castellan of Dragonstone, as he rushed to enter the room, taking off his helm. His hair was covered in sweat and soot. There was fear in his voice as he said, "The man bears the sigil of the three-headed dragon. Any gate we close opens on its own as though by magic." Magic is not real, repeated Crescent to himself, more a prayer now than what he was taught. And whoever would try to raid Dragonstone is a fool. This must be some foolish pirate using mummery. Sir Axel yanked Crescent off his feet by his chain. I just watched a dozen knights charge a man clad in black. The man turned into a fucking dragon and burned them all before walking out of the fire like it was nothing. I saw a dozen of his men clad in black walk through the guards and walk away with no scratch. I care not what you think, you fool, I saw what I saw. Pirate or not, the castle is about to fall, and we should leave, daughter. Lady Celis Baratheon looked up from where she sat before nodding. What of my daughter? I am not leaving her. The girl has grayscale, my lady, it would be a danger to anyone involved if she were to travel with rest. The closeness of any ship would make it a danger to everyone involved, said Crescent, steeling himself. I shall remain, ensure that her treatments continue. I will not leave without her, declared the lady. We do not have a choice, spoke Axel Florent, nodding at the maester as he dragged the lady. Crescent himself headed to the Sea Dragon Tower. He was not as young as he once was, and he had stopped to catch his breath by the door, coughing into his fist at the exertion. His aching bones carried him all the way to the room where a girl that was by all right a princess stayed. He took the time to push some of the furniture, finding the strength to barricade himself and the girl. He looked at the girl sleeping, a toddler, no older than 3 day old, whose face was scarred from grayscale. The initial treatment of vinegar had been successful, yet the infection was still capable of spreading. Crescent considered using it against the pirates attacking, only to dismiss it as foolish. He was a man of healing and reason, not a monster who would spread such a disease to more people, even pirates. No, it was better to give the girl a quick end. From his sleeve, Crescent took 2 vials containing beads of poison. Yes, better a quick end for the girl and him as well, for his crimes. The door, blockaded by furniture, exploded into kindling as though the wood itself was long rotten, and a figure stood, armored in black with a crimson cloak. Expelliarmus, the man spoke, a white stick in his hand. Crescent found his hands empty the next moment before the armored mage took off his helmet, the runes that glowed over the metal fading away. By gods dead and alive, this helm is far too stuffy, the man complained, placing the rune-carved helm with dragon horns onto the desk. Maybe I ought to go for a wide-brimmed hat, enchanted to high heavens and back. You are Crescent, I presume. The face beneath was young, barely a man grown, but the most distinct features were the white golden hair and the piercing violet eyes that seemed to twinkle and catch the light. You presume correctly, and you would be Viserys Targaryen, spoke Crescent. I am uncertain if I would have preferred pirates, he said, reaching for the knife in his belt as he knew he was a dead man either way. He would have a single chance, his old bones lacking the strength and speed. He would take that chance, however, to protect the small girl in the room, only for his body to freeze in place. None of that now, I think enough people died today, said the young man as the knife flew from Crescent's hand. Your loyalty gives you credit. Pity you are just another fool. Ravens were sent to every major keep in Westeros, spoke Crescent, the king and Lord Stannis will have your head for this. In their dreams, mayhaps, the Targaryen spoke, flicking a finger in the direction of the window and causing it to open. As for your ravens, he added as a raven landed by the windowsill with a message attached to its leg. I figured out that trick years ago. Warg, whispered Crescent. He had not studied the higher mysteries in the citadel, but he knew some things from even before. The proper term is skin changer when it is not a dog or a wolf. You have no idea how annoying it gets to correct people from that notion over the years. All wargs are skin changers, but not all skin changers ought to be wargs, countered another voice that walked in, the sound of a staff slamming into the black stone as a stocky beetle-browed man walked into the room. But the sentiment is the same, I suppose. This must be little Shireen Baratheon. You were always a deft hand at healing, Cresson, one of the favorites of Ebros, that fool. But then again, like attracts like. Cresson recognized the face of Archmaester Marwyn, shock and betrayal fighting within him, even as he took a stand between the girl and the others. Do not confuse me for Tywin, Maester, and the girl is innocent and more importantly, still in pain, spoke the boy, approaching the crib. And isn't it a bit hypocritical when you were planning to poison the poor girl? Do you think she can be cured? Asked Marwyn leaning over. Let us see, spoke the Targaryen, taking off the gauntlets from his hand before flame covered them for but a moment. Grayscale, and still active too, simply retreated from the surface. Vinegar bath and something, ambient magic of the wards of the castle reacting with hers to protect her. Yes, a combination of the remnants of the enchantments on the castle and good old science. The way it had mutated into countering the disease is definitely interesting. Fortunately, I am deeply familiar with the initial conditions needed to start Garen's curse, and what can be made can be unmade. His hand reached to touch the affliction. Is that? Asked Cresson, praying that the Targaryen too would get infected before the hand shifted to look as though it was covered in scales, as though it belonged to a snake, or a dragon. No, that is not grayscale. I suppose if there was a name for it, it would be dragonscale, he said, showing off his hand. A magical accident followed by an amateurish attempt to fix a cursed wound and an unrelated ritual has left me marked in more ways than one, I have to admit. Lessons learned and all that, nothing to worry about. Grayscale, I have learned, is what you get when you mix a basilisk's blood with water and breed what are effectively algae, moss, that absorbs energy and calcifies human flesh. He unstoppered a vial of green liquid, spreading it over the cracked skin and murmuring some unknown prayer. The scaled hand glowed a golden light, flames dancing along his fingers, as the fire sank into the skin and the strange potion. Cresson watched, unable to move and unwilling to look away as the afflicted skin peeled away and turned to ash, leaving behind raw muscle and bone before flesh itself seemed to grow where the golden green flame touched the potions and tinctures that the man applied. Once he was done, the grey scale was replaced by silvery scales not dissimilar to the scales that covered the Targaryen's hand. Not bad, Your Grace, said Marwyn, pulling out a notebook and scratching upon it using a wooden stick attached to a piece of coal on one end. I had to do a bit of flesh crafting for that. Had to use the other side as a guide, but she may have a bit far too symmetrical face. Not that the scar would show it. I don't suppose she would mind much. Not likely for her to grow to be a great beauty anyhow. I saw her mother, ears for days that one. Explained the Targaryen with a shrug. Speaking of, the Florents are also our guests, even if they tried to make a run for it. You healed her, Cresson spoke, not believing what he saw, with magic. Of course I did, the man responded as if he was saying the sun rose from the east or the sky was blue. How old is she? Fear engulfed Cresson's soul. He now realized that the rumors that many maesters dismissed were in fact the truth. She had her fourth name day 3 moons ago, he stuttered. My niece was 4 when the Lannisters came for her, muttered the wizard, gods do love their irony. Like I said, this little one is innocent of any crime, and I fear that her father will eventually give her to flames for some obscure chance to win a fight, though it might not have happened given the changes. Are you a dreamer as well, my lord, gasped Cresson, deciding that discretion was part of the valor. Cresson was the maester of Storm's End before Stannis had brought him along to Dragonstone. It was Cresson who had been there when the Baratheon siblings were born, and he had been the one to teach them. If he could learn all that the wizard was able to do and find the opportunity. I suppose, though being a dreamer was part of my skill set, one that is obvious even if I try to keep it a secret, said Viserys Targaryen. As for what to do with you. I am a maester of the Citadel, I serve the Lord of the Keep, spoke Cresson, knowing that his life was at stake. The maesters take no sides. And yet you do, don't you, Cresson, plotting to learn my secrets and find the opportunity to kill me so you can protect those morons you call Lord, spoke the wizard, his eyes glowing as Cresson felt unseen fingers press upon his head, bearing his soul open. You raised the Baratheons, you care for them. You whispered in Stannis' ears to follow his brother into the rebellion. Don't give me that look. You are proof that not all maesters are in on murdering Targaryens, you know. That is what Marwyn thinks at least. He is a bit on the nutty side, but I like his enthusiasm. Said Archmaester barked in laughter at that statement. It is the way you are trained, the culture that you are indoctrinated into. You cannot help yourself but meddle, thinking you know better. Granted, the lot of you serve are either vicious cunts or idiots or a mix of both, and in most cases, you probably know better. But for all your knowledge, the higher mysteries evade your comprehension, and it drives you wild, causing you to hate what you do not understand. It is far more insidious and annoying than some conspiracy that would justify me putting your entire lot to the torch. In the end, You are just human, the Targaryen said with sad eyes. I am not really sorry, you know. I saw you try to poison one witch, and I cannot have you hanging around those I care about. I shall make it quick and ensure nothing feasts on your soul in the afterlife. What? Was all Crescent could ask before the wizard spoke once more. Avada Kedavra, the words echoed, and Crescent saw a flash of green light and nothing more. Dash. Number the mage on Dragonstone. Marwyn sighed, catching a steel coin from the wizard, who looked at the corpse of the dead Maester Crescent, pulling out the Maester's chain. What are the chances that you idiots figured out how to get magic to work and focused on ensuring it did not work? Viserys asked, his eyes not leaving the chain in question. What do you mean, my lord? Asked Marwyn, recognizing that the boy preferred being referred to as a lord, mostly after that one boastful rant about being the greatest Dark Lord and Bright Lord to ever live after getting a bit too into his cups. Granted, the wine aged in a weirwood cask certainly had an appeal to the old Archmaester of Higher Mysteries. The chain forms a circle, sighed Viserys, it acts like a localized ward, using symbolic association of rules that they learned for each chain, chaining reality to their knowledge, linked to the sacrifice that they make. The chains enforce local rules to match what the Maester knows. The chain acts as the magic circle. It would be quite brilliant if it was not so annoying. Makes sense, said Marwyn, having realized that his spells worked better since he put away his chain, though it might have also been being close to Viserys Targaryen, who, like his sister and that red bird of his, was roiling with magical energy. It explains why most magic works in Essos or beyond the wall and not in Westeros, especially the south. Will it have any effect on your plans? Not particularly. I will have to be indirect about it and pull a bit more power, said the wizard, freezing and tilting his head in a way that Marwyn learned to associate with him, skin changing into one of his many familiars, not that it left his flesh vulnerable, given how Marwyn could feel eyes upon him from the shadow of the fellow master of higher mysteries. Viserys Targaryen straightened as he smirked. I had accounted for the possibility of the weirwood interfering with the magical energy already, but that is not an issue nowadays. It just means I need to be subtle and use methods that are less overt. It will be annoying, but I can be subtle, said the younger wizard, an annoyed look on his face. Marwyn barked a burst of laughter, having heard the stories of how bad at being subtle the Boy King was. Who are you? The girl spoke, as she must have woken by the noise, or it might have been the Targaryen prince who was bored of the conversation and doing something. Her voice was sleepy as a large cloth appeared over the dead maester at the wave of Viserys' wand. Hello, softly spoke the man who had nearly single-handedly butchered 100 men at arms. I am your cousin, twice removed. Second cousin once removed, actually, corrected Marwyn, finding it hilarious that a man who could memorize the specific phases of the moon required to make a potion that fixed spots had no care about knowledge of relations in Westeros that the nobles found essential as breathing. Point is, I am your cousin from your father's side. Our families don't really talk, so we never got to meet, said Viserys. Your father was nice enough to look after my old home for me. Is my father back? Asked the girl before freezing, her hand reaching out to touch her unblemished face. My face is. No, he will be busy. As for your face, it is healed, said Viserys, holding up his hand and making pretty lights. I am magic like that. Wanna get out of here and go for a walk? This place looks stuffy. The maester said I am not allowed to go outside, said Shireen Baratheon. Well, that was because you were sick, and now you are not. Also, see, this is Archmaester Marwyn, he is like the old Maester Crescent but smarter. He says it is all right to walk, right? Said the wizard, giving him a look that had Marwyn nodding. He will even make sure you are all right. Marwyn did not know what to expect, but looking after children was not on his list when he set out to join the wizard and learn more about magic. That said a lot more about Marwyn than anything, given that he had expected to get chased by eldritch horrors, which was fortunately not that common. Dash. Number wizard. Having left Shireen under the care of the Archmaester, I got to work securing the islands, which involved talking with the current lady of the keep. I leaned back on my chair, my eyes meeting the lady before me. I hold the keep. Most of the guards are either dead or surrendered. This is my land, by right of blood and conquest. If the fact that you and your daughter are alive at the mercy of myself, you can also consider that your husband promised anything to the person who could fix your daughter, I said, pulling out a parchment. You want the Dragonstone, said Celis Florent, clutching her daughter in a way that surprised me. Relief was replaced by a mixture of surprise and disbelief, the woman had been holding onto the girl like a lifeline. Granted, this was not the same woman who got turned into a zealot by Melisandre, but still. Don't be ridiculous, my lady, you cannot give that which is mine by every right. This signs away your unconditional surrender and acknowledges your unlawful occupation in exchange for clemency, I explained, having drafted the scroll on the way. Legally, it had no weight. Magically, I was pulling on the fact that Stannis attacked me and the fact that I spared his life to do some clever bit of magic to reinforce my ownership of the land. It did not take long for Celis to sign the paper. Ensure that they are well treated, I stated to the guards. And my father? Asked Lady Celis. Sir Axel will be treated with dignity as a knight, should he remain cooperative, I responded. My steward will meet you to get a better understanding of the keep. I hope for your sake you do not mislead her. The gods will see to your death, heathen witch, roared Sir Axel, only to stop making any noise after a wave of my wand knocked him out. I am sure his emotions will calm down, eventually, I told Lady Celis, be a dutiful daughter and ensure that it does. I got up, leaving the room and the guards by the door behind. That was it. Dragonstone was mine. I left the room holding Celis Baratheon, which was located next to her father. Having Shireen as a ward ensured that the woman complied, even if it meant that I had to threaten a little girl. Fight me, you coward, roared the elderly knight as I flicked my wand, transforming the door to be metal bars out of pettiness. Unlike his daughter, the knight was less than pleasant and did not get the luxury of the illusion of having rooms instead of a cell. While I was confident in my ability to cut down Sir Axel Florent in a duel, I had him as a hostage, and he would be more useful alive. I think. I ignored the knight as I walked away, rolling the geese I had crafted that officialized the fact that Celis, as the lady of the keep, yielded the castle to me and signed in her and Shireen's blood. It was the second part of the plan I had made to reclaim the ownership of the island before I could leverage that ownership to build a stronger ward scheme than any this world would have seen. First had been Stannis himself. His act of entering my home and my mercy allowed for a subtle contract to form, one that was bound to this very same scroll. The second was Celis yielding the hearth to me. The third was going to be trickier, and it would take longer, but I was confident it would work. As I walked through the black stone hallways, flames rolled from the tip of my wand, spell fire washing away every path that I passed through and cleansing the building. Leaving Bravus has made me notice a weird interaction between the local magic in an area and the spells I could use. It was as though the entire city had an affinity to itself for protection. In short, wards in Bravus worked better than wards outside Bravus, especially ones based on non-detection. I could feel the difference. Reality was less willing to bend in that direction outside of Bravus, which sort of made sense. You were familiar with the history of Bravus and the magics used in the creation of the specific protection magic done by the Moonsingers. Whatever magic the Moonsingers had managed to cast, through however many sacrifices, the mists of Bravus were almost eager to hide things. My best guess was that Bravus itself held conceptual affinity to the concept of being hidden. It was one of the few concepts that I was intimately familiar with, pulling on the feelings and experiences to wrap a cloak of fog around myself to accompany the cloak over my shoulders that hid me from sight. The same logic meant that I needed to visit other places of magic to better learn certain forms of spells and add them to my ever-growing repertoire. If the location helped take the burden off the caster, it made it perfect as training wheels to learn different branches of magic. It made things safer. Ironically, in order to travel, I needed to settle down. Granted, having unlocked the secrets to pyromancy-based teleportation so I could travel in an instant. It made having a base more convenient than any other alternative. With the flow enchantment proven to be working, travel limitations were no longer an issue, and the contacts I had built in Bravus and the safe house that was still hidden in Pentos could act as one of the two staging grounds to access anything more I needed. It also meant that I could send out scouts to set up further access points and safe houses in other cities and not waste time traveling for months. It also meant that I could build a proper base. Given that I was starting to mess with some serious stuff in my quest for knowledge, a place I could bunker down if it got tough made sense. Some place that I could enchant and improve and build up, some place to lay my head and recover should I find myself in trouble. And what better base was there than the only Valyrian outpost that survived the doom relatively intact? For all that it was worth, while Bravus was nice and protected and Pentos was likely to need a new leadership, they were not home, they were not what I needed. For a wizard needs a tower, as a hermit crab needs a shell, I recalled some mage tell. The more powerful a wizard becomes, a larger wizard's tower they need to fit all their magic and ego. And who was I to do away with tradition? Hence my choice, Dragonstone, the last stronghold of old Valyria. Granted, there were other options, but Dragonstone was just what I needed. In my youth, I had dismissed Dragonstone as useless, given that it lacked more strategic resources to allow for a conquest or defense. It lacked bounty or riches. It was far too close to King's Landing. It was relatively barren apart from sheep and fish, but the volcanic soil would prove useful for my future experiments on that front. Most of those limitations were no longer an issue with my powers, and I had in my possession 3 dragon eggs that needed a volcano to nest in. Combined with the spell that I called Hidden Mists of Bravus that I bootlegged and bound to the dragon skull that now made up the Prow of Revenge, I had a way to smuggle resources through any blockade if I did not bother to fireball the ships that formed said blockade. Granted, magically speaking, there were other places of worth as well that I had considered, places that I believed to hold some power that I wished to study. Harrenhal was the best one, with access to Godswood of Weirwoods. Yet without access to the sea, thanks to the location of King's Landing, blocking the mouth of Blackwater, the castle built with weirwood and exposed to dragon flame was as much a liability as any other castle in Riverlands. Not to mention the time and resources it would take me to repair everything and potentially exorcise a few hundred unsettled souls held within, along with whatever bullshit Green Seers had pulled up in God's eye. Valeria was a potential option, but it was a bit too far away and unknown, not to mention whatever I might find in there would be a resource sink to fix up. I did not want to have some supernatural pest problem. The occasional ashwinder setting the drapes on fire was bad enough, and I did not want to mess with whatever had time to evolve over the last 400 years in such a magically volatile environment. There was also the castle once built on the Isle of Bloodstone by Daemon Targaryen after his conquest of the Stepstones. Grounds tempered with dead and dragon fire, Stepstones would have given me what I needed to build something from scratch, but that same freedom made it a resource and time sink. There was a small castle there, from what I heard, but it was more of an outpost filled with pirates than anything. It was not a castle that could withstand a siege. Unfortunately, building something from scratch would have to wait, as I could simply take over a better position with a complete fortress. Other options were also considered. Skagos, with some dragon glass reserves and unicorns, was far too close to the north and lacked other resources that would make it livable, not to mention the need to build the keep again. The same reason was why I dismissed Hardhome as another base. I technically should hold some authority over the land as the Green Seer who is the successor of the region through Morrigan, but I was not going to live in a location that did not have a magically crafted 800 feet ice wall between me and one of the few things that could reliably kill me. Tarth was effectively a paradise but lacked in magic, and the Shipbreaker's Bay made logistics tricky to conduct any war of sorts, even if I would be sitting right in front of Robert's ancestral home. There was also a part of me that was biased about House Tarth, and they may or may not be related to House Targaryen through one of Aegon the Unlikely's sisters, the one that he was supposed to marry before the girl got impregnated by Duncan the Tall, I think. I also liked Brienne of Tarth as a character. She was one of the few good people in this hellhole of a world and a truer knight than anyone else. I would not steal her lands from her and make her face reality before she was ready, lest I break one of the good things in this world. I may be a petty cunt to my enemies, but I was not cruel. Beyond magic, there were other considerations. Politically, Dragonstone was the obvious choice. My control over the island represented defiance against Robert's reign, as the Targaryens reclaiming the staging ground of the conquest and their ancient home had symbolic value that I could not simply let go of, even if I was falling into the sunk cost fallacy just a bit. It was the same reasoning while Robb losing Winterfell had led to him losing the war, or how Storm's End falling may have been the key to ending Robert's rebellion if not for those Tyrells being habitual fence-sitters. Robert's reign would mean nothing so long as a Targaryen held Dragonstone. Then again, making Robert lose sleep was always a worthy goal. The fact that I was within dick-waving distance of King's Landing and would soon turn the island into an impregnable fortress helped. My feet found me before the large doors of a particular chamber. The docks and the village are secured as planned. They are in the chamber, said Sir Richard, in step with me. Nervous? A bit, I admitted. You will do great, said my sworn sword, giving a nod to the Unsullied to open the door. And if I don't? I asked. You will magic something up, though hopefully, not with as much fire. The fire snake trick is already enough for my nerves. Shrugged Sir Richard before opening the door. All hail Viserys Targaryen, third of his name, shield of his people, the last Archon of the Freehold, announced Sir Richard, a grin on his face before adding, the Dragon Reborn and Archwizard of Dragonstone. I looked around, to my sister, seeing Daenerys beaming with happiness, standing next to the chest that held the 3 dragon eggs. I saw Lana nervous but resolute in the face of future conflict. I ignored Wat and Wat, sending off waves of anticipation and wishing to prove themselves. Marwyn and Melisandre were to one side, clearly discussing something before I interrupted them. John Connington stood with his Valyrian steel handpin on his chest. I walked into the room, pulling starlight and weaving it into my hair, forming a glowing halo around my head. I winked at Dany, who just rolled her eyes at the display of magic. Tough crowd that one. My fingers trailed through the table as I walked. The painted table. Constructed by Aegon the Dragon, using wood imported from 7 kingdoms and shaped into an exact replica of Westeros after months of scouting with dragons. Where Dragonstone ought to be was now a glass candle, placed atop a weirwood spear that was embedded into the floor, and bathing the room with light that washed away some colors and amplified them at once. I nodded in approval. Dany's work was rather straightforward, a logical next step for her that effectively hacked into the weirwood network through the sympathetic bond and highlighted every spear and spear-shaped object in the continent before projecting it all into the painted table. I looked over the map of Westeros, light forming dots showing the location of every army in Westeros. Live. I smiled. Yeah, this place made for a perfect wizard's tower. Right, let's get to work, I said. Dash. Number the Princess of Dragonstone. Dany watched Vis wave his wand, a wave of flames washing over the black stone and doing absolutely nothing. Do I have to be here for this? asked Dani, sitting on top of the floating chest containing the dragon eggs. Hers was the black one, while Vis said something about the dragon choosing the rider as he had claimed the white one. Yes, her brother said, waving his wand around and stopping, gotcha. The wall moved out of the way. What exactly is the point again? Asked Dani. The dragon pit, said Viserys, pointing at the large ramp-like structure that reminded Dani of the docks of Bravus. The naturally formed cave system that originally housed the dragons before Magur fucked it all up and created a lesser copy in the mainland like an idiot. Do we need access to the dragon pit? Asked Dani. I thought you said we are not going to try to hatch the eggs until the time is right and the eggs are awakened. Yes, well, when you start to dream of the dragon, you will be closer to ready, but no, that is not the main goal. The cave system provides entrances to the keep that need to be guarded, said Vis, as two ravens flew out of his shadows to perch on one of the openings. But they also provide a more direct access to the magic within the island. Yes, there are spells woven into the stone, nodded Dani, not wanting to hear the lecture again. Vis glared at her, though he was smiling, so it was not like he was angry. Dani, being the mature princess that she was, stuck out her tongue in response, only to yelp as the floating chest she was sitting on dropped to the ground. Ouch, she said, pushing down the tears of surprise. That was, not me, said Vis with a frown, waving his wand as flames seemed to flow in one direction. Vis simply breathed out, fascinating. Dani closed her eyes, focusing on her magic and bringing out her wand in turn. Revelio, she thought, not speaking the words since calling out incantations was for noobs, or so Vis said. It feels like the magical energy is sucked in that direction, said Dani. Yes, it does, said Vis with a smile, as though he found a puzzle that needed to be solved. And it is going deeper into the cave system, deeper into Dragonmont. I want to come, Dani demanded, giving her brother the right glare and standing up. Right, said Vis, a wave of his wand covered the chest containing the dragon eggs in a dome of stone. Let's keep these here, where only two of us know, he winked. Oh, and remember the rules. If you say run, I run, said Dani, with as much seriousness as she could, a shiver running down her spine at remembering how the one time she did not take that advice seriously had been one of the few times Vis had genuinely been angry at her. Good girl, her brother said, rubbing her head and making Dani hum with how pleasant and warm he felt. Right, onward into adventure. Dash. Adventure sucks, said Dani, sweat making her dress cling to her body, even as she made sure to keep the scarf Vis enchanted around her mouth to keep the fumes out. The red silk scarf had already blackened from filtering so much nastiness, and Dani had no intention of inhaling any of it. Vis was not that different, armor and shirt long since discarded, with only black fire and his wand at his side. Dani's hand reached for the pommel of the dagger her brother gave her, feeling the comfort in the way its magic absorbed the foreign presence around them. Most of the time, nodded Vis, waving a new shield around them that kept the air cool. The heat is mostly artificial and empowers the spells to keep the people away from this section. Oh, that means we are on the right track, said Dani, remembering her lessons. If a wizard wanted to keep something hidden, protecting it too much was the same as putting up a flag saying there was something interesting there. Yes, we are, in fact, here we are, said Vis, as the Targaryen siblings entered a large hall. It is empty, said Dani with a puff, even as the feeling of heat simply disappeared. Describe it to me, said Vis, going into lecture mode. Decorated walls, with Valyrian glyphs and images of dragons, an intricate dance between the dragons as they move from frame to frame. There is an altar in the middle of the room. The ceiling is vaulted and high enough for an older dragon to move through, said Dani, looking at her brother, who was impatiently tapping his feet. Dani frowned, not sure what she was missing, as her eyes focused on where Vis was tapping his foot and her eyes widened. The floor is uneven. So it would seem, Vis said with a smile. See the part that is even. Let's move there. Someone flooded the room, said Dani. The altar and the walkway merged with the cooled surface. Dani stood next to the altar. They hid something beneath the stone. I would hope so, said Vis, because if that is not the case, I will look very foolish. Be a dear and stand behind that large pillar, her brother added, standing before the altar. Dani did as she was told, watching as Vis set up something. Black fire was stabbed behind him, between Dani and him, anchoring a shimmering field of some advanced shield as Vis muttered in High Valyrian instead of Latin that Dani knew he preferred, before turning his back and facing the altar. Valyrian magic always required blood and fire, Maester Marwyn had said, well, ranted. Vis called them two-bit hacks, unable to understand the intricacies of magic. So, as Dani's brother raised his wand, Dani watched with interest behind the pillar as Vis the wizard spoke words of power. Yol, the tip of his wand glowed with fire. Tur, the fire leaped out to form a sea of flames over the black obsidian, somehow sinking into the stone. Shul, the fire turned golden as wave after wave of pure energy empowered the inferno of flames. The stone that had once been solid softened, glowing as it melted into lava once more. Vis clapped his hands together before pulling them apart with a roar of partis temporum. The lake of lava started to move, splitting in two and getting pulled apart as Dani looked on in awe. This was her idiot big brother. This was the wizard that everyone with half a brain feared. This was Viserys the dragon reborn. The red sea of molten stone parted, revealing a beam of blackened metal that stood like a spike driven into the ground as the two sides of the lava rapidly cooled. Vis slumped over the altar, smoke coming from his skin. Ouch, I think I pulled a muscle, said Vis before sighing and straightening up. It is safe now, he said. I think. Dani walked forward, crushing into Vis in a hug and burying her face in his chest. She did not care about the tears coming from her eyes nor the comforting warmth that had enveloped her. Vis was an idiot sometimes. Dash. It appears to be a ward anchor, said Vis, looking at the glowing glyphs while sitting on the altar and dangling his feet over the edge. The Valyrian on it is old, even from what I know, and very archaic, but I think I got the gist of it. It is blood magic. Obviously, said Dani, sitting next to him. Can you translate? That side is about the power, how to start the powering of the wards and have it sustain using the heat of the volcano, said Vis, pointing at one of the three faces of the large pillar of Valyrian steel. Standard stuff, really, blood sacrifice, dragon fire, the usual. Dani nodded, not moving from the altar that was obviously the location that got the blood sacrifice. The second face is what the protection does, said Vis, general protection from outside influence, though I am not sure if that means outside the walls, the island, or the entire plane of existence, but I am sure we can figure it out later. What is the last side? Asked Dani. Oh, that is the part that instructs what not to do so the wards can remain self-sustaining and general warnings, said Vis with a frown. What should not be done? Asked Dani. Standard notes on blood magic. Turns out Dance did not fully kill the dragons, said Vis with a frown. With the adult dragons already dead, Targaryens having given up the old traditions of throwing people into the pit of lava as sacrifice, which is not the worst idea granted, and no Targaryens living on the island to sustain the blood magic, well, the protections of the island needed to get the magic from somewhere. Suck the magic out of the younger dragons? Asked Dani. Pretty much, said Vis with a nod, puffing his chest with pride. The power I fed into the wards should do the trick, and I managed to do a bit of green magic to get the wards at the moment they were starting to unravel and pull them to the present. Is this the part where I say that my big brother is awesome? Asked Dani. Brat, responded Vis with a smile and ruffling her hair. Nerd, replied Dani in kind, though smiling. Yes, well, casual time magic aside, I got access to the wards for now, but I am not sure I can sustain it, said Vis. This type of magic it is effectively hearth magic, very female-oriented. It strains my soul just holding onto it. And it will work for me? Asked Dani with a frown. Rhaenyra Targaryen could do it, said Vis with a shrug, and that bitch had the magical capacity of an above-intelligence gecko. Dani winced, hoping it was not going to be another lecture on the dance. She recalled her own lectures, matching the times. Visenya Targaryen had stayed for long durations in Dragonstone, despite the fact that Aegon ruled from King's Landing. Rhaenys Targaryen had similarly stayed on the island when Alysanne was gone. The only time Dragonstone would have been left alone would be during the reign of Viserys I, and even then, Rhaenys, the queen who never was, would have been in charge of the dragons of the island and close enough. The rules are slightly simple, said Vis. The volcano is still dormant, and I would rather it stayed that way. The power I gave the anchor should last a good while, and I will add a ritual so it should repower itself once every year and a day. Why year and a day? Asked Dani. Well, it is technically a year and a few hours, said Vis, a full rotation around the sun, but the concept is linked to sunrise, so it ensures magic lasts a year and a day. Cool, said Dani. Does that mean I have to be stuck here like some princess in a tower? Not particularly, said Vis with a shrug. At most, you would need to spend a day for every moon. Since I am setting up the flow network, you are not really trapped here. I will have to add some special protections to keep unwanted people out, but it is the perfect home for us. But I need to protect us, said Dani, feeling happy that she got to protect their family like Vis had been doing. I will do it. You are my favorite sister, said Vis, ruffling her hair once more. I am your only sister, you idiot, Dani responded, not wanting to think about all of their dead siblings. Come on, let's go get something to eat, said Vis as if feeling her mood and jumping off the altar. I am starving. And, this is back from the hiatus that the show that must not be named put it on. I shall do the wise thing and remember the saying, we do not show. Anyway, it's back to semi-regular updates while I mainly focus on my 40k FIC. It took me a while to figure out which direction I wanted to take this in, but I am going to still ask you guys before. The problem is the power difference. Nothing is stopping Wiz from going around killing off every High Lord, starting with waltzing into Casterly Rock and murking Tywin and causing chaos in general, at the cost of being completely blind to the events people are setting up. For Wiz, War of the Five Kings happening is useful since it shows that Targaryens are the only ones who can give a stable realm to Westeros. It also means the enemies of Targaryens fighting each other. Also, the timeline is not the best. This is 5 years before the start of books, and all the fun characters haven't grown up yet. I have ideas on how to continue, but I would love to hear your opinions. I had this idea of a pseudo-Fidelius to keep Dragonstone from being approached from Westeros, but I am open to other ideas. We have caught up with the latest chapter, last updated December 17, 2024. The author uploads once a month.